mad yourself, man, because you know, okay, and nobody should be able to make you do anything. You know what I'm saying? But that all come with the emotional control situation. Uh, I'm
Lack
just
of
allergic to the
accountability.
word real in front of the word men and women. Yeah, I know. I'm talking junk. Yeah, I know. I feel you on that fairy tale. I know. Feel you on that. That's real. You're a real woman for saying it.
Okay.
No, let me stop trolling. There is whining and complaining, and there is suffering. Okay, okay, the difference. Okay, feel you on that. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'm taking it to the extreme. But I did say like it depends on what.
You do that. You do take it to the extreme. It's like Kevin. Half of these people, do you even know any of them in your life?
You said what?
The people that you use in your examples. For example, this. What if this guy here? Like, do you even have people in your life that operate like these people that you talk about? Do you know what I'm saying?
She said, "Do you know the people that you use examples about?"
Do I know the people? No, no.
We
It's
don't
just
have
an
people
example. Ain't
like
that
that
what an
in our
example
lives.
for?
We don't have people like that in our lives, right?
No, that's why it was an example.
Okay.
I'll jump in. Good
You
morning.
confusing me, Ariel, right now. I don't know what's going on.
Good morning. I'll jump in on this one. I recently posted a song and then went back and listened to the rest of the
What's
video.
the deal? Slam God is in the building. What'd you say, Wes?
I said I recently posted a song and then went back and listened to the video. And when I listened to the rest of the words of the song, like I was like, no. And the guy's song is called Heal. And he was saying, let me heal you. You know, he's talking to a woman, let me heal you. And I was going through my mind and saying, that's not the truth. You know, no one heals someone else. You create the environment for healing. And as I went through that thought process for myself, like, well, then what's the truth of that? To make sure that, the smooth sounds of the song don't like set in and like that's what you're really, you repeat that message over and over. So I went through the process and I was talking about this with someone and I said, you know, what happens in real life when it's really working is um, if a man wants a woman to heal or if a woman wants a woman to heal, the approach that I have seen to be most effective is that person does the healing. If I go do the healing, then what I can do is I can provide an environment for someone else to be able to heal. And in an intimate relationship, what that looks like is that when I heal, I can provide that safe space. But because I'm doing healing work where I'm aware of it, when you are in your unhealed state, I'm not triggered by that. And so when you are acting out of your damage, I can then be the person that understands and says, okay, this person's acting out of their damage. You're not going to be triggered to make the situation worse. Instead, you can be the healing water in that situation. And so when we talk about strategies, I think this gives indication to, even on a community basis, how we do healing. And I don't think it's specifically Black healing or white healing. I think it's healing in general as it relates to our relationships. And now I'm talking about my vocabulary may be from a heteronormative kind of place, but I think it has implications regardless of who and how your relationship's structured and identities and things like that. But if I, as a woman, do my healing work, that's what can be of assistance to a man who becomes committed to healing. And so I think in all of our situations, whoever is further along that journey of healing, they can be of benefit in that relationship dynamic, but it's a both and situation. That man has got to be committed to healing, or else that healed woman will be traumatized over and over again. And it's hard to just put up that strong front all the time when trauma is coming at you. But if both of them are committed, they don't have to be at the same place to be of benefit. And that and the same place, yeah, there's the message about being kind of in that peer relationship, but I may be healed in this area and you heal more healed in another area, and we can work together because we're committed to our collective growth. And so I think this gives the, the solution to that of being able to have those kinds of environments is that each one of us has got to make that commitment. If we're in a relationship, to make the commitment to do and get on some sort of healing journey. If you're not in a relationship, to understand that your healing is what lets you have a relationship that can be a healing place, a safe place. And so I think we have the opportunity to be the environment around someone who's choosing to heal, and our healing is what makes us increases our capacity to be that kind of support system. So I agree with what he was saying.
Okay, you was talking about what Kirk was saying earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I feel you. That makes sense though. But so I say, even with that situation, it depends on the type of woman that he's doing it with, though, because I would recommend doing that to everybody because everybody can't handle it. Some people say they can handle it, and that don't be true. That don't be true either. You know what I'm saying? Until they
But
get
of
into
the
their face.
7.8 billion people in the world, he only wants one. There's only one woman out there that he wants,
Of course,
right?
of course,
And
of
he'll
course.
find
But
him.
I said you gotta select right. So it's like you said, it's billions of people. So we don't know. You don't know who you selecting until you got to be with them and stuff. You got to understand your person you're with too. So
And how's
Yeah,
the best way? Okay, so Kirk just says this is why you choose your partner wisely. Well, how do we go
exactly,
about choosing our partners wisely? We learn ourselves. We learn
exactly.
what
I preach
unconditional
that all the time.
love is. And then we will be able to detect it or detect that it's not there in others.
Yes.
I
Yes,
think we
I
can
know.
use
I
that
know that.
though, as we can use that information. Like we understand that getting into a relationship with a healed person or a person who's on a committed, we use healed and not in the state that you're ever healed. It's the healing journey,
Yeah.
the commitment to the
Mhm.
healing journey. But I think it helps us understand when we look at relationships. I've heard a lot of conversations on TikTok, and it's whose damage is worse? Is it the men? Is it the women? It's both. It's both. But if we understand that if you have individuals that are in relationships where healing's not a part of that, they damage each other. It works in the reverse. The damage becomes cumulative, and they both, the longer they stay in that relationship, get worse. So, if we're talking about strategy, how do we heal? We heal women and we heal men. We help them heal. We help women heal. We help men heal because if they do that, then they have the capacity to make better decisions in their relationship. If you're in bad relationships, oftentimes you don't have the capacity to choose better. Like to say choose better means nothing. You can't. If you could, you would have. You've chosen like your capacity is saying you can. And so I think when we're talking about strategy for fixing it, we take men and help them learn how to heal. We take women and help them learn how to heal. Now y'all can be able to come together and learn how to help each other heal. But you can't do it unless you take some of your layers off, to get you a little bit further down that journey. And if we're talking about strategy, that's a good strategy. We need to find leaders who can help men heal. We need to find leaders who can help women heal. And we need to find people who have moved further enough along that the two of those groups can come together and begin to learn how to heal together. And so I think that's, it gives indication to a strategy for us and maybe even an understanding to let us know that our energy spent talking about choosing better ain't going to do no good because they're doing the best they can. We really are. We're doing the best we can. If we could do better, we would be. So what we're seeing is a product of we don't have the capacity to choose better until we do some additional work. So I think this goes back to us finding new ways to be able to do the both. We both got to heal, men and women. We both need it.
Truism.
Wow, I thought she was about to say some stuff, spit some facts, or something. She gonna come with the truism. I feel you in no ways, man. You right. Definitely. I do recommend it. That's what this platform is for. You know what I'm saying? To actually understand certain situations. But
So Kirk must have
you
been
know,
on here earlier. I must have missed that.
what's that?
I said Kirk must have been here earlier. I must have missed that conversation.
Yeah, he was just saying, he was basically saying, he actually had a different point of view than I had, but I can understand his though. He was just saying basically, he's gonna, give his all to his, his woman and stuff. And if he gotta, if he gotta shed a tear, he gonna shed a tear and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because he said that she should know. I mean, be able to express herself to his woman because that's his woman and all that. And you know, but that's what I was getting to about that. I said that will show that you got the right woman if they can handle you doing it and all that stuff or whatever. So, but I was saying that you got to make sure you pick the right one on that because you don't know. Because I believe a lot of people be saying they can handle it, but they really can't. I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to pick and choose, and you don't know. Like you will have to figure that out at the beginning, like at the beginning of a relationship or something like that, or after getting to know 'em. Because like, say if you cry for your first time, or a man cry for the first time after like 3 years or something like that, and then she looking like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? Something like that because you never showed that side to her and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You always been, or she with you because you always been that type to always
Have it together.
find a solution and all that stuff to it. And she look forward to you as in being I don't know. Like I said, that's like with me. To me, that just seemed like a gamble. Just to me, like I said, I don't know because I don't know every woman, I don't know every man, and all that stuff. But it just I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that is something tough and that's different though or whatever. Because like I be feeling like the woman should come to me and stuff and lay on my chest and all that stuff. And I need to let her know that this gonna be all right and all that stuff because I mean I want to be looked at as the protector and all that stuff. I don't think I'm looking for a protector. I don't want no protector. Me myself, I don't want no protector. And we both protectors and all that stuff. But
But that's needed too, except it can't come from the place of your ego. If you are committed to healing, then she may need that kind of safe space too to be able to have the support she needs. But if laying on your chest is about feeding your ego, then you won't be able to give the right kind of support that's safe, that's secure. So it's the both and because there's women. Most of us need that also.
hmm, hmm, hmm. So do you don't give that back to your woman? I don't have a woman, so I can't tell. That's just something I never look forward to. That's just not my character. That's probably why. I've never been a cry. I've never cried like that. No, I just don't do that. It's just I had no reason. Did I've like I said, I worked on myself so much to not even complain about something to cry about. I don't know. I haven't been through. I'm still living life and all that stuff. So I'm not gonna say never gonna cry, but I just don't look forward to crying. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Just that's the whole point of me being alone right now, so I could figure out ways and know that life itself is gonna be problems and all that stuff. And I try to figure ways to get around life and all that stuff because I mean, me myself, me complaining about life is not gonna change life. It's something I gotta do. I'm gonna have to work with myself or work or adapt to this world with. You know what I'm saying? So it really, I don't see no valid reason for why I have to cry about anything. You know what I'm saying? Unless like I said, it just depend on the situation. If it's a child or something that I might, or if it's I lose a parent or something like that. It just depends on the situation though. But it's just me myself, I just like I said, I'm not even in a relationship. I don't know what I would cry about. Me myself, I could talk from the outside, but I don't get what would I have to cry to my woman about. That's just me. That's all I'm saying. But because I'm always about trying to, I'm always trying to find a solution to things rather than just complain about anything or, I put my trust in God and all that stuff. So, I'm trying not to complain too much. No, I don't, what they say, murmur and complain. I just don't do that. I just try to work with what I got and I always believe that,
Do you,
things gonna be better in my future no matter what it is.
in your belief system, is crying a bad thing for men? Is that a negative? To cry, is that considered a negative for you?
No, no, I never said that. No. No, I'm just saying my character. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm not doing it because somebody telling me that it's bad. No, I just never. I grew up that way. I've never had, I look at life different to not have to cry. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I,
Well, you look at life
I
different
express
to.
myself a whole different way. Huh?
I was saying, you say you look at life different to not have to cry.
Yeah. I'm just saying I try to avoid stressing. Like really. Like I really feel like crying usually comes with some type of stress behind it or something. Or maybe I don't know, it just depends on the situation though. I just
I
never really
think,
cried like that for real.
but
I
I
didn't even
think,
cry when my grandparents passed away and all that stuff, or my
hi, Meek.
a lot of stuff. I just never cried like that though. Because
Um,
I understand life. I understand everything happened for a reason.
I cry when I'm happy. I cry when I'm sad. I cry when I'm excited sometimes. So I'm a crier. I use my tears.
Yeah, yeah, I understand everybody different. Me myself, I understand everybody is different. I don't ask nobody to be like me. I don't never think nobody should be like me either. I mean, I said it twice. I don't ask nobody to be like me, or I don't be trying to ask to be like somebody else. So everybody different. No, that's why I said I ain't got kids. I ain't got none of that. That's what I said. That's why I said I'm probably a little different. I said I don't know until I get to that. I don't even got a woman right now, so I don't know. Even though when I had a woman before, I think at one time I did tear up, and I made a promise to myself. That's because I felt hurt. I'm like, dang, I can't believe this who I'm really with. I chose wrong and stuff. I put my all into this and all that stuff, and that dang near teared up in front of her, and I realized. But that was my wrong selection on that. But after that, I made a promise to myself. I'm like, I ain't doing it again. I don't even know what the heck I was doing and stuff. But nah, I usually don't.
hmm. I'm just listening.
Truism, like,
Cause I'm just like, okay, I get that. Cause I think ultimately, like, crying, crying takes energy for one. Crying takes energy, but it also releases things internally. So, but that's just what crying does. But I think sometimes when we think about, like, when men think about it, they're always thinking like, oh, boohoo crying. I think sometimes when women are like wanting you to maybe open up about something just to see that you have feelings that you have. And I know a lot of men are like, no, don't do that, don't show feelings. But it's like in the intimate setting with the person that you believe you're comfortable with, that you have built a relationship with, that you can be vulnerable. I think the word vulnerable versus crying is two different things to me. You can be vulnerable and not be boo-hoo crying. You can be vulnerable and just you're expressing things about how you feel, right? Like, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with just like today, like just saying like today, just just ain't feeling today, like whatever case is, like I don't know what's going on, like I just just certain things I'm trying to work through, whatever. There's nothing wrong with expressing things like that. It doesn't mean that you're staying in that mindset or that situation, but you can express like yeah, like whatever happened at work today, it just kind of was a thing, but I'm good. I'm going past it, because sometimes just having a conversation, just speaking it, can
Mhm.
help you move past it better versus just like keeping all those thoughts in your head, because what happens
Yeah,
is you crowd it, and now it's
yeah,
like I don't know what to say to you. Now you just quiet because there's so much going on. You don't know what you can express, and you feel like I can't say anything. So I know how men certain times feel like I got to keep that in because she gonna think I'm weak, or she gonna think I don't have it all together. Um, Men know
WZ.
what's that mean?
VW. I guess I'm not a man that know that. What is a VW? Got me thinking on that one. Good one. Oh, he got me on that one. I
Kev,
told y'all I did 14 hours last night. Y'all can't be having me read these stuff weird and stuff. I feel like I don't know how to read now.
Kev, you
What's
you
up,
just
fairy
you
tale?
just you just told us about this experience in which you teared up.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what happened the moment that happened. What did you feel when you teared up? What happened
No, I was
inside of you?
actually I felt disappointed in myself because I'm like, dang, I put my all into this little situation. I feel like it's about to go soft soon. I did end up tearing up in the thing in the car and all that stuff. Because I think I was in love with the girl and all that stuff or whatever. Then I teared up. I wasn't crying. I guess that's crying. Is tearing up and crying the same thing? I don't know. Well, I just teared up.
Tearing up is the start of crying.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So I don't never cried. I don't think I ever cried since I was got a whooping. That was the last time I cried was like a whooping when I was a kid. That was like literal crying. I don't never boo hoo cry though. I tear up. I teared up. That's the
so
closest I did,
so
and that
so
was with
it felt as if you did something that wasn't good.
No, as I said, I think I was just putting it to myself. I felt bad that I made this selection. I thought I had the one and all that stuff, and I'm like, dang, this girl got an attitude problem. I just was mad at myself. I'm like, man, I'm about to break it off. I don't put my all into this. I felt like, and then I just ended up tearing up. But
I think
Yeah,
like when
but
people
that
go
doesn't
ahead.
answer my question. Sorry,
No,
Alvin.
you go ahead. Go ahead.
That
You
that
ahead.
doesn't answer my question, because now you talk about the situation, and I want to know what you felt when the tears literally came in your eyes. What did you feel about
oh, that's what you
you
asking.
tearing up? What did you do? Did you shrug it away? Did you think you were doing something that wasn't good?
I think
No,
he.
I just
I think he explained that by saying that he felt like he chose the wrong one because she wasn't. He
yeah,
gave his all. I think that's.
yeah, that's
No,
what I was
no,
saying.
it
But
doesn't. It doesn't. That says
what you
something about the situation,
Okay.
why he was crying. But I
what?
want to know what he felt, not about the situation, but about the crying, how he felt when the tears came up in his eyes. Was that, did it irritate you that the tears came up in your eyes? Did you think
He said
the
he
No,
made
the
him
no.
mad.
I know
Like,
what type of answer you try to get out of me, but no, it wasn't like that. Like I said, that's the reason why I say I barely cry. It wasn't me trying to hold back because somebody told me that I couldn't cry or because I'm a man or something like that. No, it was just like I said. I only teared up with myself because I was disappointed in myself because
so disappointment is
I
what he
went,
felt.
yeah, so disappointment.
Yeah, so
yeah,
disappointment, regret, probably. But the thing about
yeah,
it, when I feel like when people say like, even when we say like we gave her all in something, I've never regretted anybody I dated. I've never regretted, even if it ended bad, didn't wasn't great. I never regretted it because in that moment, I felt like you were deserving of that feeling. In that moment, I wanted to give you that. It was me relinquishing whatever power or whatever love I had for you for that moment, like that I thought you deserved, for whatever you was giving me, that I felt like you were putting inside of me, whatever is what um I wanted or needed in that moment. So when it comes to people saying like we giving our all, really you're just giving what you feel like that moment deserved. It's not your
mm,
all, because if you gave your all, you wouldn't have nothing left to give to anybody else.
yeah,
So it's not that
yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it's like ultimately like yeah, but I get it though ultimately. Like, but it's like really we give what we give in that moment because what we thought that person deserved to have in that time. Then we
yeah.
realize, oh, you don't deserve this no more. Hi.
Yeah, that was,
Holla.
but that wasn't what I'm thinking now. I realize that now. I'm just saying at that time when I ain't really know no better and all that stuff. That's how I felt at that moment. I just felt like, dang, what the heck? Like, but me knowing now, yeah, I figured that out. Like, man, whatever. That's what I could do at that time and all that stuff. That was just some young thoughts though at that time. That's
Yeah.
probably the reason why I teared up. Otherwise, if I knew any better in the condition I am in now, I really can't picture myself what reason. Maybe out of love, not just because I'm starting to build love for people and all that stuff. I don't know. I just never been a very emotional type person. I guess I don't know. I believe everybody do got their own character and stuff, so I don't know. Like I'm a human, but I'm not saying that I can't cry, but I just never found a reason I have to do it. Like I don't cry on no scary movies and all that. I mean, sad movies and all that stuff. It just that never just been in me. I don't know.
I
I'm a
wouldn't say
human though.
never.
I've seen a lot of situations in my interactions with men where something will happen, and instead of spending time thinking about their feelings about that situation, there's like this stuffing process. Let me just stuff any emotions away. Let me bang myself on the chest. I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's good. You know what? Forget that and keep moving. And I think when I see that sometimes, and this is not your situation, this is men that I have seen in my life, interactions. When I see that, it's concerning because when we take those emotions, and this ain't a men thing, this is a anybody thing, and we stuff that stuff down, those emotions are real. And if they haven't had time to be processed where you go through the emotion, you be angry as long as you need to be angry, and then you're done with it, then what happens is those things go somewhere within us and hide, and it becomes stagnant and it becomes festering. And even if we don't know it, it adds something to that where we have now learned to put up a stronger defense. Don't show them emotions. Don't let that woman see that she hurt you. Don't let this situation make you seem like you're not a man because you over there being sad or crying. You instead just, get yourself up, psych yourself up, put a battery in your back, and you just, it's okay. It's gone. You're past it, and it's done. And I think that's part of how we've been socialized to hold on to our damage. It just gets worse. And until we go to those places that have hurt us and let those emotions breathe, like if were you angry, well, go on and feel that angry. Now don't act on that anger. Don't act on it, but go on and feel it until you're done feeling it, because then you can move on to the rest of the healing process. And I hear that in men. I hear it a lot in women because defenses are up, but I think anywhere we see it, it becomes, part of that collection of damage that's festering and because becoming poison within our own life. And then we live through that experience. We live through that damage, and it shows.
Hey, it's funny. Okay, she said one day the monster is gonna break loose. I don't know. It's funny because the reason why I say that is because I would say that happen with people that don't know themselves, that don't understand themselves. Like I said, when I tell you I've been working on myself, it's nothing I gotta hold against myself or I gotta hold or compress something. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell the way I talk. Ain't like I'm talking out of hurt. I'm not talking out of hurt or nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's people that's actually on this app that talks out of hurt and all this stuff.
And
They
some
just
people
say,
talk out of numbness.
anything. But it's like we say that just because I say I don't cry, that don't mean that I'm suppressing anything. It's just I understand life now. You know what I'm saying? I figured out different things. I mean, I'm not, no, I
Check this
just
out.
know it sounds weird because I
Check
don't
this out.
cry and all this stuff. At those times, I might have. I mean, I can agree. Yes, I have. At that time, back when I did the cry and all that stuff, yeah, at that time I was going through all type of stuff. I was even like on the
I thought it was
next thing I was
following
used to. I
conscious
used to.
church.
I,
That's
I
what
used
I
to,
thought that
huh?
was.
Oh,
My
I
bad.
So,
u- I used to. Yeah,
Hey,
there's conscious Kirk in the build. Oh shoot.
I just remember
greetings,
who that was. I used to see him on here a long time ago. I haven't seen him in a long time.
greetings, greetings. Hey, Kevin. So, I mean, Kev, you keep saying, I know myself and I've done the work. It's not about working. It's not about doing the work in yourself that brings tears. Sometimes doing the work, you still get hurt. Sometimes we
Yeah.
all get. Sometimes our feelings get hurt.
Mm.
Sometimes even in doing the work, like when your son tells you, I don't love you. I don't care how much work you've done.
Mm.
That stuff will break you down.
That makes sense, and
Yeah, you
that's
know what
why
I'm
I was
saying?
saying that I ain't got kids and nothing. So I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna be like that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying at the moment I don't have nothing to do
Some
that.
things bring out emotion. You be like,
I get you on that though. I understand. I do understand that.
You know,
I was a gangster before
That
I
done
had
hurt my
kids.
chest. I thought I had a son for a minute. Like, they what? You say you don't love me? What?
That's
It's
what
like,
I'm saying. Like, because you don't care if anybody else don't love you. Like, okay, whatever. But I'm telling you, before I had kids, I was a whole gangster. Could nobody hurt my feelings?
mm,
But
okay.
them, you be like, how you
yeah, that
feel?
be hurt.
What? Yeah, I feel you. I understand. That do actually hurt. I'm hurting now. I don't even got kids. I understand it though. I feel you though.
But
But
That
I
makes
think
sense.
at one point, man, I remember I was such a ridiculous human. And to be honest, I remember the first woman who looked me in my eyes, because I used to always hide and run. And she told me, Kirk, you are a great man. You were beautiful inside. And man, listen, when she told me that, right? I swear to God, I never cried in front of a woman. But the tears, I was like, for real? Like, you see this? Like, do you really see this? And I realized, God damn. And I had to walk away because I realized she was bringing out tears. But it's not all in all reality, the stuff was there. The hurt was there. The disbelief in myself was there. Me thinking that
Mm,
side was there. So when the woman told me that, and it took years for a woman to tell me that. And when she told me that, man, I was like, oh my God. And I began to do my work. And doing the work, as what we call it, is really about being aware. There's no work to be done. It's just being
yeah,
aware. The more aware
exactly.
that's because when we say doing the work, like what work are you doing? Like what
It's
work?
no work, really.
It's no work. It's about being aware. And the more you become aware, is the more you recognize yourself. And the more you recognize yourself, sometimes emotion comes out. And no emotions are bad. It's just emotions. And when something comes out, let it come. Because if you try to hold it back, a part of you will be effed up. You will suppress certain parts of your chakras, your stuff. Now, somebody said, I had to come up here because somebody said, Does it seem like women struggle with the
I
idea
was on the same comment. Go ahead.
men are different from them? We're not different. There's no
From
difference.
Earth, from
Just
Earth.
different. We're the same damn thing. We are the earth formed into a human being. There's no difference. It's just that you was taught something and you believe that we are different. We are the same exact. What drives her drives us. It's the same thing. Now we picked up certain energies, feminine and masculine. And the one that you think that you can't be feminine because you're a man, that stagnates you. That makes you suffer. That makes you struggle. That makes you become this alpha garbage male type man that we think exists that is real. It's not real. That stuff is toxic, is ridiculous, and it's 1900. It doesn't work for this society. Being an alpha male is just one of them things that people misunderstand because the energy is not flowing from the feminine side to the masculine side. And when energy is not flowing, it's blocked. And when it's blocked, you begin to be disrespectful, rude, talking about you dismissing your emotions. And I don't listen. That toxic crap is destructive to our young men growing up. And this is why our young men are struggling so hard. I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm just speaking about women and men. Ain't no difference. The only difference is we have different body parts. We're the same being. If you look at creation, we are the same being. It's just that we program differently because somebody taught a woman, you gotta be this and you gotta be somebody's wife and you gotta do this. And somebody taught a man, don't cry, be hard, be masculine. All them teachings are garbage.
All I'm saying, I don't want no muscle woman with me, man. If I'm muscled up, I don't want my girl muscled up with me. That's all I'm saying. I'm good on that. I'm gonna stick with the opposite attract on that situation. I can't take that. We might be the same, but please don't be in the same that way. I just can't deal with it.
And that's what's funny though, 'cause I think a lot of things have been like instilled in us, and we think it's just like we think it's biology. When a lot of things is like it's just been instilled. Like I literally thought like when that some men really felt like men don't supposed to cry, boys don't supposed to cry, whatever case is. But it's like men ain't supposed to cry, and then they start explaining why. Yeah, because I remember I cried for this one girl, and I'm like, oh, so experience taught you not to do that. It wasn't a naturally that was what you did. But then situations told you that's not good for you because of the environment that you're in, the way people think, the way that some women think, the way that society shows you men should operate, women should operate. So if you deal with a woman who does not allow you to feel like you can open up and be however you feel in that moment, then you're going to feel like, no, I ain't doing it. Or it comes from parenting. We tell our kids, you better not cry. If you cry, I'm gonna whoop you again. Whatever the case is, however you've been through it, right? So or like, why are you crying over that? I even am guilty of that sometimes. Like, why are you crying over that? God,
Right.
right? Be like little stuff. I'm like, oh my God. But
That thing is
part of that to
annoying
make
though.
you feel like, to make that child feel like crying is not okay to do when it's a response to something that needs to be talked about, expressed, right? If you're crying about something, I mean, granted that when there's certain things that come out, like okay, everything does not have like I'm melting down. We have to have control over our emotions in certain instances, right? There is important to have control over your emotions, but
Yes.
it does not negate the fact that they need to be expressed. Because however I'm feeling internally, it's expressing outwardly, and I need to see what that is and maybe have a conversation or whatever case is. But I don't think that it should be like, and this is no one for anybody who thinks this way, but from what I have assessed or some people have shown me, people that are labeled or was it medically told that they're narcissists have that their feeling of they don't cry, right? Because they don't have supposedly feelings, right? They don't feel anything. And a lot of that has come from some of us show like when they were younger, situations has happened where it was like kind of that was taken away from them. That ability to do so was taken from them because they were told you better not cry or to just find solutions. Don't cry about a solution, find a solution. But it's sometimes you need to have that expression and then find whatever get on the right track. But I feel like you should be able to in a healthy way express anger, express sadness, express happiness. Because everybody's okay with expressing happiness. When sadness comes, we're like, oh my God, like it's okay to express that you're sad. That's all right. It's okay to express that you're upset. It's okay to express that all these emotions are there for a reason. They're there for men and women. Now, how they may be expressed, and that's still due to experiences. That's still due to how we were taught to express them. But we understand that men and women express it differently, but we all have the same emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Still needs to be clear.
I'll jump in. One thing I wanted to talk about kind of the diversity. You were talking about wanting a more effeminate woman, and I think that's why we have this
Thank
diversity.
you.
For some, for each of us, we have that list of preferences that's sometimes conscious, sometimes unconscious, that we, really can't have what we want. And I appreciate. I'm glad for that. I'm really glad for that. But the other part I was sitting here thinking about who are the men that have been in my life that have helped me heal. And been in some relationships that have helped me to need healing, but I could think of three specific relationships from my past that were relationships that helped me heal. And there was a consistent dynamic in them. The most recent, probably a couple of years ago, I lost my mother and grandmother within a few days of each other. And both of those had been very, very intense relationships. That's probably a nice way of saying it. And I was doing some other really deep healing. I was on one of those mountain climbing where you're on this next level, and it's a deep, deep, deep kind of thing that you're doing. And that relationship provided me with a supportive environment because as I'm thinking through this, there were times where I was in my rage, um, and I'd be acting in ways that weren't my healthiest behavior. And I remember one particular situation where I was doing the most. I was doing it. I was there. And I remember him saying nothing. He said nothing until I got done with my whole tirade. He said nothing. And then it was to the point where I was checking to make sure I was done with that like little rage moment that I was having where I was behaving real badly. And he said, "It's okay. It's just it's just something you going through right now." And I came back later and said, "Why didn't you respond?" And he said, "There was nothing to respond to. You needed to be right where you were at that time." And I was grateful because during that time, it let me do some deep healing. But if he had gotten triggered and he had come back at me with the kind of fire I was throwing out there, it would have been a war.
Right.
And so when I think back to who have been those men in my life, that helps me build the picture for what kind of man could come into my life in this chapter because I've had those experiences and I have learned how valuable that kind of relationship is where you can on the day that you're your worst self, this person don't make it worse. Instead, they have the capacity to help that be better. And I got through it and could apologize for my bad behavior, and it was to him I don't even need an apology. You just were there. That was your worst. You were at your worst on that particular day. But I think that's how powerful it can be when we're doing this together.
I agree. I agree with what she said. Um, it's for sure that they're doing it together, and which I think still goes into like who you're with. Um, but I'm just gonna entertain Bert real quick because I understand Bert. I get it. I'm
Bird
not
be
sitting
funny.
because ultimately, like I know, I understand that. I do not. I'm not really trying to fight that. I just wanted to make that point, just an overall point when it comes to the crying thing. But the thing is, sometimes people like make you try to almost like force you to feel like you have to cry in situations. But if you're just not a crier, you're just not a crier. Again, I still
That's
feel
what I
like
was saying. I feel like I'm getting forced now. I
no,
feel like an
that's why
alien. I'm like, hey,
that's why I want to reiterate that. I don't want to like anyone should be forced to feel anything. I do again feel like experiences bring you to whatever point and mindset that you may have ultimately. But if you are comfortable and good in where you are, and you know that that's what works for you, then no, it's not a pressured state like that. That's what works for you, and you know that you can go every day knowing that you're ultimately good and you're not withholding anything. You don't feel that bubble in your stomach or that knot in your chest that you're holding something and knowing that you want to express it. That's different than like, okay, yeah, I'm good. However it happened, however I thought this way, because life is what brings us to where we are now. whether we remember it or not. It brings us where we are now, and whether or not that's how it needs to be for men to be where they are. They were trying their best to turn. No, no, no. So I'm
They
gonna
go
call out your
burn
comment. You tried it. No, it's not what I'm trying to do. I understand.
I know you ain't trying.
I understand that the reason why men do feel like that in that case, and ultimately, I do understand the difference of men and women. Clearly, there is a huge difference when it comes to us. There is a basis of our similarities and who we are, but yes, men think differently. Men are wired differently. As a woman who is very feminine, I appreciate the masculinity of a man. So, do I want my man to be in his feelings every day like me? No, I need you to not be like that. Okay,
I
but
will
y'all
hope, you
said don't
know.
be your feelings every second because I'm in mine.
But baby, let me tell you something that day what happened at work though. Let me say.
But I still want us to feel like you can communicate things to me. I don't want you to feel like you cannot voice anything to me that is necessary to be said. I don't want like, oh, she gonna get
Right.
mad because of this, or I can't say this because I'm a man and I know how women go. Like, I don't want that type of thing, right? But like communication, yes, would happen. But ultimately, yes, men are different. Y'all are wired differently. There's some women who think that men are not made to be protectors, that we all protect each other. That's fine too. Um, as for me, I like being covered, protected. So yes, I want to know that you got me in that sense. For sure. I want to know that you got your head on. Because honestly, if you think about it, um, when the man that you are with always does have it together, it doesn't mean that he can't in moments. Doesn't mean that you have to be good all the time. That's not what I'm saying either. But in certain situations, I am going to be used to you, like, being that leader, being that strong person, not being afraid to take on things that may come, or protecting when I need to be protected, right? But I'm gonna, as a woman, try my best not to put you in situations that you don't have to protect me from some danger, because I'm a part of putting yourself in that situation, right? So for me, I'm gonna do my part in not putting you in that situation, so that when you are protecting me, it's because you know that, hey, this is just what I gotta do, right? For whatever situation comes. So yeah, men have their place. Masculinity has its place. Femininity has its place. And when you blend it together, it goes beautifully hand in hand, right? Thank you.
You preaching. You preaching. I like that. I'm
So
glad
I want to make that
glad
clear
you
that
understand.
I do. I just want to make that clear. I don't never really do devil's advocate in some cases, but I did a little bit in that moment, just for the ultimate thought process of that. But I do think, because like my son, he's only 8. Like, I was walking in the house later. It was like later in the night, and he came out. I was like, "Oh, that's you, mom. Okay, I thought I was gonna have to fight somebody." I said, "What?" I'm like, but I can't. But like, that's already in his mind, like at 8, like to just be that, I gotta stand up. I gotta make this happen. Like, that's just in boys and men, just like women are how they are when we're younger. So it just it just works. Like I said, as long as you're doing it in a way that is not stressing you and you feel like, man, I got the world on my shoulders and I'm a
Right.
man, I got to make it happen. That's when I feel like it's not fair to the woman that you're with to not
Yeah.
express that to her, because that's when she needs to help build you up in that place and not be like, dang, what you mean you ain't got it together? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's different. Don't mean you got to tear up. That's why I said vulnerability and crying is two different things.
Yeah.
I think Hobo said it earlier. Nobody really wants to cry. Like that's a lot of work sometimes. I don't want to really cry. But as women, we are more is looked at differently than it is for us. If we cry on a movie, y'all gonna be like, oh God, here, get some tissue. Like,
You be alright. You
emotional.
be alright.
Are you alright?
It's just
But like
Titanic.
when
You
a
be
man
alright.
cry, you just like, dang, that really hurt you. But again, I think it's also because we're not used to seeing it. We're not used to that being normalized, whatever the case is. But again, we just react to things, differently. We are different, and that's just is what it is. It's all right.
And everybody do grow up different though. Shoot,
And
it's
grow up
dudes
different.
that grow up crybabies too. So we can't say. So I'm like, why one get deemed for you grow up from being grew up tough? That's a bad thing, or you can grow up being so. I mean, it don't matter. Like everybody themselves. It shows that humans can be on both of them. So it's just everybody got their own character at the end of the day. You can't feel like that can't feel like that just because I'm just saying my thing is that every man just because they don't express themselves through tears doesn't mean that they're holding something in. I mean, well, I can believe it's a lot of my because I believe a lot of people need therapy too. You know what I'm saying? As to why I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of people can listen to my stuff or whatever, all my stuff I put out. But I'm just saying that every guy is not like that. I mean, just because a dude don't express the same way as a woman do, that doesn't mean that they are suppressing something or that means they're stressing out and all that stuff. That's all I'm saying. Because everybody got their own ways of expressing it. So sure, some women that don't cry. You know what I'm saying? It's just everybody
Yeah, I was about to
different.
say personality wise, people are different, and like that's another thing too. Even when I was in school as a young, when I was like going in like pre-K or like first grade, my mom's teacher, my teacher was trying to tell my mom to hold me back because I wasn't social enough, and I'm the most social person ever when I want to be because I'm like introvert socially, same thing, introvert and extrovert mixed. But I was like really, I was social, but they learned like, oh, she talks when she wants to. Yeah, I talk when I want to. I'm social when I want to be. That's just my personality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then you have people that like, really, but people think I'm very, social, so it's fine. But like, you have some people like they don't talk like that. They just not very a big talker or whatever case. They're just quiet. So you do have different type of people individually, whether it's women or men. There are some women who feel the same way. I don't cry, but again, I think that is experience based as well. But then there's something that's just kind of in you. That's your personality. It's just how you
Yeah,
are. So
yeah.
it's
I want
okay.
to say I disagree with half of what Kev said. Crying, I think, is just an expression, is one way that we express emotions. Not everybody needs to cry. We express our emotions in different ways. But I would say that there are a lot of men and a lot of women who do not express their emotions. Um, I
Yeah.
think part of that comes from that where we are kind of on this is broad brush society in our emotional intelligence. If the only thing you can say is you feel some kind of way and you're not able to understand your emotions, then how are you expressing that? And I think we see a lot of those emotions not being expressed until there's a crisis. There's some major or emotional crisis that happens, and then we respond and usually respond badly out of triggered behavior. And I think that's where we're seeing, relationship abuse, DV, things like that come out, because that is an expression also of our emotions. It's just we don't really usually control them when we're not conscious of it. So I think a lot of people are not able to really effectively express their emotions.
What you thinking about?
It's funny because I don't know. That's weird. I always had something against. No, I can't say that, but it's just weird though. I believe in expressing emotions, but it's like what I do. I feel like controlling emotions is more important. Well, to me it is. That's the reason why I always preach it, and that's what my room is for. Control emotions. I think as an adult, we just got to learn how to control our emotions in general. You know what I'm
And
saying?
our
And I think
thoughts.
that's what.
Yeah,
Huh?
our thoughts too.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just like that will keep us from a lot of stuff that we go through and all that stuff, and then it'll change our mind frame up. It change all type of stuff up. What the heck? I'm trying to sneak in with my backup real quick. Oh, there we go. What's the deal, Lav? Back up. What's the deal, man? How you feeling, man? Let me know how you feeling, Lav. Back up.
I know you lying. Yeah. I was like, what?
What up, man? I ain't seen you in a while, my brother.
I'm done, yo.
Right.
I'm freaking done.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
stick in. Oh my god. Am I following your back up? I'm not. Okay, I got
I
you.
oh yeah, I forgot it. I did. I think I followed you. Yeah, I did follow you. Yeah. You old folks
What's
need to go.
happening,
Here
man?
you
What's
go,
happening?
fetus. Come on, fetus. You got to come with the stuff every time. So, hey, anonymous, you're a man. Let's see what.
Not
How
you're
do
a
you?
man.
Right?
Tell
I
me how you
appreciate that,
Oh,
man.
we help me out here. You're a man.
Yeah, tell me we talking about if a man cry, I mean, if a man don't cry, that was my thing. If a man don't cry, do that mean they suppressing themselves all the time, or is it we just express ourselves a different way? Or what's your experience? You know what I'm saying, as a man?
I mean, I would say, you know, if if it comes down to them not crying, I mean, they just, basically have a different. I would say they just have a different way of expressing feeling without emotion. You know what I mean? They may, have basically just like built different mentality on it to where they express it a whole different way instead of showing emotion. Uh, because I guess basically it's common for everyone to express it that way, but then you have those that have a different mentality on it. I would think, if that makes sense.
Okay. You got Hobo. I know you about to come up with some stuff. Of course, Pete is gonna say they suppressing it. Oh, that's the reason why I really don't try to ask, because I know that's the point. I'm just trying to show or get show a lot of men's point of view. That's the main reason why I have men answering it, because I'm trying to let women know that it don't mean that we suppressing it all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we just got different ways we express it just because we don't express it in tears. That was my whole point. But that she just proved right there, they're suppressing their feelings. That's what that's getting taught nowadays, and that junk is not true with everybody. That's all I'm saying. That is not true.
Right, I feel that.
You probably just process it differently, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. You process things differently.
What you got, Hobo? You up to something, man? Nah, say something. Go ahead. You scaring me. Ain't no way.
But I'm not up to nothing, okay? I just think y'all are wrong. I don't mean I don't mean no harm by it. I really don't. I really don't. But the thing is, right, when you have a baby, regardless of what's in between that baby's legs, that baby cries. Okay? When it has feelings, it cries. And then when it grows up, somehow, if it's a boy or a girl, it cries more or less. That shit is weird, right? There's got to be a reason for that. I think that y'all are taught to suppress your emotions, but because you grew up with it, you become so comfortable there that you found other ways to go through your emotions and to actually like get through what you're going through without having to say it out loud or express it in a way that would make you feel feminine or whatever the fuck. Right. So like I think it's a little bit of both is what I'm saying.
So you don't recommend that as an adult we should be able to control our emotions, though? I thought that's what makes us the difference from being a kid, right?
No. The difference between
So we
being an
should
adult
be
and
just
being a
like a
kid
kid
is
and
that
cry for
when you
everything.
no, the difference between being an adult and being a kid is when you have emotions as an adult, you don't have someone there to tell you how you're supposed to feel. As a child, your parents are always going to be there to let you know how to get through whatever you're going through. As an adult, you don't have that. So, yeah, you should gain the ability to walk through your emotions, but not everybody does. Some people didn't have a parent who actually taught them anything or was there to help them through anything. So they just figured out how to deal with it at 6, and that's what they've been doing their whole life. And that's not necessarily healthy, is what we're saying. If you are healthy with what you're doing, then by all means continue to do it. But there are some people who aren't, and they're unaware of it because they made it this far and that's good enough for them, right? But that's not healthy for somebody else. If you're trying to be with somebody and bring somebody into your life, you got to be in a healthy place.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I definitely respect that, point
So
of view.
you only healthy if you cry?
At some point, yeah. If you never cry, yeah, that's a problem.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying. It is. I guess this is gonna be hard, though. It is hard. I'm trying to say that is not. That's not true,
You
man. That is
you
not
telling me right
true.
now that if okay, this is a hypothetical situation, TikTok, please do not get mad at me. But you telling me right now that if something were to happen where like Moabs got dropped and you somehow survived, but everybody that you've ever known in your entire life just passed away in front of you,
I
you wouldn't
said
shed a
that
single
though.
tear,
I
and that was
never
you
said.
knowing.
I said it depends on it. Now that's what I'm saying. Yes. Ain't nobody said it's a robot. I did. I
Just saying
mentioned
it
that
had to be
earlier. I
something
said if your
drastic.
parents pass away, if you got kids or something like that, just like I was talking before. Of course, there's gonna be some tears or something like that.
Right,
I'm
that's
not
what I'm
saying that a
saying.
person a robot, but I'm
Right.
saying what is the limit to crying? I mean, that's what I'm. That's gonna be my next question. Like, what is too much crying? When is too less crying?
Was too less. Like how many times? How many times should you cry a year?
I say when you're doing it for the wrong reasons, maybe like when you're doing it just to seek more sympathy than
Say what you
you know
said.
with
Yeah, I agree with Anonymous on that.
What you say, Anonymous? I'm sorry.
I
Well,
was
I
just saying
was
like
gonna
basically like just if you're you're taking it a little too far, even if you're doing it just for sympathy, you know what I mean? I mean,
say,
in that sense, other than that, you know, I don't see nothing wrong with not crying or crying, but I say like I would hope that you do at some point in your life to show that you have a heart in you. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. Like especially depending on every situation.
But you know what
I
though?
think I think the
There's
point
some. I'm
is,
sorry. Go ahead. I'm
well,
sorry.
I think the point is, I think the point that's trying to be addressed is when we have a philosophical stance that says this emotion is bad. I think we hear this in men's circles, or from a male perspective, oftentimes that men don't cry. Let me tell you a situation that happened. I have a grandson. He just turned 1, and I was here visiting a couple of months ago, and he and his dad were playing, and I'm watching this as an observer. I was in the room, and something happened. They was rough. They was playing. He was holding his hands, trying to teach him how to walk, and just dad stuff. And my baby fell down, and my grandson's father says, "Come on, get up. Boys don't cry."
Right.
And I was fitting to say something, and he said, "What the hell am I talking about? What? That's the stuff we say. That's craziness."
He said, "What
No,
the hell?"
come on, come. And he picks him up and he says, "Come on here, baby." And he puts him up on his shoulder and pat him. In my mind, I said, "Good job, Dad. Good job." Because I would get ready to stop him. What you mean he can't cry? He fell down. He hurt himself. He crying. You better leave that boy alone. Let him cry and pick him up and pat him up. And if not, Grandma Blanket gonna come pat him up. But he caught himself. And he acknowledged that what he was saying was it was automatic, that boys don't cry. I was so thrilled that this 20-some-year-old young man could catch himself in time to make sure that this next generation doesn't get that socialized into the norms that we don't even understand, the unconscious biases that we have. And he stopped himself, and that little boy instead got a daddy that picked him up and hugged him and told him that crying was okay. I said, this boy's gonna be all right. He gonna be all right. They loony as a June bug, these parents, in ignorance. They 20-something and they ignorant, because you oftentimes are ignorant when you're a first-time parent. You're ignorant all the time that you're parenting. But they're new to this. But I said they're trying. They're trying to make sure that what he got growing up doesn't get passed on to another generation. I was so proud of him in that moment. But I think we don't even sometimes understand. We hear the word unconscious bias and we talk about it when we're talking about racism, and we be talking hard about it. But I think emotional health, we also have unconscious bias. And so I think what they're talking about is not specifically, okay, everyone has to cry and this is the amount of time you have to spend crying in your life. But I think it's if there's any emotional expression or emotions that we feel and place a judgment on, you don't have the right to be angry. You shouldn't feel sad. You shouldn't express yourself in this way. I think it becomes part of our dysfunction. And men still believe that men, strong men, real men, whatever that means, don't cry.
Hey, so I got a question then. Okay, if you had a choice, so imagine if your man getting I guess I gotta do this. I'm not trying to do this strain though, but I was just saying, I was just thinking about it, like, because I'm like, I don't see where being taught to be tough is a bad thing either. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes certain situations we got to, especially on the outside, on the outside you got to find some way, because this world is not gonna fit to you crying and stuff. So say if he gets punched and socked in his jaw by another dude and he don't fight the dude, he just cry, come back to you and just start crying or something like that. Like, how would you feel?
If this is a man who was crying because he was so angry and then he realized that he had the power to control his emotions, I would applaud him. I would support him. Because sometimes you be that angry and you want to hit someone back, but your values have changed and you've grown, but it's still in you. And you are holding yourself back from doing something that you know is damaging to you and damaging to that person. And sometimes that rage makes you cry. But if you are trying to grow and you have made that step, sometimes you walk away and you realize that even though you didn't hit him back, you won the fight. And I've been in situations with men who trying to do something different in their life. And what happens is when you come into an environment where you can then release that anger, release that rage, because just like she need to be laying with her head laid on your chest and listening to you talk, sometimes you need to be in that place too, where you are able to be honest and naked enough that you can lay your head there and process through the strife and the anger and the rage and the burden that life, especially as a Black man, can be sometimes. And if you never had a woman that could do that for you, my hope for Black men, because I'm a Black woman and there's a special place in my heart for Black men, is that you get to the point in life where there's some woman that gives you the opportunity to be that naked and exposed, and that you can just embrace that opportunity. Because if you've never had that kind of experience, life is hard. And where do you go to get that kind of full decompression for life, especially when you're trying to live life on a whole new kind of value system where you not gonna punch that man back, even if he punched you in your face and your ego and everything in you is saying tear him apart, because that's real strength. I would respect that man more than I respect that man that hit him.
Dang, I ain't gonna never be respected.
Wow. Hey, and what you about to say, Anime? I'm about to say I'm gonna drop you an Ariel. I'm gonna bring up 2 people.
Hey, you can drop me down, bro. I'm listening in.
Okay, for sure.
Anonymous.
Let me see. Oh, don't I can do it in a group though? They're gonna make me sweet. Let me see if I can do it like that. That bow and bow. Oh, this about to get interested tonight. Now we got okay. But I feel you no ways, but I can't. I'm not about to. I can't tell my son to sit there and be and get socked in his jaw and then just run away and cry or something. Nah, it's a certain point you got to teach some type of toughness to your child, man. I can't do that, man.
Can
You
y'all
can
hear
have,
me?
yeah, you can have both. You can punch him
I
in his
know.
face and then also cry about it. You can do both things.
Can y'all hear me? Just checking.
Yeah. Well, do you in here? Your box black.
Hmm?
I can't see Hobo, or is Izzy in here?
Easy.
I
I can't
can't
see
see
easy.
Hobo anymore.
Is Izzy up there?
Right. I let him in the box. What the? Say it again, my brother. Hold. Let me switch this room. Switch it back around. This side. Okay.
Oh, he not up there. Oh,
All right.
there
That
she
was a fake version. They put the fake one up there. Here you go. I'll invite you back up. Uh. Yeah, I feel you said you could teach them both. Yeah, I feel you on that though. But you think that you should teach your daughter the same way you teach your son?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want my son crying either all the time. But he can. But they should know anything.
Yeah, but adapt and stuff.
My girl can.
I like when she talk.
Oh, can I say
Yes,
my point
and
very
you
quick?
teach them how to use their weaponry and you teach them how to use their emotions. Like it's both and. And I think if we learn the emotional stuff, then we learn better ways to handle relationships that don't get us to the point where we throwing hands.
I think
Yeah, I want my son to
because
protect
y'all
his
her
sister
voice so
though.
soft you can't hear her, but she's trying to say
Is it
something.
okay if I say my point real quick? Because
What
I
you
gotta
got?
drop soon.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, um, I took a course on psychology about this because our teacher asked us the same question. And if you don't cry, like ever, it's actually a very bad thing because it's like a comfort when you cry. So like it's like a response that your body is supposed to naturally feel. So if you can't cry or you don't cry, it's not healthy. That's what I was trying to tell y'all in the comments. Like literally like the only way you can like absolutely not cry is like if you take medication that prevents your brain to have that type of emotion to cry, or like a certain traumatizing event, or you're a psychopath, like I'm being completely honest
Yeah.
here. So like I I definitely would raise my son differently. But I would teach him not to suppress his emotions, but learn how to control it. I
Yes.
think
I
a
like
lot of
control.
people, I feel like a lot of people teach their son how to suppress it and not control it. Because as women, when we're kids, we get coddled a lot. So sometimes we don't know how to control our emotions. We just cry, we just scream, we just yell, we get upset.
Mm-hmm.
But with men, they teach you to suppress it. And the unhealthy thing is, if you start suppressing your emotions too much, you start to blow. And that's where it becomes violence and getting angry and upset. And so, like, teaching your son to have control over his emotions rather than suppressing it is way better to
Oh,
me and
definitely.
more healthier for him than him just like being not able to control it and one day he just blows up in your face or get angry. Like
Uh,
I work at a psych hospital. Most of my patients are males, and the number one thing that they tell me is that as a kid, they weren't allowed to express their emotions. So they became, I don't know if I could say the S word, if you know what I mean. They became that. Um, and so they became like suppression, the S word. Like, you know what I mean?
We're both
Like,
like, let's start thinking about all the S words I know. Like,
no, no, no. Unalive themselves. Unalive themselves.
Oh, okay.
got you.
Oh,
Attempt
okay,
to
that word.
unalive
Okay,
themselves.
okay.
Yes. They become having those type of thoughts because they think that
Is you in
if
there
I
scratching your beard and stuff? What is that noise?
no, for real.
My beard.
I
it's his
don't even
it's
know
his
what that
wire
is.
his he has wires, so
Not
it's
too much.
probably
Not too much. Not too much.
he didn't
Him in
move
that
on to
bag.
Bluetooth yet.
No, you know what?
He doesn't
Not
have
too much.
Bluetooth earphones yet, y'all. Give him a second.
Let's go.
Anyway, as I was saying.
Walking through the grass.
Some of them, because they had those thoughts, the
Mm.
reason why they have those thoughts is because there's so many other thoughts in their head that they think that the only way out, because they can't express those emotions, is to unalive themselves.
Mm.
Mm.
So I feel like that's even part of the reason why we have a high rate of male unaliving, because they cannot express how they feel, especially in society. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Mm. Okay.
That's a really great point. And but see, when you said that too, like even if like a person, like that's why I think when you're teaching your kids and you're teaching them like how to express themselves, and then how to control it, how to control your emotions like that too. But sometimes it's like, yeah, you can express it. However, you deem needs to be expressed. That's conducive for you. But at the same time, like being able to verbalize what you're feeling, because I think when
Yes, yes.
the lack of being able to express is where the frustration is at. Even as a man, I would think as an adult, like if it's like it's one thing when I can't, just like with certain kids they're like autistic, their frustration comes from not being able to express it. I can show you, I can scream, I can yell,
Mm-hmm.
I can cry, but that's still not releasing enough because I can't verbalize to you. So there's the misunderstanding is there, and I think that's
Mm-hmm.
where the men who, when they have those moments, they take their life, whatever the case is, that I feel like comes from the fact that I can express. Will they even
Mm-hmm.
understand? You know what I'm saying? Can they
Yeah.
even comprehend what I'm even dealing with? Is, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm a man, I'm supposed to just know what to do and to know how to go through this. So you don't express nothing. So you keep
Mm-hmm.
those thoughts in your mind. So for me, my biggest thing is like not so much as like my son. Okay, cry if you want to get it out. Like, because like, yeah, if you feel like you need to get it out right now, yes, of course. But tell me, express to me, tell me some words. What are you feeling? Why are you feeling like this? So that you know that you have the opportunity to express it and that you can speak about how you feel. Let that out. And I think that's really why you have some men break down. Even like I see like 18-year-olds, they be breaking down to these men because they're like, man, like you heard me, you understood what I'm really like. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel safe to express this that I've been holding in, right? So I think that's where sometimes the suppression comes into play. It's like because you have
And
these feelings, but it's just like I can't get it out how I need to, or what people care.
and I would say, us as women, like my biggest pet peeve and issue is when a man is trying to open up to you and you completely shut him down because you're like, well, you're a man, you're not supposed to be showing these type of emotions, and then they shut down and you're wondering why they're not opening up to you. That's my biggest pet peeve, because to expect him to just shut down because you don't feel comfortable him showing his emotions because society deems it that way is horrible. So when it comes to like children, I've talked to like my sisters before, and even like my little cousins that are boys. I asked them like, okay, why are you crying right now? Like, why are you crying? And sometimes they can't even tell you why they're crying. It's just like an emotion of feeling. And sometimes that is how life goes, like where it's an emotion, it's a strong feeling that you're feeling. But sometimes, like, if you learn how to control that emotion, controlling doesn't mean suppressing. Controlling means I need to sort out why I feel this way and decompress and breathe before I let out this emotion. And most of the time, if you notice, when men get upset, it turns into anger. So, like, if you learn how
Oh,
to
women do the
find your
same thing.
ways and decompress and calm down,
Okay.
if you, right. If you find your ways to decompress and calm down, it's more beneficial to you than holding in those emotions.
That's facts. I like that.
Oh yeah. So before Izzy go,
Saying anger.
Izzy
You brought up
always
about men
disagreeing
showing
with me.
anger.
Everything I say, this man disagrees with me on. Like, give
Cause
me
he like,
yeah, I know, because I feel like it's gonna come, but that's why
he over
I'm
there
gonna say
growling.
me myself. I feel like this world is too tough to not. I can't teach my, especially not my son, man. I gotta show him some toughness, man. I can't let him sit there and take a punch to the face and think
Okay,
he
you can
gonna walk
still hug
away.
him though.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna still do that though, but it's just I can't. This world is too harsh, and I can't expect the world to treat them the same way I'm gonna treat my son and all that stuff. So I gotta get him ready
Of
for this
course.
type of world because they will run him over. This all type of stuff. Like I can't sit there and tell him to just cry and walk away. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that, man. That's just a survival type thing, you know. And I do believe that man is supposed to be built different from women and all that stuff. That's the why. Imagine a bunch of crybabies at war. You know what I'm saying? They all soldiers and all that stuff, and they all, sir, yes, I don't know if I'm gonna make. You know what I'm saying? That they ain't got time to cry. They don't have no time to cry there. Like we wouldn't even be able to talk right now on TikTok if they ain't fighting no wars for us and all that stuff because they be crying about it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think toughness is wrong, a bad thing, or crying either. But I'm just saying, like,
But Kev,
I
you
don't know.
brought up an
I'm
important
teaching my
point.
son different from my daughter if I have
But
kids, and I'm for
but
sure on that though. I can't do that. I can't. I'm not about to not
Kev,
teach my son to
Kev,
not tough the stuff out.
how
You
do
know
you
what I'm
think
saying?
your
you
kids
brought
are
up
gonna
the
feel
words,
about
Kev,
this?
though. You said, I'm teaching him to be in survival mode. The problem is not teaching our sons how to be in survival mode. The problem is when our sons only know how to operate in survival mode. We talk about men going to anger, but oftentimes that's because they don't know how to express any other emotions. So the only way they can categorize what they're feeling is, I'm angry. If you don't know any other words, then everything may feel like anger. The problem is when you don't know that there's an appropriate place to not be in survival mode, you come into relationships in survival mode. And if I have learned that I ain't got to be in survival mode on the inside life part, and you can't be in anything other than survival mode, we can't coexist together real well.
And that's the
Yeah,
balance that it needs to have.
Nope.
but that it's a
Nope.
time and place for
Sorry, go
different
ahead.
time. It's a time and place with that though. I'm not gonna teach them a relationship off rip when they
Exactly.
little
But
kids and all
men
that
don't
stuff. I'm not
learn
gonna
how to
teach that.
not be in survival mode. They don't learn that. That's what we're
Say
See,
it
but
again.
I
to
think
be in.
that's
Izzy, go ahead. I can't.
I just think that's a little bit of the problem. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit of the problem. Like most of my generation was raised by, I'm gonna say, like I was raised by what my parents are like 55, something like that, and my grandma, right? So and grandpa. So it was kind of a situation of I had older people that still believed in certain things, the A, even though it's a little bit toxic, but the A, as a kid, you should be seen, not heard type stuff, right? And teaching as a man, you're not supposed to cry. Wait, but then there's a ripple to that of not that you're not supposed to cry, you're not supposed to do it in front of certain people in
Mm,
in certain times. That's
right.
the difference. Like
Exactly.
everybody will say here, like women love to say, like, "Oh my goodness, be emotional, be open with me." Honestly, most women cannot handle the emotional baggage of a man. Just keeping it a buck with you, they can't. And now they want
I'll
to,
say it.
but as sooner or later, it's gonna get thrown back in the man's face. Let's be honest here. It's gonna be more of a detriment to the man of opening up than it is a building block. And also, what's the best way to say this without with the, I think honestly with the all the but pay attention to emotions. We've created like my generation to solve. Most of these dudes out here,
Right.
most
You
of
gonna
these
get
dudes out
plenty of
here,
soft man now this generate now, so you gonna get
They
all
exactly.
your
who they who
crybabies.
crying, they whining, they whining though. That's the difference. They whining. That's why the
You-
expression
they gonna get
Whining,
what
they
but
whining,
wait,
they
y'all look,
whining.
but as a
man.
man, you are, again, me personally, taught that there's a time and place for that. And I keep hearing women talk about like, oh, it's okay it's manly to cry and everything like that, like in front of and I'm like, and they're like, even Jesus wept. I said, but where did he go before he started to weep? He didn't do that in front of who he was leading, did he?
Mm.
Mm,
The only
mm.
reason you know about it is because it's in the Bible. But did they know anything about it? No, because that's not what leaders do. And as men, we're leaders. Just my opinion.
Obama
Again,
cried.
I'm not. What I say isn't law, but that's just my opinion. There's a reason why he went off to be by himself and he weep there and not in front of the people that he was leading or people that it was close to.
Exactly. Exactly. That image I'm saying. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's,
That's
it's about that image.
there
Like
is
we,
no
we don't
image
wanna
in a
we don't wanna
relationship.
show
You
huh?
said what?
There is no image in a relationship. You are supposed to be
Oh
your raw,
my
authentic
goodness!
self. You can't be
Well
trying to portray an
I'm
image
You're
to
talking
not
about
somebody.
getting
okay.
when he
I'm
said
talking about a
image.
woman that's looking for a leader. I'm gonna put it that way because some women are looking for men to be leaders. That's all I'm saying. It's just if you looking at your leader,
So
you looking at your leader
It,
Hey, the way
cry.
both of them unmuted
Look,
at the same time, like they was about to jump on your ass. Oh,
I know
who?
they both on mute at the same
No.
time. I was
yeah, they
like,
was like,
let me
wait a
hurry and
minute,
say this real
I
fast
was
before
gonna
that.
come for you, Izzy. I'm just saying
what?
that you just basically said the same thing I did, and you're
What?
over there growling and purring. Calm
What?
down.
Not
Anyway,
per. Leave that back in
Hold on. I
2022,
said,
please.
you think I said the same thing?
You think I
Right,
said the
I ain't
same
hear the
look,
thing?
same thing.
You think I said the same thing as you? No, you were talking about control. I get that, but at the end of the day, a lot of this so-called control, which you can even
so you
see,
think
right?
suppressing is the best way?
Suppressing, that's not what I'm saying, right?
No,
Again,
Then
I
what are you
do
saying?
I do think suppress is if you want to say that, oh, men have suppressed their emotions for, the time being, it got us this far, damn it. Like that's just my opinion. Now you can scale it back a little bit, but I just don't
Working
think you can.
for us. It working for us.
Huh?
Wasn't there war?
Man,
Didn't we
that's
have
life.
war?
See, this is the fairy tale and pixie dust type stuff I'm talking about. That's
oh
life.
my
At the
What
end
God.
of
you
the day,
mean?
that's
No, it
life.
is
No,
not.
Yeah. Oh my
It's not
no,
goodness.
it's
life.
not. No, it's not. That's the problem. You
So
guys
wait, wait,
see
wait, wait, wait.
violence
Listen,
as a
listen. Do
like
you do you not know
Screen
what
guys,
the
screen.
what the, what the hormone testosterone does to you?
what?
Do you not know what the hormone testosterone does to you?
Makes you
For a,
Yes,
start
I
for
working.
a,
know.
Go ahead.
No, I'm
for
a
a man.
healthcare worker. Of course, I know what it does. Anyway, I'm saying to you,
Hold on,
sir,
hold on.
what
Wait a
I'm
minute.
trying to
First
tell
off,
you,
not too much. Not too much.
what I try
not
to
too
tell
much.
you, sir, is that yes, like both men and women have to testosterone, but men
Wait,
have
wait.
a higher level of it. Yes. Anyway, was what I'm saying is that you cannot suppress emotion. I
Yo,
think that
whoa, that's wild up there. Not yo,
Kids, turn your heads. Like,
yo,
right.
Touch me.
wow.
That's
controlling your
funny.
emotions is way more beneficial than suppressing it. Like,
Yeah,
and
I feel
first
you
of
on
all,
that. I understand that.
the
That's why I
war
preach on my
example,
platform. I feel you.
the war example that I'm using towards you, I'm not saying like, yes, it's life. Life is hard. Things happen in life. But if you notice, a lot of things start because of anger, because of
You think
revenge,
wars start
because
over anger? If we really want to
okay,
be honest, why wars
okay,
start, it's usually over
let's start
And
y'all.
with okay.
It's
and
Let's
usually
who
start
over
all
with
having
y'all.
that
If we
anger
really want to
problem?
be
War
honest
starts
here.
Money.
because we
so
can't
war
solve our
start with us.
It's
problems in
wait.
civilized ways. That's how
Hold
war
on.
starts.
No.
War starts with what?
Wars
What's his
usually start over what?
Money.
Power,
Mm,
Control.
He's gonna
power.
say women. He's gonna say women.
back
As
in the
I was
day,
saying,
what?
no, no. Here's the thing. World War II,
Power.
what was it start by? Was it start by a woman?
So if we really look at it,
Millions of
Let's not
people
make
okay.
this the
died
woman and
because of a
man thing
man's
again, please.
emotion.
No.
Because we're gonna
I'm
go
saying,
jump to 500.
they're they're acting like, oh my goodness, it's just anger that starts wars. First off, that's inherently who men are. And when you break it down, like I know that we don't like that people don't like to hear this, but that's really how men are. Most men are dogs and have dog in them. Again, that's just again, this is my opinion. It's not law, but most men are dogs. Just
So
and
what's
they have
your
that. Now
solution?
we hold you. Have a different standard for y'all. We look at y'all as like y'all aren't dogs. Like y'all are
Heartbeat just
like
appearing and
ponies and
disappearing.
everything like that. But at the end of the day, dudes is
Did
dudes
he
is
call us ponies?
you're not getting.
Not her eyeball in here. Nah, everybody
Yo,
doing the
I need
eyeball
coins.
move,
I
right?
need coins.
Everybody got
Yo,
the
I need
eyeball
my
going.
coins, yo. After taking the eyeball is crazy, dude. Ah.
I
Let me
want to
say
know who
this.
made that up.
This
Was it
is
Slick or was it
Bro,
you,
that was
Wealthy?
me. They
That was
they
you
took
made
my
that up. Wow.
whole thing. I'm Soldier Boy, man.
Let me interject something. If you're coming from the standpoint that men are dogs, we're on a different end of the spectrum. Because if that's where you are living in the current existence with an acceptance that this is what is. We're talking about what should be. We're talking about how to get to what should be. And if that's where you're living, then you're not a proud part of the solution. You're not a part of the solution for what needs to be because accepting that this is what it is just what it is. It ain't never going to be no different is the total end of the spectrum. There's never going to be an alignment where we can come into the same page because your perspective is protecting the current paradigm and we're talking about how do we get to better because that ain't working for men. Black men have the highest rising in rates of intentional unaliving right now. Y'all, it ain't working for you. It
Uh,
sure ain't working for some of
you
us
know
in
what?
the
But
situations you're in.
Preach.
you know
So
what
we're
that
on
Preach.
is
different ends of
though.
the spectrum, and we can both be right because what you're saying is right for your paradigm. What we're saying is we're refusing to live in that paradigm and we're creating a new one.
See, I'm gonna be honest though, the thing that people struggle with, and just the whole human species, is what balance, right? So it never is balance. It's always either gonna swing completely left or completely right. So I'm not with the I'd rather be too hard than too soft. Pause. I'm just saying. I'd rather be too hard than too soft. Especially as a dude. You see, I knew you. Oh my goodness, yo.
Chill.
Yo,
Ew, ew.
I'm just saying. Like, as a man,
Yeah.
I would rather the men be too,
Be hard. Too
too.
hard.
No, stop. No, be be solid
Not
than
to stop. Dead.
be
That's
weak.
why
I'd rather them be too solid than too weak. That's what I mean.
I'm
Are
Again,
just
you sure
saying.
about that? Are you sure about that? Okay.
yes,
I'm
I'm
just
I'm
saying.
I'm completely sure because I see
Yeah.
where again
I
my
mean,
generation
what the
is
solution? Should
leaning that
man be
way.
softer or something? That's the solution.
And
no,
let's be honest, women don't even like that. Stop
we
this.
should be
The cat is
balanced.
crazy.
We should be balanced. This idea that
We should be
because
the
you don't
same.
have emotions makes you
Equal.
strong is insane and it's not working.
What can I? and this is gonna be a controversial thing to say, I bet. But let's be honest here. Like, wouldn't we be talking about, oh, I'll be emotionally open with me and everything like that? But they really don't mean that. Cause like Danny said, most times they're gonna shut you down anyway. But they claim they want emotional men. Hmm. Do they get picked though?
Not emotional men, but being able to express yourself. That's really all it is. Because honestly, like you said, like not. Well, I mean, I can not say there are some women who don't want again their men to the issues. I forget.
Not too much in the comments, Danny. Talking about yes, very.
Easy.
I'm single because I want to be single. Again, don't do that.
Okay, sure.
Sure. Hold on. Wait. See, you gonna
They can't be next to each other.
you gonna trip. Hey, you gonna
Control your emotions, Izzy.
no. I'm
Control them.
saying you gonna have me again. You gonna have me air it out. I'll air this whole joint out.
But I don't honestly. I don't think is. I don't really think that some women. I was gonna say some women. I don't think that some women have the capacity to take on a man's full on mind or emotion. Just like even sometimes like how women can be. Sometimes it can be a lot. Um. So yeah, I do agree that as women, we're not. I don't know if it's that we're just not taught to do that, or it's just harder to accept a man being overly like expressive in emotion. I don't think we're always probably knowledgeable of like taking that on. Cause really, I don't even know if it's that y'all. I don't know. It's not that y'all
Watch
don't
out,
want to
watch
express
out.
yourself. I think I just. I'm over like I'm over playing Tetris in my mind. Like, don't say that.
Don't say that right. Let me watch out. Let me watch my words.
Say it again. Keep it a bug.
Anything overly is unconscious. Yeah.
I want to say, Izzy, in all sincerity, I really hope that some experiences come into your life that change your perspective. That's my hope for you. That you come to a place where you realize that that defensive mode isn't the only way to do life, that there's an alternative way that we can choose to do life. And that is where we create those safe spaces where some of those defense mechanisms can come down. And so that's my hope for you, that you have
But
some
don't you
experiences
So
that
where
give you
where
that
those safe
perspective.
spaces?
don't you know that work? That's both ways. I think defensive mode is on both genders. Actually, not as I think about it. Like I don't think it's just a
I'm
man
only
that's only
speaking
in
to Izzy
defensive
because he's
mode.
in this room right now. Yeah, I'm only
Huh?
speaking to Izzy because he's in this room right now.
Oh,
It's a,
I
it,
thought you was
it,
talking about defensive mode.
I think it's wisdom that can be generalized to anybody who's in that mode. We have a lot of people living in that particular paradigm. For
I
him,
I don't
my
live in that.
personal hope for him is that he has some experiences that change his perspective.
I don't live in that mode. Again, me personally, I'm a very emotionally intelligent guy. I really am.
You
It's
sound like
it's,
it.
I sound like it. I'm a very intel, but
You sound
no,
very
but
balanced.
you can also get jaded being a emotionally intelligent guy because when you no if you're not an emotionally intelligent guy and you just listen to what everybody tells you, especially women, tell you about, emotions and stuff like that, you can get jaded because then you start to see like the true nature of people, of how they really are going to treat you if you do show certain emotions in certain times instead of going to the homies, and even the homies are still going to clown on your ass, but if they love you, they'll really give you good advice. But go to the homies, or you go to the room and cry yourself, pimp. There's no need to go, oh yeah, my girl, you complaining, all of that. Stop. That's not how you do it. That's just, and again, this is only my opinion. This is only my opinion, so don't take this as fact. Like what I've always been taught is that shoulders are meant for carrying weight, not hips.
Yeah, shoulders can't carry hips.
Can't
Anyway,
carry,
but
can't
Put a
carry.
couple hips around before you know what I'm saying. I'm
No,
no,
saying.
I
I'm sorry.
said shoulders are meant for carrying, for bearing weight, not hips.
No, I was actually agreeing with you when you said the Izzy thing. I was agreeing with you, Izzy, when you said that crying as far as like I think I don't know if it's like I don't know if y'all think we're saying or like that women are saying like, hey, anytime you're emotional, cry to me because definitely don't. I think it's more so. I think it's I'm sorry, y'all. It's 3 in the morning. I ain't got no sense at this time. But if
Said it doesn't jade me. It
like
owns my compassion. What do
because
you
not every
mean?
time you cry, like you have to, cry to that person, like showing your emotion. Like sometimes that's like a very personal thing, and it doesn't have to be expressed to someone just to say I express it. Like I think what somebody was saying, like when you get a woman in your life, you'll be able to express that. But I think before, I mean, even without a man or woman in your life, you should be able to be emotional, have the emotional intelligence in yourself or emotional capacity to cry when you need to. It doesn't have to take someone pulling it out of you. You do it, you take care of it in your moment, in your time, and then you go about it.
Yeah, that's a wild comment. I'm not gonna lie. I,
I was debating on blocking it, and I'm like, what?
I love white
Where did that
women.
come from?
No, he lives white women.
You live white women?
But
Yo,
What's up
come
to any
on.
of my moderators? I got moderators in
like
here if they feel
for
it. Oh, they
like
already did it already. It would be Empress to do it too. She's like, oh, that stupid junkie. She was ready. Hey, Empress, I know you're here now. Oh my, she
okay,
had to run into that.
let me ask this question for okay, or Izzy or Lad. So like if your woman is emotional or she's speaking to you about something that like she's emotionally feeling whatever, like how do you express like your comfort to her?
Hmm? How
Like
do
how
I
do
make
you
her feel comfortable?
yeah, how
I
do you
mean, like,
comfort her in
baby,
her like
baby, it's
emotional
gonna
moment?
be all right. It's gonna be,
Never do that.
Yo,
Never do
listen,
that
that
to your
Chris.
girl.
Yo,
Chicken.
Yeah,
Um,
man.
I'd probably say just make it known that you can be comfortable talking to me about it. That we can sit down and well, you let your emotions out. I mean, that's just me. I can only be like personally. I'll give you feedback, but I'm really just sitting there and listening because most times people just need to vent. It's not that they like even want you to talk a lot of times. Like that's what I've learned. Like a lot of times, certain I'm not gonna generalize. Certain people just like to talk, and certain people just
Concussion.
you know
That's gonna be a heck
certain
of
he's
a
a
people
kiss.
just
very
I'm
like
telling
to
you.
funny
talk.
Bah!
man.
You tell you what. I'm telling you. Yep. They gonna
Certain
like that too,
just
though. Put a
like to
dent in
talk,
their
and you can sit here and kept giving this woman a concussion. Is crazy.
head.
The comments I
That
can't.
was funny though. She funny for
I've had men stare at me while I cry. They don't know comfort. What? Oh my goodness. That's the niggas you mess with. Now, again, that's who you been with.
that.
And
Don't
that's how
say men.
Right, you
uh,
notice they do that a lot too. Men is they like no the one you
Men.
mess with it. That it ain't all man. And men do the same thing. I
Mm-mm-mm.
ain't gonna lie, men do the same thing though.
so
But
that
yeah,
kind of shows like that just kind of shows a little bit that you do have the ability, like you have the emotional intelligence to understand like when someone else is going through something that you can be a comfort to them. Like if you're just like, oh my god, I don't know what to do that you're crying. Like if you weird about it, then that's like that shows like you don't even feel comfortable with your own emotions. So that
yep.
is a problem. So the fact that you can console someone when they are feeling some way that you are emotionally connected to, physically connected to, I think
Woo.
that's a good thing. Like it's okay to that you don't have this sense of crying every moment. Even like last said, like even for women, I don't even like. Like if I'm crying, it's I really hurt someone, piss me off. I'm crying too, or like I mean, to me, even then, even me expressing that is not even necessary because like that's it's whatever someone else is expressing. Like that's them. Like whatever may make you cry, make a person just look at like because sometimes you can force a person like if you're not crying, like we are kind of doing, then there is something wrong with you. When sometimes I'm like I just didn't see the need to cry for that, unless that's just what I'm saying. But like I don't know. I just think
Man,
I don't know.
he
I don't
don't miss,
think it
man. How
has to
fast
happen like that
he don't
sometimes.
miss?
I'm really
Can I
pulling
ask
up
a
out here.
weird,
Ooh.
I
like
love
a
it.
super fucking weird question? Have you ever had somebody hijack your cry?
Your who?
Your cry, like I'm
Your
not a very
cry?
crying person, right? But let's say like something bad happens in my life, and I'm like, God dang, hey, person that I really trust and like am with, this situation is really fucked up. I'm about to cry right now, and then they start crying.
That's got to be a woman thing. Ain't
Reverse
no way.
Uno card.
Yeah,
Like,
I sure pulled that out because that's definitely not a man. A man sitting there and crying with you is crazy. I'm
did
not
you?
gonna lie.
That is
You
crazy.
must have hit him with that. I'm rubber, I'm glue thing. Anything you say stick to you. Remember that stuff?
It's
Oh my
crazy.
goodness,
That's
that's
what happened. They bounced off of you, and it, it's like. That
I
sounds
was
funny though.
asking you men if y'all had ever had a lady do that, where like you having a hard time and now all of a sudden she crying, so you can't
Oh,
even
that,
like
that
have
But
your
I
emotions
can
like
see that
that because you
I
happening
can't
can
deal
though.
with
see
I
her.
can
that
see
as a
that
woman.
just because women are more emotional. I can see that happening. They're gonna probably jack my cry real quick. I can see that happening though. Cause oh man, damn, my baby about to, I don't know what you know. What I'm saying they gonna probably go. You know what I'm saying? I can see that happening though. Then I'm probably
Yo,
ain't gonna want to cry today. I'm good after that. Like that, she did it for me. You know, I take that. I can see that.
bro. But
Yo,
yeah,
he said,
like
yo, I can't with you, Danny, down there in the comments talking about they tell you their cat is unalive, but you tell them your mom is unalive is crazy.
Oh my.
People be like that sometimes, man. Some people suck.
Mm-mm.
I'm just saying, if that's how, if your dude is doing that,
if you're doing,
if your dude
I
is
did.
doing that,
I did have one who did that really consistently.
hold on.
yeah, I'm
Mm-mm.
not.
You
I'm
see,
not
He
telling you
said,
nothing.
"No, this my shine." Now, there go the eyeball. Watch out. He
you
had to
had a
do it.
good one.
Right. Imagine all eyeballs in all the boxes. They'd be like, "What the heck type of room is this?"
Everybody put their eyes.
Hold on.
That'd be
You had a
scary.
dude who did that
Like,
consistently?
what is we
I
watching?
did. I
A
did
horror
have a dude
movie?
who did that
Did
consistently.
you like how emotionally intelligent he was?
He was not emotionally intelligent.
Did you like how emotional he was?
Expressive he was.
Yeah.
I
Did you like that?
Did you like? Did you
Did you
like?
like that?
Did you like that?
How you like
I
that?
I didn't like him at any point in our relationship, if that answers any of your questions.
Now, that's not what I asked. That's
Mm-mm.
not what I asked.
Not
It's
playing.
giving Michael Jackson. It's giving moonwalking around the question.
Ooh,
Come on, answer the
Okay, then
question.
give me my
I like
props for my
that.
moonwalk.
I write that down.
Did you
Hmm.
did you enjoy how expressive he was as a man?
Look, I can't give you the answer because I did not enjoy him as a person. So
Mm.
every part of him sucked, if you ask me.
Oh,
Hey, you
Lee.
setting her up too, man. Her husband probably looking dead at her like, answer that right. I dare you to answer
You ain't
that.
like that.
You
Never
still love him? You,
Yo, that's
Oh
you
God,
better
no.
not like no
funny.
parts of him.
You see, yeah, you better not let the person do
Good answer. Good answer.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think
It was that.
sleep on his stuffed animal. Oh, we.
Izzy, it took you turning your camera on for me to figure out who you
Hi,
are. Hi, Izzy.
KB. KB, you. Yeah, you. We up there.
Don't
I
ever
thought
do
you
that
was
again,
asleep for
little
like the
brother.
first month.
Please don't do that.
That's my staple. First off, I'm different. Again,
Not that.
I'm not
Not the
different.
little fingers though. No,
I'm not
not
yes.
different.
that.
Do you know what this is
Ah,
from?
no.
You don't know what this
It's
is from?
Not
That's
the
Little
twinklers.
Rascals. Little
Little
Rascals.
rascals.
Mm-mm-mm. You gonna sit here and again? I'm different. I could again. That's how emotionally intelligent I am.
That
Oh,
you
I
can
yeah, I
express
believe you
stuff
now.
and
I
still be
believe it.
masculine and be strong in your masculine state because you tried it, right? That's what you said.
almost definitely again like all my whole vibe because as much as like I feel as if
Because I'm gonna take a picture of his
no
lips. You
waste
good?
of time.com thinks that like I'm just this like in defensive mode and everything like that. I'm saying how I'm gonna be honest. I even look at myself sometimes and be like, damn, you a little too soft, man. You really gotta show these niggas and put your foot down and show these niggas what it is. But
Aw,
you
it's
got
so
to.
what it is.
Yes, you got to
That's
show it
too
what it is because
funny.
again, they playing with your gangster pimp. Again, like now
Mm.
that like once I got
I
out the
can't
street
wait.
life and moved out of Chicago to Texas, like and oh, was a
You
softer
in
person,
Texas?
they started
You in
playing
Texas?
with
Let me
your
put like you in
gangster like
Texas?
that. I'm in Dallas, but they start
You in
playing with
Dallas?
they
You in
start
Dallas,
playing with my
Hubba?
gangster.
Wait, you in Dallas too, Hubba?
yeah.
Oh my God. Jeez. Okay. That's crazy.
Again, they start playing with my gangsters. So I'll be like,
Oh.
you gotta be a little hard. You gotta let that out. And as a dude, it's okay. As a dude, it's okay. And a lot of times, certain people like that. But I'm not gonna get into that.
And that's
I'm
why
with
I
you. I'm
said
not.
if you have the balance in there and you know you're not purposely trying to suppress your emotions, you're not trying to suppress that, then you're good. Like no one has to tell you, hey, laugh. It's been 2 years. What's good? I ain't seen
Right.
you boo hoo. Where the tissue?
Right. Right.
So
Right.
you
Exactly.
understand?
Something wrong.
So something's going on. Was you all right?
Right. Yeah.
So
You
what
don't
does that
care
mean,
that you have.
playing with your
Actually,
gangster?
it was on. I just been waiting for you to say that. I just been
All
waiting,
right,
waiting on
Yo,
I got tissue. Hold on, I got you.
Wow.
I've been waiting for you to ask me what was wrong all this time. That's all I've been waiting for. It's like, nah.
How do you explain it? How do you explain somebody playing with your gangster? Like it's like they calling you. Their
Excuse
actions are calling you a baby back B word.
Somebody was disrespecting me
again.
down
They
there,
think
Empress.
I'm gonna be
Not a
honest with you.
baby
Like
back.
the and excuse my language. They basically they
Hi,
call you
Diamond.
Hey,
pussy.
how you doing?
They said you ain't about shit.
That's
You
what they're
really
saying.
they basically call you pussy. Honestly,
They're
that's
saying they can do whatever they want and you ain't gonna do nothing about it.
that they playing with your gangster.
Playing with your gangster, man. They can't let them do that. That's I
You
But
fine with
can
that,
when
you
though.
know.
You can, because
but
sometimes
I mean
you're not gonna judge
this
What
everything.
goes
happens when someone plays with your gangster? Like, follow through with that. So, someone attacks your identity. What happens when that happens? Does that trigger an ego response in you?
not an ego response. Oh, Lee, I knew it was going here.
You pick and
I'm
Uh,
choose who
asking.
play
I'm
with your
asking
gangster.
because if someone thinks I'm something in my life, it doesn't have much weight. It doesn't bear much influence
not
into
no
my
no no no
life.
no
My
no.
life is
Not
not usually
think.
impacted by that kind of stuff. So I'm asking, what
Not
happens when
think.
someone plays with your gangster?
Treats.
Like, I'm serious.
They
I'm asking
both
in real life.
they both think and treat you like that. Not just think, oh, like I could could care about somebody's opinion. But when you treat me like that, you like, oh, as the old folks say, you don't believe fat meat greasy. So let's show you how greasy it is then. Again, you sometimes you have to get active. And
I mean,
that's
what
what
does
you
that
gotta do.
mean, though? What does that mean? You got to show them and prove to them that you're something else. Like, what does
No,
that?
no.
What
If
happens
you're
as a response to that?
you know how to have y'all seen the meme of the level of fuck around and then find
Find out.
out? Yeah, that's how it is. You fuck the level. Oh, you fuck around on a 7, you're gonna find out at a 7.
I get what she's
Do
saying.
you
As far
understand that's damage?
I
Do
get
you
what she's
understand that's toxic relationships? That's toxicity. If
I'm
someone
saying the
thinks
more
you're
somebody,
this and you
if
got to respond at a 7 to them instead of saying thank you, you are entitled to your
thank
thoughts
you,
about me,
I'm gonna be
thank you,
honest with
and keep
you.
it moving. That's
Okay,
toxic
I feel you
relationships
on
we're
that.
talking about.
I
yeah,
feel
like
you
not
on
so in
that
other
though.
words,
Yeah,
not everything has to be responded to. That's
yeah,
clear.
don't.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, of course, not everything has to be responded to. Like if you surrounded by a bunch of dudes or whatever, you know it's just you and you ain't got no peace on you, nothing on you. Just I mean, you ain't gotta get active. Some things you like, hey, look, chill. I ain't on that. Like whatever, move on around. You don't have to. You don't have to respond to everything that comes at you. You don't have to respond to every
No.
statement, every word,
I,
every attack that is word wise, whatever. But like ultimately there are certain moments, certain times that you have to let a person know who you are, where you stand, where you're not going to cross, and then we go from there. But not everything has to be a ultimate physical
yeah,
or verbal
I,
response just because you said or did something.
I
Yeah,
get
it
what
have to
you're
be a
saying.
balance.
My
Yeah,
Right.
most definitely. You pick and choose your battles.
my dad used to say that he said if if you always find yourself having to be the bigger person, you're hanging out with too many small damn people. And I was like, it was like, because again, me personally, as much as I'm saved and everything like that, but you know how they say, oh, it was washed white as snow. I still got like dirt patches in me and everything like that. Like that's the type of dude I am. So he'd be like, oh, turn the cheek. I'd be like, that's in the Bible. I ain't in there. So therefore, you can catch these hands. And that's just me. Because if you
I feel you, Izzy, man. I feel you. I used to be like that though, but I just learned that you got to pick and choose, especially as we get older and all that stuff. You got to pick and choose because these kids not even fighting no more nowadays, and it's people
Right.
like I was preaching about that before. Like we can always think we crazy, but it's always people that's crazier. Some people not even they waiting for you to do that. You don't want to fall into what they want you to do and all that stuff. Like you want I would wait for you to go 7 with me and all that stuff, and then they 7 might you think they was 7, but they go 10, and then they're bringing out something that ends
So
your
wait
life
for
and
you
all
to
that.
step with me
So
because I
it's
got
like you do
something
gotta
for
Hmm.
pick and
you.
choose your battles though. Sometimes I wouldn't recommend like trying to match somebody's energy all the time. I even try to practice on this app and stuff. That's why I go in some crazy rooms or whatever just to see how much
You
I
can control
worked on
yourself.
myself and all that stuff because
Yeah,
I
that's
don't try to.
good.
Uh,
No, I said
oh,
that's good. That's
oh,
smart.
yeah. Well, I'm telling you, I don't be doing that false teaching stuff, man. I'm really when I say I work on myself, I work on myself. Like this stuff I be preaching on my page. Like I've took time. I've been taking time, and I'm realizing a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't want to fight to be the toughest because like I say, there's always tougher people out here. And then some people be swearing they in the worst situation. I learn to be appreciative because because it's people that's way worse than us. Some people can't even buy a meal or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people over here looking for this last piece of crumb that's on the ground. So you know what I'm saying?
Now,
And
in
I
that
try to
though, in
that's
that
all that
though,
stuff.
Kev,
But
and turn to the 2023. If I was in Gen Z, in that you can't say that because that would be invalidating people's feelings. Remember that it's invalidating people's feelings of saying that it could always be worse. You're invalidating people's feelings. Oh my goodness! Like honestly, I want to get some tissue and boohoo right now. Oh my goodness! Oh
yeah,
shit! Oh my god! I'm crying. Oh, holy,
yeah,
that's
yeah, I
just.
feel you. They do be saying that too, though. But that's just because they want their feelings feeling good. But they gotta be real. Because all you gonna do is be hurting yourself and keep thinking that you the worst of the worst all the time. Like, man, I ain't nobody worse than me. But no, it's literally people doing way worse. Like I be just like I said, I be trying to show people or tell people this be appreciative because shoot, it's people that's not even living. Like, if you want to go to the worst of the worst, there's people not even living. Like, you gotta work with what you got. You always got to work with what you got and all that stuff because
I
all
mean,
of us, everybody got some form of struggling and all that stuff. We got to stop comparing ourselves to other people unless we comparing it to, comparing it to like if we think we the worst or something like that. That is, we just know it can get better or something like that. Something like what was that? There was something else
but
I was about to say.
True. I'm gonna tell you a story. I remember my son in high school. He's a child that does he don't start. He's not a child. I know him. Like, he do not start with anyone. And
Mhm.
I know that he picked his crowd. Like, he girls is who is like his best friends. Like, he had boys as friends, but it more I see like the girls would tend to just like hang around him. So he had like a best friend who was a girl and like two other friends that in school. So he didn't have like a lot of friends. So I remember him telling me about these boys that just keep on messing with him. As soon as they see him, they would just like keep taunting him, like saying stuff to him, but he would walk away. And that was something where I used to tell him, just walk away. As long as they don't put their hands on him, just walk
Mhm.
away. So
Yeah.
they just kept doing that. And one day he just left the school and just kept walking, like, just hang out after school. These boys followed him to this Burger King, and he was inside the Burger King sitting down eating. They came to the Burger King and was taunting him, throwing in stuff at him inside the Burger King. And lucky thing, the security guard saw what was happening. And then, like, knowing my son, once you get to that level, that's it. So what he did is he now there's cameras in there, and he's so smart where like he knew, like, okay, he wanted to leave, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna leave. So him and his friend left, not knowing the boy had two and three other boys waiting for him outside. And then right there and then they end up had to fight outside because they were trying to jump him
Got a
outside.
squabble.
And guess what? My son is the one that end up had to run away from the scene because my son had a little box cutter with him, end up
Mm.
trying to defend himself, and that could have turned out to my son being in jail because he's trying to defend himself.
Mm.
And now when he come home, he's telling me, oh, mom, this is what happened. Now the school knew about the situation about the boy. I didn't know that the boys was trying to mess with him for the whole time.
mm,
So like the cops now looking for my son, and meanwhile the boy now he end up in the hospital because he got cut on his arm, and he's telling the police that my son is the one that made up all this and caused the problem.
mm.
So we and my son at the time was getting ready to graduate early of his class, and it was just like it was so crazy because I was just seeing everything crashing. I'm like, oh my god, why is this happening? Because my son about to graduate early, and this boy just trying to mess with him, like messed up his life, you know and then he had to get suspended. He ended up had to get arrested. So
I,
it's just like saying, like, sometimes you have to pick your Bible. Just make sure that that you see, you talk to whoever is messing with you. You just let them know, listen, I'm not about that. Just like talk to them and let them know I'm not about that life.
just like, see what you could say with to that person before it
Mm,
get to another level. Because
I
some
feel you.
people sometimes they're going through stuff, and that other boy parents didn't even come up to the court. They didn't even, he didn't have no one. He didn't have anyone to,
So
like, it was just crazy. And I'm like, I'm just so glad that everything turned out because of what I tell my son all the time, you know and it turned out in his favor because my son was graduate, and they saw that he's not a child that will, was hanging out on the street, and just like he's trying to get his education, and this person decide he wants to mess with my son.
someone
I
asked,
think Diamond's
did his
story
dad
is
say
a
anything? Sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
think Diamond's story is a good example of the both that we were talking about. That someone saying something, someone thinking something different, and you walk away. But if someone's in your physical space and your physical safety is at risk, then there's a place for knowing how to defend yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the both. I think too often we see responses in the physical for things that are in the emotional. I
Right.
think your example was a wonderful example of him being able to really maneuver both situations where in one situation the walk away might not have been the response. Someone's jumping
Yeah,
you and you got to defend yourself like you're in physical danger, whereas
exactly.
when it's emotional danger, that the value still stands, that this is not something where you put your hands on someone, you remove yourself from their environment or you find
Yes.
other means for doing it. That's the both. And so I think when we only know one, it doesn't allow us to ebb and flow with life in ways that are appropriate for the situations.
Yeah, because that's the only way he was. Because it doesn't matter at that time. They're looking at, like, okay, my son is the one that has the box cutter. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. Both of them going to be wrong at this time. So what they're looking at now is like who started it. It have to go through a process, you know, for them to see what was the problem. So
Damn.
now it's like, okay, what happened in the beginning? And sometimes it doesn't matter what happened in the beginning, is what was the outcome.
Bert
Go
asked,
ahead,
what did his
Hobo.
dad say?
Hold on real quick. Let Hobo talk. She was on it. She was waiting for a minute.
Oh, what? There was two things that I wanted to say, and I'm gonna get through them as quickly as possible. I super apologize, everybody. Okay,
It's
anyway,
okay.
moving on. So,
Do your
um,
thing, man. You ain't no rush.
you say that, but um, okay, so the first thing. So like, okay, recently, right? There is a human being who exists on this app who uh I feel like personally is testing my gangster as we speak. Now I realized that all of the shit that she's saying is based solely off of assumptions. So I don't feel the need to defend myself because this is shit that you made up in your head. Anybody who like talks to me for 5 seconds can see that you full of shit. But that doesn't mean that I am not fighting with myself on a daily basis to just go ahead and let it rip. I choose not to, but I am not letting it rip because I'm trying to be a bigger human being. Anyway, moving on to point number two. Point number two is Kev, because you was talking about it, and I wanted to let you know as a kid who went through it, please do not do that, right? So I got a stepdaddy when I was like 14 or whatever the fuck. No, I was 11. I don't know. It's irrelevant. Anyway, that was his like whole thing with me. He was like, the world is gonna be hard on you, so I gotta be hard on you, right? The world ain't gonna be sweet to you, so I gotta be an asshole. And what he did was he left me no safe place in this whole world
Mm.
for me to be me. Because even when I was home, I had to defend myself. When I was outside, I had to defend myself. When I was in school, I had to defend. I was never, ever safe in my own home. So just make sure that you make that space for them, even if it's just in their room, right? If they come out of their room, they got to deal with you, whatever. But in their room, they can be them. Just cut that. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, moving on. Goodbye.
No, listen. I
Think
heard
that
what you said. That is so true. It's just like I have like my younger son that's 15. The space is very, very important. And right when you said that, that is so true. Like, space is very important because it's like you need your space to grow, teenagers, grown ups, we do need that space to be able to grow and to flourish. And if you don't have that, um a lot of things could happen where you get, distracted. You just don't know where you're going, which way you're going.
I think that see, like Kev was talking about, like the raising, sons and daughters different. I know we're, equal and everything like that, but I think that I have to raise my son different than I have to raise my daughter, me personally, because like I feel like if Hobo had been like a dude, I feel like that's more acceptable, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about what he was. Yeah, I was just thinking on that.
Like had been like a son instead of a daughter, that's more acceptable. Like, oh, like the world's gonna be hard on you and everything like that. Not saying the world is not hard for women, but I don't think that you necessarily have to instill that into a woman as much as you have to instill that into a man.
Hmm. Okay, so I've been really quiet about this for the very longest time that I've been here. Okay. Um, I don't think that that's a fair assessment. I think that we have very different, very different
This
struggles,
makes sense.
but
I'm learning
but at the
more.
same time, we have these struggles, right? Because I'm sure that y'all know this. I'm country. I was brought up in the middle of the boonies, right? Where you don't get to be weak. You don't get to be a tiny little girl who cries and does shit. You got to be strong and you got to be somebody. There's no excuses. And so now that I'm an adult, right? Once I reach teenagehood, all of that had to go in the trash because I have to figure out how to be this super feminine woman who wears dresses and wears makeup and cares about what men think and do all of this dumb shit. It's still a lot of pressure on women to be what society thinks a woman is supposed to be. Just like there's a lot of pressure on men to be what society thinks that a man is supposed to be. I know that the pressures are different and what we go through is different, but there's still pressure on both sides, is all I'm saying.
Kev, you want to talk about that? I mean, if I do it, I'll get in trouble. I'll get in trouble. They won't like what I say.
It's not because I feel like them numbers going up jumping if you say anything.
You
The
already
hundred and
know.
something people now. Y'all talk about men and women again?
Yo. But I was gonna agree with that point Hobo said as far as the you're gonna how did you say how did I say like you grow up or whatever. What was the point I said? How your dad told you
I
what did he
was
say?
funny though.
What did he say? Like you're gonna the world's gonna be hard on you, right? So I thought about that with my son. I was like, and I think about them like I know, like nobody has to tell me that I know that I see that. I see how the world treats men, how they view men, the expectations they have of men, the what do you call it, the stereotypes they have of men, especially black men, of course. So I thought about like if I should, it's a balance. I need to teach them that, how I am with you, how patient and loving and kindness like that I am with you, and also stern and those other things too. Like, the world is not gonna see you that way. You're not gonna always be my little 8-year old, my little 5-year old. You're not gonna always be that. So I do want to express certain things to you. So you're growing into knowing you're growing into knowing that you're not always going to be told yes. You're not going to always those things like that, because life, the people that you deal with is not going to always show you that kind of way. However, I'm like, but if I be just 100% stern with him, whatever, when will he ever have that moment of like love, affection that he needed while growing up so that he could stand strong when he's older, right? So it's like it's a part of giving it in each time, and in each time, in each setting of your life, you need those certain comforts. That's why women have that ability to be nurtured, things like that. Like we give that, but then also men have a place as fathers to give that comfort as well, right? Like I'm pushing you because I know, like, because you're my son, I know what you're going to do it in life, but also like he should also feel comfortable going to his dad, expressing how he feels about something, whatever case it is, or his dad being able to hug him, all those feelings and stuff, because as you face life, you know that you have a safe place to go as well. But if you feel like in every corner, because life is supposed to be hard, life is going to be hard no matter what, like where do I get a break kind of thing. So it's like I do
Hmm.
understand like that
Don't.
balancing. I do need to balance it out to let you know that you can come to me, you can express yourself to me. That's what I'm here for. That's what this place is here is sacred for that. But just understand that in the world, you may not find a lot of soft places, but there should be a designated place where they should go and know that I can come to you in that moment. So we understand there's time and place for everything. If you cry in front of your coworker, your manager, he ain't gonna care. He's still firing you. Still gotta go.
It's
So it's like
like,
just teaching them, and just in different situations how to handle different situations.
Self-discipline. Like
I
self-discipline.
love it. She
Yeah.
be on the point with this. I love it. I love it. I love it, man. That's exactly what I was meaning, though. And I like how you threw that in there, though, about and that's where we learn the expression with our parents and all that stuff. Cause like, yes, you hug your mother, you hug your father, and all that stuff. It ain't like we just straight up robots and just tough headed and all that stuff. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? We do find ways to express. It's just like I said, we do gotta show. I mean, we do gotta, basically let everybody know. I mean, not what I'm talking about. But basically, the world is different from home. So basically, how she just said it, that was my point. I guess I just didn't say it that way, but I like that she said that though. It's just like that we can't expect the world to treat us like our people that's at the crib is gonna treat us. And I know, no, who was saying somebody's like, but the thing is, they always in survival mode, so they bring that to the house and all that. But no, we already get taught that at the crib though. Sometimes I don't think it's always like that because like yes, I know the time and place, or I'm pretty sure a lot of us, if we grew up, that's why they call them mama's boys and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That he always calling them, but that's that. Don't you say you want a man that they express their self and all that stuff? They expressing it with their mother and all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure they gonna probably do the same thing with you, unless it's just too much that they just only expressing to their mama and not you and all that. But
Right.
they're the same ones that still get called soft. Now you can hear them call like, "There's a mama boy" and all that. Ain't that like? But ain't that what you want though? You saying you want a man that can express themselves, and now he's a mama's boy all of a sudden? I don't know. That sounds weird.
Yeah.
But
That's a fact.
Do you think that the men in your circles are functioning at healthy emotional levels?
you said, am I in my circle? You talking like with my friends or something like that?
Fathers, uncles,
I would
brothers.
say all three of us is different though. But I like I said, I've been learning more. Well, as an adult right now, all of us got they different from me though. I mean, I do feel like they do have to, with my friends in general, they got to work more
Good morning.
on their emotions and all that stuff. Because I've just started really, me myself, I started recently changing. 'Cause I used to, my ego and my pride used to get to me real bad. I used to be like, man, you not about to, that's why I was just talking to Izzy about, like, man, no, I'm gonna do what somebody did to me and all that stuff, and you not about to give me, all that stuff. Like I said, I recently started working on that heavy as of like last year and all that stuff, trying to, try to know that I ain't gotta respond to everything. I gotta be mad at everything. And then, like I said, the more I start understanding myself, I used to be like, I ain't no people person and all that stuff. And then like, as I start, like I said, as I start understanding myself and understanding people and all that stuff, I actually start like actually be telling people I love them and stuff. Now, I mean, it really like I've been working on myself so heavy, like I didn't realize I love people. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I said, I'm different from my friends, so I can't say that yes, some of my friends do need to, but they didn't work on themselves, so or they just different from me. So I would say the people in my circle, they some stuff it's some stuff they going through or the reason why they act a different way or something like that. But I can't say much on that situation. So
Do you see that the way that they're expressing in the emotional space, do you see that as problematic to their relationships and their interactions?
yeah, but the chicks they mess with is problematic too. So it's like on both ends. I can't really say if it's them they fault or not. So I really don't know. I can't say it's them. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know they situations like that. I'm pretty sure if I tell you about my one boy, I know shoot, he been going through a lot. But I ain't putting his stuff out on here though. That's business. But it ain't. And I don't think I mean, everybody got their parts though. Both ends got their parts though. So we can't say like just because that person is a certain way that make it problematic. It's just who you choose is make the whole situation problematic. It ain't just a one side thing on that.
Whose man is this?
Not your husband in comments.
Nah.
Not hubby.
I don't see who. What y'all talking about? I don't see what you call. I don't see midnight in here.
He be missing everything.
I do be missing stuff. What the heck?
He be in a whole zone.
So everybody don't want to talk now. As soon as I'm done, now everybody want to not talk. Y'all was talking over me, making me forget stuff and all that. Now nobody don't want to talk. What the heck?
Not gonna lie, like I don't know what hit me. Something hit me. I
Happy
just
birthday to your mom.
the comatose. But anyways, I feel as if I had a question for y'all. Right?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Do y'all feel as if I would assume we have all black women in here, right?
Oh
Hmm.
man, don't say you already said enough. We're not about to make these numbers jump up. I don't know what you about to lead to with that. This is gonna be at 200, man. You talking about black women again?
It was an honest question. It was just gonna be a question.
What is it?
I'm with it.
I'm scared, man. What you
Me
about to
too.
say, though? Hey, Empress, I know you in here, man. If it's something start off, it wasn't me, man. So
Izzy, tell us the
Said if you're
suspense.
going there, I'm coming up, sir. Empress, hold on. We were in
if you
Empress's
see, I
live.
knew she already coming before I even said it too. If it's
Hold on.
going there, I'm
Say
coming up.
it.
We were in Empress's live. I think last time, we were talking about it. I asked, like, do black women really feel as if that black men don't protect them in 2023?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Protect us from what? Can you clarify what that
This
question
is
Feel
means?
protected by black women.
Protect us from what?
this is what no, this is what I'm hearing. This is the black women that black men don't protect black women in 2023. This is
Don't
the
do it,
verdict I'm
sir.
hearing.
Well,
There are a
2020
lot
just
of black
started.
women that protect themselves from black men and the
Hmm.
behavior that's expressed in the interactions. There are a lot of black women that I know that have to protect themselves from the toxicity of black men who refuse to address and acknowledge their toxicity.
Mm.
Definitely.
Well, I know
So
black women, so let me stop talking.
the
Like for me, like for me.
She said, "Let me up," because he want to go there. And first, hold on. First off,
Keep it coming.
I feel like those situations are definitely indi- individually based.
Yeah.
It's
wow, Miss
definitely
Adrian.
individually
I
based.
knew Bert would say something like
Bert was waiting in the bushes for something.
that.
Burpee, right? He was sitting there chilling. He
Yo,
was waiting on his
he
time to
said,
shine.
I'm
I would
He
I would
couldn't
ask
wait.
Izzy, do you know black women that are being hurt in their interactions with black men? Do you know black women who are in situations where there's damage coming in the way that black men are interacting with them? Do you have that in your experience circle?
Example of like hurt, like emotionally, physically. Which one?
Hey, Diamond, let me switch you out real quick because I know she burning down there in that guest
Not
box.
damn. Here we go.
Well, you were asking about protection, and I was asking what they're being protected from, and I answered your question from my experience of the women in some of the circles that I'm in having to protect themselves from the interactions. And I'm asking you, do you know women of any kind, black women specifically, but do you know women that are in situations where the behavior of the man is causing hurt? And I'm not discounting that they may be causing hurt in the opposite direction, but I'm just talking about women that you've seen where they're experiencing hurt as the result of the behavior and the mindsets of the black men they're involved with. Acknowledge any of that in your experience.
Yeah.
We not gonna get hurt. I don't think men get hurt.
You just wanted to open the door, haven't didn't you, Kev? You wanted this door to open.
What you
You and
talking about? I'm
Izzy
answering her
wanted to
question.
open this door.
I'm asking her a question. What you talking about? I'm just saying we
Yeah,
don't get
serious
hurt. You know what I'm
question.
saying? You can talk about it.
Wait a
I
minute,
don't, I
wait,
don't
wait,
care.
wait.
Did you say
Because the way
men
you
don't get
just said
hurt?
men
Did you
don't
That's
say
what
get
he said.
men
hurt.
don't get hurt?
You
I guess
just
I
said
thought to
men
slip that.
don't get hurt and you didn't think you opened the door.
If men don't get
I'm not
hurt,
saying. I'm just
then
saying.
what
She was
is all
saying
this
as
we
long as
hear about?
she
That's
was
not
What?
saying that as long
true.
as you
That's
don't get
not
affected.
true.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Wait a
whoa,
minute,
what?
how don't men get hurt? Uh,
I don't know. I was
By
just talking
you
what?
about in a
just you
situation we
said
could
it,
talk.
Kev. You
I
just
was
said
saying
men
that she
don't
was
get
wondering
hurt.
if we. She was. I know she was wondering if I was going. We was going to basically take it personal. Or he was going to take it personal. I was just saying he's not going to get hurt.
Mm.
I really don't. But
But
Well, go ahead and answer the question then, Izzy.
what? I
Because you
said
guys want to open this door, so let's
Right.
walk through it.
why? Hold on, hold on.
Let's walk
These
through
are
it.
conversations we must have, though.
That's why I understand. So
Okay.
we can have this conversation so I can go ahead and set the tone.
The tone. Well,
The
okay.
tone. We've had this conversation on my plat, but apparently it didn't resonate or sit with you. So let's set the tone
Wait,
again.
wait, 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 wait. Of the do black men protect black women? Where did I didn't not
You
necessarily
know
ask
where
this
you're
question.
inching with it, Izzy. You know where
Where
you're
are you
going.
inching with it? 'Cause I'm trying to get
I'm not
clarification.
itching. Hold on,
I
hold on,
mean,
hold on.
let's get there so we can go ahead and have the conversation. My only question is Marty coming?
I Empress, I can't with
I'm just saying, is
no
Marty coming?
Who's
yo.
Because every
Marty?
time you go here,
Stop.
Marty just
Stop.
appears.
Stop it.
Who is? I
No.
want to see who this Marty guy is.
Who's
This
No,
Marty?
sounds
you
fun.
don't want to know who Marty is.
Y'all know who Marty is, Mr. Black Jesus.
Yo,
Marty is his
the
name.
government is
Oh,
Oh, y'all don't
crazy.
like? Oh, y'all don't
I'm
like
just
that guy? I
saying, is
forgot.
Marty coming in? Because I'd love to set the tone for him too.
I'm
I
not you
just,
if you want do you
I just
want
want to
that?
throw.
I
I
don't
just
think
want
you
I'm
to.
just
want that.
I'm just saying because Izzy, every time you open this door, he comes out with his sword and his black cape on.
You texting him right now, Izzy?
He is. He is.
First
Hey,
off,
Black
I do
Jesus,
know.
my
Yeah.
homeboy. I wish he'd pop up in here. Where you
I
Kev,
at,
de-
buddy?
Cool.
Kev, I'm gonna
I'll
need you to
definitely
dial it down because I'm going to sit
I'll hit the button.
Marty back down in his chair every
I'll
time he
hit the
comes
button.
and tries it.
I'll hit the
Go
button.
ahead and send for him because you know I take pride
I'll
in
hit the button.
I
I'll
take
hit
Let's
the
go
pride.
ahead and get
button.
to 500 tonight. Bye.
I
Go
just want
hit
to
the button.
say, I don't know where
I'll
y'all are going
because
with this,
I
but I just
don't
want.
understand why we have to have conversations where we are trying to tear each other down. We're not going to get anywhere.
whoa, whoa,
Okay, so
No,
whoa.
no, no,
let's.
no.
Where did you get
Because
that?
you know, no, because you know where Black Jesus slings his sword and where he goes with it.
It's the
No,
slang for me. The slang is.
Slang is
it's
crazy.
This
it's
is
it's
slang is
unnecessary. It's
Slang
unnecessary. Well, you're not
slang
going to do
is
this tonight, Izzy. No, no, no,
hold
no.
on. Hold on. You
Because
thought
right now, what he's going to come. Yes, let's get our eyes. Matter of fact, let me get the camera on so you can really see
hold on,
this.
hold on, hold on.
Let's get
Uh
our eyes
oh.
there. Let's
Uh
get our
oh. The
eyes there.
eye is there. It's eye on
You
eye.
know he's going
Oh
to arrive
my.
in this building and he's
Uh
going to
oh.
see three other women, a total of four, and you and Kev, and he's ready. He's ready.
now he's ready.
Do you want that? You want
He
I
don't
just.
want the smoke with me, but he'll go do it in other
I
lives. But he won't
hold
come
on, hold
on
on, hold on.
mine
I
because he's not going to breathe over there.
hey, I
Summons him
want the
by all
smoke.
means. Summons him.
I
Again,
like.
He never
I
But that's
wins,
just
but
a.
it's okay.
Well, I guess his question
never
is a
win.
simple question though. That's
It's a
all. You
simple
know.
question.
It
Do
is
y'all feel
to me.
like I don't get how you like you're taking this in this way. Like again,
Can I answer the question
you're
for you?
What
assuming
you got?
again,
What you got,
just
Mark?
like
No
black wait,
assume.
wait,
You
just
opened the
like
door.
Black
I said,
Jesus
Izzy,
assumed,
don't do it, and
just
you
like Black
still
Jesus
did it.
assumed. What you think? Kev, Kev
Can
know
you
me.
ask?
You know
Ask the
me.
question
With
again.
I asked. So, do you feel as if that black men don't protect black women in 2023?
And
Or
I asked you, protect us from what? Clarify. What are
And
you
Izzy,
I'm
we
saying?
just
Don't throw
arrived in
rhetoric.
Have
23.
you
We
ever
just
Don't
heard
throw
that
arrived.
statement
rhetoric.
before though? Have you ever heard that statement before? Because
We're
I'm pretty
8
sure
days
only.
into
It's
23.
just
We're 8
rhetoric.
days
It's
in.
stuff we say, but we don't even know what
Yeah,
we're
but
talking
what do you
about.
think they mean
Explain
though
it.
about that? What do you think they mean then? Because I'm pretty
I
sure
think they
we
are
can't
talking from
tell
their
what a woman
ego.
think. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that's why
that's
he
why
asking
I'm
the woman.
asking.
I think they're speaking from their ego. That's what I think.
Oh, okay,
Explain
okay,
what you
got you.
say because this is where
Black
emotional
women
intelligence comes
shouldn't
in.
black women.
Explain what you're
Oh
talking
Lord, we
about.
finna Kev, the numbers
Yeah,
finna get
we're
up
just
there,
gonna go
baby.
there because
We're just
Oh
gonna go there.
yeah.
So apparently we're
Oh
going there.
yeah. We
We got
love it.
somebody down in the
I just
comments
want.
that says he just summons them. So we're getting ready to go there.
Okay, I
Oh,
just
So
want to
what?
say something quick
What?
everybody
before it
buckle
goes
their
there.
seatbelts because it's gonna be a great ride.
I want to say something before we go there.
Thank you, Izzy.
You're
Okay, I
welcome.
want to say something before we go there. Um, I think I just want to say in general when people ask certain questions, whether it's to cause something crazy, whatever the case is, it's still up to us of how we decide to look at it and take it. Some things are just an answer, and some things can be deeper than that. How he said it. I wouldn't necessarily say this is necessarily just an ego question because there's some men who are who has never harmed a woman in their life, never thought about it, never will ever think about doing that, and they just really want to know, like, dang, do black women that I look to want to be with, they see me like that, like as me, like being a black man who don't, I mean, who wants to harm them, because there is a plethora of men out there who has harmed black men, black women. That would be harmful to someone who's growing up excited and great, excited to marry and be with a black woman, but to look at the fact that, man, this is how black women see me. So there's another way to look at it. So for him to ask that question, and
Absolutely.
your first thought is to be like, well, do you know how many black men has harmed black women? It's like, dang, like what? What do you mean? So
It's
yes,
kind of
is that
how it gets all started, because
right?
the
And that's
narrative
why I
is put
want.
out there, which starts other men to band together to create what they have.
And that's the
If
thing
we
that
look at it that way and throw the harmful word out, then it's kind of letting the other ones who aren't harmful lean towards the wrong side.
and that's what I would hope that, at least in this conversation, that we don't necessarily do. And because I don't think it necessarily be deep, protection needs clarification. So like, I mean, to me, it's just a general question. Like, do you feel protected by black men?
Yeah, it's just every woman's answer gonna be different. You know what I'm saying? That's
So
just
I'm
a
just gonna say
simple
this then.
question.
On my answer, if I heard that question, a simple answer would be yes. In my 30 something years, I have never been afraid of a black man. I personally have not been harmed physically or have a disdain for black men
Hmm.
being harmed by them. Um, take that back. There has been moments I have gotten into situations, but I think when I look at it, it's not to say that because all I've dated and been with was black men. So can I say, like, so for me personally, I don't look at black men as fearful, if that makes sense. So
I
I
agree to
say,
that. I
so
can
I,
say that I've had a bad, but it doesn't outweigh all. I
right,
love my
right. So
black men.
there
So
has been
I'm going to
instances.
say, yes, I do feel like black men protect me.
Cool.
I can't,
That's all we
I
wonder. We
can't
want to know
speak for
everybody answer.
others,
That's all.
but if we put out, what she said, which is going to now change the narrative, it's all I'm saying is sometimes we need to choose our words wisely, because yes, we do get hurt, but that means we got hurt by one or two, does not mean a whole. So if we keep just getting mad off of one incident and making it a whole, then we'll always have this problem. That
Yeah,
one person can't define everyone. It
exactly.
cannot define every black man. So me personally, yes, I feel black men are very protective. Has it been a few that don't get the job done? Yes, but that doesn't account for the whole.
Because
That's for
that,
those in particular
yeah,
individuals.
because what's that saying is are there people that are ain't shit ass people? Yes. Are there people who would just do some crazy stuff? They've been traumatized, whatever case is, they harm other people? Yes. It's not fair to make it as though black men are the only harmful creatures out there. That is not fair to put that out there like that. So
Hmm.
that's how
It's
it comes
not.
to me when I hear people say things like, "Yeah, black women, yeah, okay." So and then people are like, "Well, don't derail it to say because you can talk to a white woman and ask her, has white men ever harmed you?" She probably, yeah, they have. So, has a white woman ever harmed you, white man? Yes. Has a black woman ever harmed you, black man? Yes. So it's not fair to try to paint that picture that, hey, there's a lot of black men harming black women, so now I don't feel protected by black men because black men be out there harming women. Did he harm? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not fair to paint that narrative. Like me raising a son, and I gotta tell him, hey, I know you probably like some of these women, but they ain't gonna like you because they view men, black men, as hateful and aggressive, and they're gonna attack you. They want to hurt you. That's not fair to paint a picture on somebody who don't even see black women like that. There are men out there clearly, but for him to ask that question, you got to derail it. That's just kind of, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
For a
But
small quick
his
commercial, for a small quick commercial break, the milk, white milk man, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and drink that glass of milk while I check you out of here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
oh,
because
I
he
just
tried it.
wow, oh my, wow. Here we go. I didn't even notice that. Oh, good night. She ain't playing. So I think the main question is that's even for people that's in the panel, man. We just because I'm not we ain't gonna take it harsh or something like that. You know what I'm saying? We just want to know, do you feel protected by black men? That's all. And if not, just why? Just ask us why, because this is the room to actually express that. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna take it to heart because some another man might have whatever. We're not gonna take it to heart because we ain't like that.
Um,
Anybody?
Well, the questions have to be asked so people can understand. Would I say that
There's
it needs clarification or emotionally explained? It kind of sets the tone for itself. I think a lot of people take incidents they have with one or two and make it a whole.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
that's kind of
saying.
where the
That's a fact
problem
too.
is that you may have had problems with one or two and now you've just made it a whole.
so
And
Yeah,
we can't keep
that,
allowing it to be made as a whole because
yeah. That's
not
what I want to
all
see.
black men are
What chicks
hurtful.
think like that.
Well,
so
it's
look,
like,
if I may like add another like thing to this of why like when the bigger, if you want to say, like you start to see it a little bit more, like the recent situation that happened of like, Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion, and they're saying, so I'm assuming like again that dang, it almost got me, man, almost got me.
No, I
you
thought
know,
that
Anyway,
was over.
like,
I'm like, you mixing this wrong.
but
3 in the morning.
I'm assuming that they're meaning physical. I mean, they could be mean emotional, like that he did emotional damage, but I'm assuming that they mean physical.
What
okay.
is Bird
So,
talking about down there? Who Misandry? Who is that? Who
Call
got the
out
hate for
Mackenzie
men?
when you see it.
so I do
Oh,
not, but I don't think it's a black man issue. I think it's a man issue. I think men as a whole don't
Facts.
protect women anymore. It just doesn't happen. Unfortunately.
So they go a different
I
answer though. That's what I wanted to know.
but I
Yeah,
wouldn't
Well,
okay.
say
I mean,
all. We can say a
it's
handful.
not
We can't
all.
say
It's
Hey,
not
all.
all. Just
but
as a
look,
whole.
but
But
we understand that she's not saying all. She ain't got to explain that for real.
right.
I understand that she's not saying because I don't take
But I
as I say I
think
don't take offense to when they say men or something like that because I automatically just because I know I'm not one of them, so I'm not gonna
So
say like what
hold
they
on.
ain't all
Hold
men. I'm not about
on.
to do that. That's just me
Hold
myself. I
on.
wouldn't do that. I can
So
understand
do
it
you
though.
mean like
I
is it like can you give us like a percentage number like around about?
he
I
wanted now you doing some
I
extra stuff.
I'm just
It's not
wondering
a
like cuz
percentage, right? I don't think it's an actual issue. I think that back in the day, it was a whole lot of like, you, as a man, there was just certain things that you did not do in the presence of a woman, and that in and of itself was a form of protection for women. Now, forward, right? I think that it's not outright harm. It's the bystander effect, right? The fact that there's so many people around, everyone just assumes that somebody else is going to be the one to solve the problem instead of being the one to solve the problem. So when everyone thinks like that, the problem never gets solved. So if a woman is being hurt, everyone goes, well, somebody will take care of it, and then no one takes care of it, and now she's just hurt alone on a street corner who watched
Why
50
gotta
men
be
walk
street
past
corner?
her. You know what I mean?
I
wait.
don't
I
see
I
that.
feel like that's people though.
I don't know if I can lean
Okay.
with that
There was
one.
a lady,
I'm gonna
there
need
was a
you to give a
lady,
little more
what, a
details
year or
there.
two ago, a year or two ago, there was a woman who was RAP3'd on a train, and that train was full of 40 people. Not one person called the cops. Not one person stepped in to try to help her in any way, shape, or form. The most that was done was people recorded it and then posted it online, but no one actually helped her
I think that's
because
more
everyone assumed someone
it-
else would do it.
all people are though, not
But
just
I
you
say,
expected a man just
That
like
would
just
kind of
because
be
it's
that
a man.
everyone was wrong, male and
right,
female
right.
that
So
was
that's
aboard that
shifting a little
40.
bit
It
to,
would it would now be everyone's responsibility, not just the male,
yeah, for sure.
because
Yeah.
But
we
that
I,
was
also
to lead
have a
it to
duty
it's
to do
everyone's
as
job to
well.
protect and not a man's job to protect. If we go off of a man's job is to protect,
Wait,
then it would be the men's responsibility
uh,
to protect in that
well, no,
situation.
because not
But
men
we
are the
have to
only ones
change
that
the
protect women.
Empress,
narrative there. Wait.
Empress, you know where it's going. Good, you know where that,
Because
you know where that's gonna go. Cause I
we
heard the
gotta really
words.
we gotta really look at this situation. Although men are protectors, it is also our job to do the same. If it's 40 people on this train and this one particular woman is harmed, we will not sit and just only put that on the men. That is everyone is held responsible for that because we
Mm.
all could have picked up the phone and contacted police. We
Yeah.
all could have done something.
We could have called. The man could have helped
we
physically.
we could have we could have all stepped in to do
Yeah.
something. It shouldn't just be just focused on the men because we all could have done something.
Yeah.
Hmm. Dope. No.
That for that balancing of thought. Because yes, that's definitely because yeah, that's definitely was horrible. But I think that is how the world moves now. Sadly, the world moves that way.
Now we both going down then, and we gonna all have to go down because I just can't allow that. I couldn't stand there and just say only the men are held responsible there.
I do think more. Do I want to?
You said you
It's.
already didn't open up
I
can of
feel
worms.
like.
Might as well open up can of snake
Exactly. May
I
as
oil.
well
feel
go
like.
on and just throw them
I.
out on in the street. Throw them all out in the street. Throw them out
All
there.
right, get them all
I.
out now.
I can somewhat agree with like that. If you want to say, I'm not gonna say that like, because that's tough. So I will say me personally, I do look at that that was some bitch ass shit. Like that's some whole nigga shit. Honestly, me personally, again, because
It,
I would have stepped in and done something, but I just can't put it on the men.
I, how did that even get allowed though? I've never heard that in my life. That's
Yeah,
what's crazy.
I
Like,
can't even. I
who
mean,
just
Like,
sit
was it
there and
in
watch a Peter Weeder
Speedway?
just getting?
Not
That's weird.
a
yeah,
Peter
that's
Weeder.
You
freaking
just
That's
seeing
what.
somebody
crazy.
go. That's weird. That don't sound right to me, man. That don't even sound
But
believable for
people
real.
watch people like dying in the streets. So I mean,
Hobo, was this a true and fact
But
story?
I'm saying
Or
somebody
was
That
this
getting
it
their
ain't
cheeks,
different.
hypothetically?
It
they
ain't.
cheeks
It
beat in.
happened
Like I ain't trying to make it sound like that, but it's just like how do you watch somebody having and then they yelling for help or something like that? Like how do you watch that? That's weird. That don't even make sense to me. That
yeah,
still
That's
don't
why
make
I'm
sense.
asking, is this a true fact story,
they
Hobo?
must
Or
That
have
is
don't
this just
published
sound
like a
it.
right.
hypothetical?
That don't sound right.
I I think it happened in Philadelphia, but it was
It
a year or
happened
two ago.
in New York. There is a video of it actually, and
Oh wow.
yeah, it was tough, and I was like, damn, these
Did
some
he have
hard
a gun?
niggas.
I mean, a pew
I
pew.
I
don't
think it
know.
was a homeless
I'm
dude.
gonna need you to change that to a pew pew
I
so the
did. That's how I
live can
did. Pew pew pew
continue. So
pew.
the live can continue.
Yeah,
I,
right.
I
Pew
was
pew.
looking like that because my pops had shown me. He was like, "This is what the world has come to," and he's like, "No, so you mean to tell me they just let this happen?
And
No,
no one
nobody did
said
anything."
nothing?
That
I mean,
that
But I
don't
think
sound
that's
believable.
this is
it
not
probably speaks
something
to.
that's isolated. We heard
This
these
is
same
wild.
stories at the Kavanaugh hearings. We hear these same stories in the Me Too movement.
How did
This
you
is
wait a
behavior
damn
that is
minute?
happening in real life.
Yo,
This is the
wait,
kind of
how did you
behavior that's
change
happening.
that? Yo, the way that you, yo, the left turn that you just took right there was crazy. Like, damn, I got whiplash from that motherfucker, man. Like, hold on.
I'm saying this
So,
happens in real life. We watch damage happen in this way, especially when we're talking about SA. This happens. This is real life for a lot of
you think?
women that have experienced these kind of situations where there was no one that came there to rescue, and there were onlookers. There were people that witnessed these situations. We do hear it. If you're paying attention, we hear it. We hear it often.
So you think that?
But I can't
How
let
did you
this
say that
wrap
Brett
around my
Kavanaugh?
mind though.
Hold on. How did you connect this to Brett Kavanaugh? And wait a
The
damn
the
minute.
stories that were told in the hearing by the woman who admitted to being assaulted. There are
That
people that
it
see
turned out
this. There's
she was
examples of it.
lying.
We see it in our media, and we wonder why people stand aside and watch it. All I'm saying is this is something that happens often. This is not an isolated incident where this was a one-time thing. If you look in our society, this behavior is behavior that's becoming real commonplace. We turn and we look away and we don't acknowledge the abuse that we see right in front of our eyes, or worse, we sweep it under the rug
So
intentionally.
only reason I say
But
that
we
is because you brought
still
up
do
The
Brett.
thing
not
is not.
have the right to just only say men are to do something about it. Bottom
Nope,
line
all of
is all
society,
of
I
us
agree.
as a whole has to learn to do something about it. We can't just say, well,
Absolutely.
men are protectors and they're supposed to do it. No, because there was more than just men there. There was women there. So that means everyone is held accountable for not doing the job correctly.
I absolutely agree.
Uh, I'm
Absolutely.
I'm
But
sorry though, but I can't let that wrap around my. It's not sitting right with me, man. Because that don't. It just that right there just don't make sense. Because you know if that's happening, the woman gonna be yelling out help or something like that. I don't want this or something like that. There's no way somebody gonna watch a woman yelling help or something like that and not do nothing
they
about it
did.
unless the dude got a pew pew or something. You know what I'm saying? That just
So,
don't make
Izzy,
sense
you
right
seen
there.
the recording
It
Hmm.
happens.
and no one did nothing. That's wild. That's
Where's
wild.
that? Y'all said
Where,
y'all
where,
seen the
where
Well,
was this?
video?
Was this out in the
I'll get my
wilderness or
dad,
something?
and
But
I'll get my dad to find, and then
Not
I'll
the
get you,
wilderness.
Kev.
Hey
Get
guys, really quickly, this is Midnight. So I've got a news report from Fox 29 Philadelphia on October 18th, 2021. A homeless man from Upper Darby, Philadelphia, was seen sitting next to the lady, touching her. No one did anything. And then somebody called in the guy because he was disrobing and messing with this lady, and no one did anything. And you could hear it relayed on the radios throughout the entire train station because the one lady called it in, but nobody did anything. And
Okay.
so,
Oh,
All right.
good.
That makes sense now. Okay. You threw me off
well,
because you said
Okay,
RAP.
so somebody still
RAP
no,
did
no,
is
no,
report
different.
it.
no, 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 no. What I am saying is
That's
they
how
they
it started.
yeah, that's how it started. What you hear on the radios is because he started actually RAP3, like he actually started doing it, and somebody called it into one of the managers of the train station, but no one did anything. They watched her get assaulted.
I
You
feel
said
like
so he actually like got her clothes off and everything in front of them?
Yes.
What the that don't oh I can't oh wow,
I'm
that's
going
crazy.
in. See, I can't be in those type of situations because whatever's in front of me is going to be upside your head. So I
Okay.
can't be, and I don't understand how I can't wrap my head around
well,
how people just stroll right on past and record it, but
That's
done
the
nothing.
weirdest stuff. I could see
You took
a
enough
fight or
time
something
to
like that, but I
record
never seen
versus
somebody
help.
yell for
I'm
help.
confused.
oh,
Yeah,
listen.
that junk got me. That just don't sound. Even though he said it's on the news, that just don't sound believable. What the freak? That don't make sense.
Oh,
But to bring
he said were they black? I,
Come on, he about to start something other. Not do that one.
I still
He
don't.
about
I
to
still
start.
do have like a.
I
I'm not
can't
gonna
help
lie.
but laugh
What?
at that comment. That I'm
I
gonna
know.
let it sit there.
Of course, Steph would say that. Only
Laugh
Steph
at
would
that
say.
comment.
Only Steph was asked something like that. Yo,
I'm just saying, if that would have been me, I couldn't have took a phone out to record it. I got to do something to get you off you, but I got to come with something because I don't know what you got on you, but I got to try to stunt you a little bit to
don't know how
get
to
you
calm
off
down.
her so she can run, she can something. And I also have a phone to make a call. I'm not going to record it. You could call in to get even more help. I'm not getting this. I can't wrap my head around this. This
Me
I
neither.
can't
Like I
get
can
it. It
understand the
makes no
fights and all
sense
that
to me.
stuff. Them fights and all that stuff, I can understand that. Like when people be recording that, yeah, a little something. But actually, that type of situation where they actually got the clothes off and all this stuff and got that's super. I've never heard that in my life. I've never seen somebody just record that and let that go. That's crazy, man. That just really just sound unbelievable. I'm sorry. That just sound unbelievable, man. Even though you said it's on the news, but then that sound like some stuff I don't know. That's
I
weird.
mean, when we say, I mean, that's true. It's a society that we're dealing with, but ultimately, there has been heinous crimes throughout the whole entire United States, throughout years and years and years. There is nothing new under the sun.
Thank you.
There's just different ways of things. Oh my God, that scared me.
Gave her the pistachio. I was like, what the?
Yo,
not
dang,
Turned to a
I
cowboy.
was like, what is
not.
on my face?
I thought your his voice was about to start getting deep in a minute. Yeah, but actually, oh my bad.
Yo, he was black.
Like my
The
heart
Absolutely.
still
look on the
couldn't wrap
panther
around to
paw. The
allow
look.
it.
The
I don't
homeless.
think that's put on a man. I just still could not wrap my hands around or my heart to allow it. I'm a human and I got to make a way for you to at least be able to get up and run. I may not be able to win that man, but I got to at least be able to help you run and give a running start
A
and try to have someone
cucaracha.
on the main line. I just
No,
I can't believe
I
that
feel
it
the
really
same way.
happened that way. That's weird. And you
Yeah,
said
that's
this
Yeah,
was in
weird
New York?
for sure.
It's
it was
Philly.
in Philadelphia.
There he is, right there.
Well, I'm glad I'm in California because it's going down out here.
I
It ain't.
googled it.
I ain't watching it. Somebody
But
gonna
like
somebody getting hit in their head.
on a
I'm more careful.
on a similarly, I guess, ish note, right? I think that a lot of the reason why black men are so hesitant, I guess is a better word, to jump into situations like that is because the way that police work, right? They they could end up getting blamed for something that they was just trying to help in the case, right? Okay, there was I think it was out in Tyler, right? There was a dude who was pew-pewing up a mall, and there was a man who was trying to help because we in Texas, everybody's strapped. When he came out, because he was not a YT person, they assumed it was him and they shot, and I mean, sorry, they unalived that man because they assumed that it was him and he was genuinely just trying to help. So I think a lot of times people are just trying to keep themselves out of that situation, if that makes any sense.
You was doing good. You was doing good when you said pew pew, and then got the second part out. Oops, that was funny. You
Sorry, man,
forgot
I'm
that part.
sorry.
That's like when you try to skip a cussing word and you say the other part in front of your
Yeah.
parents. That's really funny. What's the
Hey, Kev, thanks for the
deal?
space. I'm going to drop out of the box. You guys have a
Oh yeah,
good
for
day.
sure, for sure, man. I'm
My
here.
show was about the. Yeah, never mind.
For sure, for
Mm.
sure.
I don't like the Kavanaugh thing, me personally. I don't like
You
that.
got any more juicy questions for us, man? Since everything open.
I mean, I didn't like the
No, you
Kavanaugh
don't need to
point that
act
she
like that.
said because Kavanaugh was falsely accused, but that's that's neither here nor there.
That's why I just talked right over it because I knew Izzy was gonna go there, and I was like, "Not tonight. We're not gonna do it
Nah.
tonight. We're not gonna do it tonight."
I mean,
Because that would be one bandwagon that I would assist him on slaying. So we're not gonna do that tonight. Because I don't like that everything is put on black men. It's a whole, and we are all responsible for our actions. If you don't want those actions, then you got to respect the game. If you don't want an action, then don't give it.
can I ask where you thought that I was trying to
No,
take
because
it?
you know that little them worms you was finna let out. We just redirected you. You knew what the little worms you was throwing out in that street.
I
You was
still
finna
don't
have the
mind.
whole
You knew
bed.
he was trying to throw some garden snakes up
Yeah, he
there.
was gonna have the whole bed. He-Man woman haters up in here. We was finna have alfalfa and everybody up in
Actually, I do think that, you know. So
right. And
they never
sometimes
got
I
my
think
back.
sometimes I'm appreciative to certain black men who do certain things, but when you just making it a whole, it hurts my feelings because you putting all of it on all of us and we are all not in that same boat.
Right.
Oh
And I
yeah,
don't like when women do it to black men. It's wrong and it needs to be corrected. Just like that incident, it shouldn't have went down that way. It should have been everybody assisting somehow, which fashion or form.
I mean,
That was
All
a
right, I think it's
wowie.
time for
I
me to
mean,
start speaking loud now. Hold up. Let
people
me put
aren't.
my mic back in.
Why? You pretty loud right now.
Nah,
that part.
I like my echo.
Well, I don't want to
There
hear
go
the
my
echo.
echo.
I can't.
Do you need to go to the bathroom or something? Is that why you
I
want the echo?
did you really? That's crazy how you thought that I was gonna take it somewhere
Hold
else.
up.
Wow.
Mm, I ain't the only one seeing it coming.
I mean, I could take it somewhere else, and
Anybody? Nope. I don't hear nothing in there.
yo,
What's the
the
deal?
echo is crazy.
I'm I'm back.
Yo, what the?
I'm loud and clear. Y'all better wake up in my live today, man. I ain't about to. We talking about some stuff today.
And please tap the screen. We got 70 people in here.
Yes.
Tap the screen. Show some love.
Yes, please,
Share
please,
the lot
please. Listen to
apostrophe.
Empress, man. Or you gonna get booted. She don't play around here. She done booted by three. Oh my gosh, she just scared the mess out of me. What the freaking lip was all done for. I don't know what she was smelling like.
Conversation.
So, did you, Empress? Did you have Nobles live earlier?
Did I go in who's live?
Nobles.
No, I didn't stop by there today.
That's because that's
I've
honestly
seen a few people and it's not worth my breath sometimes.
because
Bert,
the
you got a
person
question
on
for
there.
us?
Bert,
Even though he gonna ask something juicy. Let me stop because he. Uh, I
Oh,
know he's a
see,
troll
you know
for
what?
sure. He
If you
gonna ask
think
some
the
stuff.
worms were redirected, I'll redirect the worms. I'll throw them out there in the street. I
Uh,
just want to know because it kind of seemed like black men were getting blamed for things that are just a whole. We all like to generalize, right?
yeah.
But I don't think like when it's like
oh my
something like
god.
possibly detrimental to a group of people. Like I don't think us as black men typically generalize like that. Right.
Mm.
When it goes to like when you go like straight to that other thing, like yeah, that's wild.
I feel like, but women,
It's giving.
it's
So
giving, it's giving that women do. Oh, not
okay.
not me tripping and damn the worms is every.
Are
Oh,
Yeah,
you messing up?
you're
You
struggling
messing
right
up?
there.
You
You
messing
struggling
up?
right
Uh
there. So
oh.
let me help you sit all the way right up in the chair.
oh.
Why is it
Finish him.
do we always have to say all women? Why isn't it not hard for y'all to just say a percentage of women feel this way? Because it's not all of us.
It's the same reason why it's hard for y'all to say a percentage of men.
So
Oh.
you have
It's fair.
whoa,
Whoa.
Like I'm saying,
whoa.
it
No,
goes
no, no,
both
no.
ways.
Now, see, you didn't don the plat. You didn't heard exactly what I say, so I'm still in that hole. I don't condone that. I don't
Wait,
condone it on my platform. I don't allow not a woman to come and feel that she can knock down my beautiful black men, and I don't allow a beautiful black man to come and knock down a beautiful black woman. I don't allow
hmm
it. It's not tolerated on my plat. I will shut it down and I will eat you alive because it's wrong. You cannot put us all in a hole because we all don't see things. Do you have some out there that do see it that way? Absolutely. Go for them. Stop coming for the rest that don't agree to it. That's all I'm saying.
so then
I'm sorry, but I will bash black men. These men is simps
I'm not
nowadays.
gonna
They
go and
simps, and
bash
I'm
him.
not
I
gonna be
much
hurt because I
rather
know I'm not one of
educate
them.
him versus bash him. I much rather help him educate and get the help he
can
needs
I?
for himself versus tear
Ooh,
him down because then he won't ever be nothing. And I want him to be something.
I'm about to fight.
The,
See,
So I'm gonna help
see,
him and get him to where he needs to get the information from, which means I'm gonna send him in the direction of a strong black man that can assist him. I'm not a man, so I can't give you what you're gonna need from a man. I can only give you a small percentage of what comes from a woman. I can't. You can get your eyeball out your socket and sit there. That's how I see things. I
oh,
can't speak and make other women see the same views. It's up to
oh,
that
wait, wait,
person.
wait, 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 wait. Question then, right? Question, just a question.
Izzy, every route you go, you know I'm gonna slap the shit out you. So go ahead.
Like the shit. Hold on. If you think that,
not the
oh, you
boo
know,
boo out of them.
hey, okay, again, if you're thinking that you really, again, we're just asking questions right now. We're
Okay,
not
go
getting.
ahead, Izzy. Go ahead, Izzy. Breathe, breathe. It's okay.
This isn't debate mode. This isn't any of that. These are just questions. Questions.
It's
So
just a joke, Izzy. Why are you taking shit personal right now?
I'm just saying, these are
I'm
just
not gonna physically put
questions.
my hands on you. It's just a joke.
Okay, you gonna Will Smith me,
He
bro?
gonna like it anyways.
Yo, yo. Of
It's
course,
time to put the lion filter on now.
yo. But I was just gonna ask. So, dude, when we talk about like you were saying that like black men versus like calling black women out on stuff and black women calling black men out on stuff. So, do you feel as if that men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable? And is it equal?
Of what I've seen on this TikTok, I have to say possibly maybe a 50%. I can't say a 100%, and that's both ways.
Both ways?
That's both ways.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can
So
get
what
on.
was the question again? We got two other women to answer this too.
Do you feel like men, both black men and black women, do they hold black other black men and other black women accountable?
I mean, black men and black men hold each other accountable. Do
Mm-hmm.
black men hold black men accountable? Do black women hold black women accountable?
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Or we can just
it's
generalize it.
getting
I
sweaty
just only
tonight.
say 50% because there is 50% of black men holding the opposite black man accountable for his actions. The same with a woman. Is there that other 50% that don't and just be like, nah, bro, you supposed to do that. You ain't wrong. Absolutely. And that's on both ends.
So,
Um,
Are we saying as in just TikTok or are we saying as in everywhere?
Oh,
we
as
can say the world. I mean,
like
so we can say in the United States
the
then.
world, the
the
world,
Western society.
the
Western
world.
society. We're gonna talk about that then. What we know.
Hmm.
maybe a 30. I'm gonna have to take a 10 away. I'm gonna have to drop it down to 30. I'm gonna have to take a little more than. I'm gonna have to take a little more than 10. I'm
So
gonna have to
for
drop it
which,
down to maybe a
I don't really
30%.
see
so 30%
women doing
men,
that.
I know she about to say something
I
alternate about
mean,
to
because
come
if
with.
I guess for me, when I'm dealing with women, if you wrong, I'm gonna call you out on your shit. Period.
I feel you. You think a lot of
I'm
women? I'm gonna
calling
put it
you
this way.
yeah,
You
out,
think a lot
and
of
if
women
I
built like
don't,
you though?
you
if
she
I
is
don't,
different breed though.
Right, I
That's
was
and
about
if
to say,
I
do you think a
don't,
lot of women built
then
like you though?
you gonna keep doing it. If I don't, then you gonna keep doing it, and it's not helping you. So I gotta call you out on your shit so you
thank
can
you.
see your shit.
You're a different breed of
But you
woman though.
different though.
I guess that's why people call me a goddamn unicorn. But let me be a goddamn unicorn because
Oh,
this other
and just
shit
the
going
fact
on
that you
is
said that,
is
you already gave
crazy.
the answer that it
There's
can't be
answers
50.
right there. Uh-huh. You're a unicorn, so it
I think
gotta be
So
higher.
men.
we gonna give you a chance to change that number some more. How
But there's
many?
still the reason I say that because there's a lot of other women out there that are just like me. So we cannot just discredit them.
Hmm.
It's just maybe not at a high tier if you visually seeing it, but we are there.
I think men can take scrutiny more than women, and I don't think women hold each other accountable because we're more so engaging and telling each other that's great, keep doing it until we get hurt, and then we're like, shit, that man's fucked up, he shouldn't have did it. That's how it happens most of the time.
I can agree to that. I'm just not one of them. I'm gonna tell you get your ass out of it. Now, if you choose to stay there, then now that's on you. I
And that's why,
did my
yeah,
job. That's
yeah.
really on you. And now that what you're in is what you have to deal with and understand that you may have should have listened first.
Yeah.
And
And even
typically that
Because
is
society.
that is each
we have our
side.
friends that we know is in bad things and we see them doing bad things. We do say it, it's still on that person to continue. We can't control them, but we can say it, but we can't control them.
And that's why I say it's really. I mean, that's on both sides. There's plenty of men out there who be telling, "Hey, bro, I wouldn't do it if I was you. Hey, bro, she ain't the one. She shouldn't be doing it." And they be like,
Excuse
"Oh
me,
man, it's
Pink Monkey
cool,"
1999. I'm gonna need you to dial it down a few notches so you can remain here in the
and
conversation,
they do
okay?
it. They go ahead and do it anyway. So
Yeah, that's
the
just a
thing is,
million
that's where
dollar.
the whole accountability word comes from, because ultimately, like, yeah, like there's many people hold each other accountable for certain things, but we also understand that I have to still live my life. I can't keep holding your hand and keep telling you, hey, don't do. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm holding you accountable today. I'll be holding you accountable again. Like no, because ultimately people are still gonna
Do
do what they're doing.
more.
Not
Oh
by
dang.
Felicia. Oh, he
Uh
had
Me
to
oh,
go.
Let me
it's
show you.
personally,
over.
hey,
Let me show
Empress.
you who Bob
Don't do
Felicia is.
that, Pink. I try to save you. You picking the wrong person.
Me personally, wouldn't take that type of disrespect. Me personally.
Oh
No,
my. But
out of here.
I do. What
Now,
about the
Bob
world? Do
Felicia.
you think the world? Who do you
Oh,
think the world hold more
that's
accountable?
just kept. I like it. I like it.
Men are held more accountable. That's clear.
Mm,
Well, when men do their thing, they do their thing in their own way. We as women, we do talk. We have big communication. It's 1,000 stories going on in one conversation.
hmm.
It's being said, but it's still up to that woman to proceed in where they're going. They
What
know
you don't
what we
agree with?
saying
You
is
just walked
correct,
in
but
here.
they choose to keep wanting to see what they think could change. Because a lot of women are out to try to change the narrative instead of seeing what is right there.
I,
Hmm.
I feel like a lot of women
I got a good example of why the world don't hold them.
are
Have you
non.
ever heard a man say? They ever said a man love your curves?
Nah.
I've never heard that though.
As, as a big fella, again they'd be like plus size. They
Strong
plus
black
size women.
independent man.
Okay, hell no, could never, could never. They don't say
You
that.
do it too much over there, Ken. You do it too much.
I'm having fun with this mic too. I like it.
I'm about to say he wants to hear his face. He wants to hear himself say that. Love your curves. Listen.
I feel as if that. Oh damn! Hold on.
Oh, about quit it, cause
That
midnight gonna
part.
get. He don't think you singing down there. Quit it.
You know
You
the
said what?
song.
I if that when it comes to like the
Say
world scale
poison.
on accountability, there is like, or first off, I want to put out there that like,
Oh,
only reason I feel like women like don't hold other women accountable is because most women are like non-confrontational, like with other women. It seems like wait,
I don't know
listen,
about that.
hear
Wait a
hear it
minute.
out,
I'm gonna have to
or
hit you with it again.
listen, hear me out,
Child.
oh, the
like
eyeball.
because you're gonna
and you may not like this, but because a lot of women live in a delusion. A lot of women live in a delusion, and other women keep them in that delusion. Like they
I'm a
might.
Oh
10.
man,
Wait,
why do you
listen, listen,
keep
listen, listen,
doing it,
listen,
Izzy?
listen,
Uh-oh.
Why?
listen.
Why do you
Oh, here
try
go
to
another one. Have you ever heard a
segregate?
man call himself a 10?
Ooh, why
Again,
are
I
you
got a bunch of
segregating
them.
this? Why are you
I
hey,
segregating
got a
this,
bunch of
Izzy?
them.
hey, again, men tell the truth. Men tell the truth to other men. They really don't lie to other men. No,
Bullshit. I call bullshit when it's got to be called bullshit, Izzy. Men do not hold other men accountable just as much as women don't. Come on now, we got to
You
keep it
just
What?
wait. You
1,000 here.
can't change that. Yo, the
Uh-uh.
moonwalking
Mm-mm.
is
Mm-mm.
crazy.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
The
Mm-mm.
switching up
Mm-mm.
is
The moon
crazy.
walking is
No,
crazy.
Yo,
you no,
the
I couldn't moonwalk anything when
switch
you
up.
clearly no, when you clearly originally, and y'all can say he clearly said, does women hold women accountable and do men hold men accountable? Did he or did he
But
not? So I
yo,
did
no.
not move the
So I
goalposts. I kept
yo,
it in the same in the
I guess
in the
I guess
conversation.
what, but I guess what Izzy trying to say though is like a woman they see stuff in a different
Did you just cut a
perspective.
black woman off?
I
Oh
didn't.
my good.
I did.
See,
See,
you
here
would
we
never
go.
say that about a black
Here
man.
we
Even
go.
that.
Here we go. Here
I,
we
I
go.
Hold the
mean,
accountability.
I'm just gonna keep it real quick. I had to turn to my right to look to see, like, wait a minute, damn, did somebody just come in the box? And God damn, I wasn't even finished, but go ahead, sir. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Okay, well, you was kind of saying the same thing, but like round in circles. But what Izzy
Wait a
trying to
minute.
say is
You
though,
disrespected a black woman?
I didn't. I did not. So what Izzy was trying to say was like,
And then
uh,
you gonna come only and back Izzy up? Come in, wait a minute, wait a
what
minute.
what
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 women do is though, right? Because women they typically
let me check
want to
the
still
background.
be the
It
dominant,
looked like
but
one
at
of
the same time, they still want to be the dominant. So if another woman come in, they're gonna agree, but really they don't agree with what that woman is saying.
They won't say it out loud.
They
That's the.
will not. They won't.
They'll sit there. Hey, do I look fat in this dress?
So my
Yeah.
whole
Hey.
They know
Yes.
they trying to
Yes.
get
listen,
you.
Sis.
my whole
Yes.
yeah.
personality is that I actively disagree with everybody. That's literally what I do
But why though?
because I see things differently than everybody
You
else.
do, but you can literally agree with that person, but you still, as a woman, you're gonna disagree because it's not you saying it.
But my
Oh.
question to y'all is, why
What?
do y'all keep saying that all women do this?
Because
Man,
all
who
women
said?
do
Wait,
this.
No, we
wait.
all
I
women
didn't say
don't. Because
all.
if you got
Don't
no
listen to me.
bullshit,
Don't
Most.
listen.
Wait.
we
Wait.
ain't all women. Because if you
Most.
got some shit that you look a foolish in, I'm finna tell you, you look like a damn fool in it. Now, if you
Most.
Quit
choose to
it.
wear it,
Wait.
to
Quit it.
continue, then that's on you. But I'm gonna tell you, if you too damn big for the shit, you're too damn big for the
You not
shit.
about to
Mo.
hurt their feelings like
Wait.
that.
I'm
Quit.
going to
Hurt
tell
Most
they
you.
women.
If
feelings.
you don't want me to tell you, everybody outside finna tell you. So you may as well go ahead and take
All the
the
Most.
dudes at the door will let you know.
Most. I'm saying. I'm not saying all women, but most women. Again, like we said, Empress,
99.9.
you are a different
It's
breed.
like,
Bro,
You
it's
are
like
a
pushing
one
it,
different
Kev. You
breed.
percent.
pushing it over there, Kev. You pushing it over
Y'all,
It's
there
I
right now,
just
'sir.
1%, bro. It's
guys,
one
guys,
It's
I
percent.
not
have
a
to,
one
I have
That's
to,
percent. It's not a
guys.
1%.
I
Because
give
I'm
you
in the
five.
box, I have to reprove my husband's point in the comments. Y'all do this so much. Y'all will make a comment, a generalization about women, while there are women in the box and in the comments, and all of the women in the box and in the comments will disagree with the generalization that you
That's the
made,
delusion
and then
right
you will
there.
say, "But that's still not the majority." It's literally the majority in your space. We're all telling you that that is a false thing that you're saying, and you
But
will refuse
but
to
wait,
believe
that's
but
it.
wait,
what?
wait,
Oh,
wait, wait,
oh,
wait,
wait,
wait.
wait. Is
But
it?
that's the
But is
delusion
that
right
you lie
because the
there.
though.
major? But
That's
but
not
Exactly.
a
is
delusion.
Wi-
that
You guys are
no,
because
just
right?
women will
you're
sit
only
there and
seeing
be
a
like,
percentage.
Is
You
that
can't
because?
say you didn't seen every single woman do it.
But look,
You've
a
only seen
percentage,
a
right?
handful. You
But
can't
look,
see
you
you
got to
seen the whole
think
every
different,
woman walking this earth. You can't
think
say you see
differently
every
though.
woman walking this
But
earth.
think
Dog,
differently.
And
Just
Think
like if
differently.
the
I'm
That
walking
TV
this earth,
show
percent.
it
say
though.
it's
And this
every
is
That
really
woman
close
percent.
walking this earth.
proximity too, so we can't really
Right.
say that.
You
We
But
can't
that
just
percent is
we can clear
dominantly
as they see the
woman.
world. Do
That
not like you be look at your magazines and all that stuff. Like I've never.
it's
I
catered
did
to
we see?
women. It's
It's
catered to women. That's why I say you got to
that's what I'm
think
Oh,
saying.
here
a
we go.
percent.
This must be
A
one of Izzy's
percent.
partners.
That
Here
percent.
we go. Here
No,
we
we
go.
you don't see that though. Like if you
No,
literally if you
no,
ever seen
no,
that.
no,
I'm gonna give you a
no.
perfect example. A perfect
Wow.
example. If you go into
Lab
a
being talked
retail
over with
store,
a mic
if
is
you
wild.
listen, if you go into a
Okay.
retail, if you go into a retail store, that
Crazy.
retail store is dominantly catered to women. So 90% of that store is women, and 10% of that store is men's. So you
Cool.
got to
Why
look at
is
it
that?
from the perspective
Why
as
is that?
Because y'all buy the most shit.
And
you.
why is that?
Mm, mm, mm.
They are
The
You
the
most
I
tell me
can't.
why
facts.
that
consumer.
is. You
You're the
tell me
Women's
why that
consumer.
clothing
is.
is to appeal to who?
But you tell
What?
me why that is.
Wait. How y'all spend? If you really think about it, to be honest, because women's clothes,
In this
like y'all
day and
can go
time,
to.
y'all spend if not more than we or equal. What do you
But
mean?
no. We're
No,
talking.
they
We're
they
talking
said it
Y'all out
already.
particularly.
y'all out
They
here
already
y'all
said,
out
No,
well,
here buying
statistically, they
we're
said
talking
women
women are
Real
the
clothes
more
quick,
that don't
if
even
you
consumers
make
in
go
the
no
into
world.
a
sense.
retail
everybody.
Y'all
store.
out
This
here
is
got so
midnight.
many chains on your neck you can't
This
hold your neck up. Are you kidding me?
But we're talking
hold
particularly
on,
if you go into a retail store. Why
real
is it
really
Hold on.
quickly,
dominantly?
Remember,
Guys,
women.
Why
Y'all
is it
Alexi
said.
is
guys.
dominantly
trying to
Wait,
pushed
talk.
wait,
toward
wait.
women?
Women said that they what y'all dress up for y'all. Remember that? Not for us, for y'all.
Hold
Look,
on,
look.
really quickly.
So
I
we
do have
we
a
really
point to
we
make.
really just went to open this woman's
Hobo's
side to
husband's
the
trying to
man's
speak
side.
though.
We really went to try to figure out how we were going to get to this topic. This is apparently goes to show why we will never get where we need to get to because we constantly whooping each other's ass. This is clearly shows why we can't get up out of this hole, and we literally can't
Where
push
was
this
the
shit where it
whooping
needs to
coming
Really,
go
in at?
because
We
we
really
gonna
just
keep
quickly.
telling
having
how
this
the world
conversation.
work.
But we just
Yo,
tell you how
Hobo's
the
Hold
world
on.
husband's
work.
trying to
Like
speak
you
as
gotta
well.
look
Because
at
This
it
ain't how
what
the
like
I'm
world
trying
work.
to
Ain't
I'm gonna
nothing
say
use
wrong with
for
it.
is
example. Look, I'm gonna
everything
use.
y'all say that
Hold
y'all
on.
dislike about women, we watch
We
the
don't
men do the
dislike it.
same.
We never said we dislike
Y'all,
nothing. We
But
just
look,
saying that's how the
oh,
world is.
Kev.
that's how the world
Midnight,
is.
what are
But
you
I'm
Hold,
gonna go
saying?
to
Echo,
this
Kev,
live.
because the
Look,
echo is
I'm gonna
messing with your
push it.
dome.
I'm gonna push it
It's
to
messing with
where
your
it's
brain.
live.
Lamar, you need to
Listen.
mute.
But
Hold
now
on.
Go ahead,
look at
Hobo's
now
husband.
I'm sitting here
Mute
looking
is
at Izzy
crazy.
smiling
Me
at the
personally,
ceiling,
guys.
looking at his ceiling fan like, here we
I
go, we
just have
are there.
one
But I
point
want to
that I
push
want
the
to
As
make.
I
dominant. I
tell
want
you,
to
we
push it to
weren't.
where
Now
Hold
it's
on, real
live,
quick,
right?
y'all. Let's
sitting
let
here getting ready to go by.
Hobo talk real quick.
Well,
Look,
this is her husband. This is midnight.
Yeah, I know.
I want to push it.
So real
Go
quick,
ahead.
I want to say one thing is that we're talking about how retail stores cater to women and all this stuff. But do you know that a lot of these big companies, like Victoria's Secret, was created by a man?
Okay.
yep. What's
We just talking about the who buy it though. Who's the
I
number one
Yeah,
understand,
that
but
consumer?
has nothing to
I
do with
was
it. It was
going
made
on my
by a
wife's
man. That has
point
nothing to
where
do with it.
why are they catered? Like why are women buying all of the things? It's because we're telling them that's what we want.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
no,
I
you're
feel you on that.
wrong.
I feel
You're
you on
Wait,
that.
wrong.
right?
You're
Just
wrong.
to add to it, you're going to go buy it for her. You're
Yeah,
buying it for her. But then
wait
you
a
want to
that's
minute.
more
complain
catering to the
about all
woman.
the purses she
It's
have.
just making it
Hold
worse.
on,
My
purses.
point.
Everything's
It's like
catering to the woman.
weddings are catering
Let's
to the
be
Wait,
woman.
clear
Your
here.
look,
Then
kids are
you
look.
coming
will
to the
end up
woman
getting
because
your
we're
feelings
more
hurt.
Hey, look,
attractive
Now
to
you're
want me to
mad
them.
at
tell you? Hey,
you're
look,
he man woman
look,
hate.
you're talking to somebody that's actually into the retail business. That's my
Again,
job.
so
So look, want me to tell you why we cater more to the woman?
Every
Why?
right.
Eighty
Yes, I'm.
percent of the time, right? When a
Yes,
woman goes shop, who's with the woman?
themselves.
No, the kids. Guess what? Guess what? 20% of the business is
What?
kids.
That's why y'all put
So
candy at the
when a
register.
woman goes shop, 20% of it is catered to kids, and the other what? 60% is catered to women.
Bullshit.
A hundred
Tell them to go
percent.
get that.
A
Tell them to go do it
hundred.
again.
Listen,
Tell them to
you're
go to
talking to
do it again
somebody
because
that
men today are out here shopping as much as women are.
not as much as women and kids.
what?
Not as
Are
much
you
as women and
serious?
kids. And look, and when a woman goes shop, guess who's with the woman versus a man? A kid.
So let's just
So when
let's
you
just
go
really
into a
Right.
put it
Let
out
retail
me
there.
see
store,
So
makeup.
I
we
guarantee
may
you.
do
Look, listen,
clothes
hold on,
more,
wait.
but y'all
Let me
are out
finish.
here getting bigger
Let
boat
let me
things than the
finish.
clothes.
Let me finish. Let me finish. When
Always
you
got to be
go,
about women and what the
when
hell
you
women goddamn
let
do.
me finish
Goddamn.
though. When you
There's
go
nothing
into a
wrong with
retail
that.
store,
It's
I
not no
guarantee
bad
you.
thing.
Listen, I guarantee you when you go into a retail store, it's gonna be men's, women's, and then kids is gonna be next to women. Kids will never be next to men because 90% of the time it's a woman that has the kid that's shopping. So guess who's gonna buy more? Women and kids versus a man and a kid.
Well, I understand what a man should take his kids more than. How about that?
Oh my
Oh
goodness!
my
What?
God! See,
That's
you can't
Now,
push me
now
there.
that's all
Look,
the
You
way
that's
off.
look.
Come
why. Okay,
on.
I
Thank you for
got
proving me
something to
right.
say
I'm
that they
saying
Thank
said
is
you
why
men
for
if
shouldn't
if
wear
proving me
women are
right.
pantaloons.
shopping
You
more with
just
their
Say
proved me right
then
though.
maybe men need to shop more
But
with
you just
their
proved me
children, then
right.
so we can just make it equal.
Guys,
Then I
But you just
guess
proved me right.
look,
You proved me right.
Lamore,
I
I'm
would.
gonna
I
disagree
couldn't
with
prove
you.
you right if you wanted me
I'm
to,
gonna
because
disagree
You
with you
I
just
feel like
did.
what
wholeheartedly.
you're saying is bogus
You
anyway.
said You say,
I
okay, well,
I
maybe man
spent
should take the kids out more. That's never
I
I'm
gonna
only
spent
happen
saying I'm
because when
only
you
saying
go
that because
look,
what you're saying just
because when
sounds
you
a
I
little.
go,
It
spent
sounds a
let's
little
3
put it in this
years
ridiculous.
with a
respect.
man
Now,
who refused to wear the same outfit twice. Every single outfit that he wore, he bought brand new and then he never wore them again.
But
So
To
is
I
the
that the
don't do that.
majority
shoes,
of men?
to the shoes, to the shirts, to
Cool.
the jewelry, to come on, y'all is out here spending just as much money as us,
not,
sometimes if
hey,
not
look,
Wait,
more.
wait,
Right.
wait.
hey,
Because
look,
then
hey,
y'all
look.
double down
Right.
on the
Not all these
jewelry.
Not as
You
much
may
chains.
as
see us
women
with a
and
Look,
little
most of
kids.
the guys
rinky
I
dink
dated
but
don't
you
shop
Not
double
like
as
that.
down
much
on the
as
jewelry
women to
too.
kids. Not as much as women to kids.
But
Now you
y'all,
got to look at it
there's
in a
nothing.
different
That's just a
perspective, right?
fact.
Because
That's
All right,
okay.
just
That's
a,
a
it's
right?
just a.
fact.
All
You
right, there
said
ain't nothing to
The
be
problem is
offended
what is
about.
the problem that if we're shopping? What is
Nobody
the
said it was a
deal?
problem.
nobody said it was a
So then
problem.
why
We
I'm
the
just
just
point
giving
We
you.
just
saying
said it
Look,
was
we're
that
giving you
facts.
we're being more
percentage.
catered to because
We're
we're the
giving
ones
you
out there
percentage.
shopping.
We're
Yeah,
giving you a
that's all it
percentage.
is. There's
You
nothing
brought
That's
it
wrong
up.
with
We're
it.
that's
giving
what
you a percentage.
that's
That's
what they
all. That's why I said when you look at it, if you think about it, the percentage wise, it's more catered to the female.
That's just what it is, y'all. There's no fighting that. More women and kids are the ones out there.
I
They're
don't have
catering to
a
that
fight
because
in it.
kids
I'm
Thank
want
just
stuff
you.
all
saying,
the
make
time.
I don't have a
Thank
fight
you.
in it because I'm definitely shopping.
Yeah, it just but then more women are out there
Shit.
shopping
But I'm
than
not shopping
men.
for bullshit. I'm not finna just line my
Ain't
closet up with
nobody say
bullshit.
that. See,
I'm
why
just
you gotta
saying.
take it
I'm
there?
just saying.
We
Well,
ain't
don't try
say
to make
that.
it
You
seem
taking
The
it
risky.
thing is,
personal.
women more so are the ones wanting this, like okay, weddings. What is weddings cater to? Women.
women.
Men.
Women.
Yeah, people forget men even exist in the wedding. To be honest with you.
Oh, he's
Look,
just a groom.
and I
That's
don't even
He's
true.
want
the
to take it
groom.
here.
That's a fact.
Look, I don't even
That's a
want to
fact.
take it here. Which day is more important? If you go on the online
You
and
know
look
what?
at what holidays are more important, Father's
Mother's
Day
Mother's
is
Day,
like one of the
Mother's Day
least
is more
days that's
important.
more important.
Valentine's Day.
Day.
I don't know.
Mother's
Valentine's
Father's
Day.
Day
Day.
is one of the least days that's
If a
more
girl don't
important.
get flowers and chocolate on Valentine's Day, she's breaking up with you.
Done.
You're useless.
Done.
Yeah,
Hey, but
Well,
as
I'm
Done.
not
men,
even
if
going
we
to give
get
my opinion
nothing,
when it
we
comes
just
to
accept
holidays
that.
because I feel like holidays is ridiculous.
holidays is
If you're with that
ridiculous.
significant other, I would sincerely hope that he's showing you that love on a daily basis.
But
But
see, that's
And
the
man,
I,
if you
thing.
think like that, that's crazy.
But that's the
Because
thing
at the end
though.
of the
As a
day, the
man,
Christmas.
percentage wise
I'm a
don't
mother
play
What is
every
like
day,
Christmas
that.
so I
catered
don't need you
to?
to dedicate one
but
day to me because I'm a
as
mother
a
every day.
You
What is
sound just
Christmas
like my
catered to?
doggone wife. I
Clothes,
agree with
jewelry.
you, but I disagree.
Shit.
I ain't
I
trying to
just,
hear that, yo.
I guess that's why a lot of people say I'm a unicorn because a lot of this shit that goes on is just stupid to me.
You sound like just because it's my birthday, I don't need you to show me I love on my birthday. I need you to show me all year round.
Every day.
It
Right.
but
Come
because
on,
it's
man. You
true.
can't
It's just
say that.
you're around. You're a father. You're around. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm loving you accordingly year around. I'm not
So,
gonna pick
question. Let
one
me ask you
day
something.
to
Let me
shine
ask you
light
one
on you.
question.
I can't pick one day to shine light on you.
I
It's
want to
every
ask you
day.
one question. What is a man's job?
There ain't a just a one
No,
because
you
I move.
answer the
There
question.
ain't just a one. I move as a team. I'm a
That's
team
facts.
player.
That's true. But
We
what?
as a
Okay,
team.
let me ask you this. Okay, I'm gonna put it in this perspective right here. If so, you
This
expect
is
a
so
man to open
ridiculous.
up the door, open up, pull out the chair for you to sit down.
Hell no,
Y'all
I know
go
how to
out.
open my own goddamn door and pull out my own damn
oh,
chair.
hey, wait. I'm gonna stop
Let
you
me
right
finish.
there. See. This
Let
is
me
it right
finish.
here. So again, you said you got it. Hey, you got it right. Again, so I don't want to hear when I
It's
hear women
common.
say this type
See,
of
But let
stuff.
me look. Can
that's
I
I
the
don't
big
finish?
want to
Can I
problem.
hear
finish before
all
you?
It's
the
a big fight.
Before,
My
hey,
perspective.
problem
look. Before you
is
put
you
look,
did all of this before you got him. You pulled
Izzy,
out your own chair, you closed your
wait.
own door, you took your own trash out. Let's make it make sense
Before you
here.
put your
My
boots
only
on.
job is to make sure that you lead our ship accordingly,
Hey, look.
that you
You
are making
2%
sure
of all
you
the
are
women that's in the.
protecting our
Hey, look.
family.
That's 2% of all the
Everything else
women that's in the
comes with
world.
it. Well, I'm sorry that the rest of this percentage is acting
That's
crazy. I
two
don't know
percent
what
of
to
Or
all the
do.
let me
women in the world. So
Yeah.
look,
Shit.
So
before you
so
put
you
your boots
Gucci
on,
then? You Gucci.
let me put it in this perspective. A woman expects for a man to cater to them, right?
Yeah.
Pull the
I can't
chair
say
out,
right to that because I don't
look,
agree to that.
pull the chair out, open the door, provide for them. But then they got a problem with when somebody does something to them. They push to the man. Oh, you got to take care of that. But then when the man say, "You make daddy a sandwich," it's a problem.
He daddy?
Wait a
Make,
minute,
make
Calling
what?
daddy a
himself.
sandwich. You got doggone right. I'm your husband, and you. If somebody come to you, right, and a man come to you and say something out of the way to you, first thing you gonna do is look at me, right, for me to take care of him, right? Hey, look, who you think you
No.
talk to? That's my wife, right?
But why I gotta say, Daddy, I'm gonna make you a sandwich?
No, I'm just saying. Look,
I
I'm just
know.
saying.
I'm
No,
You
just
been
no.
trying
say
to
daddy.
understand that little
You
piece
been
right
Listen,
say
there.
daddy.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Wait a minute. How did Daddy?
Somebody
Daddy?
come
Wait a
to
minute.
you
Daddy.
married and you out on a date and you
Daddy.
had this
Nah,
random
she
person
nah,
come
nah.
to you
He
and
said
say,
most women only have one dad.
you
No,
had this
she has
one
a
person,
father.
you had this
Say
random
daddy.
person come to you and call you out of your name. You expect the man that's
Mm-mm.
with you, your husband, to take care. Hey, look, don't talk to my wife like that, right?
Right.
No.
Come
You
on,
No.
don't
Bill.
expect
Don't
that,
you? Hey, you better not talk to my wife like that. Goddamn
right?
it.
Don't
Like
talk
Bill.
to my
Right?
wife.
Look, so look, right? Right? That's what most women say, right?
No.
They
No.
Right,
look for the
Biggie.
man
Yes.
to
What do
take
you
care of that, right?
mean? Yo, it's the tapping the screen fingers for me.
They
Chill out
look
with
at the
that.
man to take care of that, right?
Right.
Your
They look
wife
at the
is
man to take care of
Them
that, right?
finger work.
Right?
Hmm?
They look at the man to take care of that person that's out of order,
You
right?
keep asking that
yes.
question. Every woman up here has told you no.
What?
No?
Yet
What?
now, wait. So I'm calling bullshit on all y'all. I'm calling bullshit
So they gonna be
because of the
Wait.
like,
fact that you
nah.
just sat here
That's
and
why I
said
said that
that you
sound good
don't
on
expect.
paper.
Wait, so you're
On
All
with
I'm
a
paper,
saying
right,
is
bro?
so
because a lot of
so
us
you're
have
with a
learned
man.
to protect ourselves at the same breath.
Man,
Yes,
we not.
Right.
I am
I ain't trying
licensed
to
to
hear that.
carry.
If a
You
man
don't
come
want the
up,
smoke.
okay, I'm
Second
gonna
of
put it
all,
in a different perspective.
I have
If
done
a
the things that I
man,
need to protect myself. But if
that
my
okay,
husband is
look,
there, then I'm going to step aside to allow him to take the lead.
But why
look,
would
I
I want
understand that, right? So,
Mm.
my
oh,
husband to
wait,
go
wait, wait, wait,
down
wait,
over words?
wait. You said you want to allow that man to come up and take the lead, correct?
You got to listen. I can protect myself, but if my husband
Wait.
is
Versus
there,
a dude.
if my husband is there, I'm going to allow him to take the lead. I will not step on his toes as to what he chooses to do
So
and
let me
how
ask
he
you this
chooses
question.
that a person is to disrespect his wife. He's
No,
going to move accordingly to the way he feels that a person is treating his
as you
wife.
would
If
expect
I
him to
am
do, correct?
alone, then I'm going to handle myself accordingly.
But
Do
as
you
you would
expect
ex,
him
AKA
to do that?
Will
as you would
Smith. He only
expect for
reacted
him
because
to
she
do,
got pissed
correct?
at him.
As you
No,
would
wait
expect
a
for him to
minute.
do,
Wait.
correct? A 500-pound man come up to you and
I
punch
ain't
you
got to
in your
sound like
goddamn
shit.
face.
500 pounds.
Why I
No,
gotta
Okay,
sound
no,
okay, wait a
no,
like
minute,
shit?
no,
wait a minute.
no.
Wait
I'm
a
gonna
minute. We
put it.
can't get to 1,000 pounds because I don't know if they still living, but we're going to drop it down a little bit first and foremost.
A
Go
500
ahead.
pound man come up to you, 200 pounds, punch you in your goddamn face.
I mean, why can't he just be like six
I
seven?
mean,
Why you
I'm
gotta
not.
be
Because
big?
it's not
First and
because
foremost, I'm not going to let him to get that close.
it
Second
ain't
of
about
Hey,
all,
you letting
yeah,
him.
again,
He's
as
being
I
500
told
big
you,
is
pounds.
slow.
He's 500 pounds.
I'm licensed to carry, and better believe that I walk around because I live in
Okay,
Vegas.
but
It's on
that's
my hip. It's not hard for me to go in and snatch it out and give you what you're asking for.
Okay, a man
So enter
what
at your own risk.
okay, you got what you got on your hip. He disable you and take your shit, and then a 500 pound man punch you in your goddamn face,
Well,
and your
that's what I
husband
took
right there.
MMA
Okay.
for. That's
but
what I
my
took
thing
Absolutely.
is,
boxing
it
for. We're
it
gonna have to
doesn't
get
Wait,
into
even
wait,
that.
wait, wait,
matter
wait, wait,
what
wait, wait, wait. Let's be
you
honest here. Let's
like.
be honest here. So you really think you could take a man on
I don't
average?
believe I could take a man, but I will do what I have to do to
Ooh.
protect myself. If I
So,
don't make it, I
So
don't
you
make it.
so
Am I
but
gonna go home and let my
so
husband know?
okay, with you
Absolutely.
saying that though, right?
But
With
why
you
would I
saying
put
that,
my husband in that position with this man?
no, I'm just saying in general. You
I
know,
know how to
you.
walk away. So are you just saying this man is
Oh
just
my
gonna free
god,
willingly just come and just take off on me?
I'm just saying.
it's an
You
example.
expect your husband to take care of what you can't, right?
No.
Hmm.
What?
Oh my God,
So
the
who
I
you
can't
expect
cap
say
to
is
no.
do it?
I can't say no to that because my husband is going to be as a team player just as much as I'm a team player.
So when he feel like you can't take care of, he gonna take care of, right?
Right. And what he can't take care of, I'm going to take care
No,
of.
I ain't asked you that.
Well, I'm answering. I'm giving you the answer to both sides. How about
So
that?
look,
wait,
so look,
wait,
what you can't
So
take care of,
wait,
you
what?
expect him to take care of, right?
Thought about that.
hold
So
on, wait a
So
what
minute.
you
you
can't
saying
take.
if a
Hold on,
dude
hold on,
got beat
hold
up,
on.
you gonna go take it and go back and like, I got you now. You
Hold
got
up.
some
So what
mollywop.
you
My
See,
can't
turn.
take care of, you expect your husband to take care of, right?
Every scenario is going to be different. If it's something physical and
You
it's
can't answer the
pertaining
question.
to a man,
You got
I
your
can't
boots on
step
all the
into a
time.
man's
You
shoes and
got your
think that I'm going
boots
to
on all the
win a
time.
battle with a man.
You
I got
always
So
a
of
got your
question.
course
boots
I'm
on.
going to go get my
Hobo,
husband.
hobo.
Okay,
I
What do you
got a
thank
mean?
you.
question
So look,
because
right? Of course you're gonna get your husband, right?
Of course.
So you make daddy a
sandwich, right?
And he ain't my daddy, so I'm sorry. Daddy gonna have to be taken out. He's my husband.
You made
Daddy gonna
her
have
I
to
be a
only
take out.
got
sandwich, right?
one daddy. I only got one
You
daddy.
made her be a sandwich, right?
I'm gonna make hubby a sound. I'm gonna take
Thank
care of
you.
hubby because he taking
That's
care of
all I
me. We
wanted
a
to hear.
team.
That's
We a
all I
team.
wanted to hear.
We a team. So I'm gonna take care of hubby just because he taking care of me
Thank
too.
you.
So we
Hey,
moving
look,
as a
I'm not
team.
making her a sandwich.
What's up, baby?
See, you trying to start some shit, Kev.
See, I don't see.
We
Yeah,
ain't even like
You trying
that.
to start some shit.
I'm
Hey,
just saying. Yeah, he
we
tried to start some shit. I ain't with
Bert
it.
said women are incapable of defending themselves,
They
especially
not.
in a
We are
world
as a
where
man.
men
As a
have
man, we are protectors.
strength.
Look,
When it
and
comes to
and
a
look. This is what I
man,
say to female. This is what I
we're
say to
not gonna
females
win
though.
that
But this is
battle.
what I say to
But
females.
I'm not gonna create a battle that I can walk away
Anyone
from.
can
Right. And we're
defend
not telling you to
themselves, whether
even.
or
We're
not
not
they
even telling you to create a
successful
battle
is the
that you can
question.
defend for yourself. But as a man, we are. We in our heads, we are your
We are
protector.
You
farmers.
think
We
they was
are.
thinking like that back then, or was they looking for a man back then? Because they ain't have pew pews back then.
They
Excuse
didn't.
me, we're not going back in the day. We're moving on
Right. Oh
today
yeah, I
because
wanted
we're
to
Here
make
here
it
we
today.
go.
sweaty and stuff, you know.
We're here today.
Yeah, I wanted to
So
make it
we need to learn to
sweaty.
move as a team and stop trying to just put all on men.
You
Hey,
think they
look.
was doing teams back then?
I don't know
He
what they was
said,
doing
"What
back then
kind of
because I don't
sandwich are
associate
we
with them back
talking
then.
Hey,
here?"
look. As long as you make me a sandwich, I don't care.
As
They
long
was
as you don't
making
say
them
daddy, we
Well,
them
good.
see, that's
pots
the
of
whole point I
porridge.
made, though. Even like we can
What's the
defend.
deal,
Anyone can
Kurt?
defend
We
themselves.
still.
How successful you are with it is another question.
But wait, that all of this, like, I can defend myself, right? So does that not
Cause she
go?
got her
Not
boots
like
on
Like
all the
that.
time, man.
now?
And I
See,
don't know what
Empress.
she
Now
think,
you know
but
where I'm
as a
going with this.
female, you are
Now I'm
not
about to
stronger
do.
than a 500
Now,
pound man, yo. And that's why you
now I'm
got
You're
about
your
to
not
put the
even
husband
I
car
don't
stronger
back
think
in
a
than the
gear.
500
same
pound man is
pounds. The
strong.
same pound man either.
Hold on. See, Empress. Now you know I'm about to whip the car back around. We're about to take a whole
Whip
U-turn,
it
right?
around. Whip
So
it around.
now you, if this is where you felt that I was going, right? When I asked, do black men
Oh
protect
goodness.
black
Oh
women?
goodness. Oh goodness.
Now I kind of get like I maybe won't want to spill those worms
cause she got her
because
Well,
you
boots
go
on,
said
ahead
bro.
you
and spill those worms. What I'm going
because
to
you
tell you
said
is
you
still
could defend yourself.
Hmm
Why would men need to do that then?
every
But I feel
situation
like
is
look, and I
different.
could be wrong,
So
but
if
I
I
feel
got a
like
500-pound man in my face, I'm
No,
not going to sit and try to go toe to toe with this man.
you
I'm
expect
going to
your
walk
husband to
away.
help
But
him,
if
right?
it escalates to where he
no, no, no,
makes
no,
it
No.
no, no.
escalate, then yes, I'm going to have to get on the phone and I'm going to have to alert my husband because
So
he's
you
a
ma-
man.
so you make
If the
daddy a
dude is
sandwich.
500 pounds, all you have to do is either stand in the middle
Gotta
of his
run.
back or lay on the ground and he physically
What
cannot
about the
reach you.
same
Problem solved.
size?
You said what?
I don't think he got to be 500 pounds to be the woman.
Exactly. He
No, but
ain't gotta
no,
be
but she
five
He can be
got
the
her
hundred
same
pounds.
boots
exact
on, bro.
weight.
She look, she got her boots on, and I had to make it like to a point where she was
The
gonna need
boots
her
is
husband.
crazy.
So I had to do that, bro.
Joe,
Why does it
If
oh
it
my
really
God.
gets down to that, I'm going to have to go for the groomers.
Because
I'm
she
going to
got her
have to
boots
drop
on,
you
she
down
just can't
somewhere.
say that the
I'm
man
going to
is the
have to
protector,
Why
drop
yo.
does
you
it
down.
have
Like,
to
why
be
you
this
gotta
like
be so
weird need
independent to the
thing? Why
point
can't
where
you
you
just
can't just
defend your
give a
wife
man
because you want to?
no, no,
Why
but
does
but
she have
but
to
in
need you to
general,
do it?
yo, like
you said she doesn't.
as woman as provider for their kids and the number one provider,
I
no
keep
matter
trying to
what
ask
Who
happens,
questions, but
why
wants
this
to
can't
nigga
you
just
just
defend?
give
keep
a
That's
man
talking.
his
weird.
props for being that provider to protect you?
I want to defend you.
Yeah.
That's all
They
I'm
say,
saying, yo.
hey,
The
Kev.
man
They
I
is
said they
here
well,
to
don't need it.
I
provide
could have
for
sworn that
the
I have
wife.
given that props though.
Kev.
I
They
don't
said
know
they didn't
how it's
need it.
But
going somewhere
I
else.
had to wrap
They
around
said they didn't need it, Kev.
five tree
You didn't
stumps
have to
just for
wrap
you to
around.
give
You
me that
only
props.
stated it one time, and I answered
That
the
is
question.
But why
500
I had to
pounds.
wrap
I'm not
around
going to
five
fight
tree
him
stumps
either.
for you to give me
What
that
five
props?
That is
times?
very
What five
funny.
times did you wrap
He said, I'm
around,
not
sir?
fighting him either. That's funny. He was
Cause
right about that because I ain't about
I
to
sit
get up
here and
getting
say to
squashed.
you, if a 500 pound man, and you say, but I'm gonna,
I'm gonna.
I'm like, no,
It all depends on the
your
situation.
first
Can we
response
say
should
that
be
it's all
my
gonna depend on
husband.
the situation, though? It's gonna
Why
be
does
depend on the situation.
It's
why
not.
does she
It
have
It
ain't.
to
is because if
need
It
you?
your
ain't.
words
It's
are not
not.
gonna hurt me,
It's
it's when
not.
you
Why
become
But that's
physical.
not the scenario. The scenario is a 500 pound man punch you in your face, and you got to rely on your husband. And you say
Or your
your
husband.
first
You're damn
words
right. I'm
were
calling my
To
damn
tell
your
the
husband. What do you
truth, if
mean?
you said that happened,
your first
she's going to
words
sleep.
were your first words were,
She ain't
oh
gonna be
well,
able
I'm gonna
to
try to
tell.
walk away and
True.
de-escalate. No. You got to rely on your husband. That's when I say you wrapped around 5 tree stumps before you gave your husband the props of providing and protecting you. Take your boots off, man.
Your
God
boots is
dang. Because
crazy.
at the end of the day, you gonna
See, I
want
don't
me to
even
put
wear
you
boots,
gonna
so we're
want me
not
to
even. I
open
don't
up
take
that
my boots
chair.
off.
You
Nah,
gonna
I
want
don't
me
wear
to be
Wait a minute.
boots.
romantic. You gonna want me to do all this
Whoa,
other stuff
whoa.
that a woman wants a husband to do.
It's
So
a
when
difference.
it's
Your
time for a
first scenario
man,
was if he called you out your name.
No,
Then
I
it
did
went
not
to
say
if
that.
he
I did.
physically.
I didn't say that.
Somebody just said if the man call you out your name.
And
It's a
look,
different
somebody might have said,
scenario.
but that's not what I said.
Okay, well, I was addressing who said it. It calm down. You didn't have to go
What you
around
got,
thousand bushes
hobo?
to get to the answer.
Wait,
I did because you got your
Hobo.
boots
No,
on.
because you said make daddy a sandwich. I said daddy was out.
Hey, look, you is
I ain't
right about
making
that.
mommy
I
a
did say
sandwich.
Big Daddy
What
a
is
sandwich.
something we appreciate about each other?
I know where that came from too, Lamar. I know where
I know you
I
know
know
where
it
it
came
came
from
from,
too.
Izzy.
I know it's,
Wendy Williams.
Hey, look, I 100% agree with that. I do.
so I would kick him where the sun don't shine and run for cover. And
Uh, uh,
if I
yeah, I think we
need,
both doing the same thing. You 500 pounds. I ain't dealing with no 500 pound man either. Just like
See,
Kirk
she
was
got her
saying.
boots on. That girl in the comments got her boots on too.
I don't know.
but I think the whole
Yeah, I
point
know. I
was,
just.
I think
Yeah, I
the
know.
whole point was like it again. If you and your man are walking and you something happens to you, somebody disrespects you, it's not like you gonna sit there and do something about it. Most times, again, almost all the time, most women expect their man to do something, and if they don't,
Not this
oh,
day and age. I ain't
no,
gonna
no,
even
no.
lie. Like they tougher now. It's over.
No,
Like they gonna
hey,
fight
look,
a
you
man.
talking,
They will fight a
bro,
man. I ain't gonna even lie.
you talking in the perspective of a person that's not married and they just dating somebody. They don't know what their man gonna do. But if you're married to this person
That's
and they
exactly.
are the provider and you out and about and somebody tries some dumb shit to your girl, the
Right.
female is gonna expect the man to do something. They're not gonna expect the man gonna run away and the female do something about it.
All
You
right.
know, what's the name is
Go ahead, hobo. I think you had to go next too. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. So two things. First thing is it why does the need have to be there? Like why can't you just protect your woman because that's your woman and you want to protect her? And number
100%.
I don't
two,
think it's a want though. To protect
it,
you, will have
look,
to. It'll be a need behind it. I don't think somebody just want to
Hey,
protect
look, I don't
somebody.
even. Hey, look, bro. I don't think it's a need. I think and I'm talking about in the perspective of me
it's
being married.
Like I need to
It's a
protect myself.
reaction. It's a reaction.
right,
I'm
that's
gonna
what I'm
protect
saying.
her
but
regardless.
wait. Let's be honest.
Hold on.
Is so if you again we said another man most times it really don't again unless you Ronda Rousey or something like that and even Ronda Rousey I done seen her get again I done seen the baddest woman on the planet get her beat by some a man that barely knew what he was doing but because
Oh,
he was
but
a man
Izzy,
he
hey,
knocked her
bro,
out so I
Izzy,
feel
Number
like it
two.
is a need as much
Izzy.
as
Let's put it in a different perspective. Let's put it in a female
Wait,
perspective.
guys,
If
wait.
me
Hold
and the
on. I
wife are
said
out and
two
about,
things.
Go ahead.
if
My
me and
bad.
my
Yeah,
wife
go
is
ahead,
out and
hobo.
about,
She never
and
finished.
another
Hold on, bro.
female,
Let her go real quick.
Fuck. Fuck. What we just talking about.
You
God
forgot.
damn it.
what
Okay. Wait, it was
Wow,
that and
bye.
then it was
Ooh, y'all men be pushing it, boy.
God damn it. I done forgot.
What do you mean, my man? You are
I
men. What do you
was
mean by that?
I was saying I I was hopefully this is Georgia. I was saying that women typically, when it comes to fighting a man or anything like that, that he said if I kick you in the nuts, you're done.
if
Definitely
you
not.
don't got nuts, then what you gonna kick?
It's not if you don't have nuts. But
Pause.
typically, that it don't matter how big dude is. If a dude know how to swing a right, most women aren't like you, Empress, and did MMA and everything like that, and carry and all of
Still
that.
don't mean I'm gonna win that man. I'm
Empress
just
got her
being
boots
That's
on.
I'm
my
being honest
that's
there. I'm being honest there. Doesn't
yeah.
mean that I'm gonna still be able to win a man. But when you're in a marriage, it moves differently.
It does.
And you have to know your role.
I would never
And if a
recommend my girl
man
to
come
step up
up
in
and
front of
say
me,
something
man.
to me and my husband is there, by all means, I'm going to step aside.
And Empress, if that happened to you and your husband didn't do shit and you had to step up, what would you feel about your husband? You
Ooh-wee.
punk bitch, you.
We that was a sweaty right there.
Ooh-wee.
Wait, Empress.
Is that a
Wait, Izzy. Hey, Empress,
that's tough.
make daddy a sandwich.
He been
Again,
waiting for that one. He said
again, I'm
checkmate.
going to have to take the daddy out and I'm going to make hubby a sandwich. I only
Checkmate.
have one daddy. So I'm going to
Checkmate.
make my husband a sandwich. That's all I'm saying. Daddy ain't in my vocab over here other than the daddy that is my daddy.
You
Whatever. Hey,
know
look,
what?
whatever your
Ain't a
vocab
daddy, ain't a zaddy, or any other term they want to
Not
put
the
over it.
no.
It's
is.
not gonna
I
happen.
feel like that. I feel like that's a
I
generation
have to
thing.
have way more respect for my husband. I'm not gonna call him daddy. I carry him at a high tier.
Hey, I 100% agree. But look, I'm letting you know right now. If I'm in your position and the female do that shit to me and she step up to me like that with her boots on,
And I'm
as
finna
my
give her the
wife, I'm
business.
expect.
I'm finna
Thank
give
you,
her the
thank
business.
you,
I'm gonna
thank
ask my
you,
husband to step aside so I can give her the
thank
business.
you. So you can
I'm
get
Because
her
I
the
not
want
doing
business.
that
her
Guess
to
shit.
what?
I'm
understand
Hey,
sorry.
that this
Wait,
Empress.
one is
wait,
not to
Hey,
be
hobo,
Empress.
played with.
I'm not doing.
hobo
I
Hey,
ain't
said
put
she.
my.
Empress.
I'm not putting my girl in danger, man.
Wait,
I'm like,
hobo
we
Hey,
said.
Empress.
gone. We not about to
Hobo
mess with
said
this
she
hood
remembers.
rat.
Hold on,
Hey,
Hobo
Empress. I'm
said
gonna
she
let you.
remembers. Hobo said she remembers her point. What were you about to
Yeah,
say?
yeah, no. So like, I don't like completely disagree. I don't like the expect word. Like I don't think you should expect another human to do something for you. That just
Hey,
seems weird
Hobo.
Hold
to
on, wait
me.
a minute.
Hey,
Wait, can
Hobo.
I
That's
Lamar?
why I said, look, hey,
Wait.
Hobo. Wait, hold on, Izzy. Hold on. Hobo. That's why I said it's more of a reaction.
No, no. Hold on.
Well,
I'm.
I would expect that.
Hold
You
on. Hold on.
know,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. If this,
If
if
I'm
this,
married
if
to
this,
him,
if
it's
this
not
is
a
on my, if
respect
this
because
is
he
on your
Yeah, we
already
all
finger,
have
knows.
He
expectations of our
already
If
know,
he
significant
got
and
other.
that's
that, if
why
he
it's
got
more of a
that band on
reaction
there, that means we move it as a team.
as a
I'm
team.
not expecting him to do
Thank
something
you.
he already knows.
Already know, and that's why I
He
say it's more of
already
a
knows,
reaction
as she
because
already
if
knows.
it's me and my wife and it happen, it's not gonna be me just jumping in. It's gonna be a reaction of me whooping that ass because it's a reaction of me protecting my wife.
and
Exactly.
that's expected.
if she got
No.
my last name, that better be expectation. The
I'm
fuck.
whooping ass. I don't care what. I
All
don't care
right,
if
I
you
would
Yeah,
think
that's
that,
2,000
you know,
fair.
pounds.
some
Look, I
expectation
can
is a
beat my
valid
ass.
expectation.
Hey,
You know
look.
what I'm saying? Some expectation is not. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure you expect a man to be a man. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
Empress, look, I'm letting you know right now. If he's 2,000 pounds and my reaction is to try to whoop his ass and he beat my ass, guess what? You gonna still respect me
I'm not
because my
doing that.
reaction was to try to whoop his ass and protect my wife, even though I got my ass whooped.
I'm gonna
Facts.
go back to that pick and choose your battles. I'm not about to do that, man. No 2,000 pound man.
No, no.
That's
Yo,
crazy.
why are we?
Hey,
Wait a
look.
minute. Wait a
Hey,
minute.
look. That's when you
We all
become
didn't
smart.
watch my six
I'm
hundred
just
pound
saying,
life.
I
They
can
barely
do,
move.
I can
Where
do
in the
it.
If
hell is there a
they
two
they
thousand pound person moving like that? If you
they
got hit by a
don't,
two
but don't
thousand
let them
pound
grab
person,
you.
you deserved it.
Don't let them
Agreed.
I'm
grab
letting
you.
you know right
Agreed.
now. I'm
They
letting you
grab
know
you, it's
right
over. That's like
now.
you. That's a
If
wrap.
they grab you, man, they take two steps and be out of breath. Are you serious?
And
No,
Izzy, if
no.
they grab you, bro,
You done.
If they were
you
able to grab you, you deserve to get your ass whooped.
you going
That's
night night. I'm letting you know right. 2,000 pound man, you
Ain't
going
no
night night.
you already 6 feet under after that because like
That's
you're
done.
not
All he
taking
gonna
that.
do is bear hug you. You done.
Not even
But
bear
my
hug. He
wife
just
is
lay
still
on
gonna
you. Done
respect
for.
me.
Like that's man.
Even if I
Again,
go
we
night
are
night,
talking.
bro.
You said damn near 1,000 pounds. We see people that at like 500 pounds who can't move. Are
But
you
I'm
But
going.
what
serious?
if he
I'm
grab
letting you
your
know right
shirt? How
now.
you gonna get out of
Regardless,
that?
if 1,000 pound man smack my wife's ass out of nowhere, I'm going night night. You know how big he is. I'm gonna try to whoop his ass, bro. I'm going night night, and my wife is gonna respect me for it because I tried to protect her.
No, you ain't gonna be able to live.
Exactly.
But you ain't gonna be able to
I'm
live after that night
I'm
night.
just
She gonna
I'm
respect
gonna
you on
have to
your
be
in your grave.
I'm gonna have to be
Hey, look,
honest.
and that's
If
why I
you
Okay,
got
got
it
health
like
that
that
sounds
and
insurance.
like
you
And look,
that
that's why I
cheating.
big,
got
I'm gonna have
insurance.
to get something to make sure I night you with him. I'm gonna have to hit you with something because I
And
ain't finna
look,
sit
a
and
real
watch you
Yeah,
take
I
my
female.
feel you
man
on
Hold on,
that
band.
follow up.
situation. Yeah, because that's too big, man. I'm not about to. That's a permanent night night.
So what you saying is right. I'm 1,000 pounds,
If you
and I see
realistically
you
This
and
look
your
at
dude
it,
wife.
starting to
everybody
I
turn
talk
here,
people to
about
cars now. They
I'm
just
just saying, if you
1,000 pounds.
realistically really look at it, Kev, we got 1,000 pound person here. It
Oh
would be
man.
up to you to allow them to get their hands on you.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty much what Izzy said is you realistically looking at it, he's not gonna really move as fast as you can move.
Nope.
If you,
So
I've been
you might
saying if
want
if
to
he
you,
try to
grab
make
you,
Why
sure
it's
why we
every
over.
going?
hit
Why
count.
we at the extreme level?
He didn't even
500.
get higher and higher.
Why?
Next minute he gonna be
Why
4,000.
can't we be
That's
for real
that's
about
what I'm
this
saying.
conversation?
Like you didn't
but
even have
I
to
don't
go
even
to
think you
like
can
a
say
1,000-pound person. Like you could go to a regular size. I'm not gonna say Kev
It's just
size,
all of the
like
respect
because I
that you
don't
have
mean
for your
Kev like
partner.
above me. I mean like Kevin Hart size or like Lil Uzi Vert size, right? Not Kevin above me, all right? So Kevin Hart or Lil Uzi Vert size, you can go to that, and a good girl like Meg Thee Stallion. Nah, let me not say Meg Thee Stallion. She a bit nah. That's the difference.
Hey,
Mm-mm.
that's
She gonna be
different,
showing
bro.
what them knees about.
Yo, not the knee. No, I'm saying that I won't compare that, especially the trauma. Oh my goodness, the
No,
trauma that
I just had to like
the
stick something
trauma.
because
Oh my God, the
they
trauma.
probably got she had her boots on, so I had to make it
Oh,
like realistic for
oh,
her.
oh my
I did
goodness.
not have my boots on.
These
I
boots
really
are
had my
made for
heels on.
walking.
Oh my
Who?
fault. Stilettos with a sharp edge.
Don't judge
What
me. Don't
plant was we
judge
even
me. Don't
on?
judge me on my
So,
shoes. Don't judge me.
Y'all
I'm trying to
remember
see.
College
I
Humor
forgot
when
what
that
point
girl
we were
beat that
even
girl in
on.
the face with a stiletto? Y'all remember that?
mm.
It could go down with a stiletto. Don't judge me.
Stiletto
Wow.
pump.
Club,
Pump
right,
Yeah.
in
right. I
the
remember that
club.
song.
You stupid.
I remember
Gotcha.
that.
Oh, oh my goodness. Oh,
Please,
I
we
just
gonna
was
leave
saying
that song back in 2022 too.
when you in a marriage, it moves differently far as dating. It's different. It's a whole different. There's no expectation. It's already there.
oh, oh
That's
my
an
God.
expectation still.
I
It's
don't.
The
just really
expectation
it's just
though,
really
yeah.
knowing your role. As the man knows his role as well as the woman knows her role. And make sure you're not overcrossing boundaries where you don't belong in. It's
And
really
Empire,
just
Yeah,
what it is.
Empire,
yeah.
thank you for making me a
It's
fan.
it's about knowing each other. Yeah, for sure, knowing each other as well.
So for
Mm-hmm.
all my men in the chat, do y'all feel as if? Oh my
You
God.
starting some shit, Izzy.
You can
Yeah,
tell the way
Do
he
y'all
talking.
feel
he is.
heard?
He's trying to too. And look, the 100 pound would 100% win, but you as a female, you gonna respect me just for sticking up for you.
That's a,
Indeed.
Mhm.
and if she don't, best believe
What
she
was you about to
getting
say,
cut off. But
Izzy?
anyways, I just want to say, man, do you? Oh my goodness, do you feel protected by
Mm,
black
mm,
women?
mm. This is what I'm saying
Uh
with
oh.
Izzy. This is what I'm saying with him.
No, we can't. See, we can't do
He
that.
likes
That
to. He
that don't
really
work
likes
that
to
way because
ruffle. He
that's
likes
gonna
to
hurt. You know
ruffle
what I'm saying? We can't do that.
feathers.
Don't do that, please. That's gonna hurt. See, we can take it the other way, but I don't know about the other. We're not about to do that.
Oh my goodness.
Do men feel respected by black women?
Ooh,
Oh
don't
hell
do that.
no.
We can't do that. No, we can't
Oh
do that.
my god.
Nobody. That end don't always work so well. That's when the numbers start jumping to 3,000.
No,
No,
you know
at
what?
this point
We
we
talking about the
can't.
one
I
thousand
want.
pound man.
I
Let's
want
just let. I mean, to be honest, do black men feel respected? Because it's something that we do need to fix so we can stop all this fighting.
So do
I
y'all
don't
feel
think look, I
You
respected
don't
by
think
sure
I,
black men?
people want to hear this one?
It doesn't
I'm
matter
gonna
if
be
they want to
honest,
hear it
bro.
or not.
Look,
That's
You
I'm gonna
got to
be
get
sweaty.
the
honest.
medicine. You got to get
That's
the
sweaty.
medicine so
Yeah,
I'm
we
that's
can
gonna be
sweaty.
grow,
honest,
so
We
we
yo.
about
can
to have
stop
it.
the fighting, so we can grow to where we
Yo,
need to
I'm
be.
gonna
I like
You
I,
thought
that.
the
I
chat
I
really
wasn't
like
moving
Empress
before?
Pro.
I'm only saying that because a lot of us good ones out here is taking a beat down because
Yeah.
others are not doing. They're not respecting the black men. So it's gonna have to be said so we can go ahead and clear this up so we can move forward.
and probably what I've been saying to you. Yo, black woman, I'm sorry, y'all always got y'all goddamn boots on.
Not boots. What? Where did this boot shit come
I
You
from?
got to
That's
understand. Look, listen, you got to think. Military, they got their boots on. They there to protect
Our mental
themselves
boots.
and
Oh,
Our
it
shit.
makes
mental boots
sense.
be strapped
Black
on.
women,
And it
y'all
could be
always.
just a little bit of why we have our boots on, because I think a lot of people forget that we have grown up where you grown up. So we pick up things there too.
But that's the
So
problem,
when
though.
we hear, it is the problem, because even when we kids, we hear our parents tell our brothers that they can't do these certain things. So when they put that in, we are also right there listening too.
So what I think it is,
So
though, right?
our
wait.
expectation is kind of higher on a higher a protection level because it's not being explained correctly.
It is. But what I think it is, though, right, is it ain't that y'all don't respect us.
You
It's
said
in
we
the
have
sight
we
of the
have
world where y'all
nobody.
don't show the respect.
Ooh,
Because
wait.
behind closed doors, y'all show the respect.
Ooh, see, this is what I'm talking about
He
here.
said, "Ain't nobody fighting for us."
Exact. Oh, so there it is.
Uh oh, time to get
Ah,
sweaty in here.
God
Let's get
damn it, pretty
juicy.
gumbo.
See,
See,
Perfect.
we was
see,
trying to
so,
get
look,
somewhere and you just had to write that in the comment. Why, love?
somebody
Why?
done hurt that lady, and she
Perfect.
had her boots on with every man ever since.
What did Joker say? And here we
So
And
you say I
so,
was. You said so. We said overall. So I'm gonna go last.
so if this is oh if we don't fight again, nobody is fighting for him. Apparently, nobody protects him. This is what they say. This is what I hear.
no,
I mean,
So the
honestly,
question.
for
somebody
I thought
to
the
be
definitely.
question was
honest,
respect.
we are tokenized very much so. Black women are in the capacity. Um, that's one.
Wait,
So
hold on, hold on.
And
but
that there is the problem, because a lot of
What do you mean
women
by that?
are taking hurt by a handful and making it a whole.
Cause to say those
And I
words.
feel a lot of those women and men that do that kind of got to go and heal
No, but
because
that
you
takes
coming out of stuff and slinging jackets on the next one,
it
and then
takes
Because
it
slinging
back,
jackets on
right?
the next
So,
ones. And let's
cause
be honest, you still throwing your wine out there to catch the fish in the wrong pond.
but it takes it back to what Izzy said earlier. Woman and woman, you always trying to be the alpha woman. So at the end of the day, you
Oh
got y'all.
damn.
Ooh, yeah, I love
Listen,
it, Lamar. I
listen,
love
Oh
where
listen.
we're going
No,
damn.
let me
here.
finish.
Oh
Let me
damn.
Oh
finish.
yeah.
Let me finish.
Lamar, I was rocking with you until you just throw that out.
You
Listen, no,
messed
let
up.
me
You done
finish and
messed up. Time to
explain.
wake it up.
Let me finish and explain because you got to hear both
Oh
sides.
man, here
It
go the
takes it back
numbers.
to
You done
what
just
Izzy
opened the
said.
door.
Listen to me. Hey, look, and listen to me. It
400
takes it
views
back
coming
to
soon.
say when women always got to be the alpha woman, just like a man got to be the alpha male. Y'all put on this fucking persona like, oh, I run my man. Then behind closed doors, I want to respect my man. But you got to sit here and put that shit on all the
Put
fucking
that
time.
shit on.
You got to.
Wait.
You can't sit here and try to please this
Ooh.
fucking female that oh
Oh
We
you
do.
God.
let
Wait,
your
wait,
man
Lamar.
you let
I'm gonna
listen
disagree with you
you
though,
Look
let
at
your
these
man
because
do
comments.
this.
we do
It's
the same
on.
thing.
It's
You know
on
what I
We do
mean?
now.
the same
he
thing.
said
We
We
it's
try to
on.
do.
put it on
But
like
that's why I say like
Yo,
it's
Empress is
always
funny as
it's
fuck.
us against fucking us, yo. And at the end of the day, don't nobody want to admit to that shit. But women, y'all do respect us a man. But as another female, you gotta put on this fucking alpha female like you fucking run us and you got us doing what you want us to do. When really we
Whoa, whoa,
doing
whoa,
y'all
whoa,
doing
Lamar.
y'all doing
Whoa.
y'all doing
Come
y'all
on
Kendrick
now.
Lamar.
Lamar.
we taking
Lamar.
care of the night
Oh.
as a team.
Lamar, let me hold on. I feel as if again we both do this. Both sides do this. We
100%.
again we sit there and be like, yeah, man, I
That's all
got
I'm
to
saying
do
is
whatever
both
I
sides
want.
is doing.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, we
knowing
talking
damn well when they
alpha.
get
We
home,
talking
it's
alpha, but alpha don't even apply in us as humans. Alpha's for animals. Let's just keep it real.
no.
We
It
keep putting stuff in
we're still
places it don't belong.
you realize we're animals still, right?
No, we more of a species in a
Species.
sense.
I'm we're still under in the animal kingdom.
No, 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 no,
You
no,
realize
no, 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 no.
we
We putting too
are.
many. We allowing other. We allowing others to come in and infiltrate. These are not our labels. So when we learn to kind of just fucking do shit like we supposed to do shit, this wouldn't even be going on. So they put a
Well,
lot of stuff here for us to be constantly fighting back and forth.
again, oh,
We taking words that ain't even for us. Let's just be honest and be clear here,
I
because we
Oh
gonna
my
keep
God,
having
yo,
this. We
that
gonna
no,
have this big
no,
And
old
my
wait,
thing
hold
battle.
on,
is,
wait,
why does it
wait,
matter who
hold on,
wants
hold
Why
on.
we gotta
submission?
have
Let
alpha?
me
Why
ask
we
this
gotta
one
have
question.
all
Let me.
this?
I want to ask
Just
one
going to
question.
say we have a lot of women out here trying to be in control in areas they don't supposed to have control in.
said,
No,
who's
that's not what
we?
I said. That's not what I said.
Said,
I
who's
said that
Yeah,
we?
y'all try to put on this persona to another female that y'all doing this and doing that, and y'all got man under control. But behind
not
closed
true.
doors,
Not true.
yeah,
I can't agree to that.
See,
behind closed
damn,
doors.
Lamar. I thought you was about to go somewhere else with it. I was thinking that we was about to crash this bitch like for real. We was about to
Can't agree
crash
Behind
to
out for
that.
closed
real.
doors,
I was
behind
about to go.
closed doors, y'all are a team, and you sitting there putting on this
That's
persona like,
false.
oh no, I got my man in check.
That's false.
I
You
to
must be talking about. You must be talking about little girls.
Mm.
I'm talking
but
about
wait,
grown as women.
I
That's what I'm
have
talking
another
about.
question. Juicy
That's
question.
false. I'm sorry. I have to say that's
We
false.
can
I'm
agree
sorry,
to
Lamar. That's
disagree on
false.
this. We can agree to disagree, right? But I got another question, a juicy question too.
Oh, juicy number 3.
Exactly, Lamar. I thought you was about to flash out like I thought you was coming through with the blammer. But so
Glamour.
the opinions. Does anybody feel as if women are
Don't
becoming?
start that off already. That was enough right there. That was a mouthful.
Do you feel as if that women are becoming more manly by the day?
Manly,
Are you kidding me?
I
hey, is
I
he?
Was that your blammer?
I plead the fifth.
But is he?
Are you kidding me?
I plead the fifth.
Boots on.
And he getting too juicy now. I'm scared. I ain't saying nothing.
You scared?
Go ahead, Empire.
I'm
Go ahead,
scared.
You
You
Empire.
gotta
on
be
your own.
scared.
I
You
know
gotta be
not to go down
scared.
this road.
Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, woosah over here.
First of all, her name is Empire. Go ahead and put your boots on.
First of all, Lamar, I'm gonna have to ask you to kindly just have a seat for a moment and just
Okay, I
listen.
will.
Oh,
I
not
appreciate you. I
Empire.
yo.
appreciate
The
you.
submission is crazy.
Hey, look, hey,
The
bro. Hey,
submission.
look,
You
hey,
know,
look.
men are
Izzy,
more
I'm gonna need you
naturally
to
One
stop
thing I
submissive.
do
trying to.
know how to do, hey,
You
Izzy.
know
One
what you're
thing I
doing
do
right
know how to
now.
do, Izzy.
No,
I
One
am
thing I
okay.
I
do
don't.
know how
I
to
don't
do.
think it as
One thing I do
women
know how to
trying
do
to be
is to
men.
submit to my wife. So I'm gonna submit because that's
Gassing it
something
up.
that I know how to do.
Oh
Whew.
my.
Ah,
Izzy, you know what you did. Now I'm going to give you the
This is
pass
a
there because
juicy Saturday or
he knew
Sunday
he knew
morning.
what he was doing off top. He
I'm
knew what
the
he was doing off top.
what? Me?
I ain't
You
talking
over
what
here
Izzy
trying to
talking
throw
about. I'm gonna let you
apples
know right
on
now.
top of
Me and my wife
cherries and
submit
shit.
to each other. So go ahead. Empire, I'm listening.
That
Go
is
ahead.
the way it's supposed to be. I don't think women are out here trying to be men. It's just that they feel like, well, I'll just go do it. If I can't get you to be on this team, then I guess I have no choice but to do it on
Boots on.
my own.
Hold on.
Boots on.
But why do we
Then
resort to turning manly because the person that we're trying to get to cooperate isn't doing it versus just finding the right person that works for us so that we
wait,
can
wait, wait,
stay in
wait,
our
wait,
feminine
wait, wait.
state?
Right, because
Oh, you
in
said
my
the right
mind,
person.
as
No,
how
no, no, no. Wait,
is
wait.
how I'm
Hold up.
seeing
Hold
things
on.
in my
Because
mind
I
is I
listened to
have to make
words.
sure I
I
he'll be to
listened to
take care
what
of me in order
Empire,
to
Empire,
in
wait.
order to attract what I need.
Empire,
I'm
wait.
not finna go
Oh
in
my
with.
God. You said so much. You said attract what you need or attract what we need.
It can't be a we until it arrives, sir.
No,
It's
it's
still a
always a
I
we.
until we
It's
arrive.
always a silver lining and it's always a
Oh,
we.
you just
It's
gonna
not
look at the
always a me.
you
When
just
you
gonna
sit
look at the
here,
I and need and just run with it.
but
You
when
just
you
took
sit
off running like
here,
a track
Empire,
star.
when you sit here and say
Let me
me,
know when you need
it's
some
no
water. Let
silver
me know
lining.
when you need your bottle of water on this track
Oh,
run you running.
It's
oh.
no
Said you
silver
need to
lining
be
when you sit
thirsty.
here and say me. It's always
It's
we.
gonna always be me because I'm taking care of me until I arrive to a we. Until we connect and we meet each other, it's gonna have to be I because I
I,
gotta take care of me.
I
That doesn't
disagree.
mean when I go in with
You
my
put your
husband
boots on.
that I'm
Empire,
gonna keep being
you put your boots
independent
on.
because now we are a team.
You put
Oh,
your boots on.
independent. Oh, damn,
Independent.
Lexi.
I'm
Independent. Thank you.
independent
She
when
put her
I'm by
boots on.
myself. I'm
She put her
independent.
boots on, and once you become married, the independence is
Izzy,
out
you
the
know what?
window.
You know what? You know what, Izzy? I think y'all just look for little simple ass goddamn words to run this track on.
Hey, words is all we
What?
Simple
can go
as.
off of. When you
Me?
sit here and say your
Wait.
words, I'ma
Now,
believe
I
you
I
for
will
what you.
say I just did
So
that
wouldn't
with the
you look
independent.
for action versus a word?
No, because at the end of the day, your words is your actions because that's how you feel.
I need to talk. You know
Not
what,
every
Lamar? I
man
need
is
to talk to
prepared to
your
be a
wife
leader.
because sometimes
Yes.
you running this track for no darn reason, and maybe she do need to get you in line. Then
She
Oh,
already, hey, look,
get you in line is
look.
crazy.
Sheesh.
Empire. My wife already got me in line.
Me
okay, then.
We
personally,
got
I
So
each
would
other
you
take
in
shouldn't
line.
be out here trying to get a bottle of water because you already know the track run. You run it.
We drinking wine. We ain't drinking no water.
Exactly.
Izzy mad
Izzy, you
because
on the
I
other
own
hand,
more.
stop over here trying to bust this can of worms out for no damn reason.
Wait. No. Pretty Gumbo, she want the smoke. Said Izzy mad because I own more power tools than him. Now,
Oh
Oh my God,
shit.
she got two
See,
pair of
So
boots
pretty
on.
so
gumbo, why are you
again,
trying to
it's
start
just
this?
Up,
proof.
done added to
It's
it
just
now.
Pretty Gumbo got two pair of boots on.
again,
Whoa.
again.
It said two pair.
Wait,
This
wait, 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 wait. So again, this
got
goes
the jumper
into
suit on.
women wanting to compete with men and men shit. It's
It's not even about competing,
it,
man.
it,
Because
it,
like
It
at the end
shouldn't
of the day,
be.
you got.
That is what a little bit of this big fight is that I have to agree. Women are kind of in a battle with men, and it's kind of making it all look bad. So
It's
let's just
making it
be
look
honest.
bad. It is.
It's
it's
making
not a
it
Yeah.
look bad
competition
So what
because
the
anymore. It's not
there's
understanding
no
is.
need to be
So
in a competition because at the
thank
end
you
of the day, we're supposed to move as a team.
as a
So
team.
compliment each other.
Thank
if
you.
it's just
So
you at that moment, then you're to worry about just you.
so
But when
look,
you get ready to start going into this relationship and wanting to be married, then it's no longer a I,
I.
it's a
It's
team.
no
It's a
longer a
we.
me.
It's a
It's
we.
not.
And you
It's a
have to
we.
understand that
Thank
we
you.
becomes a team and you move as one. You are synced as one. You know your roles. You know how to move and navigate this system to grow your relationship, to grow it to this highest level of elevating your relationship. If you want to be out here and didn't want to be independent and didn't want to go and get married and still trying to be independent, then maybe you should have stayed independent.
Independent.
Oh my goodness,
Empire. Amen.
We have to
Supreme.
be honest
So
here
what?
because all of this other stuff that everybody keep trying to be honest with yourself. You knew all the things, and this is just women and me speaking to women, is that you did all these things before he arrived. So I'm pretty sure you should know how to take the trash out, close the
Mm-hmm.
door, do all these things.
Made
You
that
move
in
as a
sandwich.
team. You move as a team. Stop trying to take this little bit of petty shit and try to make it something big.
They
It,
got
it
your
needs to stop.
silence.
Hey,
They got me
look,
silent.
Emperor, I
And
100%
that
agree.
goes for men too, because we have men out here doing the same shit.
So
Just
look, let me
stop this
talk
shit.
about the man perspective. Let me talk about the man perspective. As a man, yeah, we think we should be this and we should be that. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that your wife is gonna be a female and you would never understand what it is to be a female. That's the silver lining.
Huh?
You gotta understand that your wife is gonna be a female. And the female has to understand that a male is gonna be a male. And it's never going to be a situation where me as a man is going to be
Same.
able to tell you what it is to be a woman because I would never experience it.
Hey, me personally, hey, in the comments, me personally, I wouldn't take that type of disrespect in the comments.
She is not annoying. Who are you talking about,
Me
Thomas?
personally, I wouldn't.
He gone.
Oh, okay. We
I
got
wouldn't take
Alter doing some power not two in here. Okay. I
that.
just seen her do her block Jenny out of in here. What the heck? She done got her block Jenny.
Like,
Man,
Whoa,
like
whoa,
It
what does
gotta
that
be
even
serious. I
mean?
missed that. How the
hey,
heck I ain't even see
Do
who it
you ever
happened?
stop talking? Like, what do you
yo,
mean? Like,
pretty
is that
gumbo
a
is
male or female
crazy.
saying that?
Pretty
That's a
gumbo's going crazy in the comments right now. I'm not
he
gonna lie.
tried it.
so you ain't
Call
about
Gumbo.
change.
No,
Yeah,
I'm scared, Danielle. You gonna be a little trigger happy down there. I'm sorry. I'm scared. It's like, no, I got you. I got you,
said,
Danielle. Man, don't be too. Don't go crazy. You might have blocked one of my friends.
he said can't change the tire, but wants a mission. Pretty gumbo.
A
If
friendly
only you had a
conversation sometimes
conversation.
do not function with the men.
We need you to come down to the altar so we can put some hands on you.
What's
Where
up,
did I come
staff,
from?
I'm
man?
just
Welcome
saying.
to the
Hey,
live,
look,
man. What
pretty
you got
gumbo.
for us?
At this point, pretty gumbo, you
Yo,
should.
yo, I just tuned in like 10 minutes ago. I was just I kind of trying to get a grasp of the topic, to be honest.
Go ahead. What you
Yeah.
got, Izzy? Go ahead and tell
It's
them.
Oh, oh, me?
Yeah,
Oh,
you had
so
the topic.
we were.
Not in Izzy. Not in your perspective. We need you to just explain to him
All
what
right.
the topic is.
The question.
his question.
All right. The third juicy question that we had gotten around to was, as men, do we? Oh no, what's the name? I had asked the question: do men feel respected by, or black men feel respected by?
What's her name is wild.
Why she was in a box. I was looking up like for her box, and then I realized I'm in her box because he here. So
She done
I
booted
thought,
somebody that fast.
yo,
Hey
who did?
Mike, but it
I
should be
know.
okay if your girl help you change your tire too, because y'all a team.
Oh man,
But as
So
a man, I would expect you to know how to change it.
Him and his, he's
My,
stuck
my,
on his
my.
tire.
So we just literally threw out here,
Staff.
I can change my tire. I would hope you can.
I hope
yo,
he
what
can
is the
too.
question?
Yeah, that's
But
what
if
I'm
he
I
saying.
can't,
said, do
Staff,
you
if
did you
he
hear the
feel?
can't,
question?
hey, look,
Wait,
Mike, if you
wait.
can't, I would hope that you and your girl can figure it out together.
Oh my god,
Yo, you terrible, yo.
Joe. The fact. All right. The question is: do you feel as if black women respect black men in today in 2023 slash or formerly 2022?
It, in general,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the average black
Choose your
man,
words wisely, sir.
no, no, I don't think so. Not the average black man. I don't think. Uh, to be honest, and just, I mean, I hate that it's like this, but from what I see online and from just like the attitudes that you see that happen, and when these conversations happen, it always kind of seems like there's like a unspoken superiority. Um,
Oh shit.
I don't know if it's a superiority complex, but there's a kind of like an unspoken superiority where
Let's go there.
it's
We're going to have to go there.
it's.
No,
I
Empire,
mean,
take
we
your
are
boots
like
off.
we really
Empress.
are though, because
No,
like
Empire, please take your boots off and let
Empress.
him finish.
it's again. I just feel like okay, like when okay, whenever you listen to, especially like a lot of professional black women, whenever you hear them talk about
Mm,
their expectations,
mm,
it it tends to go into a direction where somebody has to meet me where I'm at,
mm,
and I don't particularly see a problem with that. The only issue that I find or whatever is that like if you're saying you're independent and you're trying to get as
Mm-hmm.
high on the totem pole by yourself as high as you could possibly go, which again, there's no issue with that either. It just kind of makes it like it almost that's where the competition thing
Right.
comes from, right? Like
So you trying to say the
y'all fucked up.
female
Y'all
is
fucked
trying
up.
to be the male dominant, is what you
It's
saying.
yeah, it's almost like you're trying to outman your man before you even get a man.
So let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna have to call
Wait,
cap on all
Empire, hold
levels
on,
at
wait,
this
Empire,
moment.
wait. I know you got your boots on. Hold on, wait.
I don't. Wait.
I just gotta ask
I
a
need
question.
you to stop with
I
these
gotta, I
boots.
gotta ask a question. Is it okay for your woman to be independent?
Is it okay for her to be
Yeah.
independent while she's with me? No.
So what you mean to
What the
tell
fuck's
What do
the
me
y'all
point
is
of
mean
that?
by
that?
that
So
Wait
though?
a
no,
minute.
no, no,
Wait,
nope. I'm gonna
wait.
put it in a
What do you
different.
mean by that?
Let me
Yeah,
put
what
it
do you
in.
mean?
Hey, look at it like this.
I'm
You and
looking.
your girl at home at night. She in the bed sleep. You in the bed sleep. She the first person that heard sound, and she wake you up to go handle it. Is that her being independent, or is that her relying on you?
That's her relying on me. But
No,
that,
wait,
but
wait,
you,
wait, wait,
but
wait. Nope, nope,
Lamar,
nope. Is it? You know, I set up questions. So look, let me ask you something else. She woke you up and told you what was going on. Did she not protect you?
did she not what?
Did she not protect you from her hearing the thief downstairs? She woke your ass up because you ain't heard the thief downstairs. She woke you up. So did she not protect you?
She's protected me by waking me up to protect her.
Is she not protect? Answer the question. Don't ask
What
the
the fuck?
question with a question.
That's like saying you paid my bill because you reminded me of the bill.
Did she
Well,
not protect?
excuse
So
me.
okay. So look. So look.
Let
So
me
look.
clarify that for a little
Did she?
clearer
Okay.
because
So
I
look.
don't think
She
you
don't
opened your
wake you up.
mind span. She woke you up to not only protect her but to protect
You
yourself, which means that we move as a team. She
team.
woke you up so we can move as a
A
team.
team.
I
Which
So
wouldn't.
to get here,
therefore,
she
I
heard.
Oh,
guess.
are
therefore,
y'all on the same team now?
therefore,
I mean, so
therefore,
you were moving
think
and
of it
thinking
like
about
this.
yourself. You
Think
didn't
of
even
it like
listen. So,
this.
see, you got to listen first so you can answer accordingly.
Yo,
Think of it
it's
like this.
Lamar and
If she
Emperor
had
on the
not
team
woke you
together
up,
for me.
if she
It's
had
yo,
not woke you up to go handle that, the thief comes upstairs. He gonna shoot your ass first because you the male. So now you dead.
Okay.
He's gonna ask the female where the
So,
shit at. He ain't gonna kill her. He gonna kill your ass.
yo, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Unalive.
No, no,
underline.
no.
unalive, unalive,
I
unalive,
understand what
unalive.
you're saying. I just didn't.
Unalive, so you
I don't
don't
know if
get
I would.
snatched
I
out
don't
the
know if I would
box. Unalive.
classify that as protection. I mean, if she's waking me up to protect the family, then I guess I would be protecting the family. I don't know if her waking me up would be classified as her protecting the family. I just think that's common sense, to be
What
honest.
part of this didn't you even hear, sir?
Holy, I'm not gonna lie, that was a bad. Like you was doing so well, and then it just like fell right off the tracks. I'm not gonna lie. Like I thought you was about to go like this way of like the competition thing of
No, he asked me a completely different question than the competition shit.
no. I thought that you was gonna take it like a different type of route, but you took it that route. That's fine. That's good. I mean,
I
Yeah,
just don't think it's.
put it over your
I don't think
head.
it's
Put it over your
protection. I
head
don't think
right
that's
now, Izzy.
protection.
Put
That's
it
all I'm
over
saying.
your head, Izzy. Put it over your head because you know he just fucked y'all right now, right?
just
So pull it
see,
over your head.
see.
Pull it over your
Hold on.
head.
See
Pull it
that's
over
what.
your head for a moment.
See
Just put the
what you
cover over your
forget
head for a moment.
again. I'm LeBron. First off, let's get that. You said just again. We can come back from a 3-1 deficit. Again, I got this. Again,
Hmm?
that's
I
all we got to
believe it,
do.
Izzy.
Wait,
I
no,
believe it. Trust
we
me.
can
I know
come back.
you're very, very intelligent.
So
I know that.
I, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did kind of fuck us. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
Yo, what the fuck did I do?
you
What
Because
did
you
he
missed
say? What did I
you
do?
missed what you were supposed to get when he made the
Oh,
statement.
jeez, what the supposed to shit? You asked me my opinion. Not supposed. Now it's what I'm supposed to say. What the fuck?
Well, that's why you supposed to listen first,
I
so you can
listened to the
answer the
question. I
question
listened to the
accordingly.
question. I answered the question. Like, all right,
but
what was I supposed to say with my? What was I
It's
supposed
not
to say?
what you were supposed to
Let's get it.
say. It was for you to understand, to over understand. If she woke you, she's protecting you too, which means she needs you to protect us all. She heard something you didn't. So she had to get the ball rolling so you can handle business,
So I got a question.
Okay.
which
Now
means it's
say
a team and that it was safety for all of us,
where the mic at?
not just
say if
her.
it was the opposite way.
I suppose. Yeah.
Do you think the
Yeah.
man gonna wake up the woman to protect her?
I knew you
Well,
was coming with
yeah.
that,
Well,
No,
Kev.
if
I
she's in
knew I
harm's
was
way,
waiting
yeah, of
on you to
course.
drop that ball.
Hey,
Only
wake
I
up,
was
baby.
waiting
I'm
for
about to
it too.
protect you.
only because you like dropping the messy ball.
I just
No,
want to let
Okay,
you
no,
know.
no.
listen. When okay,
I'm
maybe
you
maybe
know,
okay. Listen, I'm thinking of
I'm gonna keep it a brick, Kev. If he wakes me up because he hears something, I know my role already. I'm finna get up, I'm finna go get our kids, and I'm gonna get to the safe space that
Yep.
we've
I was,
already
You gotta
I was
discussed.
protect the
talking to
kids,
Josh,
and he gotta
baby, man.
protect
I'm
I
finna
y'all.
know.
get up and I'm finna go get our
Yeah.
kids and I'm finna go protect our kids because we've already established our safe place where me and the children
Yep.
belong. Because we
We
move as
already
a team.
So he
established.
double
Hey,
protect
look,
you.
look.
I'm gonna be
We
honest
already
with you.
established
If
whose
y'all,
role is what.
if we ain't got kids though, I'm gonna be honest. I need
Can
an
y'all
anchor.
give me to 20K, please, man? I know all y'all eyeballs looking down here, hearing this little stuff, the stuff y'all like to hear. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and hit that. Give me the 20K, man, and share it.
Tap 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 the
But can we
screen.
say that we're having a better productive conversation without the screaming and shouting and understanding both sides?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. You know, as long as Empire don't got her boots on.
I ain't ever had the boots on. I tell you, I rocks my stilettos. Quit playing.
The
Oh, that's different.
stilettos.
You know they got
I'm
stiletto
just saying,
boots.
stilettos can do damage. I'm just
Oh
saying.
yeah, they can.
at 6 in the morning.
At 6 in the morning is crazy. Stilettos at 6 in the morning.
Stilettos at 6. We know what happened with stilettos at
Actually,
6 in the
I'm in
morning.
my bed. I don't have the
Nah, but
stilettos on, but it's
typically,
not
hey,
That's
far for
even
me to walk
worse.
to my
hey,
closet
but
to get it if
wait,
it's
Kev,
needed.
you know that they ain't got the stilettos on at 6 in the morning. What Drake say? He said she came in heels and left out on her comfy shit.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
Period. Just period.
Just saying, man.
period.
I sleep with
We gotta
mines
leave
is
that at
crazy.
2022. Yeah.
Period.
Tap the
And
screen,
Yes.
per.
y'all.
We gonna say
Yo,
per back too.
Empress, I have a question. Would you ever be
What?
would you ever be okay with a man being submissive to you?
As he should.
Pause.
I'm. Let me just tell you. Let me tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how Empress rule. We are submissive to each other because we're in
Yeah.
sync with each other. We
Oh,
move on the
good.
same frequency, and when we move it
Mm,
on the same frequency, we are far more powerful than trying to just only have
I'm a
one
leader.
narrative.
Okay, so put in
I will
another
submit.
perspective, because I think this kind of sort of what he was trying to ask. Would you be
Okay,
okay?
can you possibly
Be
okay?
okay.
Is there a
Yeah.
world where maybe you could like understand
Maybe it's
that, like based off what you said, can you see how men might hear that as competitiveness?
Because we move together as a team.
you
But
move, I
here's the
move.
thing: when you say team, it like, okay, I look at it like this.
That means I'm sync with him.
Whenever
He's sync with
I'm gonna be
me.
honest with you. I'm gonna
We
be honest with
one
you.
mind. We move at
As a
one
man,
drum beat.
whenever I hear a woman say team, I hear it say you want me to do what you want to do, in your opinion, for the betterment of what we're doing.
You're
Well,
not
I'm gonna
So it's
need
married.
you
almost
to
like
go
You're
and
not
look up
married. You're
team so
not in
you
a
can
relationship.
understand
You
team. I'm
single.
gonna
You're
need you
not
to
trying to
look
hear none
team
of that
up so
shit.
you can
So
understand what a
I'm
team
sorry.
means.
He ain't
yeah, but a
married.
team has a leader. Like, you're missing the point.
No,
Absolutely.
no, bro.
No.
No,
Oh,
A
no.
team does
wait.
not
I
have
get it.
a
I
leader.
get
A
it. I get
team
it. I
as
Yes,
get it.
they
a
do. A
whole.
team has a captain. Do you watch
Wait.
sports?
That's
Look,
different. A captain and a leader is
See, you're
different,
trying
bro.
to take it
Hey,
there,
I
but when
get it.
you
I
in a
get it. Wait.
marriage,
Wait, wait,
you
wait, wait,
move
wait,
as
wait,
a
wait, wait,
team. You
wait, wait,
sync
wait.
in as one.
Go
Wait.
ahead, Adrian.
I get what he's trying to say, right? Like, it's the same thing of like being the head of the household, right?
He probably
And
military too, by the way,
again,
when he gave that analogy.
again,
There's
it's
literally nothing. There's literally nothing that involves a team that doesn't have a leader. Like, I don't know where you like. When you say team, I think, okay, well, who's the captain? Who's the coach?
Are you
Are you
military,
what
bro?
like? There's
God.
definitely different levels
That is not a
of.
military term.
again.
I'm not saying it's a military term. I'm
No,
just
I'm
saying, like,
telling Lamar that's not a military term. He
Uh,
keep asking you if you're
uh,
military.
so
no, God, no.
again, how can
A soccer team has a
I
leader.
I think it's more of like
Yes,
even when
there's
we
a
talk
captain on
about
the soccer team.
yeah, we talk like people talk about the head of the household, right? Of like a lot of women will be like, oh, if they're somewhat submissive women, they'll be like, oh, he's the head, I'm the neck, right? Or they'll be like, oh, that nigga ain't. There's no head of the household, man. I run this shit anyway, right? I think he's more talking about that of like when he's saying competitiveness. Not you saying ego, Danny. How about you? You've been talking all that hot garbage in the chat. How
Talking
about you get up
about
here
it.
then?
Soon as I
See,
Get
the
up
way
here.
you're saying it
now that you're talking.
is that there's always a captain. That captain still ain't getting a win by itself. It's still the team.
That's that. Okay.
It's still the team, no matter how you look at it. There may be a captain. You still ain't getting that win without teamwork
Well,
But
to
wait,
get
wait.
the
Listen,
win.
we're not saying that a family wins only from the man's work. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that in most team situations in life, there's usually someone that makes a final decision on the plays that we make, and it's usually the same person every time. So when you say team and like when you say things like partner, it's like, okay, I could understand that part. When you say team, it's like, I could understand that part. But it's like, what if y'all both disagree on something that's very, very vital? And what if that happens constantly?
so
Because on the flip side, I constantly hear women say, oh, I want someone that's a leader. It's like, okay,
you
so
don't want to be
if
leading.
you want someone to lead, you can still be my partner and still be on my team, but it's like I'm still leading. So does that person still
She ain't
have
captain.
the I guess what would you call it, like carte blanche, like he gets the final say,
But
or
that's
like
when I
how would that go about how would that go, like how would that work in your situation?
Tit for tat,
he asking
50-50.
you,
Your
Empire.
turn, my
I
turn,
would
your turn,
answer,
my
but
turn.
he asking you, Empire.
If I had to look at it the way you see it, doesn't mean by all means you can lead. Don't mean you're going to be a great leader in every aspect. So it's why I say it takes a team, because there may be something he's not strong in that I am in. That's why it's two opposite sides, because when you put them together, that makes
Ultron in the
that
building.
ball
What's up?
higher. You're going
Cause
to
I
get
just
to the top tier. If we just solely say one is the lead, then we may not get as far, because
well,
you may not be as high on a tier in one department that I am.
so
But are you deciding that
ultimately
for
the thing
yourself?
is, I think it's just the thing is ultimately
Silver line.
Well,
there is a
it's in the
head.
oh my. Mm.
But that's when I say it's a
This is
silver line.
this is where it
Even
gets
though
confusing, because when you say out, like when you can't,
God,
it's like you want to, it's like you want the 50-50, or the the I might be stronger in something that he's not so strong in. It's like if you're making that decision for yourself, then this person that you just chose to lead, you're now revoking his
Because we're not
leadership,
all
and
built
now
to
we're
have
back.
full strength. Not all men are going to carry what a woman carries.
so I
And
guess
women are not going to carry what a man carries.
if
So
you
that's why we're put together, because then we become whole.
if you was
It's
at to
in
break it
sync.
down, I guess if you was at to
But
break it
also,
down, yeah,
as
we
a
do need a leader,
Okay.
right? So look, like you saying, like, oh, the man, he's the leader, and it can't be more than one leader. Somebody got to agree somewhere. But that's when I say it becomes a silver line where the woman submits to the man and say, "Yep, you know what, you right. This is gonna work." So at the end of the day, if you really think about it as a man, right? If you really think about it, if that woman wasn't submissive to letting you say, look, this is how we should do this, and then she say, yep, you know what, that's gonna work. If she wasn't submissive to that, will it work?
Of course not, because
It's,
But that's the whole point of That's what I'm trying to say. Like that's the whole point of picking the man as a leader, is that you trust his judgment, even
but
if you
but look,
disagree with it.
but think about that though, bro. This is why I say you as a man, we gotta kind of think deeper, and we gotta kind of be submissive to our wives, because at the same time, if she's not submissive to you and understanding what you're trying to say and understanding that, okay, yeah, that is probably the better route, it's never gonna work. That's why we say it's a team. So at the end of the day, when you try to say, oh, I'm the leader, oh, because you got pride and all this other shit that you got going on with yourself, really, she's leading
That's
you
kind
and
of
you're
putting that
leading her.
ego into play.
Y'all
Ego
leading, y'all
and
are
pride.
leading each other to where y'all need to be. And this is why, like I said, the man has to also be submissive to the woman, which is why the woman got to be submissive to the man, because it is a team job. Even though you put up like, hey, yeah, we need to do this, your ego can't allow you to say you are the leader. What I say goes.
yeah,
You
no, you
can't
shouldn't talk like
think
that.
like that. You can't, because at the end of the day, your team has to be submissive to what you think.
Think.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Hmm.
I mean, you fell in right in place, baby. You fell right in place. You said it for the ones in the back.
Unfortunately,
And this is coming from somebody. Look, I've been with my girl for 17
It
years,
just
bro.
has to
We've
take
been married
pride
for
out
12 years.
and put strength where it needs to be, and take the pride and ego out and put strength. Because
Someone,
pride and ego is what hurts both parties right
Both
now. It's
parties,
why
man.
it's
It
such a
hurts
big
both
fight, because
parties.
it's the pride and ego, and it needs to be put out. So what right needs to be put in place.
someone says, should a man be a leader simply because of their gender?
No, because every man can't be a leader, because he got to be led first in order to be a leader.
Reese.
And I'm not saying by a woman, okay? I'm just saying,
I was about
but
to say she didn't say about
every
women,
great
did
Freedom.
man
she? Did
has
not.
been
Because at the
led.
end of the day,
Every
everybody
great
learns
woman
something.
has been led in
And
order to become a leader.
I'm telling you right now, still to this day, I learn from everybody. Older, younger, everybody. Male, female, I'm still learning. And my ego ain't as big as most people. So I
Oh my
allow,
God, yes.
as a man, I'll allow me to be open to learn new stuff.
Yeah,
And look, and not even to learn new stuff, but to train myself to do the knowledge. Like if somebody tell me something, I'm not just gonna go,
So I
oh
just want to
yeah,
drop a
because
real quick commercial break. If you cannot respect the host or respect the panel, I assure you that I will snatch you out of here very quickly. So I'm gonna need to make sure that you understand that. So Redbox, get it together.
so me
Yo,
not saying that
Lamar, I
me
just have a
not
quick question. When
yes
you say
sir.
that you're submissive to your wife, what do you mean by that?
I'm submissive to my wife. Okay, so as a man, if I say, oh no, if we take care of this
also
bill
ain't
first and
care.
do
She
this and
said,
do that, if we take care of this bill first and we do this and do that, we're gonna get that cleared out. And then she says, well, no, I don't think we should do that because we got this, that, and the third. So now, oh, know what, babe? You right. I ain't even think about that. Now I'm being submissive to what my wife just informed me of.
how did y'all block the same guy? It was three of y'all blocked one guy. How did that
I mean, I'm
possible?
just saying because I just clearly sent it out there, and you still want to call this man weak.
I'm,
You are wrong for calling the next
oh
man
my,
weak, and
yeah.
you are a man.
But how
That's
did I'm
wrong.
trying to see how did y'all make that work though? It was three of y'all blocked the same person though. That was weird. I
We
didn't know you
needed
could
him
do
to
that.
know that it was three coming for him.
I see block, block, block,
But
and it was the same
the
name.
only reason I'm gonna bring this up is that we do want black men to see that we do fight for our men, because that was a black man that felt that he could down a black man for how he moves and how he sees things. Get out of here. You're not
I'm,
finna degrade him and tell him he's weak because he's okay with allowing himself to be able to submit to his wife and she submits to him.
because at the end
That's
of the day, look, you gotta look at the
come
end of the day.
on,
I don't got
get
look. We
out of
don't
here
deal.
with that.
We don't got to deal with them. I don't have to deal with them. I pay no attention to what somebody else's opinion is. So if you sit here saying, "Oh, he's weak, he's submissive to us," I don't care. At the end of the day, guess who it is? It's me and my wife against the
Right.
world.
Exactly.
So who cares what they? You can say whatever you want to say in the comments. You probably got 20 different pages to keep jumping in the lab.
It's
I
okay.
don't
You got
care.
somebody to cuddle with at night. You good.
I don't care.
Cuddling.
But in order for me and my wife to be successful, we have to be submissive to each other, and there has to be a silver lining. Because I'm pretty sure all y'all know what is the leading cause of divorce?
Unsubmission.
Money?
Money.
Financial. Financial.
It's
Financial is the
finance.
leading
It's
cause.
finance.
Everybody say
Finance
finances,
is
but
the leading
it's
cause
other
of
Finances
things.
and
divorce.
fidelity.
The leading
Fidelity.
It's a lot
cause.
of other things thrown in the
The
I
mix.
mean,
leading
it's
cause.
finance. It possibly could be cheating. It could be something physical. It
But
could be on a lot of spectrums that leads to
Irreconcilable
it being
differences.
a divorce. Just bottom line is, when a lot of men don't realize, when you know you got the right one, you ain't got to ask for submission. It's already being shown. She
Man,
gonna
I
see
ain't
the
asking
same
for
from the
that.
opposite
If I
side.
don't see, if I gotta ask for it, it's a rap already.
Exactly. That's not for you. You should
I'm
already
like,
know that, because when
you
you going
too
into that,
on
you should know when
submission,
you hit
right?
that marriage
He
level,
said he's like,
she's gonna submit irregardless, because she loves you in that manner that she don't have to be asked to submit. He's gonna submit because he don't have to ask it. He's
and
just gonna
that's
free
just
All
willingly
being
I'm
give in.
saying,
good.
what I'm
That's
saying is, if a man has to ask that, it's already a rap. You done lost them already. That means you either too masculine or something like that. If they gotta ask for that, it's just a rap already.
You
It's
guys
gonna
gotta
happen
understand. You just
naturally.
gotta
It's gonna
understand.
happen naturally.
It's
Just
gonna happen
saying.
naturally, bro.
Yeah,
Like when I tell you,
yeah, I feel you.
I was not always like this. I won't always like this. I was
I
not
know we
always
can
this
tell.
to my wife. Look, me as a man, I had to learn. And look, now I don't care what you say. We doing this, and then turn out that shit didn't work, and what she said worked. You gotta be submissive to that shit, because now your ego gonna tell you your dumb ass didn't listen to it, and now you
Mm.
look stupid.
So who make the most of calls?
I really don't know why submission is there. It's just I think people just throwing this out here that causes confusion because a woman's going to do as that man asks because that's how she sees it. She's there
So
with that person. I can't speak for all because if you
Okay, but
get
like
there and
Lamar,
you
like
can't
what
get
happens
that,
when y'all have
then
Yeah,
I
I feel
mean
like
the
a
disagreements
truth of
though?
the
woman's
matter is before
defenses
you
come
reach that
down.
level, you already seen what you needed to see. So why did you continue?
A woman's defenses come down to a man that she respects.
Well, that's
yeah,
what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to understand. Like, what happens
actually,
when y'all disagree, Lamar?
he getting deep now. He about to make some money. He getting deep,
It's
boy.
giving.
It's
Like,
giving divorce. It's
then
like,
what?
let me
Do
stop.
you do you go with the final say or do you submit to your wife?
And that's when I say, look, that's when I say it's a silver lining, and you know what silver lining mean, right?
Yes,
You got
but
to agree to disagree sometimes. You're not always going to be
so
on the same page.
okay, but like you said, the number one reason for okay, so I'm just taking the example that you took. So what if you said you wanted to allocate money or funds to something, and she said no, like maybe we should do it to this. Like, do you go her way or do you go your way? Because someone's got to. What do you meet in the middle? You agree to disagree? Do you not pay any of the bills? Like, what do you do?
If they were, can I just say, if they were
But that's
married,
why I said it's a
they,
silver lining. Do you not know
they
the
already
definition
most
of a
likely,
silver lining?
they already most likely communicated that. So I mean,
Is
I don't
Laugh
understand
frozen?
how saying there's a silver lining answers the question. Like it's either
Laugh,
or.
move.
Like are you going with are we going the direction of your leadership or are we going in the direction of her leadership?
You're not going in the direction of nobody's leadership. At that point, that's the definition of a silver lining. You got to agree to disagree. You can agree that, oh, if I do this, yeah, that's for the
But
better.
what do you
But
do
you
though?
got to agree
Like
with
if
her too, as in, like, she's saying,
Wait,
no,
how do
that's
you
not the
agree to
best for
disagree on a
Right, I'm
bill?
trying to wonder how that worked too. Like,
like
we're
what the
gonna
hell?
disagree to
That's what I'm
disagree to
trying to
pick the
figure out.
kids up.
Listen, if you have two bit different people or whatever, at some point you guys are going to disagree on something. So unless you're just like doing unless you're just putting up ideas and then she says no, let's do this, and then you're just kind of submissive to your wife every time, like is it like how do you figure that out? Like how does that work?
So I'm gonna
Are
give
you
you an
asking
example.
me that or are you
No,
asking
he's asking
Lamar?
No, I'm
me.
asking
I'm gonna
Lamar
give
because
you.
Lamar said that
I'm gonna
he's
give you
no,
an
because Lamar
example.
said that sometimes he's submissive to his wife and sometimes his wife is submissive to him. So I said, okay, but what if you guys have opposing ideas? What do you go with?
Such a gentleman.
You just do what she says because you don't want to get divorced?
No,
What do
no,
you
you
like?
don't
What
do
do you
what you
do?
say just because you want to get a voice. Like I said, it's silver lining. So let's say, okay, if
Okay.
I say, okay, now I think that we should donate $5,000 to this place. She said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think we should do it because yada yada this and yada yada that. That's when you guys come into a neutral agreement. Say, okay, well, how about we donate this? Or hey, how about we don't donate anything and see what happens?
But who's saying that? Are you saying that, or is she saying that, or you guys just meet like?
Do you not understand the neutral agreement? Neutral.
But what's the agreement? What are you agreeing on? Like what?
You have to neutral agreement mean as a civil line. It means that okay, if I say donate 5,000 and she said no, I don't think we should donate anything. Hey, I'm not saying that we shouldn't donate anything, but maybe we should donate this much. You have to come to a neutral agreement.
Is that
Okay.
That doesn't make any
look?
sense.
So if you say you want to spend $5,000 on
Okay,
whatever
look,
it
let's
is,
do
and
this.
she
Run
says
it
I don't
back
want to
again
spend five
because it's
thousand
kind
on
of
nothing,
sounding a little weird.
I mean, it's okay if she make all the
So are
decisions. It's
you
all right.
saying that if he disagrees and she disagrees, who's going to take the lead?
yeah, like you meet in the mid. You if you're like, oh, I want to spend this money
Go
on
ahead and say what you was
a
about to say.
car,
You meet in the
or
middle. Go ahead and say it. That's what you was about to
but the
say.
middle doesn't always work. Like sometimes it's
Yeah,
binary. Like sometimes these decisions are binary. It's not all. There's not always a middle. So
it
like,
ain't always a middle though. That
there's not
sounds
always a middle at
unrealistic.
all.
That's unrealistic.
It's either you're
There's
going her
moments there's
direction.
moments that both parties don't agree. So
Oh
Yeah.
when
my
Yeah,
that
God!
happens,
Obviously, like
somebody got
really,
the
when
upper
that
state the
hand at the
when
end of
obvious
the
that
one
day.
more
It's no
time.
way it's
happens,
even all the
you
time.
kind of have to let it sit for a moment. When you're in a when you're in this relationship and this is how tight y'all communication is, it will sit for a minute. The right person will take the lead, which more than likely we as the woman will allow him to go ahead and take the lead. Because someone still got to go and make the
Listen,
choice.
if you're allowing someone to take the lead, then the woman's in the lead. If you're allowing someone to do something, then that means that you're the boss.
It doesn't
That's
mean
what
we're
that
the
means.
boss. It's just that
Yes,
we're
it
going to
does. You
step.
just said,
It
I'm
doesn't make us the
allowing him. You
boss.
said, I'm
We're
allowing him
basically
with your own
stepping
words.
aside and allowing him to make the best
You
decision
said
for
it
our
again.
family.
Allowing implies
Mm-hmm.
that you're the boss.
Yeah.
That doesn't
If I
apply that
said,
I'm the
if
boss.
So
I
I'm
say,
stepping
okay,
aside to allow my
my
husband
question
to
is
take
no,
the
no, hold
lead.
on, wait. Hey, hold
oh
on,
my
sir.
God.
That
So
don't
you don't
make me
allow
the
Question,
boss
leadership,
because
right?
I'm
my
stepping
question to
aside
you
to
would
allow
be,
my husband to
I
take the
guess,
lead.
Stepping
I get
aside
no,
means
no,
you're
hold on. Hey,
stepping
Empire, hold on,
aside
wait.
means you're on the front.
Hey, Stat, hold
That
on.
means
Look,
that we can't come to an agreement. So I'm going to leave him to have the final say. I said what I said. He said what he said. And I'm leaving him to make the final decision.
hence silver lining. So, but I'm asking you, right, as a guy, what do you do? Do you
Thank
let your
you.
ego
Thank
take
you. I'm
over
so
you?
glad you wrote that because apparently he wasn't getting it.
It's not
That's
ego.
me
Like
not being
it's not
confrontational.
ego. Like
That's me stepping aside and
Bro,
it's
saying,
at
I'm
the end of the
allowing
day,
my
bro,
husband
at
to
the end
take
of the
the
day,
lead.
at the end of the day, you're sitting here asking me, oh, do you let me take the lead or are you gonna take the lead? That's ego. You
that's
saying
not
I'm the
That
ego.
ego is your ego.
that's ego
That's
and
a
pride.
it's a general question.
No,
That's
no,
not a
but
general
no,
question.
it's
You are
not. It
asking,
ain't.
that's it, putting an ego and pride into play. Just as I said, I'm allowing my husband, I'm stepping aside. You took it as I'm in control. I'm
His
not in
ego.
control.
His
I'm not going to
ego.
be
The
But
fact
combative
that you're
with
that's
my
why
saying you're
I asked.
husband.
allowing someone to do
I'm
it
not
I
means you're
being
in
never heard
control.
combative
anyone
with
I'm
my
do that.
sorry.
husband.
See, look,
I'm
but
not being
look,
combative
You can
with
call
my
it
husband.
whatever
I'm
you
going to
want,
step
but
aside to
it's
end
uh,
the
your now
confrontation
you're
stepping
and allow
aside,
him
allowing.
to
you
take the
Allowing.
your
lead.
So
wording is skewed. I'll
It,
tell you
No,
that
but you're
your
much.
letting your
brain
ego
is
take over
skewed.
you. You're letting your what is the definition of your ego?
What is my definition of the ego?
Yes.
We're
Fact.
not talking about. Listen, we're not talking about my ego. What we're
Can you
talking
please
about
answer the
right now.
question?
What we're talking about right now. I'm
Can
not. I
you
don't care about your
please
question.
answer that
What we're talking
question?
about right now is you saying that is you not being able to answer the question of what happens if you and your wife have opposing ideas. That's what I'm trying to ask. Is she saying, you know what? You're the leader of this household as the man. You can make the final decision. I've
Can
given
I
my
So
input
the
interject
towards
answer
you,
here?
was
whatever, and and
silver
I've
lining.
told you
You
what I think is
agree
the
to
best idea,
disagree.
but I trust you as my husband to make the right
The
choice.
right decision.
So
Can
Or,
let
this
me
So
let me
possibly
let
or,
there you
me
hurt
let
go.
me
or
let
are
me
somebody?
you?
You
clear it
just
up. Let me
answer
clear
your
it up so
question.
it could be at the term you need it to be. Is let me take allow out and just say that I'm letting my husband take the lead. Does that sound better for you? Because you're just looking at a word and not hearing what I'm saying is that I'm
No, because
saying my husband is
well,
going
words
to
have
take the
meanings.
lead.
Words have
If
meaning,
we come
unfortunately
to
for you.
if we come to a deadlock and we can't come to decisions, I'm going to go ahead and say, honey, take the lead. Period.
So now what's your
Okay,
ego gonna tell you? That my
what's my
wife
ego
allowed
gonna
me to
say?
do this? So for us
Yeah.
to come to a compromise?
Okay. If you're saying,
You still not
if
answering
you're
my
saying,
question. Don't ask me another question.
So
Please answer my
chill out,
question
man.
first.
okay, listen. If you're
Here
saying
we go with
that
a
your
question.
wife is
Here we
allowing
go.
you to do something, then she's in control, bro. I'm
She
sorry.
okay, so she
Excuse
I'm
just
me.
said
sorry.
to you, hey
Hello,
look,
host. Hello, panel. How are
I
you
don't
guys doing
know.
tonight?
Hey look,
Hey,
I
let
don't
me.
know.
This
I
is
Yeah,
don't
let
know.
Reese
ridiculous.
talk real
I'm
quick.
not gonna tell you what
What
to
she got
do.
real quick.
If we can't come to an agreement, then my husband's gonna have the final say. Period.
That's
Thank
what she
you.
just said. So
That's what
now
I've
what
been
I asked
like.
you.
Come on, like I've been
So
trying
It
to
I
wouldn't
get
have
to that
mattered
the
how
whole.
I said
I've been
it
trying to get
because
to
I
that for
still
30
said that.
minutes
No
at
matter
least.
how
but
I
she
said it,
just
I
said
still
that.
said
She
that.
literally just said
She
I
that.
said
So
still
she's
now
going
what
said
I
to
that.
asked
let
you.
him.
Doesn't
So
matter
She
how
said
I
Yeah,
said
first
it.
letting
she said
allow that would
allow.
change the whole
First she said
thing. It
allow,
would
and then
change.
she said I
It
will
still
let
didn't
him. Like,
matter. It
bruh.
still didn't matter.
so
He's
she just
still
said
taking
Oh
the
she
lead.
said
It
look.
still
man.
said he's
So
taking
okay,
the
let
lead.
me put it in a different perspective. Okay, I'm the
Damn.
wife. I'm the wife. Hey, I don't know.
That's the
What
problem with
time's
the
your
word.
turn?
The
Wait,
Word
wait,
world
hold
it
is
on.
so
differently, so it sounds
taking
not
words.
like she's
Hold on,
in the boss.
Empire.
Like she's
Hey,
the
Empire,
boss.
look. Hold on. I'm the wife.
That's
Hey, I don't know what
disrespectful.
to do. You, as the husband, said, okay, well, I'm going to go in and do this. So now her submitting to you saying she don't know, and now you're telling
It's
her
not a
what you're
no,
going to
they need
do.
to do
So
better.
now
What it is
is
people
your
need to stop
ego.
taking words and trying to make words the biggest part of it. Because it didn't matter how I put it, I still said my husband's taking the lead.
So
So it
look,
shouldn't matter
Because
what
I'm
you
words
let
I'm
putting
him.
it in
using.
his
I'm
Because you
using
let
perspective.
words
him.
to define the whole world. That's why we
Look,
have
hold on,
problems.
wait,
Oh man.
Empire, wait. I'm putting it in his perspective. I'm the wife. I don't know. I don't know what to do. So you, as the husband, say, okay, well, I'm gonna do this. So now your ego. Now, Ben, your wife said she don't know, and you took the lead and said, I'm gonna do this. So
Uh,
now, what does your ego say to you? Did my wife just submit to me, or did I just overrule her?
Well, if she's asking you to take the lead, then you're not taking anything. You're not
Can you
taking
please
the
answer
lead.
my question?
She's
When
give,
did she
That's
ask
not
for
the
I'm
that?
answering
question.
the question. You just said that your wife came to you and said, "I don't know nothing about this. Can you make the choice?" That's
That's not
submission.
what he said. That's not what he said. That
What?
is absolutely not what he said.
Oh
He
my
said his
god.
wife said, "I don't know." He didn't say nothing about his wife
Okay.
said, "I don't
All
know.
right. Oh
Can you
my god.
take the
All right.
lead?"
Fine. His wife said, "I don't know what to do about whatever the situation is, whatever the issue is."
You got a
She's
lot of
saying,
ego in here
"I
today.
don't know," and she's going to you as the man and saying, "I don't know about this. Can you
you
make the
ain't gonna
final
take
decision about
her.
this?" Is that is am I getting this wrong?
So my
Did I
wife
hear
said,
it?
I don't know. No, you are getting it wrong. Because
Okay.
like you said, words mean a lot. So what I said to you was, your wife say, I don't know. And then you as the man say, well, you know what? I'm going to make the final decision. We're doing this. So now, is that your ego?
It's not ego.
Say,
Black
listen,
snails. I have
listen,
no clue.
listen.
I have
You
no clue.
talking, listen. I say, now is your ego saying, oh, my wife submitted to me? Or is that you just saying, I took the lead?
It ain't. I
That's
don't
you
think
being a leader.
that's just what men do. That's how men
That's
is. You
you
know what I'm
being a
saying? We
leader.
just
The fact that
that's
she's coming to you and saying, "I don't know," means that she trusts you with the decision.
right.
So then what does that have to do with what you were saying
That ain't nothing
before?
to do with ego. It's just if you don't know, if you ain't got no suggestion, then it's up to
That's
me
not
to make that
ego.
suggestion.
So that's why I say now is that your wife being submissive to you.
Of course, but that's not what you were talking about 10 minutes ago.
It is what I was talking about because I say
No,
you
it
got to come
wasn't.
to a
That's a
silver
completely different
lining.
situation.
You have to agree to disagree.
Oh
Even if
my
your wife,
god. This
even if your wife say, "Look, I don't know," and then you come up and say, "Well, look, I think we should do it because of this, that, and the third." So now your wife saying, "Okay, well, let's do that," right? Because you're gonna a man that think he's in leadership, you're gonna want that clarity that she says, "Okay, let's do that," because your ego is not gonna let you not hear that.
I'm
So
just
that's when I
curious where
say,
the conversation comes in at.
that's when I say it's an ego thing with you personally. You got an
I
ego
never
thing
said
that
I
you
never
have
said it
to
was an
deal
ego
with.
thing. If I had an ego, I wouldn't let her talk at all. You're making it
No,
seem
no, no,
like
no. That's not what that is. It's not that if you had an
That's
ego,
what
you
it
no,
wouldn't
no,
let her
no.
is
talk at
not.
all
You're
because
saying
that
you're
would just
like
be an
no,
abusive
you're
relationship, and
okay.
we're not here for that.
Anyway, so
This
you're saying that
motherfucker is
it's ego
dismissive.
just because
Chill,
I'm
I done been
chill.
up here
taking control
five
of this, just
minutes, and
because
he's
I'm
been
taking
talking
control
Chill.
of the
the
Just
entire
chill,
situation.
Reese.
time.
Just chill.
It is what it is. I don't care what she said. What I'm trying to say is that like
Wait, hold
the
Ego.
on, because I can
majority,
fix
You hear the
this
the
real
ego.
fucking
majority.
quick.
Listen. The majority,
You hear the
regardless of what you're
ego.
Everybody
saying or
needs
whatever,
to
you're
learn
saying
to
that
be
ego
respectful
is
to
somehow attributed
everybody
to the
on the
fact that you're not listening to
platform
your
as
wife.
well as the
I'm not
host.
talking about that. Like, I'm not saying don't listen to your wife at all. I'm not saying that her opinion should be completely discarded and completely ignored.
Okay,
Like,
so let me
that's
ask
not
you a
what I'm trying to
question.
say.
Let me ask you a question.
That would be
Well,
ego.
so let me ask you a question. Would you take in consideration what your wife's opinion is?
Of course.
So if any doubt in her mind say, I don't know about this, she's already telling you that I really don't think we should do this, right?
Okay.
So what is your
You're very
response to
pushing
that?
it down there, and you're pushing it because you just want to be on the opposite side. Stop. You're making more drama here than it needs to be.
So
Okay.
what is your answer to that when your wife say, I really don't know? That's basically telling you that she's second guessing it. She really don't want to do it.
That she doesn't want to make the decision?
No, that she really don't. If she says, "Look, I'm not sure about this. I don't know." That's I'm telling you right now. That more than likely, when somebody says that, they really don't want to do it because they don't know anything about it. So I'm asking you: do you take that in consideration of her second guessing whatever you're talking about to your
Okay,
decision?
she's not saying I don't know as in like I don't know about anything that you're talking about, or she's saying I don't know as in I don't know what decision we should make.
Exactly.
Okay, so she's saying I don't know, as in I don't know whether that's a good idea or not, right? That's what you
Right.
mean?
So she's
Okay.
already second guessing it. She's
Okay.
already second guessing it. So
Okay,
you as a
okay.
male,
And
you
then at
as the
that point,
male.
if you think it's a good idea, then you explain to her why you think it's a good idea. That's where the conversation comes in. I'm not talking about just completely railroading your wife and not talking to her or explaining
No,
why you're
no,
doing anything.
but that's the argument. You're basically talking about railroading your wife, and you
No, I'm
coming,
not. When did I
you
say
been the
that?
leader. You've been the leader and saying,
No,
no,
I
look,
said
we're
at the
doing
end
this.
of the day, someone has to make an executive decision about what's going on. I'm not talking about not listening to your wife at all. I'm saying that at some point, someone has to make a choice.
Okay. Well, do you listen to your wife now?
So if the wife make a choice, that's an ego too.
That's what I'm trying to say. You're basically saying anyone that makes a decision is
This
like,
guy's an
oh, you're
He,
just
ego.
doing it
he
because
didn't
of
answer my
ego. It's like,
No,
question.
what?
He didn't answer my
and look,
But
question.
hold up, y'all. I'm because Reese been up here for the longest. What you got to say? My
No,
bad.
well, first off, I want to know if he listens to his wife now.
Do I listen to my wife? No, I'm
Yeah.
37. I'm not married.
hence on why he got
Have
that
you ever
mentality.
been married?
No.
How the hell are you commenting on marriages and you ain't never been married?
My parents have been married for
This is the
35
type
years.
of shit that
It's all
No,
good.
you
It's
would
all
never
good. It's
experience
okay.
the
It's okay.
same
It's okay.
thing.
She can say whatever she wants. It's cool. I doubt she's married anyway.
That's just like saying my
excuse
sister
me,
was
you
pregnant
doubt what
Are
for
now?
you
9 months.
are
Whoa,
you
hold on,
just
hold on, hold on, hold on,
asking
hold on,
mir-
hold
are
on, hold
you
on, hold on. He
asking
just said
merely
something to me.
questions
You doubt
to
what now?
over understand things? Are you just asking questions to understand things?
No, I'm having a conversation with Lamar and y'all just chiming in, but it's cool.
I'm not chiming into nothing because you made the conversation when you were talking to me. So last time I checked, we were
Absolutely,
all in
so
this
so.
And then
conversation.
you told
I'm
Lamar, and then
confused
you told,
here.
and then Lamar asked me a question, and you stopped talking, and now y'all are just, I don't know what's going on now.
But you
I just
can't use
because I
that
just
as an
asked you a
excuse that
question and then you
your
said
parents
something
was married
slick back
because
and I want to know
you
what
will
you
still
said.
Well, you
never
said
deal with
something
what they
slick to me.
dealt
That's
with
how it goes.
as a married couple.
No, that's not how.
What's the
I
deal,
didn't say
Mimi?
nothing slick. I just asked you
Hey, Mimi.
It's
if you dealt with
irrelevant.
your
I can
wife
have an
in ego
opinion
now.
without being married. What's wrong with you?
Are you up, alter
Bruh.
ego? I'm about to sort you out if you
You can
sleep.
have an opinion, yeah, but you would never actually know what that is because you never dealt with it.
Well, he's 37 years old. So
Oh my God. I don't know anyone that's married. My parents have
No,
not
no,
been
no,
married for
no.
almost
Knowing
40
somebody
years.
that's married
No,
no,
and
knowing
being
so I
somebody
need
that's
to be
married
married.
and
I need to
actually
be
it's
married to
being
different.
married
understand
is
what you're
two
talking
different
about.
things.
It's
All
different.
right, you keep
That's
folding
different,
to your
bro.
wife, bro. It's all good.
It's different. It's different
Get
though,
out
bro.
of
You
here.
gotta understand that. That's just like saying, "Oh
What's
yeah,
different?
I
Like,
know what it is to be."
what's different? Like,
Okay,
you
I'm gonna give
like,
you an example. I'm
I'm
gonna give you an
like,
example. Let me
all
give
right.
you
Then
an
maybe
example.
people should stop
No,
speaking on
wait,
things that you
I'm gonna break
haven't
it down
walked in
to terms, fam.
experience in.
That's just like
If
That
you
saying,
ain't
part.
walked it, you can't
I don't
speak
need to have
on it.
experience to talk about anything.
no,
Like,
no,
You
you
can
relax.
do
talk
have to have
about it, but
Calm
you
experience.
down,
That's the
can't
calm
give
problem.
down,
You
calm down.
do.
I
you
don't need to
can't
So
have
give
look,
experience to
it's
advice
talk
just
about
what
look,
you've
anything.
never
well,
done.
it's
That's low key
just
part of
like
the
saying,
problem.
look,
Speaking on stuff that we don't know nothing
It's
about.
what
one
he
thing.
said.
No,
What do you mean I
no,
don't
I'm gonna
know
no.
break it
It's
down
anything
for
one
you.
about?
Let
thing.
Like,
me
how,
break it
bro,
down.
you don't even know me.
It's
What do you
one
mean?
thing to
I
be
don't
able
know
to
anything
speak
about.
on
You
something,
clearly
and then
just
it's
said that
another
you've
to
I
never
don't
try to
have
been
give
married,
to
that you're
advice.
experience
not
something to
married.
have a conversation with somebody about something. Maybe I
But you
can learn
can't
something
tell
tonight. Maybe you
somebody
should stop
anything about
talking and let
marriage
him
if you
talk.
never
Wait,
actually
wait,
experienced it.
wait. Whoa.
Please look,
Because
please let me
everybody's
talk.
talking over everybody.
So look, let
It's
me talk real
one
quick.
thing to give advice, and one
Okay.
thing it's you
Oh my
can't give
God.
advice to someone you haven't done something, but
I'm
it's
not giving
nothing.
anyone advice.
It's
I'm having a
understandable,
conversation. Do you know what that is? Do you know what
understandable.
that is? It's called a
Understand.
conversation. I'm not
You
giving
might want
anyone
to take it
advice.
So
down a
so
few
wait, hold up.
notches
I got
Who
a
am I
because you're
giving
question.
being
advice to?
real
So you saying that?
disrespectful.
Wait, you guys have
It,
to
so
wait.
you saying in order to say that you want a submissive woman, you got to be married?
No, 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 no. He said he know what
What are
it
you
is to be
talking about?
married because his parents was married for however long. So my question to him is: just because you know this professional race car driver, you know how it is to actually be in the seat and drive it in that race.
I'm
Facts.
not,
That
bro. I'm
part.
not
Wait, but
sitting here
that's
No,
claiming
a
that.
like a
Listen, I'm
physical
not
bro,
saying here.
skill.
bro,
Listen, I'm
bro,
not
bro.
sitting here
Please,
claiming that
one
I
at a
know how to
time.
drive and that you don't. I'm asking. I'm having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with you.
No, no,
If
I
you can't
understand.
have the conversation, you should probably just get out of here, bro.
Look, it's getting kind of off topic, but at the same time, bro, listen to me. Just because you've seen
All right.
somebody that's in a married relationship does not mean that you know how to deal with that
That I didn't
situation.
say that I know how to. That I'm not. Listen, I'm not sitting
You
here saying that
implied
I'm
it.
the perfect,
You
that I'm a
implied it.
relationship therapist, or that I'm some marriage guru. I'm not saying that
But
shit.
you
All
implied it though. That's
I,
where they're getting at. They're
I'm
saying
not
that you
implying
implied that.
anything, bro. Stop it. Stop it. Get out your
How was
feelings, bro.
that
Get out of
implied?
your feelings, bro. Stop it. I'm not
Please.
implying
It's
anything.
between
I
them
didn't
two.
imply anything. I asked you a question. Like
So
6 or 7 different ways. I asked you a question. Now you sitting here saying, "Oh, you implied that you know everything about marriage." No, I
no,
didn't.
that's
I
not what I
asked you a
said.
question.
I said to you, you made the statement that, oh, my parents was married for such and such years. I think I know a little bit about marriage. That's
I
what you said.
do. I do. I
How
do know
can
a
you know
little bit.
about
My parents,
something?
they've been married over for almost 40 years now. That I do know something. I must know something if I've been watching it be successful for 40 years. That
So
doesn't
you
mean I
know.
don't know
So
anything. I'm not saying I know
You know your
everything, but I
parents. You
know
don't know anything
something. That
about
is a
marriage. You know your
fact.
parent.
So what I
So
said to
what?
you is,
So okay. So
That's
what
an
you're saying
opinion.
is
That's
that
not
if
a
even
fact.
okay, well, so what you're saying, whatever, is that any experiences that I see outside of my own personal experience doesn't count because I'm not living it. I can't take
Right.
anything positive from
Yeah,
anything that I see in my life and
I go
apply
through the
it to
same
my
thing
own.
though, but
100%
that's
because you're
with some
talking
people
from the
that you just
outside
this ain't you're not valid
Okay.
with
Oh my
some. Though
God, bro, that
I
doesn't
May
understand
make
what
any
you're
sense,
saying
bro.
though.
You don't learn from other people. You don't learn
I
from other
do.
people's mistakes. So what
I
are
Right.
you
do.
talking about?
No,
Yeah.
I
You
learned
do
from
learn
what.
from other people's
Listen,
So
mistakes.
then,
I'm
listen.
not
so
That's
then,
what
saying
I
so then,
be
that.
what?
saying
So
though.
okay, so
That's
then,
actually
so
my
then,
topic
so then,
tonight
so
too.
then I can't.
Valid.
So then, it is 100% possible for me to know of
Can we stick
something
to the
about marriage
topic?
if
Because
I've
this
Yeah.
topic
seen
is
one
being
successfully
derailed.
for
Let's
May
4
I
not
may I
move the
decades.
cut in here?
goalposts and get back
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
topic.
Let's get back to
Let's
the
get back to
topic.
the
I guess.
topic
You can
because
say
it's
that.
the goalpost is being moved. Let's just
Of
put
course
back
it
what the
is. I'm
topic
not
was
going
Yeah,
to
at
move it,
I
though.
hand.
think it got threw off when he got asked was he married. That's what threw the whole thing
Yeah,
off.
because
It's
I
that's
know
what
that's
being
what
that's
made
taken
him
off
often
topic
Yeah,
feel
people
because
like
they're
use
because
that
to
though.
petty.
invalidate
let's stick
other
to the
people.
topic because we got
Right.
a lot of people
Bunch
that
of
weren't
grown ass
here
people.
that don't know what they're talking about and they just talking. You have to
Okay.
be here from the beginning to understand
Yeah,
exactly what's going on.
yeah,
So let's
because
get it back to the topic so everyone can understand. That way no one is throwing out all this other stuff and it starts to having this bigger debate and then it's lost. So
May
let's
I
get back to the original topic at hand.
may I
Okay, so
say
I bring
something?
that up just to say, when you say, my parents was you don't know the ins and out of it. So from somebody that's dealing with the marriage, you can't say what is right or what is wrong when it comes to them making a decision because you didn't have to deal with that personally to know what you would have to do with that. So when I
So,
tell
so,
you,
so,
I don't think
no,
no
I'm
marriage
just,
can
all
I'm not
tell.
right. Oh
Even
done.
my
if you
I'm
God.
not
married, I don't
done.
think they could tell another marriage that was right or wrong anyway. So
I'm
you
Because
not
you
you're
Oh
know
my
what
gonna
I'm
done.
God,
saying?
more than
bro.
likely you're
Your
I'm
gonna
not
wife could
learn
be
done.
a
cheating on
lot
you
when you
right
walk
now,
the
bro. Like,
walk.
just because you're married doesn't mean you know everything about marriage. And just
I didn't
because
say
I'm
that.
not
Right.
married doesn't mean
I
that I
did
don't know
not say
anything
that.
about marriage. That's
I did not say
ridiculous.
that. So my
That's like
words
saying
to
I can't.
you was,
That's like saying I can't identify a bad parent because I don't have any kids. That's stupid, bro.
Yeah, yeah. With some,
Wait,
it's
may
just
I?
like that. That's weird though. I actually had that topic though, but I was saying that too. Just because you know how to drive a car, that don't mean that you know about
You're a good
you
driver
know how to drive
because
or
you've had
something
a
like
car
that. Every
before. Like, what do you
but
like? Really,
but
you're the
that
result of a child.
bro, calm
but yeah, we
down,
about to. But the thing
calm
is,
down,
we
bro.
just trying to. What was the question? What was besides the question? Because y'all went back to it again. My
He
man's went
just
off and
kind
went
of
back
he
to the.
wanted to know like how do we make a decision when both of us disagree with it, and that's when I told him that's when it becomes a silver lining. You got to agree to be able to disagree. So don't mean that if I choose this situation, that's gonna be the right situation. But if she choose not this situation, that still don't make it the right situation. That's why I
Right.
say silver lining.
Yeah.
You got
So
to
how do
agree to
we?
disagree.
I think we want to know how did that work because like that sounds
That
unreal. Like how do you
you
make
say
every
that.
last thing agree to this? Because somebody had to make the last because there's a lot of
No,
Can
stuff
I?
you do.
but that's
With I'm
just
pretty
it.
sure.
But that's just it. When it's a silver lining, nobody makes the decision. It's just
So how do stuff go
What?
forward? How do you
it,
move
li-
forward with no
it
disagreement?
lives right there
With no,
in limbo. It lives. I'm gonna tell you based off my perspective of it.
okay.
It lives right there in limbo, and you tell her, "Look, I really don't agree with that, but hey," and then she says, and take note because now you're one. You're working as a team. Somewhere in that fine line, you both just decide, either we're gonna do this or we're not gonna do this.
I
I didn't say, oh yeah, she's gonna make that decision, or oh no, I'm gonna make that decision. When
Mm.
you sit there and let your ego take over you, and you sit here and tell her, oh no, we're gonna do this, or she let her ego take over you, and she said, oh no, we're doing this. That's when it becomes a problem. That's why I say the leading cause of of marriage breakup, is just that. That's why I say
Go ahead, Reese. I seen you had your hand up.
you would never understand the term when somebody say a silver lining. You got to agree to disagree when it's involving two people in a marriage. You have to live that.
okay, okay,
And
okay.
when you sit there and try to say, well, somebody got to come up with, that's your ego taking over you, and that's you saying, no, well,
That's
I got
that's
a bunch of
that's
somebody got
that's
to
examples I was
come up
not.
gonna
with it.
That's
use for
not.
him, but I was gonna let
You're
Reese
like,
talk
oh,
real quick.
leave
I
it
got a
in
bunch of
limbo. Like
examples though.
leaving it in limbo doesn't like. What if this is an important? What if it's something that's very important. Like you can't just leave it in limbo like that.
Hey,
Like
I was about to get to that too. Yeah, I was about to say that.
But
I'm
that depends on
I'm
what it
never
is.
gonna get that.
It
opportunities
depends
there.
on what it
I'm not.
is. If it's like, oh, we need to clean
Okay,
up this
Lamar,
But
building.
that's what I'm trying to
Lamar,
ask.
and
Like
Stack.
if this is something that's
Can you
extremely
guys
important
wait
to the
one
like.
second? Can you
All
guys
right.
wait 1 second, please? Go ahead, Reese.
Thank you, Sosa. So I kind of hear what you're saying about the silver lining. But I think the part that we're missing is the fact that it's communication. So when there's a decision that needs to be made, usually what should happen and what would happen is there will be a conversation between the two. If they
Too.
cannot come to a decision, they will try both options, because if one option doesn't work, then you always have the other option to fall back on. It's not about, someone leading. It is a partnership. There is no leader. There is a partnership.
Hmm.
And that
So
that is how you move through and that is how most marriages work, because both partners are equal in that relationship.
Okay, may I say
So
something?
who tried one first? Who tried whose decision first
Hey,
though?
look,
Which
in
decision
America,
go
it
first?
don't
Because
make
you're
a
gonna
difference.
both
Wait.
have two. You're gonna have two different. If they
Yeah, but
can't
I'm
agree,
saying which one y'all pick.
if
You
she
said
don't
that you're gonna
agree
pick both
and
of
So
them.
he
look,
don't
so
agree, it's
most of the
gonna
time,
kind of
most
sit
of the
there, and
time,
It
it's kind of
depends
most of the
on
thin
time,
line.
what
It's
the
gonna
most of the
get
situation
time
picked
is
up
is.
where
who.
it needs
You
to
Most of
be
can't.
the time,
picked
what
up
they
at.
try. Most of
Lamar,
the time, what they try
can
is
you let them
whoever comes up
finish?
with like the most facts about why they think they should do this. Most of the time,
Lamar,
they try
sir,
to do that first, and then
sir.
if that don't work, oh dang, babe, that ain't work. Then hey, look, maybe we should try what you said.
Right. That's what Reese just said. Because that's kind of how you kind of work it in that
It's
manner.
okay, Empress, because it had to be mansplained. It's cool. Like,
I
What
disagree
the?
with that.
Lord have mercy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I hear
tell
you.
you,
yes.
the
Go
Okay,
ahead.
sexes are
so
playing a lot of things, boy.
so I would disagree with that. I think that the purpose of a leader is to be able to make those hard decisions. And I think the part that we're missing is that just because you're a leader doesn't mean that
You're
you
always
alone
right.
have final. Can you not interrupt me, please, Lamar? You have final say. That's not what it means. It means that you're able to take everybody's takes into consideration. If your wife is disagreeing with you, why is she disagreeing with you? Take a look into her point and see where she's coming from, and then you could go ahead and make a decision from there. It's not disregarding the other person. It's not you alone that's making the decision. I think that's where we're disconnecting with, because you could still be a leader and consider everybody. Why do managers have meetings with the other the team leads? Because they
Hmm.
need input. They're not everywhere. They need to be able to take everybody's take in so they can make a well-informed decision for the entire group. The man is responsible for the entire family. He has to make decisions to make sure that the family is good. So if the wife, who is your partner in crime, is disagreeing with you, why is she disagreeing? A good leader is going to take that into account. And
that
this agree to disagree thing is weird to me, because like, well, how do you agree to disagree on making a decision? You got to either make the decision or not make the decision.
That's not the
And
question he asked. So that's not the
I know,
question
but
he asked.
I'm just addressing what was being said.
Well, that's what I
I
was saying
am,
earlier.
I
Like
am, the
someone has
question
to
that
make the
I
choice at
am
some point.
said is he
Yeah.
said is if you can't come to an agreement, she
Hmm.
doesn't come to an agreement, what would be his answer? He was asking Lamar what would be his answer to how he would handle that. Who would take the lead? That's the question he asked Lamar.
Right.
Then he said agree to disagree, which just sound weird. I just still trying
Yeah,
to
I don't
that's
understand
what
know
I
how did
where.
that
disagree
happen.
with.
Wait a minute. Where did agree to disagree came? Because he
Because I
He had
said,
said
said
no,
that.
no.
Lamar
That's what he
said
said. He
that.
said it
I
like
said you have
15
to come
times.
to a silver
Yeah, Lamar
lining.
said it 15 times,
I
right?
said you have to come to a silver lining. Silver lining means that y'all come to an agreement on what y'all gonna do. That's why I told him, hey,
that's
look,
what
do
I
you know
thought I
what
heard.
silver lining means?
And then what do that mean? You said to agree to disagree sometimes, right?
Sometimes that's what it means. But at
Right.
the end of the day, you still coming to an
Okay,
agreement on what y'all gonna do, which is
so
what that
Lamar,
silver lining is.
when
Y'all
people,
coming into agreement on what you are going to do.
so
Now,
just to
if that
clarify, right,
agreement don't
Lamar?
work the first go
Right.
around, let's say if that what I wanted to do don't work, that's the agreement we came upon. Then hey, look, babe, that didn't work. Hey, look, well maybe we should try what you want to do.
So
So
okay, it sounds
therefore,
like that you
you're
got yours
literally
got picked first and hers is
just
secondary. So there you go.
silver lining.
that's not
Yeah, but
okay.
they don't never that
But
works
that
anyways. Like
doesn't
they
even
do
work for
that.
every situation. Like
But so
sometimes
you're
it's
willing.
binary.
But
Sometimes
you're
it's
always
either
going to
or.
go with whatever you feel
That's
like
true.
the best
I am.
option
That's
is
true.
at
So
in that
sometimes
moment.
it do work, is what you're saying.
Well, both
But
sides
here's
Well,
think
the
they
well,
got the
not
yeah,
best
but like
everybody
option
here
though.
that's
So
talking about sometimes this might work. What is this? It's about what's gonna work best for the family. To me, that's kind of like that's
someone has to
really a
make that
good leader.
choice.
Yeah.
Right.
So
That's not
so
a good
so
leader if
so
you're
But
saying
it's
everybody
not
made the same
about
choice.
someone making a choice. Here, the problem
Oh my
with the
gosh.
quote unquote leader.
All I was saying is if
Wow,
we can't come
just
to
so
an agreement,
dismissive and disrespectful.
if we can't come to agreement,
Okay.
for me, I can't speak for every other woman, is if me and him can't come to an agreement, I solely leave the agreement up to him because I'm
okay,
trusting the fact that he's going to have the correct decision that's going to be for the family.
that
Fact.
sound
I
He's
about
going to
agree
right.
with
make
that.
the
That sound
correct
about
choice
right.
for the family.
That's what I was saying.
That's why I would think, you know what I'm saying, especially if they look if a woman is looking for a leader, I would expect that, you know what I'm
It's the
saying?
Right.
same thing Lamar is saying. He's just saying in a different form that you're not understanding. He's basically letting it be known is decision is going to be made, but it's going to sit there for a minute.
that's
That
all I'm
means that
saying.
that conversation is still open up. It's still up in the air for discussion,
No,
so
that's
that
not what he
you can
said.
possibly.
That
I
it.
said at
Yeah.
some point someone's
But
going to get the final decision and whatever. And I said, and then he said, well, if it's the man, then you're just talking about your ego. And
No,
now
that's
you're
not what I
saying the
said.
opposite of that, which
I
is
said,
very funny. But
so
all
my
right,
question, what I said to you was, I said it
oh my
becomes a
gosh.
silver lining, and that's when that's when you agree upon something what's going to happen. I say now, does does that have to be what you decide on because you want to be the leader,
she just
or
said that.
does it decide on what she decide on? So
Empress
my
just said
question
that.
to
If
you
you
was, and that's why I said to you was, does your ego take over and say, no, we're gonna do what I said do?
Okay, well let me pose a question
no,
really
okay,
quickly.
but you all right, go ahead.
Okay, so when something comes up, right, and a decision needs to be made, but you, the woman, knows more about the topic at hand, or what have you, but the quote unquote leader is the man. Should he make that decision without any discussion, not knowing anything about the situation? Because that's what it sounds like you were implying.
That's not what I
In
said at
that
all, but
case,
that's
I
okay.
would
Yeah,
think,
that's
But
not
hey,
smart.
but I asked that
yeah,
question
I'm about
though.
to say right. It's
I
crazy.
asked that
Everybody
question.
know their positions.
Yes, sir. I
But
asked
but
that
but
question.
Reese, that's the same as a CEO allowing its accountant to do their accounting. That's the same thing. Like you could still be a leader and allow and delegate. It's
Right.
not about everything falls down with me. That I think that's where we're disconnecting. Like
Yeah.
being a leader doesn't mean it's my way or the highway.
Right.
It means understanding that there's a team around you, understanding that everybody around you, especially your wife's input, really matters.
Mhm.
I
They
think
got
I
supervisors
think
that don't know how to
realistically, you
do
guys are conflating
electrician work
what a
or something.
marriage
You
is.
know
A
what I'm saying?
marriage is a partnership, and to say that there's a leader implies that one person is more
Teamwork.
important
It's
than
a
the other.
team. You become a team. You move as one.
Yeah,
You
I
in
noticed
sync
that
as one.
lately. It's like I noticed like some relationships they want a leader, and some relationships just want a team. I had
Right.
noticed that. So it's like what, like I said, at the end of the
Whatever
day,
works in your
whatever
house.
worked for you,
Because even when
that's
there's
it is
still
what
a
it
team,
is.
it still also falls into what I am saying. It's still, even when there's still the team, it's still going to be someone that's, it's like the
That
head and then
leads.
there's
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
body.
not,
The body
but no,
cannot move
nowadays
without the
team be
head. The
50-50
head
stuff
cannot
nowadays.
move without the body. So
Right.
both have to be stuck together to move accordingly. So
Yep.
the head can't move without a body. The head can't move. Come on, we got to be truthful here. So even what he's saying is still all still coincide. It's still all part of the loop band.
Yeah. I think people are associating team or partnership with 50-50, and it's
That
not
50
like that.
50 where I
It's
just,
Yeah, I
not.
think it's more of like
It's
No,
not a
it's
depending on
50-50. It's
your
depending on
turn, my
100-100.
turn,
I
your
don't
turn,
want
depending
my
on
100
turn.
of
what
you. I don't
I
want
think.
50% of you. I
That's
want
when the
100 of
competition
you.
comes in.
I think it's more of that with that particular, thing. It depends on who knows more about it. Like what one of y'all said. If I know more about this situation than what you know, you're gonna
Yeah,
rely on me. If
feel
if
that.
you know stuff, you know more about what's going on, I'm gonna rely on you. But
Yeah,
that's when teamwork comes apart, and that's
yeah,
when the silver lining comes apart. Look, I don't know. Look, you know more about this. I'm gonna rely on you. This is what you said. Then hey, that's what we're going with. I don't know, so I'm not gonna agree with it. But if you know, then I'm going with
and
that.
as a leader, let's not forget that, right?
not teams have captains and they're appointed by the team. And it's
Yes.
like usually they're appointed by the coach, not even really the team. They're appointed by the coach.
In my experience, the team votes.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's never
I, I,
50-50.
I
People
don't
say that
you know,
because
like
their math
discount
is
that.
faulty when it comes to marriage. What? There's no silver lining. She knows more, so she decides.
It is the silver lining because at the end of the
Wait a
day,
minute, what?
you a team. So if somebody think somebody's pushing to try
Okay,
to
but
become
Lamar, he's literally saying what you're saying. Let's not fight over the words.
facts.
Hmm.
Well, I'll be
What?
damned.
What?
Right.
I'll be damned.
What?
Right.
I just said words and it was a whole damn war down there with you, so. And now you just switched it up here.
What
I'm
word with me?
confused.
No, you guys were saying two different things. Him and Lamar, the comment literally said there's no silver lining. She knows more, so she makes a decision. That's exactly the words that he said. But
Yeah, it
because
is.
he said there's no silver lining, they're gonna argue over that. You were saying allowing leadership.
Yeah, allow and let.
I don't believe you can
I'm not.
allow leadership. That's all I'm
It
saying. I
doesn't
just
matter the
disagree with
term.
that.
It didn't matter the term of how I used it. I still said he's gonna make the sole decision. That was
But
that.
Yeah.
that's not what
It
I
But
didn't
okay,
matter
No,
I'm gonna
that's
what
put
not
it
what
this
he's
way.
term I
When
saying
it
though.
used.
when it when you
I
say it
still
that way,
said
it
take
shows.
the
It's
lead.
see when you say it that way, it shows like I'm trying to put it in another way. So it
Let me put it this way,
when
right.
you
Kevin.
say let
Maybe the
and
term, the
allow,
word wasn't the word that the world wanted to hear. I still made it clear as day that he's taking the lead.
yeah,
That's the key point in all of it.
yeah,
Maybe the
I feel
words
you
weren't what the world
because
wanted to hear. I
uh,
still was letting
okay,
it
I'm
be
gonna put it
known
this
as
way. Even
that
though you
my
said
husband's
that,
gonna take the lead.
yeah, okay. So
Okay.
When
even
it
if
comes
you
to
had
when we
said
can't
that,
agree,
when you said
I
let and
know he
allow,
still for me, I know he still heard what I said. So he's gonna make the best decision for the family. So for me, take the lead by all means, hubby. Because I know you heard me. So I know that you're gonna sit and you're gonna in your mind is that you're gonna hear what I said and what you said, and I know you're gonna make the best decision for our family. So by all means, take the lead.
because I told you to. So let me start. I'm
Right.
Stop,
Like
bro.
I don't
Stop.
Kev,
have
I
to.
Stop.
will report
I
your
would
live.
never.
Keep
When
playing.
it comes to my husband, I would never have to have that conversation because when we come to agree to disagree, he already gonna know is that he heard what I said, and he's gonna make the best decision. So I don't gotta allow him or tell him. He already
So
knows
what? So basically, what she's
because
okay,
saying
that's
is
how
yeah.
like.
in sync we
So
are. That
basically,
he
what she's saying,
already
right?
I
knows.
Look,
feel
I
you.
don't have to.
Yeah.
look at it
I
in
don't have
this
to say
perspective.
shit.
Like
He knows.
even if she,
Lamar,
so
can
when
you
she
not
know
talk
more,
over her?
She gonna
Let her
tell him. She gonna
finish.
tell him what to do, and then be like, "It was my idea."
Lord,
I don't agree with that. I'm not going. I'm not gonna go
Now,
there.
I
see,
cannot with you
I
I
don't
guys.
ain't
move
gonna go
that
there.
way
So
because
what
I
I'm
know
saying is
for a
like
fact
I'm
that
just
it's
he
more
said
playing. I'm
what
like
just
he
playing. I'm
said.
just playing.
All right.
I
it's
said
more
what I
like
said, and he's gonna make the best decision for our family because I know
We're
he's
gonna make
gonna
the best
also
choice
take
that
into
I would have made.
consideration what I said.
so
I'm
what
just
she's trying to
playing.
say is that
He go throw
let's
another
say
one. He made the best choice
let's
I
say
would have
if
made.
let's say if she
He
know more
trolling.
about the situation and he know that she know more about the situation, he's gonna take that in consideration and say, my wife know more about this. Yep, this is what we're gonna do. Or he's gonna say, I know more about the situation. My wife really don't know about it, but I know this, that, and the third. This is what we're gonna do. That's more so what she's trying to say. He's gonna take the lead. She's gonna let him outly say what we're gonna do. So he's gonna have to make that decision on whether he know that she know more about it or he know more about it.
I can understand where you're coming from with that.
I feel like messing with him.
Don't do it. Don't.
I just feel like
I guess y'all ain't going to church
Because
tomorrow.
I mean, I guess
I
just
went
for
to
a lot
church
of people, I
today.
Today,
think
I
it's
go
a
on
lot of fight
Saturdays.
over things that
today,
shouldn't
I'm
be a
definitely going to
fight.
church today. My
And
dad preached.
who's
I'm
the
definitely
head of
going.
the household? It's a lot of fight because it shouldn't be. Because when you in sync with someone, there's not much that you really got to fight about. If you know you both disagree, you got to know that your husband did hear you. It's being took into consideration. More than likely, it's gonna bleed in there. It's gonna bleed in. You
No,
got to
I am
know.
not asleep. I'm just in bed.
And she is real dark over there. Like
No,
she
I'm
scared me, low key.
comfortable.
I just noticed who was talking. She scared me. I thought she was done for. Like it's kids live. Time to go to bed. I feel good when y'all sleep in my room, man. Show that I got a
Hey, Clyde.
comfortable spot.
Yo, are all you guys American? Just curious.
Yeah, yeah.
Not sure.
I'm
No,
American. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm West African.
Mm.
Mm,
Here she
nice.
go. Gotta be the royalty talking. I'm West African.
Who
No,
said,
but
who
Cool.
said
I
that? Who said West
am.
African?
That's not royalty talk. That's just facts.
I know I'm just
So
talking
so
shit. The
you
way you
so you're
said it
West
with your
African?
chest out and stuff sound like
Yeah.
I am not American. I'm West African.
You know they hate
Kevin,
niggas.
shut
You know
up.
they hate us niggas.
Wow. Are we
Here
really
we
going
go.
there?
I'm joking. God
Yeah.
damn,
That's
y'all
crazy.
grumpy for
That's
this.
crazy.
Watch
Y'all
out,
so
man.
grumpy.
You
Why
know
you
it's
ask that
That's
though? I'm
really the
curious
problem.
why you
Just
ask
what you
that question.
just did is really the problem. You can't even joke or even say something incorrect, and you got the whole world. No, you didn't say it right. Please grow up and get your life and breathe. Please breathe.
Wait. Who are you talking to?
Breathe.
We knew it was a joke. We're
Uh
not.
oh.
We're
Uh
not.
oh. Bicker
Wait.
bicker.
What? Shut up, Stat.
We Steph, we
let
already
me
look.
chew
I'm
him
letting y'all
out.
know right now.
Chew
Emperor
him
You
always
gonna let
got
her
her
talk
boots
to you
on.
like that?
No, I sure am. She always got her
Lamar,
boots
I
on.
don't always have my boots on. I tell you, I stay with the stilettos
the
on. Stop it.
Oh, my fault.
stilettos. Right.
I
She
can't.
got the steel toe Manolos on
Oh
right now.
my, that sound
Truth
like
to
that
be
hurt.
told, I'm very reasonable. I don't think all of this fighting is necessary. It's not necessary.
I
It's
choose
healthy
violence
though.
every
You know,
day.
Do
Were we
your
fighting
we
boots
gotta
come
though?
with a
debate.
holster
I'm
for a
Right,
not
that's what
shotgun?
I
fighting.
was about to say.
We
I
was
ain't
fighting,
fighting.
but shit, let me know
I'm
where
trying
we
to
signing
learn.
up at that we fighting. I just want to know
But
Right.
it's very
I don't
healthy
think.
though.
because
We
I
I
not
don't
don't
think
sign
fighting.
that
my
we
name
were.
on the dotted line.
Yeah. I don't think that we were fighting. I think we just
Just trying to.
disagree.
We try to
And
understand each other.
yeah, that's yeah. I don't consider this
That's
a
all.
fight. Like some
Danielle,
platforms
shut
Also,
up.
really fight.
Tell Danielle to calm down. Talking about let me up with my belt.
all right, get
Belt
that.
for
That
who?
Peters don't know what she talking about. She talking. She ain't about to bring no belt.
For
She
You
need a
who?
ain't
belt.
look, Danielle. You ain't even old enough to hold the belt. Sit
Danielle,
down.
you know
Right. She's
sometimes we
still
get
getting it on her butt
Mm.
right now. She over there talking about
That part.
using
Right.
it.
let you up with your belt.
Just picking up the belt has stressed her out so much. She's not doing shit.
That
Please.
part.
I'll leave it alone. A long time ago.
All right,
Oh, that's
since
the
we
thing.
talking real
Don't do
juicy
that.
now, baddie count. It's like,
Don't see. He's making
Wait,
step
what
out
did
the
you
box
say,
real
Kevin?
quick
Kev,
because we're not doing
Kev.
it. We're not doing that.
said body
We
count.
Kevin,
It's
just
like
we
Kevin,
motherfucker.
literally
because
Oh,
when
just
body
body
let
count
start that
Izzy
matters.
bullshit,
Izzy
I will
open this
report you live.
door.
I know. I'm
Wait,
I will
talking to
report you
like.
wait a
live.
minute.
This
Izzy
room is
opened
getting
this
too
can of
peaceful.
worms
It
and dipped.
matters.
I
It
said it
doesn't
It's
died
matter. You
down
know
too
what?
low.
oh,
Now
look.
let me go
I'm
ahead
about
and
to
spark
report
it
you
back up.
live.
Y'all
Reese,
I'm
got
about to
y'all
report you
turn
Someone said
live.
friendly
something
now.
about white girls.
Reese.
If
Izzy
you start
literally
this
opened
bullshit,
this
I will
can of
report you
worms
live.
and he dipped. Izzy opened this up and he
All
gone.
right, he did though. He's funny though. He did started it. Did.
They just say I'm out of here.
Because we
Not
were
to,
supposed to have a conversation later on
Cause I
mine.
was about to say body. I was about to say that and run and just lay to bed, let y'all talk, and go to
I mean,
bed
that's all
after
I have to say about it.
that.
You're
I'm
gonna say, what's
like,
your body count? And can go on mute for 2 hours.
I'm going to sleep after that. Like I know how this going. Let me know how this went in the morning.
Don't do that.
Hmm.
TikTok will be banned forever.
After that
I'm telling you,
Oh
I will
yeah,
conversation,
I
make
be
sure.
forgetting
I will.
about that. I go to bed and my whole thing done for because everybody done went crazy and I couldn't boot nobody.
I guess
Oh
after that
Lord.
conversation, right after those questions, the question would be next would be: is any of y'all against marriage or with marriage?
I'm not against
Juicy.
marriage.
I'm with it all day, man. I don't think people that to be against it be the ones that just made the wrong decisions and get mad at the world and all that stuff. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna be
I'm
against it because
absolutely against
I
marriage
believe I got
for
I
stupid
believe.
people.
Mm,
Let me
She
clarify.
discovered.
I'm absolutely against marriage for stupid people.
I think marriage is a
He
social
gonna throw that. That's
construct
what he gonna.
and a product of the white patriarchy that binds
False.
us all.
False. We've
What,
been marrying way
why do you
before the
think
white
it's that
people came.
important?
Let's not
Oh
do
my
that.
God.
You said why I think it's that
No,
important.
what he just said. He said something about some. What you just
He
said,
said it's
bro?
a social.
I
Okay.
was
Don't
trolling.
play
I
it.
was trolling. I
Please
was
don't play
trolling. I
it.
was trolling.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Don't. Yeah.
Staff,
Don't
you
play it.
finna get
Don't
blocked.
You
play
know
it.
they
That
on
that's
tip
what's
with
gonna
you, man. You
happen.
Yeah.
can't do no
Somebody
jokes
snatch his
right
ass
now.
off the
You
mic.
gotta at
Like
least.
I have been very patient.
I have the worst sense of humor. I'm Canadian, so we don't tell good jokes.
Oh, you right
That
above
is
me.
funny.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
in Detroit.
then you need. Mm.
Okay, so what's
Yeah,
your
you
review
almost.
of it then? I guess.
Oh shit! Were you on stage
So
laughing,
wait a minute, were
Shorty?
you trolling this whole time?
I
Yes,
might have been. I
absolutely. He
might have
is.
been.
100% was. He was just trying. I won't say he was trolling, but
No,
every
some of
time
that stuff he
Wait,
was
can we?
balance though.
speaking though.
He was
No,
he was
Maybe.
learning at the
I
same
feel
time,
some
wanting
things that was
different
100 that he
scenarios.
was saying. So that's
Yeah,
why I'm a
some
little
of them was
confused. Were
yeah.
you trolling or
He
were
was
you
trolling them.
really
Nah,
just
he trolling. That's what he's doing.
No.
That's
Hey,
what.
listen, man. I took a whole bunch of melatonin just now, so you don't know. I might say anything, to be honest.
Oh no, he was definitely
We're
serious. He
talking
Oh,
got
about
in his
the whole
feelings with those
he
conversation.
conversations with
just
that
a
conversation.
banana.
Oh, you mean? Oh, okay. No, I was serious.
the
Yeah.
But
oh,
now,
okay.
Okay.
but
Yeah, I
now,
already
but
know you're
now,
serious about
I'm
that.
half
Yeah.
asleep now. Half high, half asleep. So
Oh yeah, that's not a
You
good
get high
combination.
off of melatonin?
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah.
20 or
Ew,
something like that.
That's
if you take
crazy.
melatonin and then you don't sleep, bruh, it's
Bruh.
crazy.
That is crazy.
It's
You
not
don't,
that crazy.
Y'all get high
You,
off of anything these days. That's crazy.
right?
melatonin
You
is,
can't actually
but
get
your,
high
but you
off
know
of
your body
melatonin though.
produces melatonin, right? You know that, right?
Yes, I'm talking about inject or taking it in.
Oh, stop! I took like 9 milligrams.
That's what she
Something like
said.
that.
Yeah,
So how are you high? You say you're half high, half
Because
asleep.
because okay, like it's like if you take a sleeping pill, which is not, it's not really a sleeping pill, it's just melatonin.
Right.
So if you take a
And 9 millimeters
melatonin and then you
ain't doing
don't
nothing.
sleep and you sit on TikTok,
Oh, okay.
you get a little loopy.
All right now.
That's all.
Okay, you
Relax.
do realize that when you take melatonin or when you
We
take
really
the
shouldn't be
sleep
talking
aid
about
that
this.
you're supposed to lay down and close your eyes and relax so that
I
you
am
can give
laying down.
the
I'm drinking my
opportunity
tea,
to
about to
take
go to sleep
effect.
as soon as the sun comes up.
And when
All
the
right.
sun
well, on that
comes
note,
up.
we got about 100 people in here. Please tap the box, please.
Right, better listen. You know that's like that's like my top moderator in here. I think I can't give you that. I thought about that because you be on point.
he said
Yeah, I
like a
think you are my
yeah.
most I would say the
I'm just very direct and
yeah
please don't
my most
bullshit
direct. Yeah, I'm gonna
shenanigans.
put it that way. My most
You're not gonna
direct.
come with the shenanigans. Please make
Yeah,
sure
I
if you're
just
coming
don't
with
say
the
nothing. I just
shenanigans, back
snatch
it up. I'm
people.
not gonna play with
Look,
See
bozos. I'm not
the
getting ready to
secret
do that.
one, right? This quiet.
yeah, no, I'm just gonna
This,
snatch them. I ain't gonna say shit to them. I'm just gonna snatch them. Empress gonna give them.
but
She gonna read them the riot act. I ain't got time.
see,
That's
she
what,
got
but
the
she be
title
giving
for now with
I
the
warnings.
try to give
direct
people the
thing
bear.
until
I
That's
try to
Gabe
why
give
you
come
people
get
the
back.
warnings,
benefit of
Gabe
the
Empress.
was
doubt.
ain't nobody beating
You just gotta
Gabe.
take them out.
Ain't nobody beating Gabe. He
Yeah,
would say
I'm a
he'll
whole ass
snatch him
sniper
in the
over here.
thing, and then he would come up in the box and let you know.
Something? I said,
Hey, shy.
Drop the mic after that. Oh, rise and
So
shine,
weird.
friend.
So sad.
Rise and
Can't
shine.
help but be sad.
I see who's back up again. She got her a nice, good little nappy in. See,
These are
your stuff
your
was muted, and
visuals of
I heard the snort through the mute.
I don't think Shy actually went to sleep because before I came over here, I was in another live and she came in over there to say hi.
Well, I do appreciate the conversation, y'all.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like I said, I'm a man that I take in a whole lot of stuff, whether it's me learning new stuff or somebody teaching me some new stuff.
leave that
But
shit.
my wife is
hey,
telling
yo, and props to be married for 12 years. I think you said that's a goddamn miracle nowadays. So
yeah, we've
Really?
been married.
That's
He's
a
What
Look,
did she
miracle?
shy.
say? What did
married for
Dawn say?
12 years, been together for 17 years, high school
How is that a
sweetheart.
miracle?
Are you
that's
serious, Reese?
the average is like
It's a
4 years now.
miracle.
I don't know if y'all know that. Just saying,
In
statistically.
today's
Uh,
world.
I've been married for the last 22 years. We'll be 23 this year.
Amen.
And that's why you don't think it's a
Preach.
miracle. Because you've been out of the market. That's why.
That's why she looks so tired.
Man, leave her alone.
I'm
That
weak.
I'm playing. God
Yeah, I'm
damn.
about to say he
you're
got
about to
They
get
don't
blocked.
tip. They don't want you playing
Right.
for a good. You gotta
Your
wait about
time
10 minutes before you do that.
You
They
literally
still
look
trying to
asleep.
calm
I'm
down.
just saying, you look asleep. Like, what the hell?
listen, Stab.
Look,
Your profile is pulled
I
up,
don't know
ready
you
to
like
go.
that. I don't know you like that. I
I'm
do
sorry. I'm
not know
sorry.
you
I'm
like that.
sorry. Is it Reese or Reese's? Reese
It's
or
Reese.
Reese?
Reese.
My
I
bad.
think I'm pretty
My
sure
bad.
it's Reese cup.
Yeah, it's
Right,
Reese.
Like the candy.
like the candy.
Like Reese?
Hey, shy.
Yes.
Let me get my. Come on, you don't even know what
Welcome
a
in,
belt is
shy.
about. Chill.
She don't even own a belt. Did you clean your
Right.
closet yet,
She
Danielle?
out there sagging.
Danielle, did you clean your closet yet? Because I'm sure you can't even find the belt.
Hmm?
It's
Mm.
under the bed.
Who is this?
It's probably under
Somebody's
the
in the
bed.
box. Ryan. How did
Let
he
me
even
That's where
get
stop.
my
in the
kids
Let
box?
hide
He
all their
only got
shit.
a
That
thousand
it's like every
At
time
followers.
you
first
tell
you
me
get
to
on
look
my
for something,
nerve.
it's not in the closet. It's under the bed.
Ryan, if you trying to get in the box, comment in the comment first. I gotta make sure you ain't no troll.
I'm trying to go to West
Oh,
Africa,
if
to be
they a
honest.
troll, they'll find out real quick.
I ain't trying to I'm not trying to add because I don't like having trolls pop up, especially when Reese in here, because I'm not trying to add to it. I'm not trying to add to it. I will
Yo,
never
what?
live it
Hey, yo,
down.
what? Before I pass out, what do y'all think about the passport bros?
Oh
See,
shit.
don't do that.
Ooh,
See, hold
he
on,
getting
hold on,
you.
hold on. Nope, nope,
I'm
He
gonna
had to
nope.
fuck
end
this
it
We're
room
like
not
up and
doing
go
that.
to
that. Look,
sleep.
I plan on going to bed here really soon, and what you are not going to do is speak. Look, we are not calling Beetlejuice, okay? So
Oh
don't do that.
man,
Don't do
Beetlejuice
that.
for sure.
Wait,
I just,
Kev, are you about to get off too?
I was
No,
looking
I ain't
for a
about to go.
healthy
Uh,
Oh,
conversation.
okay.
Kev don't
when this
sleep.
show
He
die
like
down,
that.
Look,
I'm
I
getting off.
I personally think they should just go and they should just leave. American women alone. If that's the goal,
That's
just
what they
go
want to
and just
do.
leave them
Shoot,
alone.
right?
I'm
Ain't
just
got
saying
nothing to
you
do
didn't
with.
have to make it anonymously. You could have just went here and did what you had to do.
Right,
Yeah, I don't
that
think
part.
them
It's like, do you
passport
need a
I
ride
don't
boys
to
know
the
though.
what you
fucking
needed to
airport? Because
tell
I'll
us
drop your
for.
ass off.
I don't think
Just saying.
them just the mother dudes. Passport boys ain't gonna speak on it. I highly doubt
I'm
it.
just
They
saying.
want to
I
be a
just feel like
passport boy, so
don't announce your exit. I can't stand when people announce their exit. If you're leaving, just Well, leave. I
believe
don't have
me,
a
the
problem
ones
with
that's
them
announcing it,
announcing.
they're not leaving. They're
It's
just
because
talking.
everybody
They're
knows
like
they're not leaving
they're
because they
like
can't
fake
afford to leave.
thugs.
I love you, girl.
They can't afford to leave.
They can't afford to leave. They just
Yeah,
talking.
most
They
of
just
them
want.
can't.
The thing is,
They're
they
talking
want
that
y'all to
high shit. They
feed in
spent their whole
and
life
bash
savings
y'all.
trying to buy that
They
passport.
can't
They didn't
afford
spend their
bride
whole
price.
life savings.
I'm not
So
gonna
really
lie.
it's pointless.
I
Just
also
say
think
your
it's
little
kind of lame.
$1,000.
That's lame. The ones that don't, like I said, at the end of the day, a real one is not about to say anything. Y'all won't even know who they is for real. They just want to be like them guys. So they trying to get them. I already learned. I learned from based off how y'all said it. They just want somebody to change and try to do that scare tactic and all that stuff. That junk
Yeah,
don't work.
it's like the He-Man
Yeah.
Women Haters Club with airplane tickets.
Yeah.
It ain't
Like I
fl-
tell you, we're going to leave. If you
it
don't
ain't
get your
flew
Right?
stuff together,
nowhere.
stop
Look, they
hopping
think
that
they
booty
getting
of
on the plane.
yours.
They really got to take a bus.
If you don't DM me back, I'm gonna go on the
Right,
plane.
I will leave if you right.
No, because
You
the
can
real
better
She gonna be
submit.
passport
like, bro,
bros,
you so
y'all,
ugly. I'll
they
pay for your
they
ticket to
already
get away
left.
from me.
The real
And tell them
passport
don't threaten
bros
me with a
already
good
left
time.
the country
Mm-mm.
and already
They're gonna
found
get somewhere
wives.
and they're gonna be on some milk cartons or in some pine
Oh
boxes.
man,
So
That part.
you can't
who
just
trying to
Yeah,
have
go
a
if they
to
who
was
trying
other
to
out
But
have
here
a
I'm not
big
gonna
living,
cultures
lie.
box?
I'm not
and
gonna
just
lie.
I mean, at the end of the day, you can't impose in those cultures because they already have tone set in how things work. So I don't even
yeah,
understand why they're even saying all of that.
To be honest, I feel like the bar is so low in America that if you can't get girls here, shit.
right. The
Hello,
bar is
What's the
too
deal,
timeless.
low.
timeless?
Hey, timeless.
I'm gonna take my time. Since I got this mic in,
Oh
she
my.
gonna get hers before I.
Ooh, you need to go to sleep,
You
Sweet.
got a
brother.
I
serious
like that.
dude.
He
He said,
tired.
"I
He
like
real
that."
tired right now. You need
I
some
like
sleep.
this new
You
mic,
need some sleep.
dog. It's so fun.
So let me see the
I feel
mic,
like
Kev.
I'm in the studio. I've been tripping in the
Kev, let
studio.
me
It's
see the
trying to
mic.
get to you, babe.
Let me see the mic.
Pass the mic.
I think that's
What
the
the
same
hell?
one
Call
that
me
Nigga, you
Quiet
music.
streaming
bought
from
me.
jail?
Music from
Kevin, you
What's with
gotta
that
get like a
echo? What's with
hyper
the
X or
echo?
something.
The Echo, yeah, I put that on there.
Are you in
Today,
jail
Oh,
right now?
today, living live in the studio.
And also,
Oh, is that
that
like an
sound is
effect
bouncing
or
off
something?
your walls.
That's just the way the
It's
mic
built
That
works.
into the
sound.
mic.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's
I thought
not
you were in like a
He
that's.
said, "Are
gymnasium
you
or
in
something.
jail or something?"
I'm
I
in
thought you were in
jail.
jail.
Kev,
Watch out.
Kev,
Danielle,
that is harmful to my
Danielle,
ears and
I'm calling your
Oh,
dad as soon as we get off.
oh
He
my
needs
and
to
bad.
know.
to my sensory overload right now because I thought
That's
somebody
crazy.
legit had an echo, but you're doing this shit on purpose.
Yeah.
You thought? Oh, you thought I had an echo? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Dollar store weekend.
like sensory overload.
Is you ready? Is
It's
this
giving
good now?
auditorium.
That's better.
We got
That's
you.
true,
I
timeless.
was
That
having
is true.
fun. I was having fun, man. Cause I was sitting. It don't even sound the same no more. Studio just shut. Oh, it's not fun no more.
But
Yeah.
this sound is crisper. If you're really trying to,
It is
give me
crispier
that
though.
hot.
Not today. Today we gonna talk to Kev about body counts. Like no,
You know what?
Let's
Kev, I
I'm
know
talk
you
about
want to
it. It
have that
seems like
topic,
you
so
really
let's go ahead
want
and
to
have
talk
that
about
topic,
it.
Kev, because that's
no,
like
we
the
not about
third
to do
time
that.
saying it. That's like the
All
just
right,
third time
saying
saying
everybody,
it. You must
everybody
have
That
put
a
your
hot
body
literally,
take.
count
that's
in the
like the
comments. I'll go
That's the
first.
top that will literally get about
Don't do it.
500 people in here. I literally
Don't do
seen
it.
one of my
Don't do
friends
it.
do that.
I'm
As soon as
telling
they
you.
talked about that,
I'm
it
Everyone
was
put
telling you.
over.
everyone put your
Moment you
body count
start
in the
that
comments.
conversation,
But it
I'm one.
actually the person that did that,
You
they
know
stuff
people
went
finna laugh.
well. It went pretty well though. Like they had
If
people in there, but it actually they came to some type of what they call it what y'all said the word was earlier on the
not the,
consensus.
really.
Consensus.
Did you really just put that in the comments?
I'm
Who
just
put that?
saying, mine is under 10.
My body count is 4. Ooh, So we
Wow,
gonna
that's
go there
crazy.
anyways.
No, we're
Damn,
not
your
gonna go
body
there.
count is
I will
4.
look.
So
I will
you
report
out
this
in these
page.
streets.
I will
Wow, that's a
report this
lot.
page if we have this conversation.
She said, "I'm not putting by the same mine." We would
That's
not
a
do that.
lot, stats.
Oh, they got
I
two
hope you're not expecting no virgin.
0.
Who's a 0?
This
Wait,
dude said,
wait,
"I
Danielle,
forgot
please,
one."
please.
Chill. I'm no. Get out of here, Danielle.
Danielle,
Danielle's is 25.
Please go ahead and get in your closet and clean it out because you need the belt for yourself.
Right?
You need that bill for sure. We know you need that bill.
She be lying.
She
Oh
I
was
mean,
my
but
god.
tiny.
truthfully, if honestly, just from a man's point of view, does body count truly really matter?
really, Empress?
Ooh, you
I'm
really
just
getting this
asking.
tonight.
Nope,
Yeah, it
nope.
does.
Look, let
It
me just go. Let me
does,
just go on and
Oh,
but
report
that
this
it
live
do.
now.
I
it
mean, it
does.
do.
You could
More
definitely turn
more
a hoe into a
over.
housewife.
Especially
But
when I'm
100%.
and then
I mean,
Period.
but then we can say the same for men. We can't
We
turn a
sure
man into a
can.
husband. We can
Yep.
say the
yeah,
same
We
Yeah,
sure
because y'all
you
be
can.
out
can.
here big
But
thoughting.
yeah, see, it
I
don't
because
matter.
mean,
y'all be
you
out
could
here
try
being
to.
big
At
body
the end of the day,
business.
it can
Y'all
Well,
matter
ain't
on
up
anybody
in
both
need
the
to
ends.
try
He
y'all
might
something.
have
not
a
up in
couple
the
And
baby
low
mamas.
y'all
end.
be out
Y'all
here
up in the
Stop
celebrating
hundred
it.
or
talking.
better.
Stop talking over her. We
Y'all
can't
in the
hear her.
100 or better. If we really want to be truthful, so I don't understand how men can put that in play when they in 100 or better.
That part.
I only got
I
12.
Okay, listen. This is
See,
why
that's
this
That's a
is how I
lot,
sad
look at it.
Stats.
men.
Listen,
You know what?
this is
Damn,
how I look at
Caddy.
it. This
Maybe
is how I
we
look at
can't
it. I
turn
What?
think
yeah.
if
That's
We
not
you're
a
a
can't
lot.
turn no
woman,
hoe into
12
a
is a lot.
if
housewife.
That's
you're
a
a
We got
lot.
woman and you've been
12
with 100
That's
victims.
not a
people,
lot. I'm
We got
that's
32 years
12.
old
We
obviously
with
can't
12
turn you
nasty.
into
bodies.
a husband because you got 12 victims. We can't turn you into a husband. You a
That
hoe.
Yeah,
part.
Oh, that's
that
cool.
that body count is
That's
crazy.
cool.
I think
That's
okay,
cool.
listen, like the only real difference is that if you're a man and you have a high body count, it's impressive. I mean, it's still nasty if you have a high body count if you're a girl or a guy, but the
That's
difference
true.
is like if you're a guy and you have a high body count, it's like it's a little impressive. That's the only thing. That's the only difference.
We can't deny
Why?
that.
Why is that
That's why
impressive
They
that
guys
you're a
like
say
guy?
high five
men
each
Why is
other and
that
men
shit
get
impressive?
praise, women don't.
Why is that
That's how it be.
impressive that you got
because
over
it's
100?
hard to
Because
do because
men
it's
got to actually
difficult.
put the work in and do it. It's not
Because
easy
it's
for
Real
men.
difficult.
as a
It's
That's
not
the
society though,
difference.
guys,
I beg to differ.
let's not act like as a society we don't value that experience in men. I personally
Right.
don't think men should be hoes anyways to begin with, personally,
I
right? But as
hope
a
I
society,
don't think nobody
with
should.
most
I
women, yeah, I don't think most people should, but most women value that in a man.
Yeah.
Oh, he don't know
they
Chris
do.
nothing
Brown.
he's never done this, he's
Drake.
never done that. Like we clown virgins, we clown
Yeah,
Yeah.
male virgins.
As
exactly.
soon as
Get you
y'all
some
get mad, y'all
buns.
be
They gonna be
like, "Oh,
like,
this
get you
nigga gets
some
no
butt.
bitches."
Right.
wait a
Right.
minute.
We heard
Okay,
that.
let's
We
Wait,
not
wait,
hears
let's
wait,
that.
not say
wait.
we.
Who are these
Let's not
most
say
women?
we.
Please don't say we.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm just saying, as
As
soon
as
like
I'm
I've got
generalizing.
Say
that
I'm talking
some.
I've
about
got
women
that
in
insult
general
many a
in
time.
I
society.
don't
So
feel that you need 100 bars to be
nobody heard a
experienced.
Nobody heard
nobody
what?
never heard a woman tell a dude to get you you don't get no hoes or something like that. We never heard or
Yes,
men
people
say
say
that
that
to
all the time.
men too. Get you some hoes. You ain't got no hoes. That's what you
There's
know.
one thing to learn and elevate there. It doesn't mean that you need 100 bars to learn. I would hope that you learn in about the
It's not
minute
about
12 that you
learning.
have.
No, it's
It's not
just
about learning to be good in
insults.
bed. It's not about learning to be good in bed. That's not what
Right.
that's
It's
like.
the
Well,
There's a
please
like
reason.
just
Listen,
tell me
listen.
why you're doing it then.
I
Please give
listen.
me the
Right?
You
very
Because
are
y'all be
simple
out here
reason
severely.
you
laying
need
pipe
to
Hold on,
do
hold
that.
on,
y'all
hold on,
be
hold
out
on,
here
hold on,
thinking y'all
hold on, hold on.
plumbers and
You are
don't
severely
even be laying the pipe
underestimating
right.
how difficult that shit is. I don't think like I know that
yeah,
you
they
probably
think
don't
it's
know,
easy
obviously, because
because
I don't
for
know if y'all
them
date
it's
women or
easy.
not,
It's not easy for
but it
us.
is definitely not easy. That's why guys call
Wait,
it getting
staff,
lucky. Like why do you think guys
staff,
call it getting lucky?
staff.
To
Okay.
get
Can you
lucky.
let the women talk, please? You keep
Oh
talking
no,
over.
it was
Thank-
definitely on him
But
this time. So
no, but
he,
Reese was talking before he cut in.
Oh,
Oh, my bad. All right, go ahead. Shit.
well, truthfully,
Nah,
Reese cut in while he was talking.
Mm.
truthfully, I've been cut off this
I I don't even remember
Go
that.
ahead,
Every
right?
time
Yeah,
I
we might.
spoke
Yeah, Reese big get cut off a lot,
because
so it
I
was her
can't get
turn.
I'm
the
almost done
words
my
out.
tea anyway.
You know I love you, Reese. Stop.
Go ahead, Reese.
Empress,
Dang. How long
look,
until your
Kev,
melatonin cut in?
in a minute, I'm gonna need you to unmod Empress because I'm about to snatch her ass out this body. She's
It's
working
too
my
early to
last
be
fucking
snatching
nerve.
people.
Ooh, and I'm finna bring the smoke. You don't want to do that. I still love you anyway.
Y'all better
Look,
love
Oh
each other.
Lord.
Ain't none of
I'm
my
Y'all,
finna
friends
y'all
about to
none of
cute.
not love
me.
each
Y'all
other.
cute.
No, sir. I'm finna bang that line.
None of my friends,
Called
none of
the
you,
line.
So
We ain't
Empress or Reese
TikToking
is
no
not
more.
about
I'm
to
gonna
get
have
mad
to
at each
hit
other.
you on the band. I'm gonna have to hit you on the band. I'm gonna hit you on your hip. Forget TikTok. I'm going personal. Excuse me, ma'am. You see me
Ooh,
calling, pick up. Let me FaceTime you.
I'm gonna
What is
block her
going
ass.
on over
Watch.
here? What's
I'm gonna
going
Yeah,
on
block
over
her
you
here?
ass.
gotta block her on everything, and make sure you block the Cash App too, because they can reach you from there.
N- I don't look.
Now back
I've
to the body
never
count. What was
posted
Reese
my
about to
cash app.
say?
What,
To be
Kevin?
honest, I think women should
Kevin, what?
date players. Not gonna lie.
I'm curious.
Here's
Reese?
the thing. Look, I would never say for me body count doesn't matter. But what I am going to tell you is that people lie. People lie. So you're going to ask somebody their body count, and they're going to look at you and they're going to look at your face to see which way the judgment is going to go, and they're going to
Yeah,
lie and say, "Oh, well, I've only been with 3 people in my lifetime,
Oh yeah,
and
you
this,
never
that, and the
ask.
third," knowing that they a whole ass lie.
Yeah,
yeah.
nobody asks.
So
So
Wait, but
this how
why?
this
realistically,
Why
work
would they
though.
lie
those
though?
people who
This
do
how it
ask,
work.
huh?
Reese,
Men.
why would they lie? Why do
Ladies,
you
has
think they
anyone ever
lie?
Because
asked you?
it ain't none of their fucking business. That's
Okay,
why.
but if it isn't, then why don't you just say it's not your business? Why lie? Like, what are you? What
Damn.
what what are they
Because
scared of?
even then, it still turns into a whole thing. Oh, well, you must be a this, that, and the third, and you did blah 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 blah.
Honestly,
So
That
why
listen,
would
So
you
Reese,
want to
then it
be with
Reese,
so we
goes to
somebody
must
that.
have
that one
Reese.
answered
day?
it
If he's
already.
Wait,
It
wait,
asking
must
you,
matter
staff,
then.
staff. Can I ask
Reese,
this
if he's
personally
asking you, he
quickly?
already thinks you're a
Hold
hoe. To
on.
be
Yeah,
honest.
let her finish.
Wait,
Let her
wait.
finish real quick.
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah,
Reese.
Go
well,
ahead.
So
personally, I've never been asked. So
right,
Oh
well,
yeah,
I've
yeah,
never
of
been
course.
asked either, but personally,
And
like, if you think that somebody is going to give you that energy, why do you want to be with them anyway? To the point where you're lying so that they don't do that.
well,
That's
realistically,
true too.
I'm of no. You're right. You're right. But I'm also of the firm belief of the reason why body count shouldn't matter, because if it's not your bed, it's not your fucking business.
But I disagree with that. I think that it is my business because all of that stuff that you bring now has to do with me because when me and you have sex, all of now I'm connected to all of that. So it is my business what you've done. And it also to me personally, it speaks about your decision making. Like how much do you value yourself? Where
Really?
you
Okay.
throw
So
yourself
so
around.
if we really gonna have this conversation, let's go on and have it, because I was trying to avoid this, and I've done everything that I can to try to redirect the conversation. But everybody thinks that body count matters so much, but
Mhm.
y'all don't take into consideration people's past traumas and things like that that make them go a certain way.
Right. So why are they not healing? Why are they having sex instead of healing?
So
I'm asking a legit question. I'm being very serious.
if you have gone through an essay or a grape
When you have
situation,
trauma that sets into play,
Right.
yes.
your
So
first mind doesn't tell you to go and get healing.
Okay.
and
Your
and
first
those
mind
type
does
of
because first and
situations, that is
foremost, you
you
may
trying
not
to
even
Wait,
be
both of you
regain
guys are
aware
your.
talking.
of how to heal yourself. You're not even aware to how to heal yourself.
so
Okay. So my
okay.
question would
But
be,
that would
at
only
what?
be in certain situations.
So
Okay.
you, I
So
got hold
my
up.
wait.
But besides
Can
what
I
y'all
ask her
saying
this
though, okay.
question?
So if you made all them, okay, you said you made all the decisions, but how do just because what you went through make it not
Wait,
count for somebody
Ke-
else?
Kevin. Can I ask this question before we go there? At what point does it like? At what point do we is the bar like for people to realize that they need to heal? Like what is the point?
There
Because
it
what?
Okay, so all right, so
Yeah.
realistically there is no bar, because each person heals at their own rate, at their own individual time.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I say it, okay, so you know on my platform what I talk about. So
Okay.
when you deal with SA, grape, DV, things like that, um
Mhm.
you lose control.
Okay.
And realistically, when you deal with something like that, there's two ways that you go. You go into the repression state, where you push everything down, where you don't want to deal with it, this, that, and the third, and then it comes back up and it rears its ugly head. Or you go to the extreme, where you become highly promiscuous or things like that, where you are trying to regain your control. You are trying to regain control over something that was stolen from you, something that was taken from you by force.
Okay, so I can understand that, right? My thing is, or I guess my next question would tie
So
into what
please, I'm gonna need you to get it together because
no
you
no no
made me look down at the hands. You made me
at
look
what
at
hand?
Daniel's hands. Talking about stop using YT hands.
Oh yeah, because I gotta make fun of her, but
I
but
couldn't do
here's
nothing but laugh at that because I was getting ready to say that is why are we using YT hands?
but Reese,
But you
so
beat me
so
to it.
this is my question though, right? Why am I And in this case, I will be an innocent bystander. Why do I have to subject myself to your trauma?
Who said
Wait a
you're
minute. Wait a minute. Say
subject?
that again.
So
Wait a minute. I didn't hear exactly what you
so
said. Say it again.
so we're talking about body count, right? And
Right.
it went down to we need to make sure that we understand why some people might have a high body count, right? Because they might be rooted in trauma. For example, if somebody was essayed and they didn't heal from that, right? So
Right.
I'm saying if that's the case, why do I have to subject myself to that
Because
trauma?
if you are choosing to be with that person, you're choosing to be with that whole person, not just the healed person. But because at some point you have to realize that their trauma is either going to come into play, or you're going to have to talk about it at some point. Realistically, you shouldn't be sleeping with the person that you're talking to within the first 3 months anyway.
I
Yeah, I
agree
like
with
that.
that.
I'll be trying to. Yeah,
Because my
I
thing
want to
is
tell my kids that.
these
Oh,
are
that's
Because
the
during that time you should be having conversations and setting boundaries. If
yep.
you have any trauma or any triggers or anything like that, that is when that information comes up. And at that point, if
Mhm.
you do not want to deal with that emotional baggage, that is your time to quietly bow your head and exit stage left.
So, Reese,
Facts.
I'm glad you
That's
said that.
true.
That's the time for you to set boundaries, right? Because my personal
Correct.
boundary is to not take on, your trauma. So if we're in the vetting stage, right, and I'm asking questions to determine your decision making from to kind of figure out who you are, and it seems like you're that type of person, why does it matter? Because that this is what I'm getting from these conversations. Like there are a bunch of people that are getting upset that men and some women say that body count matters. Like to me, if that's a personal boundary, that it should not be something that we're even discussing because that's just my personal boundary. I think that it becomes a problem when there's shaming, right? When we get to the insults and we get to the name calling and all of that stuff. I think that's like a separate conversation. But me saying that body count matters to me, whether I'm a man or a woman, should not be up for discussion. That's just my personal boundary. That's my personal preference and
Absolutely,
standard.
because I mean, you have a choice at the end of the day,
Right.
and your boundaries and how you set your tone is for you.
Hmm.
I tell a lot of people, please do not allow someone to change your tone of what the
Facts.
standards you set for yourself,
Yep.
Exactly.
because
And
your
if that
standards
is
are
a
your
personal boundary,
standards.
then
Now, what I will
it's
say is, if
not a
that
debate.
person tells you they've been through something, but they healed, you're still going to bow out, even though they've healed from that trauma and they are leading a whole completely different life.
Mm.
So
Say that again.
So if just saying for instance that a guy comes to you and yeah, indeed he has a high body count due to his traumas, but he has healed from his traumas. Do you still consider that baggage that's being placed upon you?
Um
I don't think a
I
guy
don't think
need
I would
trauma to
consider
have
it
a
as
high.
baggage,
He gonna want
but
to do it
me
for fun.
personally, I don't want community D, so that still wouldn't work for me.
You may have to vet that gentleman more. That's
So
all.
you're kind of gonna
What's the deal,
you're
six?
gonna basically just throw a jacket because of past trauma that's been healed. So why would his dick still be community D? Excuse me,
Well,
TikTok, community
it
D. Let me clear that up so I don't got no problems.
yeah,
They saying
it's still
dictatorship.
community D because the whole community has had it.
Mm.
Well, can we really say the whole community has had quite a bit of everybody, right?
Well,
that
no,
part.
you can't say that because it hasn't had it for me, so I'm holding them to that same standard.
I feel that. I feel it.
Yeah.
Again, as I said, I cannot change your standards,
Hmm.
but you're kind of saying that people don't have the right to change, to do better, to be great
Oh no, no,
people.
no, that's not
I
what I'm
mean, but it's
saying.
like
I'm
I
saying
think
me
I
person.
mentioned this before. It's like a protection type. It's like a protection mechanism. It's like we can't expect just because all right, if somebody got a say they got a high body count, how we can't expect that they might have changed or something like that. It's like especially if they but that's the thing. Just
But
like y'all
that's
saying,
being,
they not gonna
it was the
ask.
way
Wait,
A
wait.
Soso
man is
said
not
it,
gonna
which
ask.
Yeah,
means that
can
it's
I
a
answer?
dating thing, means that this person communicated it.
Right.
So I
So
Right.
was asking a question that was kind of to Soso because I was
yeah,
like, well, if you went this length, then that means it was communicated. So I
right.
was asking her, is
Okay.
that considered now that person is tapped out because they have communicated that they have been through some things and they have done the work to heal themselves to be a better man or a better woman?
Right. And
Real quick.
I'm not wait,
That's
wait.
all. That's all I was. That's why I was
So
just
I'm not
asking. I was
yeah, because
just
And
asking
let
a
me
mere
answer
question to
Empress real
her.
quick. 6'5". So I'm not saying that they're not allowed to change, but at the end of the day, it's still my decision who I want to deal with, and I don't want to deal with that. So I'm not saying that people shouldn't change, or I'm saying that they're tied to their past and all that stuff.
But personally, a person that is able to do that, no matter what the reason is not somebody that I personally want to deal with.
I'm only saying, I only just threw that out there is because when people really do healing, which means they take power back from everyone, which
Mm-hmm.
puts them back to whole.
Right.
So you might have been a slut puppy temporarily,
Right.
but you had to gather yourself and address yourself, and then you had to learn to carry yourself accordingly. So I was asking this: is that person just permanently stuck with a jacket because of some past trauma that hurt them to lead them to doing the wrong things?
Right. No, I
Unfor-
hear all of that. I just think that we all still reserve the right.
Look, I was trying to let him get up, Empress. I know
No, no,
that was
no.
you.
Who was
No, that
that?
was me.
Oh,
But
so I was
yeah,
trying to let him get up. I was
because
trying to let
it's
him get up. I
also
was trying
it's
to
also
let
a
him stand
Mayo
up on their own
person.
2 feet.
They like to come in here and act up. But
But your numbers still high.
but at the end of the day, I think that we still reserve the right to choose who to deal with and who to not deal with,
Absolutely.
and whatever the reason is that person's reason. So yeah, I understand this person has done all the work and they have healed and they're whole now and all of that stuff, but it's still my prerogative, like whether I want to deal with that or not.
Mm-hmm.
And me personally, if you've been around the block multiple times, you're not the man for me.
Been around the block
Because
Okay.
and I
and
know.
then also mine is based in religion, right? I'm a Christian woman, so I have certain beliefs. Like we have to be aligned in those beliefs for us to work. So again, like it's not gonna work.
Okay, real quick. So
Right.
if you're
You're
saying
entitled
that
to
is a
that because that's a you. That's you.
Yes, that's me.
I understand.
Yeah.
So, Empress, you bring up a good point
so,
about
wow.
about people going
Wait.
forward, and
Let Reese.
I'm sorry, Reese,
Um
go ahead.
We just don't want to hear you talk today, Reese.
Look, y'all know my stutter is bad, and y'all are really trying to come for me right now, and I feel some type of way about it.
Ain't nobody
Uh,
coming for you. Go on and say what you got to say.
I'm just stop talking over me then.
We'll go and get to the point,
You know
baby.
damn well I can't get it out. Every time I try to say something, she got something to say. I swear to God, I swear to God,
I don't
Jesus
even
take the
have
wheel.
nothing to say. I'm just saying, go
Jesus
ahead and get it
take
out,
the
baby.
wheel.
Okay.
Lord.
Okay,
He got the wheel.
so what I'm trying to say is, so if that is a personal boundary, then that is a personal boundary. It's not a conversation for, you know, it should not be a conversation, because if that's an individual boundary, then everybody doesn't need to know except for the person that you are with. So therefore, these should not be conversations that we are having, because they would be an individual personal boundary if that is the case.
So I
True.
mean, I disagree with that, because everybody, we come here, we talk about all these topics, and it's based in our experiences, our beliefs, and our values. So I'm only explaining it because Empress asked me a specific question and asked me like whether I'm with somebody healing or not. And that was a specific question addressed to me, so that's why I answered in that way. But I'm not in the business of sharing my business on here. But I do know that our experiences and our beliefs, all of that play a part in how we have these conversations.
No, I totally get that, but I think we can also agree that a lot of the conversations that we have on here are quite pointless, because they're arguing back and forth with no resolution. Like they're just looking to argue and see who has the loudest voice, because no one's actually looking for a solution or any type of resolutions to the conversations themselves.
I think another thing is trying to find a solution in everything, because this topic specifically, what is the solution here? It's
The
preference.
solution is
The
don't never tell no man your body count if it's high. That's
That
all
No,
I'm
part.
saying.
but the
They
thing
gonna
is,
look
like,
at you
there's
different.
this is not a conversation to have a quote unquote solution for. This is, I like something, you like something, okay,
Then
you think it
that's
should be
my whole
this
point.
way,
Then what is the
right?
point of having the conversation if there
It's
is no solution?
You could have a
because
conversation
because
to
you
talk
you
about
got to
your point of
remember this,
views,
like all across TikTok, especially across Black TikTok, this conversation goes back and forth all the time,
right?
and it is literally like they're yelling this shit from the fucking mountaintops, and it goes nowhere. It becomes extremely toxic, and it's not a necessary conversation. Like I said, it
Is it?
like you said, it is a personal preference.
Yeah.
Well, you said
But
it's
then again,
toxic
like
if a
I
man
don't know you
if
and you
somebody
don't
said
know
body
me,
count
so that we
matters.
can have this conversation to kind of understand where each person is coming from. I get what you're talking about the other boxes and the other platforms. I think a lot of people, they do that for views. They do that for people to come in and get all the, basically the views, the engagement. But as for example, this room that we're in right now, we could have the conversation because we're just trying to understand where each
You
person is
understand
coming
each other,
from.
right?
It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to get into a huge fight where we need to try to change the other person. But I get what you're talking about as far as other platforms are concerned.
I can agree with that. It's really just trying to get to understand each other
Yeah,
and where
that's all
each
it is.
other see different views in a sense.
So with me, it matters.
Kevin, you
That's
Okay.
good
can't
for you,
talk
Kev.
because you have
Good for you,
12.
Kev.
You
Because
have
you're
12 soul
celibate and you
ties.
celibate here and you
Still matter.
celibate there. We're good with that. You wanna
He
rock that
Hey,
lifestyle?
no.
I'm
Do you,
telling
my
you.
guest?
Hey, hey, look with me. I don't think that's too bad. Hey, but it is what it is. If it's a lot for some people, but I know I'm
Yeah, well,
32. If I'm
look,
32
I'm gonna
with
tell
that,
you like
I
this.
feel
I'm not
weird saying
celibate.
it because usually dudes lie up. They lie up. You know what I'm saying? Dudes lie up.
Oh,
Women lie,
they absolutely do.
lower.
It's,
You know what I'm saying? It's opposite.
So you just
dudes
gonna put us
definitely
out there as
do
that we
lie up
lie
because they'll
lower.
be like, "Oh,
I'll be
Yeah,
I'm with
down.
old girl,"
that's
and then when it gets
average. Just
called out on this
average. Usually,
bullshit,
women lie lower and men lie up. You know what I'm saying? They because that men usually praise, women are usually
Shamed.
demonized. You know what I'm saying?
Can
That's
I
Yeah.
add
just
a
life.
perspective to this?
Oh,
Oh yeah, no, oh yeah,
oh,
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. yeah.
Flies.
He been waiting for
Oh,
the longest. My
My
okay.
bad.
I didn't want to cut my queens off. I mean, but
My bad. It
so
was
so
really just us three. We forgot you was up there. I'm sorry.
For
I
yeah,
real.
did tune him
yeah,
out.
yeah. It's okay. I mean, you know, I may be a little bit older than most here, so but depending on how you brought up, these are social constructs that tend to make you form your own opinions going forward, right? So a lot of times when you're in these other lives and people are actually talking about does body count, a lot of times sometimes the narrative is being used against women, right? But the way I was brought up was that, if either party had a high body count, it made you pause a bit because you wanted to ask more questions about vetting. So, of course, in our construct that we have, a little bit, men are celebrated to a certain extent about their escapades with women. But certainly, you have to ask a question if you're a man, and you have a high body count. The question that you have to ask is, why do you have a high body count? And
Putting in
and
that
you
work.
know, and well, that could be possibly, but is it possibly of your commitment role, or that you can't commit? So you have to ask from both ways. Now, back in the day, of course, and I'm going to say it again, my mother would tell me, "Hey, if the dude has a high body count, then he may be a womanizer." So if I have a daughter, I don't, but if I did, I would ask her, I would vet that dude out, or help her vet that person out. Like, hey, you gotta be careful if this dude has a high body count. Now, certainly people can lie. Now, also, why would you? Those are, Empress brings up incredible points about a person's ability to change, and people have to take that into account in the communication that they have with a person in order to vet those things out, right? Because either way, you could have traumas for why you're a dude and has a high body count, because these are things that you might have brought up to say that are okay, that you've come to find out later on that maybe they're not okay for you, because now you don't know how to have that communication process with people, and so then you move from one to one to one. Now, I'm a former athlete, so as an athlete, I could throw that into the mixture and say why potentially body counts may have been higher or lower or whichever, right? So at the end of the day, you have to have a communication in order to vet these people out. But the thing about it is, for men, I think I would say you, brother, would know that if you walked into a room and you felt that that woman that was on your arm was being looked at by all these other men that you thought might have had slept with her, that was not a good look
Mm,
for us, right? Because you would have felt that something that was
you
on
had her
your arm,
too.
that something that was on your arm was already with someone else that was in that room. It wasn't a good feeling for you, but that's a personal feeling, right? So,
mm-hmm.
these conversations are really, ironically, on TikTok. I don't think they're great ones unless there's someone in the boxes, or that's looking from below, that are trolling, that are unsure about how they should act, right? Because we've all grown up with these certain constructs and we've morphed them to who we are, right? So I think that people use these things in order to try to prove out a point that is useless, or they're just trying to get likes.
That's very true.
I'm rolling with the likes. I think they're just trying
So,
to get likes and views.
so you said excuses.
Yeah,
Explain that.
I said that when he mentioned being an athlete. I know plenty of athletes, because I know that's an excuse that a lot of men use. Like, I'm around all these women, I'm around all that, but it comes down
They
to
just be
discipline.
throwing themselves at me.
Yeah, it comes
So
down to discipline for me. I believe that a man, no matter what it is, you should be disciplined enough to say no, unless you're literally being
What man?
assaulted.
What?
so
Hold up,
it's not,
real quick. I,
as a person who's been on certain levels of, it's not about sometimes, if we talk about the reasonings why people have high body counts, right, or
No,
the traumas,
no,
and
no. I
listen,
wait.
I'm not.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that there aren't reasons like we were addressing before. There are traumas and there are certain things that could lead you into acting like that or having a body count, right? But I'm addressing the one statement you made. You brought up the fact that you've been an athlete, and that plays a part. And I'm saying that's just an excuse. Being an athlete is just an excuse because you should have the discipline to not throw yourself around with all these women. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, and I didn't actually tell you whether that caused me to have a high body count. I just threw that out there as because it's been a construct that athletes do have high body counts. All right, not
Okay.
that because I know athletes and including myself who do not. And I've been around athletes who, but what I'm trying to say is that until you've been in those situations, do you realize the walk that the athlete has to have? So, and you can actually then respect the athlete because the ones that don't have it because you don't know what it's like to be in positions of where you have put yourself in a position just by hanging out of where something could possibly occur, and then you have to have that discipline. And so again, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I threw that in there because it's a construct that people have had about athletes that potentially they had them, but we can talk about these things from a whole bunch of different perspectives, like from different avenues into the potentially things of why people may or may not have, and that's why I think it's not a good argument because people are everybody is talking about anecdotal evidence, which is important, right? But it's more important for you.
Yeah.
see, I
I,
think
I
it's
mean, I,
different. I
I
think it's
get
different
that. I just
from men. I mean, I don't think men have to have no traumas to try to be looking for. Because most of the time, men is just trying to hit something. You know what I'm saying?
it's
And
normalized
most
in
of the
our
time, women
society.
is trying to marry something. You know what I'm saying? That's like a big difference. Also, some of the times maybe they trying to have fun, but I don't know. I think majority of the time, women want to look for a relationship and all that stuff. I don't think men like they just want to smash for real. They just smash, so they don't think they have to have any type of trauma behind it. You know,
I
because
think society teaches us that, and
It,
society teaches
But
men
we
to
can
to
say
sleep with.
some. We can say some just hitting it to quitting it, and then we have some that are moving off of trauma, and we have it just different scenarios. So if we're just going to be truthful
yeah,
about it, it's going to always be a different scenario. Grand
right.
rising
Yeah.
to you too, Toddy, baby Toddy.
grand
I love you,
rising,
Daddy.
grand rising. But yeah, man, just be trying to have smash mouth.
Because just think about this: if you are going to be a male and you're going to hit it just to quit it and smash it, right? Then you have to ask yourself this question: While you just did your thing, did you impose any trauma upon the person that you just smashed?
I don't think as a little, especially as no young man, as soon
You're
as they
not going to
get
think
on
about
that
that.
mode, they ain't thinking about that.
That's exactly correct, and so that's why I
But why
said
would
that.
you even go there if it's two consenting adults? Why would it be trauma if she's saying I want this and you're saying I want this and you
Because a
guys are
lot
going
of
ahead
body
and doing
counts
it?
I
come.
think it's
A
in
lot
the.
of body counts come from being children versus adults. If we're
Yes.
going to be honest here, a
Yeah, I got
lot
a neck
of
tattoo.
body counts come from just being children to
Exactly.
reach an adult level. So that's why I asked the question I asked you, because a lot of things people do are
Hmm.
based off of just being children and just
Yeah,
moving
exactly.
silly. They haven't learned lessons. In order to get to the point where you need to be, you have to go through the lessons in order to arrive to the top. You got to hit the bottom before you fully understand what life really is.
So
It's
I
dudes
disagree
that's
with
older
that.
than me
I don't
still
think you
trying
have
to
to
hit
hit
And
the
stuff.
bottom.
you do have some that are just know what their body is worth, knowing that it's a temple. You have some women and some men that cherish that, but that's a small percentage. It's a small
Mm.
percentage. And I'm just
Okay.
being honest across the board. It's just a small percentage. Because when you are free from under those rules and regulations, you tend to want to touch everything, even though it burns you, you still going to go and touch it because you got to learn for yourself. Because a lot of times people don't just solely hold on and carry what parents have already built and instilled in them. They run
That part.
rampant. They give a rampant run in that very shy run before they
Mm-mm.
just gather their
Hey,
senses and
Gumbo getting
understand
scary
exactly what
down there.
parents have put in there. So it kind of
Mm,
can lean either way there. So it's a small percentage of those that actually keep that body count low.
mm,
It's a small percentage, a very small percentage. And I wouldn't even go off of facts because facts only give us a thousand people percentage to not a whole. So you kind of got to just see it for yourself. Because when we're young, it's why they say young and fresh and dumb out of high school. Because you do things that you just touch things. You already know that your parents said don't do it, but you got to go and touch it for yourself. You got to get burned. And some people get burned 1,000 times before they get it. And some may only get burned once or twice. It's all
But
in that person's
uh,
mindset.
I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around how you get burned 1,000 times before you learn. I
Because
personally
some
can't.
because some people don't learn off of the first burn. They don't learn off of the 99th burn.
Mm.
Right.
They don't learn out
I'm
of
not.
99
Even
burns until that 1,000 burn, and then they give in and say,
mm,
you know what, it's not working.
uh,
And then they
oh,
just need to help themselves. But either way, whichever way you change the spectrum, you got about 90% of this world that has a high body count. So the question that I
oh,
have is why are we having this discussion? Because I don't think there's too many people out there that can say it's low. If
so
they
when
come
Oh,
and
do
I
tell
know
you it's
accountability
plenty of
if
kicks
they
people
in?
that
come
can
and
say
tell
it's
you it's
low.
low, it's more than likely a lie.
No,
When
I
Because
know
do
just
plenty
when
of
just as Kev
people.
said, the woman's gonna lie, and so will the man.
yeah,
And then
But
what number
okay.
is low? You know what I mean? What number
and
is
when
low?
do
What number is high?
accountability kicks in
That
instead of
too.
blaming
That too.
our past on certain stuff though? I
For
wonder when
real,
that kicks
yeah.
in at.
Like we sit here and we say, yeah, like I've slept with 100 men because my mom didn't hug me when I was a child. Like to me, that's like personally, I don't know. I
Again, that
feel
goes
That's
to a
differently
BS to
about
person.
me.
it.
That's
That
Again,
BS.
still applies to a person's mindset. If your mindset is
Yeah, I
different, then
feel you.
you're going to move accordingly.
I feel
If
you.
your mindset is not the same, then you're going to move rampantly.
But
It's all about the mind and where you know you need to be. And sometimes you got to learn a lot of lessons to get to that correct mindset.
even with the
exactly.
mindset, we still can't sit there and not take accountability for what we our
I'm not
choices we
saying that
made though.
them people are not taking accountability. It's why I said
Cause
when she made the comment that she wouldn't deal. So that's why I asked her. It may have took that person time to understand where they went wrong at to take accountability for themselves, to correct themselves, to heal, to change for them. Because it's not for them to change for others, it's for them to change for themselves.
yeah.
My
But I
question
just
was,
be saying like,
how long should we allow put a jacket on somebody? How long
uh,
should this person be ridiculed for
oh
mistakes
shoot,
that
my
they've
phone
made,
about to die. I'm
lessons they
paying
had to
attention
learn?
now.
That's
Yeah,
all
I
I was
don't think they should be ridiculed. I think that I personally would just leave them alone. That is all.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Oh, Reese, did you just raise your hand?
yeah, I
Oh,
did.
I can
so
make an excuse why I got in a car accident at 19, but I'm still accountable for it. I still got
It's
in that
not
and
accident.
that's
not
where
I
the
can say
the
I was young,
same.
I
I
ain't
think
know,
that's
but
where the
That's
mishap
not the
is.
same.
That's where the mishap is because there's a lot of things the reason why people do what they do. I'm not making excuses for them.
Somebody
That's
cannot
their
be held
job
accountable
to
for a
understand it.
trauma response. You
They
cannot be
got to
held
understand that.
responsible for a trauma response. If you are being held responsible for a trauma response, that goes into victim blaming and victim shaming because that is not something that they can be held responsible or accountable for in the way that they react to a
I
trauma.
disagree with that.
No, you
I'm about
can't
to, I
disagree.
don't know,
You
but
can't
Yeah.
disagree with that because
man,
some of
what you
those,
talking about? What
but
type of trauma
let
response
me
though?
explain.
Like you talking
Because see,
about
you have a trauma
personal?
where
Wait, let Empress finish.
women there's a trauma where women have multiple people that they didn't free willingly say could have it and now have a somewhat of a high body count.
Hmm.
They can't
So you're
control
talking
that.
about S8
That's
You
the
talking
victims?
about right? You just
the
went all the way off. We wasn't talking
bro,
about that. We talking about the people that they selected. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they just sit there. I mean, we talking about
But it's
when they.
that's what I'm saying though, Kev. So this is it's just like last night. You cannot have a conversation without having both sides of the conversation. This is the other side to that conversation.
So you saying
The
they got
fact that there is a
SA
trauma
multiple
response
times?
to
Of
SA and
course,
grief,
you have a
and
lot
that
of
is
women.
So
You have
that you
a lot of
saying you got a high
okay,
body
but
men.
count of SA,
You
of
can
right,
have.
SA,
like
just straight SAs.
Let me explain it to you, Kev. Is you can have a high body count just off of that because there's women that's been taken, and there's several men have ran through it because they were taken and put in this position. She didn't offer her body; it was just taken.
Where the
So
heck
it
is
can,
she going to for this to happen? That's weird.
wait, if
Wait,
you're
hold on.
offended,
because you have
please
men,
please
you got to
exit the
remember,
room. Hold
SA
on,
goes
like,
far. SA goes far. It's to falling in the category of trafficking. She didn't ask for that high body count, but it was already put on her.
No,
but
So
that's not
there's
what we're
levels to
talking about, though,
SA.
Empress.
I was explaining to Kev because Kev said, "How could she have it as a SA?"
Oh, okay.
So I
no,
was
I'm
explaining
not
to him that
saying.
it can
What I'm
go in
saying is,
several
okay, I can understand it
diameters.
happened once or depending on, like I said, but like I said, how do you get a high body count off that? Like okay, say if you got 10 or something like that, if that's considered high or whatever. How do that keep happening? You know what I'm saying? I want to know what area can you go to if you're using that as an excuse. Well, not as an excuse, but that that you said you got SA 10 times. How is that possible?
It's very
So
possible, Kev.
it is
My thing is,
possible,
where are
but
you
let me
going for that to happen? Like,
Kev,
where are you
She
going?
Kev,
can't. You got
hold
to
on,
remember,
wait,
she's not in control.
Empress,
Most of a lot of people's
Empress.
SA are children. They're not in control of how they're passed around, Kev. They cannot control that. So if dad decides to give it to uncle, to brother, brother could decide to give it to someone else. They can't control that.
But that's
They're a
not that. What I'm
child. They
saying
can't
is that we
control
don't
that
consider that.
the
I
body
don't
count.
consider that body count. Like, we're talking about people who are willingly out in these streets. That's the
Right,
people I'm
yeah, we
talking
did
about.
get all the off subject with
Yeah,
that one. I don't know what that one, but we can.
I was just merely answering the question of what you asked. I didn't go
yeah.
there. I just answered the question you stated. That's all.
And can I
I
Yeah,
didn't take it there. I
real
didn't take
quick,
it there.
real
yeah,
quick? Hold on,
I
quick,
didn't take
Kev.
it there, Kev. I was just answering your question because you asked
yeah. I
it,
feel
so
you.
I
I
answered
got
it.
you on that, and that just it ain't make sense to me. But I guess it is what it is. Whatever. I guess. What you
Um,
about to say, Reese?
I need to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna drop. Um, one thing I want you to be very mindful of is the words that you use. And this is not me trying to come at you or anything like that. But what you never want to do is blame the victim. What were they doing? Never say that, because you can traumatize a person all over again. You cannot say, well, what were they doing? Why were they there? Or anything. Well, what was she wearing? This, that, and the other. It is never the victim's
What?
fault that
What
someone
I
else
think he was what I think it was took a little bit
That
wrong, Reese. It was took a little bit wrong. He was just trying to understand is how was it happening. He was trying to get a better understanding of how this was happening.
right.
He wasn't
Yeah, I was
attacking
saying,
it.
how do you
He
get
was
a
just
high
trying to see
body
how
count
can
off
you
of?
get
That's all I was saying.
a high body count off of it, and I was explaining how it could be raised as higher.
And also, I think those questions
Because
that
even though when
people
you're
should
still
ask
in
those
that level, it's
questions.
still considered a body count.
Wait,
It
what?
still falls in the category of a body count.
Hold on, Empress. Say that again, so.
I think people should ask those questions in ways to try to help prevent it from continuing to happen.
True.
It's not victim blaming. I don't
It
believe it's
is
victim blaming.
victim blaming. You
I don't
saying,
believe that.
What was
Wait a
she
minute,
wearing?
wait a minute,
Why
wait,
was
wait,
she
wait, wait,
wearing
wait.
that?
Say it
No,
again,
that's
so.
exactly what no, I'm out.
Wait a minute.
I'm out.
Wait. So say it again.
She said that to not ask. I'm telling the question that she said for Kevin not to ask. I'm saying that we should ask those questions to help
As
from
in what way though?
like, where were you? What were you wearing? These things that play a factor
Oh
in what it
shit.
is.
I know you didn't let that fall out your mouth.
Yeah,
That
Oh,
she
I
did.
did.
I'm gonna
That is
Just
need you to
listen.
victim
not. I'm
blaming
I'm
gonna
and
need
trying to
you
hear
to
what
victimizing.
she's
not to
saying.
let.
So she's saying
I'm gonna
a
need you to
reason
Yeah.
not
behind
let
it.
that
She's just
fall
saying,
out your mouth because you sound ridiculous in this box right now. And I'm gonna
No,
need you
let
to
I
her.
not let that fall out your
no,
mouth
but
because you
you
could
She
never
never
disagree.
ask
finished
a
That's
saying it.
fine,
child.
Empress.
You could never
I
ask a child what they were wearing or
I'm not
what they
talking about
did.
children. I'm not
No,
talking
what
about
the heck? How
children.
do we
Oh,
go? We
okay.
moving the
Right.
whole goal. We
Okay.
making it
Okay.
worse than it is.
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
I'm
I
not
not
like
thought you
that.
were
talking about
talking as in
children.
children. I
No,
thought
no,
you were
no,
talking
no.
as in children in SA.
No, because
My bad.
Reese made a comment because there was somebody in the comments talking about they're triggered and that they were going to report. So she was talking about wording, and then she brought up these questions that we
Wait a
should
minute. They were
ask.
triggered. They were reporting. What was being reported? What did we say?
Because I think I forgot what the comment was, but they came in, they were like, I'm horribly offended as a victim, blah blah blah, and said they were reporting, so I blocked them.
So
And
they're going
then
to report his life because we're merely having a conversation?
yeah, so I blocked them. But
because
then Reese made her comment, and I said, well, I think that those are questions that we should ask, so that to make sure that things are not happening. You can't keep
what
doing the same
Kevin
things
said.
every time and then expecting the same different results.
No,
No,
That's
what
how
I'm
I feel.
asking you is, are you saying as in asking questions as in essay for children, or I'm
No, I'm not
confused.
talking about children. I think children are innocent and adults are responsible for what's happening to children.
yeah, no,
I
like I
blame the
said, like I
parents
And you're
said,
saying that
100%.
adults, are you
Empress,
saying that those adults
Empress.
should be paying attention to what their children is wearing and what they're putting them involved in?
Absolutely. You should make sure you should not put your children in certain things. Me personally, that's what I believe. I believe that you need
So
to
you mean to
protect your
tell me
children
that
in
we're
certain
going to,
ways.
but wouldn't that be on the adult to be, because adult, it shouldn't matter what that child is wearing. You know, it's a child, period. You shouldn't even have your
Right.
eyeballs at that
Realistically, it
direction.
doesn't matter
Your
adult
eyeballs
or
should never be
child, because the
going there,
bottom
because
line
for
is
me,
nobody has
I
a
could
right
see a
to
young
someone
man, but I'm
else's
not going to
body.
take my eyeballs over there because I know you're a child.
Okay, so
If I was a
this is how
man,
I
it
see it.
wouldn't matter what you had on. I know you're a child. I'm not finna look that direction.
So this is how I see it, right? I'm about protecting my own, right? I can't control all the crazy people in the world. I could sit here like it's like telling a snake, "Oh, okay, don't bite me." What is that going to do? The snake is going to bite you regardless. You got to make sure that you're not around the
So
snake.
so I'm
You got
I'm
to make
I'm just
sure.
supposed
Let
to
me
walk
finish.
around in the world
Wait, let me
and
Adult,
finish.
tell a
You got to
man not
wait.
adult,
Let me
it
finish.
don't
Can
matter
I
what
finish?
it is.
Can
It
I
shouldn't
finish?
matter what it
But
is.
can I
Adults
finish?
should never place their
But
eyes on a
can
child,
I
period.
agree? I agree with that. Can I finish? I'm saying that let's be real. You cannot control the predators in the world. You can't tell them, okay, predator, just don't touch my child. Just don't look at my child. That's ridiculous. That's not. It does not make sense. It's not common sense. So what do? You protect your child. And protecting your child, you disagree that it doesn't have to do with what she has to,
Sorry.
what how she presents herself to the world. Cool, but for me personally, how my child goes and who she's around, that matters to me. That's how I'm gonna protect my child. Like
you do realize
we want to put all the
you
focus on
do
preventing a
realize that it could
predator
be a
from being a
family member, so
predator.
it
That
doesn't
does not
matter.
make any sense.
Yeah, because I don't know if this
Hold on,
conversation has went
hold on.
completely left, all
Yeah,
the way
I was about to
left,
say. I think. I mean, the conversation
all the way
is
left. But if
is taking
just
it.
bottom line, SA just doesn't come from the people on the outside, ma'am.
That part.
Just throwing that out there.
I know by outside I don't mean outside of the family.
Hold
I mean
hold on.
outside of you and your child.
Hold on
My
one
job,
second.
my job is to always protect my child. Does not
Exactly.
still gonna stop a predator from coming in and
True.
opposing. My job is to educate my child and make sure that they're aware. But that doesn't mean I'm making aware on the inside and the outside, all the way across the
I'm
table.
with that.
But for moreover, is no one should really be having to do this when grown people are fully aware that's a child. Period.
I agree
I
that
don't
it's
care.
horrible, but guess what? It's the world we live in.
True, but
Right.
I'm not gonna go out here and blame that child. I'm not gonna
See,
do that.
that's a disconnect.
That's,
I never said blame,
that's not what she
and I
said
never
though.
even when I
I
said
was
even
just
when we're
that's
talking
why
about
I asked.
Right,
That's
adults.
why
where did
I
this
asked you to
stuff be
repeat
coming
it.
from? I don't think
That's
nobody
Right.
why
said nothing
only
like
reason
this.
I asked you to repeat it so I can make sure I heard you clearly.
Right. Even when we're talking about
You said
adults,
the
I never
parent.
said blame. Again, when I
The
talked about
the
the
parent
questions
is
that
very
Reese,
responsible in a lot of things. Parents do need to step up, but I'm
right,
still not gonna say that it's okay. I'm
right.
gonna get my job done. I'm gonna
Right.
get my
So
job done
again,
to the fullest.
it's not about blame. Even when we're talking about adults, it's not about blame. That's why when I said when I was talking about the questions that Reese said not to ask, I said we have to ask that because all of those things play a factor in it. It's
That
not
is
to blame the
still
victim.
victim blaming and
Okay,
victim
you might think
shaming.
that. I personally don't think that it's
Are you
victim
saying it's
You
blaming.
don't
like the
have you
parent?
don't
Are
have to
you
I
be.
saying
don't.
also that the
I'm
parent
I am
needs
an
to
SA
be?
and
Are you saying
GED
that
and
parents should
rape
be held
advocate. It
accountable?
is
I'm trying.
and I'm telling you from someone who works with these people, it absolutely is victim blaming and victim shaming, whether you believe it or not.
Okay, we could agree to disagree on that. Sorry, Empress. What was the question?
I'm trying to get the whole wrap my head around this whole conversation because I'm lost. It kind of didn't just kind of went left further down yonder than we needed to be going in the first place. We were talking about body
Yeah.
count.
So,
I
Yeah.
don't
what?
know how
Okay,
SA came
what's up?
into
Because one
Well,
thing led to
before we
another.
play
got
of
to that,
body
And
since
count.
that's they already got to agree disagree, so there's no point in talking about that. But the
Yeah.
yeah,
thing it was, I was just talking about when some you said that you can, and I wasn't talking about I don't know about I wasn't talking about essay or nothing, whatever. I was just saying that how do you said you use your trauma for uh a high body count, and I'm saying how is that possible? That's what I wanted to know. Like, how
No,
do you
she
get a
said it
high
could
body count?
result. She said it could result in a high body count. Like the way you
Yeah.
deal with your trauma can
Oh,
result in a
so
high
you
body count.
saying that you use? Oh, so you use sex for healing or something like that?
It's a trauma response.
It's a
Is what
trauma
I was.
response.
It's what I was
It's all
trying
in that
to
person and
explain to
how
you is
they move, because you have some women that do things completely different. So what Reese was saying is it's all in what they that triggered them and how they move. Because you have some, like she said, that may be on the corner. You have some that may go and feel like they need to allow harm done to their body, inflict harm to them. It's so many different avenues when it comes to trauma and how that particular person moves. Kind of a hard topic to have when that's not the discussion at hand, but I guess we're having that discussion. It would be on you, Kev, to say we're moving to the next discussion.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if I guess whatever. It is what it is. Everybody got their own beliefs there, and it's all
Yeah.
whatever. Um,
So next topic.
yeah, right. I'm about to start getting some TikTok questions up here. Now we gotta just juice our heads up. Nah, so
You know,
That's why that's why
these
you have
topics
social
have
construct.
shifted, have
I guess
Yeah, I
right.
shifted.
We
think
done went to all the top ones. Now we done talked about everything. Nah,
so. Empress,
I guess we can
my
get out of
thing
break
is,
again. Now.
I think that the disconnect is we introduce different nuances in the conversation, i.e., moving the goalposts a little bit when we have it. We never just stay on what was first introduced, because then like kids were brought in, and then there was something else that was brought in, and all of
Well,
that stuff. So
I
no,
didn't
no,
even know
not
how
you.
children were brought in. I just was answering Kev's question.
No, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like in general, these topics we could have these conversations like civilly, but we can't because there's a lot of nuances. Like someone will hear what you say, and then they will in their head they will say, "Well, okay, well to me that sounds like he's saying it's okay for adults to look at children," and then they come in and they're going off about something that was never even a topic, and
No,
that's how
yeah,
the rooms get
yeah,
out of
it
control.
is. That's
That's correct.
dangerous though.
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
and we
that's
And,
we just
dangerous
and
because I
enter
don't
all
think
these different nuances, and I think we should stop that. We should be able to stay on topic and
so.
address
We could.
whatever is being said
Yeah.
without steering off of it.
yeah,
So I'll be saying, listen without feeling, so we can actually hear what a person is actually saying. Because some of the times it don't be the way we want it. It's just we just want to figure out some stuff. That's all it is.
Yeah.
We're trying to understand. It ain't no. Because if we listen with our feelings and stuff, we will not ever get to a certain solution or try to figure out how to avoid or how to make sure our kids avoid it or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why we
It's
ask a
just
lot of these
more
questions.
of how you're saying. It's more of how do you deliver it. I
You
always
already
tell
know,
people,
but you
please
know that
choose.
I know how to
Choose your
word stuff.
words wisely,
Yeah, I know,
because
So
but
some
what
things do
more?
hurt people.
so
well,
Empress,
I was,
can I
I'm safe
answer
with
that
my
really
words, so it's
quickly?
nothing I said that was wrong. It's just it
Right.
depends on how the person takes it too. You know what I'm saying? I said it the
But
best way I can do it. I ain't saying nothing wrong or nothing. But I
well,
guess
so
it's just like certain stuff is just triggering no matter what. You know what I'm saying? No matter how nice you say it, how matter way you want to put it,
so
it's just
Kevin,
gonna
what
be
Empress is
triggering to,
saying is
no,
whatever.
valid. What
it's
Empress
just
is
that
saying is
word.
valid because Danielle said it in the comments, like victims, they see it that way, right? So we got to be honest about this, right? On a public platform, you don't know who's been through what unless they
Right.
personally told you. So we can't really like police words because who's to say that there's a victim in here or there's not a victim in here,
Right.
right?
Just like
So
that
until
one person
somebody
I
that
mean,
says
just
not only
something,
that,
automatic
it
wanna.
was just, I guess, just a little part of me was just a little hard to say that victims have to learn to take accountability. It's kind of hard to take
wait, who
accountability
said
for.
that?
That's what I was. I was just like trying to understand. Like, wait a minute, what happened? Victims got a what? So that's why I just kind of had to
Wait, did
pause for a
I
minute
say
to make
that?
sure I could hear what was being said. Because I'm like, well, wait a minute, how can a victim take accountability for action they didn't do?
Wait, did
No, no
somebody in
one's
the box say that?
no, but
Oh,
it was
okay. I was
it
about
might
to
have
say,
been
I was like, those words
it
never
might have
came
been
out of my
inferred,
mouth.
but no one said that.
Yeah,
No,
I didn't.
nobody
I
said that.
never said that victims need to take accountability. I said that there are
I
questions
was
that I would ask to make sure that we can't make sure, right? Nothing is 100%. Somebody can still get to them, but there are questions that I would ask to try to prevent it. That's what I'm saying. And then Danielle was like, some victims can take it as victim blaming. So if I was talking to a victim, I feel like I would approach the conversation a different way.
So again, that's why again, here's another nuance we're introducing into the conversation that we're having on a public platform with 87 people in here, that we don't know. So it is a touchy subject, but I think we just need
It's
to be
very
able to,
touchy, and we have
yeah.
to most definitely be very careful of how we deliver the word so we can get the clarity and understanding to help each other be able to
No,
move
I
past it.
Wait,
feel that. I feel that
Empress,
too, but it's just like
did I say, somebody said that I did say it, that I did say victims need to, please, Kev, I need you to run this back because I could have sworn that I did not say those words.
no. And I think they shifted off from what I was saying. I was like, my main question was all I was asking was about the how do trauma get you. That was why. But then essay came into it out of nowhere. You know
Miss
what I'm
Blue
saying? But I
Mama,
wasn't.
that's not true. So stop writing that because that's not true. That's not true. What you're
Yeah, I don't
writing
know
there
where
is
that
not
came
true.
from, and
So stop
that's why I
writing
say
that,
it's
Blue
so
Mamas.
dangerous. It's sad that we can't talk about certain stuff or try to find
Right.
a solution to it without people got to add this extra stuff into it. That's the dangerous part is the people that
It's the
do that
extra
stuff.
nuances.
They put their feelings in this stuff and then let us not even try to find some way to you know like avoid our kids from going through
I
this
just
stuff and
know
all
for
that
a
stuff because
fact I
they worry
heard
about
it. I just
themselves
don't
right
know
now.
who said it, but I heard it, but I don't know who said it. That's why I was asking. Had to run it back. Is who just said that? Because you can't place and say that a victim has to be held accountable. It's impossible for that statement to be made.
Kevin, you're gonna have to run this video back because I don't think anybody in the box said it. I didn't hear anybody say that.
No,
But
like I said, which I learned a lot, and a lot of rooms do that stuff too. Be some people that do that junk, they will take out something they would take out what you say and then put in their own words of what they feel, how it hit them, and they be like, "Oh, you're trying to say this or something like that." And I
right,
highly dislike them type of rooms because they will throw something
I
that you
mean,
was not
just
said
off of
and
the
paint you
instance,
as that
we're
image
having a
too.
conversation. Now, if you just kind of dive into the comments, we got Blue Mama just saying all victim take it that way. Like, that's not true? Like, what makes people say this crap?
yep.
But
Okay,
but
well
we're
let me ask y'all something real quick. And this is a very serious question. Um have any of you worked with victims? Have any of you dealt with victims? Have any of you helped them through their recovery?
yes.
No.
Nope.
Okay, I got one yes and the rest are no's.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't even hear you. I was talking to
I
my
said, have
baby. She
any
woke
of
up.
you helped a victim through their recovery?
Oh, I
And
most
I'm gonna be
definitely
more
have.
specific.
I have
Have you helped them through
several.
have you helped them through the process? Have you helped them through the hospital visits and the police reports and
Absolutely.
the identification and the trial? Um,
I could
Haven't
you
say
done
have
the
two
that
trial
people in the
part.
box that say yes, two that say no, and then you have a bunch of people saying yes to the comments.
and I
Okay.
could say yes, and from a perspective of
I haven't.
not only in that perspective, but as a teacher, not only did I have to help, but the the person was removed from a setting, and then the person was brought back to a setting like within a year later. And so, and being an advocate for them, I had to kind of help them on an everyday basis. And now I'm talking about a child uh, who still I know today and still mentor in that capacity. And then I have helped adults later on as well.
Okay. So me as a nurse, as a person who has
Grand
been
Rising
in the
GY.
situation and who works with people and is an advocate for victims of assault. The wording that was used, the questions that are posed are a form of victim blaming and victim shaming. This is why I suggested that you not use those words because saying, well, why was that person there? Or what were they wearing? Or anything along those lines shames that victim in
I
the
knew that's what I heard. I just needed to
in
make sure
the
that's what I
case
heard.
of in the case of no one has the right to touch you at any point without your permission. It doesn't matter what the person is wearing. It does not matter how much the person has had to drink. It does not matter if they snuck out of the house or went to a concert or whatever. No one has the right to take away your bodily autonomy. When that is done, and then you turn around and say, oh, well, you probably shouldn't have been in that place to begin with, or what were you wearing, or didn't your, no, it does not matter, because guess what, all of that other shit goes out the window because somebody touched this person and took away the right for them to say no.
Okay, so here's
When
why I
you say,
disagree with what you're saying. I'm saying it. I say it, I disagree because when I like again when I ask those questions, or if I were in that situation,
Okay,
I ask
hold
those
on, so
questions.
trigger warning for anyone in the room who may have been through a situation like this, because no disrespect to So, the shit that is about to come out of her mouth is about to be very triggering to you. Go
and
ahead.
hold on, hold
Okay.
on a second. I don't.
So
So hold on a second. I don't want to cut you off, but can we just make it clear that this conversation is a whole nother new conversation now, and the conversation really is about making sure about how we do not victim shame people who have been in traumatic situations as such. Because that's totally different. We've totally moved the goalpost of what we were talking about
yeah,
to something else, which I want to be clear that if we're going to talk about this, then we're going to specifically try to talk about that about
You do realize that
okay.
none of this was the original topic of conversation to begin with.
I, I'm with you, Reese. I'm totally with you with that. That's what I'm saying. And I'm just making sure that everyone that's watching,
Hmm.
because
I
that
feel you.
if they're just coming in, they don't even understand how this even got started, and that's why
Right.
things get off the rails in the in the comment section versus what's happening on
Right,
the
because
page.
they don't know what's happening. So again,
I,
this is
it's
what I
why
was
I kind
saying.
of wish people would kind of just sit and listen before putting comments. Just kind of read the room
Right,
first, kind of listen, so you can get an idea of where the conversation is.
Yeah.
You can
I
ask
got it. I got it.
questions versus just throwing out how you feel about something. Ask questions so you know where you're going with it. And
right,
Kev, why you look so small in this big old box?
because he
Hey.
still has the background up. Um,
I
but
I
look,
got a
to
question right after
answer
her too.
to answer what Reese was saying, or to address it, is I would ask those questions not to say, oh, you this happened to you because you were wearing this, or this happened to you because you got drunk. That's not where I'm coming from. My thing is about prevention, right? So if I ask those questions, it's like, okay, like what can we do to like switch this up so that you possibly don't ever have to be in this situation again. I agree that some people can use that to shame, but when I ask those questions, or when I say that I'm going to ask those questions to somebody that's close to me, it is to make sure to find a way to try to protect them, right? Because I know that there's no way for me to 100% protect them. So I know that every factor in this situation, I'm dissecting all of it. I'm trying to figure out what can I do differently, or what can I help this person do differently so that they never have to experience this again. That's where I'm coming from.
Well, you do realize that you can't put that into play when it's just there. They got to heal first for you in order to put that into place, right? You're aware of that,
Sure,
right?
sure. We could
Okay,
say
because
that they need
if
to heal first. But the
But
thing
how
is, because
do?
it wasn't about
but
when to ask the question. Reese said we shouldn't ask it at all, and that's what I disagree. I'm going to, if somebody close to me is going through that, I'm going to ask all of those questions because
You
they
do
are
realize that
factors.
when you ask those questions, that you end up, a lot of times you end up traumatizing the victim
you got to
again,
let them heal
because
first before you
they
put that
in
into
they
perspective.
Sure, I can
whether
agree
they're
with
healed or not, then
let
they
him heal
still go
first.
back and they're like, oh well, it was my fault, it was this, it was that. They already feel like it's their fault. You asking those questions only re-victimizes the victim.
But that's you assuming that I'm asking it in a certain way that would trigger them.
What I'm
I'm never
trying
in a
to tell
place
you,
that.
as a person who works with these people, it does not matter how the question is posed.
But you don't know that, like, again, I'm saying that this is how I would have that conversation with people that I'm close with that are going
These
through this,
comments is
right?
berserk. These
So at the end of the day,
comments
i'm
are
not i'm not saying
wild.
that this is your fault. There's never blame on the victim, right? And I think we get that confused. I'm not saying it's you are to blame. I'm not saying you being drunk is to blame, but it is a factor. That's what I'm acknowledging. And I'm not saying that to the victim. I'm not saying, well, this is part of what happened to you. No, it's like, okay, let's figure out what was happening, what was going on while this happened. That's where I'm coming from. I
See,
want to know personally
I
all
think
these
a lot
factors
of
so that we
people,
can help them prevent it.
I think a
And
lot of people misinterpret what SA is, because a lot of these children, it ain't even about what they had on.
wait, we're not talking about children. We're not
Hold
talking
on.
about children.
Hold on
What other
one
SA are
second.
you talking about? You're saying people are,
We're
One
talking about
second.
SA
when
and
they're
Juice,
like
grown?
Juice, man, whatever the fuck your name is. I'm gonna need you to watch from the outside. Come from my stutter again, bitch. Come for it.
Oh
Oh,
wow, I ain't see that.
jeez.
oh my gosh. Don't let them watch from the outside, Reese. They need to be
No, I
blocked.
blocked her.
Oh,
Whoever the
okay.
fuck it was, but we're not doing that.
I need to be paying attention to these damn comments. Y'all acting up. What the hell?
Don't do that.
Mm.
This is my other problem. Like the personal attacks like piss me off. Like what is up with the personal attacks? If you disagree with somebody, you disagree with them. Keep it at
Right?
that.
Look, don't read the room. Don't come in here with stupid comments. Don't come in here with ignorance. Don't do it. Not as long as I'm a fucking sniper in
She
here.
is
Keep
sweet.
playing with
She
me.
So,
talking and muting at the same time.
so
She cold.
are you talking as in like grape?
Sorry.
Are you saying it as in grape or SA?
Any type of assault.
No.
Well, SA tends
Anything.
to happen to children. Grape tends to happen children and an adult. That's
Uh
why I was asking.
I thought everybody could experience SA and great.
As an adult,
Yes, you could be
Wasn't
SA'd
that
as an adult.
that's
There are plenty of adults that
yeah,
talk about
they
being
can. Yeah,
SA'd.
dog can get that too though. Yeah. You just touch
So
somebody,
so
a
I
girl
think
It
I
just
cheek.
think that
it
my
just
would
the
we
didn't
thing
work
really
for them.
say
the part
SA, or would we say more of grape when it comes to someone who's 20 or 25 or 30?
it could be both.
Hmm.
Grape is actually the action. That's the stuff that's going on. The other one it can be like a touch on a butt or something like that.
Like yeah, even like showing somebody like what is it in our like work training and stuff, they tell us like if you were to show like somebody at work or something like that, like nudes or something like that, that's SA. That's considered. There's so many things that like fall under
That's
that.
SH.
No, there's harassment,
Oh,
and then
right.
there's
Oh.
also SA. From what I know, there's plenty of things that fall under it. But at the end of the day, I think that you
Okay.
guys are or so Reese,
I
I
think
think you're
I have
misunderstanding my
kind of,
intention in
I really
asking the
haven't heard an
questions.
adult say they were SA. I
Oh,
always
I've
were
heard
hearing
it.
grape.
Yeah, I
Even there
about to
were
say I
people
heard
in
that
the
too.
comments. The first person that I blocked that said they were reporting, they said I'm an SA victim.
But
I've heard
S
That could
adults
okay.
say
apply
it.
to their childhood, not adult.
Here's okay.
Okay,
So
well,
let me just real quick. By all intents and purposes, when it comes to the law,
Yeah,
essay and grape are the same thing.
they're
Um,
synonymous.
Yeah.
the
synonymous.
as far as the kids goes, there's grape and then there's the M word, which I don't have
Oh yeah,
another
yeah.
word for.
Yeah, right.
Mo,
So
yeah.
that is where the SA portion comes in for children.
Right.
Okay. But Reese, yeah, I think you didn't understand my intent in asking the questions.
No, no,
But that's what.
I get your intent. I do.
Yeah.
What it was is that
I
you said that
absolutely do.
what was
But
the child
what
wearing?
I'm
What was
trying
this?
to
No, again, I'm not talking about
explain.
children.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm not. Um,
I
I'm
think
not talking
Empress
about that.
can we
What I'm
clear that up?
trying
I'm
to
not
say
talking
is
about
I
children.
understand where you're coming from and I understand your intent, but we have to remember impact over intent.
Okay.
What I'm trying to explain to you is even though you may be coming from a good place when posing these questions can be harmful to the person who has gone through it and it can re-traumatize them and cause them to basically relive the entire experience all over again without having to physically relive it.
So I got a
This
question
is
now.
why these questions are not posed and should not be posed in any essay or grape advocate will tell you that it is harmful to that person because it re-victimizes them. It has them live through their trauma all over again, no matter how much work they have done.
Very true. But
I got a question.
even if we say an adult, there could have been an adult that might have just been in this situation, and just what you said will just turn them from going to go even tell on the individual that harmed them.
That part.
So I got a
Because it
question,
can
Reese.
make
Then
them feel like, oh my God, I didn't have the appropriate clothes, so I have no room to say anything. I didn't have the right clothes
Exactly.
on,
And I
or I
think
was in
that
the
should be
wrong place.
communicated, because there's no way they should feel that that they are to blame.
yeah, so
And
I got
again, it has to do with the approach. For
So
me
you got to think
personally.
about your wording. You got to think about your wording,
Exactly.
because the way you
Facts.
said it was, you got to think
No, and
about how you said it.
and both of you are saying the same thing, but that's what Reese is emphasizing in regards to what she's saying to you. I don't think she's saying you're wrong. She's just saying that
Because I don't think you're
that
wrong by it all. It's
just
just you
take
got to.
into it. Just understand that if you actually are not, let's put it like this: everybody may have the best intentions for a person who has gone through that particular type of trauma, right? And then there are people who have spent their lives and actually going through that have had enough experience of it to understand that these are reactions that could occur. So I think what Reese is saying just that is be careful because again, while your intention is to help, potentially you can bring them through more trauma again, which you would lose them for all the great steps you're doing. You just lost them a second again. Um, and then the process has to start over again. It's just a sensitive thing. And that's why for sometimes I try to stay in my lanes with certain things because while I'm trying to if I know I'm doing something, I need to bring someone to the professional or someone who I think is professional with it. And I teach with, and I have students all the time. And so sometimes a student will say something to me and I'll say, hey, do you want to go to guidance? Because I'm thinking that guidance may have a better way of actually going about the process than I do because I'm looking at it from a different lens. And they'll say, no, Mr. Skiles, we want to tell you because we don't feel comfortable telling the guidance counselor. And I'm like, oh, okay, oh my gosh. Okay, so now I got to put that hat on. But even then, I'm still going to look for making sure that I'm actually getting my words correct because words matter, which is what Empress was saying as well.
Yeah, I could agree to that, to
I got
word
a
it
question
differently.
for I got a question for Reese though. I got a
What's
question.
up?
So all right, I was thinking on this. So you said, all right, you said asking the question will re-traumatize them, but don't I would figure like asking those questions, isn't that like the roots of trying to fully recover over it too at the same time? Because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't know themselves of like so they can even prevent themselves from going through it again. Because like I think full recovery is actually like even when I'm trying to okay, say if I'm trying to heal from some other, something that happened back to me in the day or something like that, I would have to go back and analyze that whole situation of how I got there, what I did, and all that stuff or whatever to fully really recover. Because if I put it to the back of my head and don't know why this probably happened to me or trying to figure this out, because nothing don't happen for no reason. So if I want, I need to, I would have to go back, think of where did I go to? How did
Kev,
let's say my
Kev,
car got broke into or
Kev,
something like that.
Kev.
Why did I park my car right when I parked my car right there? Did I have my
Don't-
door locked or something it's like a lot of stuff to fully recover. You would have to like really go back, think about what happened, all that stuff to really fully recover because you can't just cover it up. You can't cover it up and just blind it to something else and don't know why this
Kevin,
happened to you, something like that.
they're
Because I'm pretty sure that
agreeing.
comes
It's
with trying
just
to
the
figure out the
wording.
problem.
It's just the wording could be triggering. I said triggering. Look at
Yeah,
me.
yeah, but you're
Triggering.
gonna have to tell that to your kids or something like that too, right? So your
That
kids don't go through it, right?
But there's a
But you can't
time and
just
a
say
place.
you can't just
But
say
you
that it
can't
happened
go
for
in with those questions the way you're asking those questions, Kev. You can put
Kevin,
that person
they're
all the way
hold
back
on,
into that
hold on,
yeah,
situation
but I'm
and
saying
relive
how do
that
they fully
situation.
recover off of it if
hold
you
on.
don't ask those questions? Don't like say a counselor. Don't a counselor tell you like ask
Wait,
you like
wait. Can
certain
I,
questions like
Kevin? Can I
okay,
say
No, they
this
don't.
really
They
quickly?
don't.
If
They
you're
don't.
in here and this is triggering you, can you just exit, please, for your mental health? Because like I don't think it's good for people to just sit in here if it's actually triggering you. Please put yourself first.
Please, because I wouldn't want to see you triggered by it.
Right.
because
Well,
some things are
if
not
they've
putting,
already been in here
it's not
this
being put
long,
into
they've already
perspective that's
been
going to be
triggered by
healing
it.
Okay,
for
well
you.
they need to leave because the conversation is not over. We're still having it. So you still need to leave because you're already triggered. It's only gonna get worse. Why
I'm not
sit in
asking
here?
anyone to leave because they also have a voice too. I don't want to take their voice away from them. So I don't
Okay.
want to say, if you feel the conversation is not
What's up,
triggering you,
Mister?
by all means. If you still want to participate, even though
Oh,
you're
okay. She
slightly
said
being
she's
triggered, by all
okay.
means.
Yeah. So
Kev, I
how
think
do
it's
you?
Kev, I
My
think
main
it's
question is, how do you fully recover over something like that, or do you just code it and act like it just happened for no reason?
Let me be
no, you do
clear.
not do that. But Kev, I think you're talking
Because it
more
was
about the
for no
logical.
reason. You
The,
can't say it
Y'all,
was for
can
a
y'all let
reason.
Reese
There's no
answer?
reason.
I just
Because he was asking Reese. Can y'all let Reese answer, please?
yeah.
Let me be clear when I say it is not something that you ever fully recover from.
mm,
You can heal, but you never fully recover because there's
mm.
always going to be something, whether it be something that you know of or don't know of, that could possibly trigger you at any given point. There are certain days that you know I can't see a certain type of car because I feel triggered. I There's a certain neighborhood that I cannot go to because I will literally shut down. Even though I know I'm safe, I'm happy, and I'm doing the things that I want to do. I still have nightmares. I still wake up in cold sweats. There are moments when I still can't be touched. Not only does it curve who you are as a person, it can also curve your sexual appetite. It can depress it to where you just don't want to be touched at all, where you don't want to be intimate with anyone at all, or it can extremely heighten it, and sometimes you become sometimes you get to the point where you start adopting different types of kinks and fetishes and things like that. And that's not to say everyone who is into kinks and fetishes have been through SA or grape, but it does lead to that as well.
Very true.
Mm. So I got another one more
Because you
question
can
before
heal,
we.
but it doesn't mean you forget it. You
I
can
got one
heal, but
more.
it doesn't mean you will
Yeah.
forget it. And certain
Okay.
things might trigger you from time to time because you don't forget it. You can heal, but there's still certain things that might possibly just trigger you. It could
The
be just a whiff of a
smells.
cologne. It
It,
could be just a specific spot that might just trigger you temporarily.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
So
that you can't bounce back because it never goes away, but you can heal, but it's always there. So sometimes I tread a thin line of just being a victim of myself. It's not much that triggers me because I've done healing within myself, but does certain things may trigger me from time to time? Absolutely, because it could have been just a smell. Or it could be just a sight that I see this person
exactly.
free and roaming. It could be just certain details, but every situation is different and every person is different in how they handle it.
Oh,
But
I
I
thought you
don't
wasn't.
ever want any victim to feel like they're at fault because you're not at
So
fault. We can't
okay, I
go
got
back
one
and
more.
tell this victim that maybe you shouldn't have been over here, or maybe you shouldn't have had this, or maybe you shouldn't have been at the frat party, or maybe you shouldn't have been here. Because bottom line, it should never have happened.
So
why
I got
we
another
can't.
golden question. One more golden question, real quick, because you already know I'll ask a lot of questions. But so you said you never fully recover of it, right? So how do you stop everybody from asking you that question then? Because if you say you get re-triggered every time, like how do you stop everybody from asking that? Because like some people just unintentionally just don't know, they don't know something like that. So once
well,
they ask again, you know what I'm saying, and they just
first
don't
off,
know no
you
better, just like us asking earlier, we don't know not to
Kevin,
ask what
that's
to not
why I
ask.
said that when we're talking on this public platform and there's 100 people in here, you don't know. So it's the responsibility falls on them. Like if this is a conversation you cannot have, your triggers, or something is about to trigger you, or it is triggering you, you got to remove yourself.
Hmm.
If you don't know, you
Yeah.
But
don't
we
So
know.
also,
How can I have a
in the same
conversation with a
breath, we
victim
also still to be
and be
mindful
sensitive?
of others. We still have to be mindful of others.
Yeah, but
why?
everybody
Sure,
not like that's what I'm
but
saying.
to what
I'm not saying
extent,
you got
Why
to
do
think
we have
about
to
Kevin?
do that?
strangers. You got to think about
To
strangers
what
that's in it.
extent?
Everybody ain't gonna know not to ask that question. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's
I
not
guess
gonna
for
be
me,
able to know.
because I'm healed, I'm okay with the conversation. I'm very much
Yeah,
so open
yeah,
in the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I say there's certain things that I may trigger me. It's probably going to be a smell or that particular person or a place I was. But far as having discussion, I've healed so far that anything that's said in here is not triggering me. But I also have to be understanding of others that just may have been in here from previous conversation that have just been supporting the plat. Now they're triggered. I don't want to do that because we didn't know this conversation was coming about, nor that the people that were sitting here supporting you and, tapping the
Okay, that's
screen and listening. We have to be in consideration of that too, because they didn't know this conversation was going to go all the way down
Yeah.
yonder.
Right. Right.
That's all
Right.
I'm
Right.
okay.
saying.
Yeah. I
Because
feel
we
you
can't
though.
Okay.
now just say leave the room if you're triggered because they were here through all the other conversations. So it
Yeah.
wouldn't be fair of us to do that. That's kind of wrong. So
I
Well,
we
feel
can
you.
we can
I
definitely work on how we word things here and choose correct words to
Yeah,
use.
but I'm saying you can't
Other,
count on
but that's
everybody.
exposing
You can't
yourself
count
to
on
more
everybody.
harm.
Everybody in the world to do the same thing, though. We
we
can do
don't
that
have to
because you're
expose
telling us
them
that.
to it though.
But
So
I'm
Okay.
so
saying,
you
how do
don't
you
have to
stop?
expose them
No,
to
no,
it
no.
because
So
we can
you see
choose
how,
words wisely.
right, Empress, you see how you said you were okay with this conversation? Right.
Yeah, I just
We're
look.
both, me too. I'm okay with this conversation. And I think that we've all been, I don't think anybody's been outrageous or like rude or tried to attack anybody. Right. So that being said, if whatever is being done here, even though we haven't attacked anybody, if that is triggering for you, that falls on you. I don't know you personally to know that this is triggering you. So I think this conversation alone, it has not attacked anybody. Right. Things we're just having a conversation between,
A conversation.
neutrals
Right.
here.
But if we're going to
So
have conversation, you have to be careful the wording you use.
I
Because if
know
you're
you
trying to
too.
say, if you
Yeah.
say is, oh, well, we can have this conversation and try to give you, we can help you to the things you should not do. You're kind of still in a category of victim blaming because you're now telling them what they possibly could
Mhm.
have done wrong for this to
So,
happen to them.
Okay, but
Yeah.
okay,
that's
so
not
you
what
saying that
happened though.
everybody asked that
I didn't
question,
say
you gonna block every last person that asked
You
that
gotta
question
be
that because they
you
know
gotta
not
no,
to
have
but
answer
people
it?
that
No.
are like me that are okay for this conversation because some may not have been
Yeah,
got that
but
far down the road. But you
No.
you,
also have viewers here that were not expecting this to be the
yeah,
conversation now. So
yeah,
No.
now you're
but
gonna ask them to leave the room and continue the conversation when it's
And
triggering
it's
them.
here's the thing, it's
When we
not
could
just
just
the people
change
in
the
the room.
subject.
You have people who are literally sitting on the outside in the fucking hallway watching this live from the For You page or just haven't clicked in yet that you could possibly be triggering that is possibly reporting this live at this very moment. I'm just saying.
I'm not
yeah, for
responsible
sure,
for those
for
people.
sure.
I think that we
And
need
I
to
don't
take
want to see
Yeah, I
you
know we
in
responsibility
ain't
on
saying
our
I
nothing
don't want to
bad
actions.
see
though.
your
So
live
I know we
being
ain't saying
shut
nothing bad.
down.
So it's nothing.
Right.
Ain't nothing I got to worry about though, because it's
I'm
nothing we
not
saying bad. We just
personally,
asking the questions.
I'm not gonna go around and carry everybody's trauma or like walk on
No one's
eggshells.
asking you
I'm
to
gonna
do that, so but
I
there
know,
is a
can I
way of
finish?
choosing your words.
I know. And I think that we have chosen our words in this in this live. Like
Nah, not
I
the
don't
We
think
words
that
that
haven't.
you said
We
so
haven't.
far.
Yeah.
okay,
You
We have
kind of
not.
are and for
okay,
her to walk
that's
on
fine. You
eggshells.
could feel like that, but I feel like I've
What? Who
chosen my
said
words.
that?
I haven't attacked anybody. I haven't said it's anybody's fault. I haven't
Right.
blamed anybody. So personally, like if that's triggering you, you need to take that upon yourself and put your mental health first. I'm not responsible for the shit that you're going through.
But
I'm
that's
not.
funny.
Okay.
You're contradicting
Can I?
yourself right now. So because
How am I
just a minute
Can I?
ago
Can
you
I
contradicting
just?
said
myself?
words mattered. Now
It's
you're
Just
literally
saying
I
both of
words
words
you
and
got
don't
agree.
thoughts and
matter.
prayers.
I don't know
But
what you're
It's
doing.
literally
That's not
giving
a wait,
thoughts and
wait.
prayers at this point.
Can we clear this up really
it
quick?
was a
Empress,
simple question though.
I'm not saying that words don't matter, and
A
that's why I
simple
said with
question is
this live.
fine though,
But
Kev. I'm not saying disregarding that. It's
yeah,
how you choose to answer the question. If you're
right.
saying we're going to figure out a reason why you were there to help you along, then you're kind of telling them at fault for what they've done.
But
So
No,
that's
I'm
all
not,
I'm
and I
that's
saying
already
is choose
assumption
explained
though.
words
that.
That's an
wisely.
assumption that
No,
we're
it's
saying
not
it.
an
I
Asking a
assumption.
already
question
You're
and
saying
explained
assuming
that.
that somebody
you're
we just
telling
want
them
to answer. That's
that
all
they
it is.
put
No,
themselves in that
you're
position.
telling me what I'm saying, and I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying.
That's
I
what I'm saying.
already
That's the
explained
wrong
that.
part. When you
I
tell
already
somebody what they're
explained that. And
saying.
furthermore, I do agree that in this with this topic, it's sensitive. So yeah, we have to watch our words, but that doesn't make me responsible for the trauma that people are going through. I could think that I'm watching my words and you could still be triggered.
I don't think no one
Empress,
said you were
we
responsible for their trauma
no,
because you
I
weren't
know.
in their trauma.
I didn't say anybody said that. I'm just that's just a comment I'm making, right? You could watch your words, like we could switch all the words that we're all using and use the words that Reese wants us to use, or Empress wants us to use, or Kevin wants us to use.
I'm not telling
And
you to
any
choose any words. I'm
I
just
know. I'm
telling you to
just
No,
be
she was
can
just
I
saying
mindful
an
can
of
I
example.
finish?
others.
Can I
That's an
finish? We
example.
could use all those
words that aren't triggering, right? That are catering to everybody in here, and somebody will still be triggered, right? That's
Yeah,
that's
in
the point that
another
I'm
whole
making.
way. Like
That's all.
it's just no winning in
So
that situation with
it falls
the
on
son.
us, the people who are victims of these things, to not put ourselves in harm's way. We could
Facts.
filter our words all day, and somebody is still going to be triggered.
Get
That's what
triggered.
I
They
mean
still
by
gonna get
I am
triggered.
not
I
responsible for
agree.
that trauma. That's what I mean by that. I wanted to clear
I
that
was
up.
only just saying is that we can minimize choices of words so we don't trigger, so everyone could be a part of the conversation, so that those that need the assistance can get somewhat of an enlightenment there. That's all I was saying.
Sure.
So
I'm
I
not
think it's
police toning
yeah.
anyone.
Oh yeah,
I,
I don't feel policed. I was just we were
Yeah,
just clearing that up.
I
yeah.
think that if you actually, when you come onto these lives and different platforms, there are going to be topics that are going to be increasingly sensitive, and that sensitivity is independent upon each person. For me, I'm used to talking to children or young adults every day, so I'm always sensitive about how I speak because basically I know that potentially they can harbor on my very word and go out and do something or not do something depending on what I say. Now, for us, and we're adults, and so we think that adults will have a better understanding, but not necessarily true. And so I say to you, Kev, as a host, that as a host, you have a part to play in this whole role because you are hosting a live that even though you don't think so, it comes back on you, right? There's things that could happen that can be detrimental to your life, right? And as panelists, when we come up, we have to have the ability to understand that we are now putting ourselves in a situation. And I'm not just talking about this one, just any particular one of which you are now on a panel, which people are going to be watching you. And so now you have to know that there's sensitivities out there that you're not going to be able to play to everyone's sensitivities, but you know that you've also put yourself in harm's way to be asked about these things. And so I just want to say that everybody should be reflective after they come up to these lives and think about the
So
things that
why
they've
did
said.
you mute her?
But what I want to also say, and I'm going to drop
That
down.
was not me. That was not me.
Empress.
I didn't mute her.
That's
I'm,
Bert. That was Bert.
I'm going to
I,
drop
Reese,
I
down.
he
didn't
only
know
did
why he
5 minutes.
did that.
Bert,
I,
unmute
I'm,
I
her.
was I was just getting ready to address her. Is that I was going to let her
Wait,
know that's
what
not
was
what
the
Kev's
name of her
intention
account?
was. Kev's intention wasn't to hurt anybody's feelings. He was just trying to get a better understanding of
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, but
Wait,
all
who is
she
the
was
But I
other?
didn't
saying,
feel she
all she
needed
was
to be
trying to
muted.
explain, because I was communicating with her the entire time. The only thing she
I
was
didn't.
trying
Look.
to
I didn't mute
explain,
her. I didn't do it.
whoever.
I
can I finish
unmuted
and
it. I got
drop
it. I
down?
got it. I got it.
I
I
just want
got
to
it.
finish real quick. I just want to
Sorry,
say
baby.
that Reese Cup, I appreciate you. Empress, I appreciate you. Thank you for being transparent with us. And so again, and Reese, I feel like we actually did something that you already knew was going to happen if we went down a certain rabbit hole. And so I appreciate the fact that you hung in there and your transparency. And thank you, Kev, for bringing me up. I'm going to drop
Hey,
down
for
now.
sure, brother. For sure,
You guys
man.
all have a great
It's been
day.
a pleasure. 6'4",
Have a
6'5".
good day.
By 6'5".
I almost said that too, Empress.
You better add that 5 at the end, boy.
I
I
guess
was
Yeah,
like
because
I
there
six.
is
have 6'5",
there's
man.
someone else that we
You
know
say you
that's
better.
Yeah,
I was about to
that's
say that
Right.
ain't
it.
that 5. I
Yeah,
ain't
me
no foot.
too.
You
so
see
I
my
guess that's
name.
why I was gonna slip out.
Right.
My bad. I wasn't trying to mess your name up, sir. So
No.
I think
Hey
I'm
Jay.
not. God damn, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. I'm not saying anything far as what you were saying, so. I just didn't want to hurt others. So I just
Yeah.
wanted us to slightly be a little mindful of some that may not be far down the road, that it could slightly be a little bit triggerish.
Yeah.
You
Because
know one thing I
And
learned
Okay,
though.
I'm a,
you have some
wait,
people
but
I
that
it's
are like
agree.
me, that this conversation doesn't trigger me at all
Oh yeah, me
because
too.
You
I've done the work for me.
yeah.
It's other smaller details that may trigger me. It could be a smell, it could have been an area, or I see that person. But far
Right.
as me, I've done the work within me.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So
that
look,
I'm gonna
those
say
I
type
this,
of
and I'm gonna
topics
I
jump
don't
feel
trigger
down.
me. I'm
I,
more than
I
likely in the conversation to help those
she's
move
still trying to
along
explain herself.
in the
Right.
past.
yeah.
Just
And I
moving
So
think
along.
that
I'm
it should be part of people's healings to not put themselves in places where they might be triggered. So although
can
I
I
agree
can I
with what
say
you're
something for a
saying,
minute and then jump down?
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Because I was muted and I don't know why I was muted, but I'm gonna tell you why I was saying what I was saying. First of
We took
all,
care of it.
as a victim, words do matter. And you can say Kevin didn't say anything wrong, but when Kevin said everything happens for a reason, was just like saying I did something to make that happen to me. And I did the work. I did the
well
work.
said.
So this conversation is not triggering, but I can see how
somebody that this just happened to, when he said everything happened for a reason, was his exact words. Everything happened for a reason. Everything
Well, he was
doesn't
talking
happen for
about
a
the
reason.
car.
It's not the
We're
victim's
not talking
fault.
about a car.
It's not the victim's fault.
I
This,
thought he was
Okay.
talking about a car, but
yeah,
okay,
he
go
No,
ahead.
wasn't,
no, he was talking about clothing or
ma'am.
whatever the situation. If she was in a
Yeah.
certain neighborhood, none of that matters. It's still never her fault. So when you say things like that, that's why words matter. And so that's what the young
That's what I
lady
mean about.
Reese was talking about. Words matter. When you say everything happens for a reason, everything doesn't happen for a reason, no
Read
matter
that.
what
Read
Ma'am,
that
you can't
happens.
statement.
just take that one line and then plug it into another
I'm not
part of
just
the
plugging it in.
conversation.
It was in the middle of the conversation of
Where
why
did I
when
say that though?
Empress and Reese was going back and forth in the middle of that conversation while she was telling you words that matter and you was telling her it didn't matter, and everything Reese said was exactly the truth because
Nobody said words
even
didn't matter.
let me say this. Even when you're being questioned by the police as a victim, even if it happened 5 years ago and you get on a stand in court as a victim, you relive it all over again. So yes, if you don't know how to address those situations, let the victim tell you what happened. That's what counselors do. That's what therapists do. They don't
They don't
probe
ask
us.
questions.
They let us become comfortable with saying a good therapist, let us get comfortable with them first and let us tell our story as we go along. They don't push you to tell the story. And so that's how healing comes. Healing don't come by you probing a victim and making us feel like it's our fault. So yes, wording does matter. So it's best for you to just listen and keep your mouth closed, because if you hadn't been in that situation and you didn't live through that situation, listen to the victim and everything will come out. That's how healing happens. But you probing us, the police probe us when they come out and ask us the questions. We break it down and cry then. We get on the court stand. Everybody in the courtroom probe us. We break down and cry then. So we hurt all over again, re-traumatized all over again. Now we traumatized by the person that did it to us, the police, and the courtroom. So now we getting help for three people, three situations that cause additional trauma. A
And
true
let's not forget
therapist
the,
that
the
work,
trauma
a
that
true
takes place in
therapist
the
that
hospital.
work, a true therapist, even at the hospital. Yes, when I went to the hospital, the nurses
I'm
at the
about to go next,
hospital.
man. Nah, I'm about to go
It,
next.
it,
I'm way further than you,
but
motherfucker.
I'm gonna get down. I'm just saying, like you
Before you
let
get
the
down, I
victim
gotta address that. Nah, I got
do
no.
the
Before you.
talking.
I think
No,
he.
I'm still here. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna get back
Yeah.
in the
So
comment.
let me say that. So I never said nothing about no everything happened. I said what I said was when I was talking about when they was talking about I said a solution, you want to try to figure it out. When I was talking about that, I said don't you gotta to recover from it, which Reese answered it for me. I said to recover from it, don't you gotta ask them that question? Because I said it. I said that it was I mean because you don't want to make it seem like you don't want to tell them no reason to behind it. I didn't say everything happened for a reason. I said that, or is it no reason behind it? That's what I was saying.
No,
Or you just
Okay,
want.
well,
okay. So
I apologize if
hold on.
I was
Kev,
okay.
you
thrown
did
off.
say everything happens for a reason, and
When did
then
I say that?
let me,
Why would I
He
say that?
said it. He
sir,
said it.
sir,
I would not say that behind the S because I know that's something I
can,
just can't put together. I
sir,
wouldn't
can
say
I
S say
finish?
and then say everything
Can
happened
I
for a reason. That's
finish?
when did I say that?
If
Y'all
if I
understand
could
this is
finish,
how
I
these
will tell you.
conversations get derailed because
If I
somebody
could,
misheard
finish, I would
something and
tell
now
you
they're okay.
I
the,
didn't hear
when it was said.
I didn't
Okay, so we were talking about, this. We were talking about, oh well, if don't wear this, don't be here, this, that, and the other. You said everything happens for a reason, and then you went into the car scenario. You get what I'm saying? Like,
if you
oh, if my
said
car broke down, blah 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 blah, this that and
that
the
the
third.
victims it happened for a reason.
So I
So
apologize
everything
if I
happens
took
for a
it.
reason,
I
and then
apologize if I took it the wrong way. But you did say that in the middle of the sexual assault
exactly that's
conversation. So to me, it made me as a victim feel like no matter what, I'm still at fault. So I got on the wrong clothes. I'm in the wrong neighborhood. I'm around the wrong people. So no matter what happened, it's still my fault. And that's what victims feel like every day when the police come out to the house, when they go to the hospital to get checked, when they get on the court stand. Like this, they make it feel like it's our fault. And it's nothing that we did. It's the person that victimized us fault. But the easiest way for somebody to hear from a situation like that is you let the victim tell you bits and pieces of it until that person is comfortable with telling you everything, because it's gonna come out. You just have to give them time, and everybody heal at different rates. So I'm healed from the situation. That's the reason I can talk about the situation. But I want people to know, though, yes, words are triggering when somebody is trying to heal from that. So if you just be a listening ear, that's the best thing to do. And when you listen, then you ask questions, because at that point, they done gave you the information that they want you to know at that time. And it might not be the whole story, but they done gave you something to ask a question about. So listening is the best thing you can do for a victim. You question
if we don't know
after
a
they
victim in
give
here,
you.
we ask a question. How we gonna? What if we ask a question because we don't know if it's a victim in here? How we gonna know it's a victim in here? How we gonna be able to listen if we don't know they're
That's
here?
different.
But
That's different.
here's
If
the
you ask
thing.
somebody, have they been assaulted before? What the other
And then
young
ask the
lady
question.
was going back and forth with Reese about was that she sit up and asked all these questions to a victim. That hurts a victim when she's not ready to talk
But
about it yet.
ma'am, that is assuming that you just said that you
No,
need to
I'm not
listen
assuming
first.
anything.
No,
I'm not
no.
assuming anything.
Okay,
I do
but
this every
okay.
day.
So you said that we
I
should
was a victim
listen.
myself, and that's the reason I work with victims myself every day. You
Okay.
cannot ask those kind of questions.
Okay.
Let them tell you bits and pieces of the story. Then you ask questions.
Okay. You said listen, let them tell
Yeah,
the
listen.
stories, and then you ask questions, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're assuming that that's not
She's
how the
right.
conversation went down. You're
That
assuming
is
that
not
we're
how the
just
conversation
jumping.
went down, because you said you asked questions to try to help them heal.
Yes. And
And you went
how
back
do you
and
know if
forth
I
with
didn't
Reese
but
about it,
how,
and Reese
ma'am,
was telling you,
how do you know if
Reese,
I didn't already listen to this person talk? You think I'm just gonna hear that
I'm
somebody
just
got
going by
insane
what you
and my
said. I'm
friend,
just going
okay,
by
but
what
you
you
need to,
said, and you was going
okay, so
back and
listen
forth
to
with
me
Reese.
now.
But
So
what I'm
listen to me
not gonna
now.
do is what Reese did, mean go back and forth with you,
It's
because
not
what
about
Reese was
going
trying
back
to
and forth.
explain to you is the same thing I'm trying to explain. And
Okay,
you don't want
cool.
to hear it because
Okay, great.
you gotta be right. So I'm finna drop
Oh,
down.
I don't. Okay, thank you. I don't have to be right about anything. You are assuming that I didn't already listen to a victim. You are
I'm not
assuming that
assuming anything. I'm going
You
by
are
what you were
because
saying. And if
we
you
never
did
talked about
listen,
that.
You
you
know,
wouldn't have went
We're
back and
not
forth
gonna
one
with
thing
come in
I
Reese.
here
learned
and
on
then
this
put
app.
all these labels on
One
me and then act like
one
I'm
thing
not
I
gonna
learned
sit
on this
here and
app
take it.
though.
Can we just make
One
sure everybody talks one at a time? Because it's kind of hard for me
one
to
thing.
understand and everyone else to understand.
My
So we
thing
got to
is,
kind
we
of
said
listen first before reacting because it's getting a little too far.
Yeah,
And at
man.
this
The thing.
point, none of us
because we
are
can't have
therapists.
selective hearing
And
and then
we,
come in here and make claims. All we were talking about were the questions that Reese brought up. We weren't even going down that right. She brought it up, and I said I disagree. We should ask those questions. I didn't say when. I didn't say
but we
anything.
don't,
So you're
what
coming.
she
You're
was
coming here.
trying to let you know, so is we don't ask questions until
That's
they tell
fine.
us.
And she's
You got to
assuming
get
that I
told
would
I
not
think
first.
like
listen to a
at the end of
victim.
the day, look. At the end of the day,
Like what the
that's
hell?
on the Vic.
I
That's
just
one
don't
thing.
know. I don't
I'm
know
just
how
gonna
what
flat out
Kev
just say this
said
because
got taken a little
that's
far off
too
character.
much for
That's not
somebody to
okay.
not. So you basically saying that we can't ask questions because we don't know who's in here. That's too much to watch out for. That's crazy. That's
So
freaking
wait a minute.
crazy.
Wait,
And
wait,
the
wait,
thing
wait.
I'm gonna
can
have
I
to sit
please
here. I
say
got
Wait,
the
something?
let's
thing.
just all dial
Hold
it
up,
down a notch
hold up.
because I
Let
think
me
a lot
finish.
of
Let me
people's
finish. The thing
emotions are getting
is no matter
involved. So
what
we
we
can
do or
just take
say,
it down
somebody's
a
gonna be
little bit.
triggered to anything we talk about. So I'm not about to me myself. I'm not about to sit there. If you can't handle me asking some simple questions, then you can always dip though. That's what I'm saying because I'm always trying to find solutions and stuff. And somebody telling me that I'm not wording something right or saying somebody not wording something right, you would never be able to word anything right because somebody can take
Somebody's
anything
always
from
triggered.
anything. You know what I'm saying? It might be cool with y'all, but then somebody in the other thing gonna say something different. Or I mean, I can say the best thing ever. You can't satisfy everybody. So if you're not totally healed over your situation, that is not my fault because I'm asking a question. I'm not supposed to know your life. That's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. I'm supposed to be like,
Right.
oh, wait, before I ask this question, are you one of these? That's crazy. I'm not about to go through that because I got if I have questions, I got questions. Because I'm pretty sure I want to tell my, if I have kids, I want to tell them, what to avoid. You know what I'm saying? If I got any all this youth and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure the youth need to hear this too. You know what I'm saying? It's not always about just your feelings at the moment. Because if you ain't totally healed, you don't need to be on this app anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
They gonna have an answer for
that's a
you on this app.
fact. That part.
Like,
That part. Can I please speak?
yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Peace and
morning.
blessings. I love everybody. I respect everybody's experience. I just want
100
to
Kev,
say when it.
100 all the way across the board.
I'm sorry.
Just dial it down some. We don't have to yell, Kev. You're getting a little frustrated over there. Just take a few breathers.
Oh,
This conversation has went further than where it needs to go.
It's a very.
This is a
It's,
rabbit hole we shouldn't have been down in the first place. Good morning, DAB. We shouldn't even be on this topic right now. We were having a good collective topic, and I don't know how we got here, but let's get off of it
yeah, I feel
because
you though.
okay.
it's kind of going
Good
where it don't
morning.
Good
need to
morning,
go.
DAB.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to speak to the topic. I just want to say I love everybody, and I come with love, and I come with no judgment. Number one.
Whew.
Whew, goodness, this is a very, very controversial
Who's the host?
subject. Trauma is very controversial. Two people can be right at the same time. I just want to say that, and both sides are making points, very valid points. What I would say for anyone who has severe trauma and still gets triggered over certain words, should not be sharing their. This is just my opinion because I did it and I was attacked horribly for sharing my trauma on this app. This is not the place to do it.
Not.
Everyone that you're sharing with on the panel or in the comments, they are not therapists. They are not versed in trauma. So
Right.
they may say something
Excuse
to
me.
you. May I please finish without
Hold on. But
interruption?
when you say these things, make sure you know who's on the panel and who's
Oh,
versed in.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, sister. I have trauma.
No,
I
but
have.
I'm saying like who's certified to actually talk about trauma and things like that. So
I'm sorry.
that
I'm
much I
saying
am.
because there are people on the app who are certified. What I said was, I'm sure there's someone here who's very versed. I'm versed in trauma. One, as a victim, and two, as an advocate. I just want to say that. I'm not coming here to attack anyone, credentials, experience, or anything. That's not me. Like I said, I came on this app and I chose the wrong space to share my trauma. It was a very large platform and I got tore apart. So, what I'm saying is, I kind of agree with Soso. You have to be mindful for your mental health where you're sharing your trauma story at because not everyone understands it. When you're in a room of 400 people, which is where I was, not all 400 people have credentials in dealing with trauma. We have people who have all kind of issues and like to attack people on this app. We know it. We all experienced it. What the little that I know of Kevin and being in his many lives, he's a person I believe, and this is just my observation of Kevin, he wouldn't intentionally harm anybody. That's not the vibe I ever got from him. I told my own story on here several times. I'm open to questions based on my healing, right? I'm open to any type of questions. I can handle certain verbiage. I also know when I'm triggered. I may get triggered on the live, but I know how to go back and do that work to come out of that trigger. I do my affirmations. One of them is, I am safe now, right? I have to do that a lot. Sometimes I hear a song, it triggers me about my DV case. Sometimes I smell a cologne, it triggers me about that DV case. And so what I do, I affirm. This is just the memory. This is just a scent. This is not happening to me now. I am safe now. I affirm that. So, having said that, words can harm certain people with trauma. Not everybody knows which words that people just don't know. We don't know everybody. So we could say something with the intention of it's unintentional. It's not trying to harm anyone. Some people ask uh, questions, as I'm sure that's where Kevin's heart came from,
which is for clarity and understanding. When people are on my live and they share trauma, I ask them, are you open to more questions? What I would like on this app, if we can be mindful when someone is sharing this story, is not try to word the story in a way as if it was their fault.
We went
Example,
all over all of this.
may I please finish? Like, what were you doing? What were you doing in that space? Why were you drinking this? Why were you wearing that? And I'll tell you why. SA is not about even the actual act. It's about power. It's about degrading another individual, right? It's wanting to take the power away from someone else. Example, if an old lady is in her home, a person comes in, breaks into her home. She's an old lady. She didn't intentionally ask for that act to happen. Someone came and violated her and her space. It doesn't matter what you're wearing to a predator. A predator is a predator. You can be in a potato sack. If he wants to come and violate you, actually, he will do that because that's who his sick mind or her sick mind is. But everyone has a point. I was just listening, and everyone made a good point. Two things could be right at the same time. In terms of what So said, because I also know her, she's right. Be mindful of where you share your trauma. Be mindful of the spaces that you are in. If there's still wounds that come up, because you can get re-triggered and it can affect your mental health. So sometimes I bail out in spaces. I'll scroll and say, nope, I'm not ready. Today I don't feel I can carry this chaos that's going on or this topic. Today I was ready and I wanted to address it, right? So I'm trying to figure out what else I want to say because there was
This right here goes to show that we need people to listen to the room. We weren't talking to any specific victim.
Victims.
We
I
were
know
just
I
having
came in,
really a
but trauma. I
conversation.
came in, but I heard
And
trauma. I
there
heard excuse me, ma'am. There's something called freedom of speech. And yes, I
it's
should have.
something of freedom of
Can
speech,
I
but it's
please
one
finish?
thing when you're
Can I?
coming to
I
Wait.
want
come
to.
into the
I would like to
platform and
respond
change
to
the
what you're
narrative
saying.
and put it into your perspective. And it's
You do
kind of
realize that
I heard
everything that she just
trauma.
said, I already
I
said.
heard mental health. That is my area and advocacy. And
okay,
I
and you could have
also
done
see
that in the
everybody was
comments. You
talking
could
on
have done
top of
that in
each
the
other
comments.
and not
Okay,
You could
respecting
have
okay.
each
done that in the
other.
comments
And
because we're not talking to a specific victim. We were just
I
having open
I'm
dialogue.
talking about
Some
any
people
type
said,
of person who is a
but you're
victim.
coming in to repeat something we've already
SADV
had the
trauma is
discussion
trauma.
about.
Trauma
We've
Okay,
is
already
okay,
had this
trauma.
discussion.
guys.
We've had
I'm
this
talking
discussion.
about
Okay,
any type of
can I
trauma,
speak,
not a
please?
specific
Good
trauma.
Lord.
Can I
It's
I
speak,
like you
just
try
please?
use
to come
that
in and
trauma
just do
as
this
an
all the time.
example.
Like,
Can I
please.
speak,
I use
please?
that trauma as an example. Not I'm not that's
May,
I'm speaking to any type of trauma because people have all kinds of
Right.
trauma.
Thank you.
I'm
I'm
so
glad you
speaking to
said that down
trauma.
there.
wait. So Cheryl, the only thing is, I understand where you're coming from, and I've seen you on lives before, so I get where you were going with it. You use every opportunity to use it as like a teaching moment. So I can understand that, but it wasn't necessarily what we were talking about because we weren't
Oh,
addressing an
okay.
actual
My
victim.
bad.
Right. So we weren't addressing an actual victim. The questions that were asked weren't asked to a victim. It was a generalization of like, what somebody would do. Right. So that's why Empress was saying that it wasn't on topic. But I
Okay.
understand where you were coming from.
But
It
the
just
way the
wasn't what we were
conversation
talking
was
about.
going, we were talking about verbiage. Listen,
Right.
I'm a very good listener.
Yeah.
I wasn't in here long.
Goodness.
I
Just
will admit
FYI, you
that.
guys,
I
she's
will
been here
admit
for
that.
2 minutes. But
But
don't
I
say
heard
anything
the
shit.
verbiage when I came in about how to appropriately or not appropriately or triggers. And
Right.
I
But
heard you say so. So that's what grabbed my ear.
yeah.
If you have, if you get triggered easily, this is not the space for you. You should leave. So
Right.
that's what caught my ear to listen a little longer. I'm
So
speak. So if we're off topic, I can stop. I just wanted to share that in terms of trauma. I also wanted to come up and just give a little word for Kevin because I believe, and it's just my belief, that he doesn't intentionally try to harm anyone, as I've shared my story on here.
yeah.
And I wanted to
And,
come in so and speak to you because you're also right. Not everyone can hold space for everybody's trauma. Sometimes we don't even know folks are traumatized, so we don't know what to say, what not to say. Everyone on this app is very highly triggered and hyper vigilant over anything. You
right.
know what I'm
So
saying? That's the
the
depression
only
I get on this app.
the only
The
thing that I
least
would
thing
say
could
to that,
trigger
Cheryl.
somebody. So we're all trigger happy, it seems.
No, I hear you. The only thing I would say to that is that even verbiage like that, there's a difference between verbiage in general and verbiage to a victim, right? So
Right.
that's why it completely
Oh,
changed the
absolutely.
dynamic of the conversation we were having. That's all Empress was addressing. All right, but
Right.
I
And
I
there
hear you.
is different verbiage for there is.
Yeah,
But not everybody would understand that unless they are trained in that area or have some kind of, or been a victim or, like for example, and I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave because obviously I came in at the wrong time. But for me, I'm a mental health advocate. So I had to be versed in how to speak to people who might be in crisis and want to unalive themselves. I had to take a specific amount of hours and courses to become certified in what type of verbiage to use if I'm going to be, say, a
right.
crisis counselor on a hotline, so that I wouldn't re-trigger the person on the phone. I had to
Exactly.
learn the proper verbiage. So I'll just say that to that. Of
And that's
course,
part of the point that
So
I was making. We are not counselors or therapists on here. Well, some
exactly.
some people might be, right? But at the end of the day, we are all just people on this app having
Correct.
conversations, and we're not like Kevin said. Every it doesn't matter how sensitive we are or how which words we choose and all that. Somebody is going to be triggered because we're not
Precisely.
professional in that field on how to communicate these things. So when these topics are
Precisely.
up here and somebody knows that this is not a conversation they can have, or they hear something that triggers them, I would advise you to leave. Like, put yourself first, because we could be as sensitive can be on here. And also, everybody's sensitive is different. I might think what I'm saying, and I do think that I was sensitive. I don't think I was attacking anybody, but Reese might disagree with me, right? Because she has a different experience. Empress might Kevin Danielle definitely disagrees with me, right? So
Right.
again, like, we can't. There's no one sensitive for everybody. So
Right.
you
exactly.
have to put yourself first.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
gotta.
agree with
That's
you.
what. That's what I was just
I
about to
wouldn't
say though.
I
Like,
wouldn't say so was attacking anyone. All I was
I don't feel
trying.
she was attacking anyone.
Okay,
She's just
yeah,
giving her
Yeah,
point.
because
So
first
is
off, we
another
weren't talking about
individual who's
Just
anyone.
very
giving a point of
mindful.
view. I mean, for
Can I?
me being
God damn. Wait.
free,
Sorry.
say what you gotta say, mama. Hey,
We're sorry,
This
Reese.
is
Go ahead, Mama.
really
We're sorry.
fucking frustrating because y'all know damn well I can't get it out that
I
fast.
understand. Yeah, I understand. I feel you.
I got you.
Uh, what I was trying to say was because we weren't talking about anyone in particular. All I was addressing was the verbiage, the way things are worded, and what should and should not be addressed. Because I am certified in those things. This is what I do. I am a mental health advocate. I am also certified to deal with trauma and great victims and SA victims. So that is why I'm trying to give you the education in how to deal with said type of people who have been through those things. I'm just letting you know that it can trigger someone, that it can cause harm to someone. And I understand what you're saying about you're not responsible for other people's trauma and things like that. I understand that, but you also have to understand that shit.
Take your time, my
Hold on.
love. Take your time.
Just breathe. Just breathe.
Kev, I want to know
Yeah.
why you raising your hand being the host, but it's okay.
No, I just letting know if I'm next. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna let Reese go
Reese,
again,
you
but then I'm gonna
good?
talk. Oh, I go. All right.
Okay.
So now that I man, like I said, now that I'm thinking more and more on it, I would recommend. I don't think it should be nobody else. You know what I'm saying? That should. I don't think the people. It's the people that should worry about who they trigger. I think it's the people that's triggered that just need to not be on this app at all. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot to take in. Because you gonna have to really correct every last single person on this app. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Because it's gonna mess you up. And this app is not built for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's fun and all that stuff, but if you know your triggers are higher than anything else, and it messes you up, I would not recommend this app for you. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're not built for it. I mean, I know it sounds bold or something, but it's just out of your protection. You know what I'm saying? If I'm me myself, I'm not fully healed, and I know I'm not a people person like that, and I know somebody might end up saying something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to get on this app because I know people is crazy on here. I know people is not going to understand me. I know it's trolls that's on here that's going to purposely do it. You know what I'm saying? They
Right.
might get blocked and they like, oh, I love going to this room. I'm about to make me another page and say the same thing, come even worse with it. Like, it's really, really your fault. You know what I'm saying? They're going to do some stuff like that. But the thing is,
And
I would
people
say
were
just in
there were
protection,
trolls in the comments that we were
yeah,
sniping out of here.
yeah. Like I
So it's
said,
like
it's
that's
just
why
I
when
would say the
people
person
say
if that's who was more responsible. It ain't the person that's got to watch what they say. The person that's responsible is the one that got the triggers. I'm saying the people that's really triggered because there's too many people you got to worry about. There's way too many people on this app.
and
Well,
I
You
here's
think
will
I
here's
literally
the
think
have to
that
thing.
be
I'm
That's
I'm
very
blocking
gonna
and
true,
blocking
Marty.
and blocking.
I'm
Kevin, I think
about
that
to.
it's oh go
That's
ahead,
very
Brittany.
true what you're saying, Kev. That's very true.
Go,
We did make
I'm
that
about to
statement.
wait,
We
throw you
did
a
let anyone
curveball.
know that if they
Empress
were
Reese
trauma, they could
Reese's trying to
X.
talk, Empress.
Oh yeah, she
I'm
Oh, you
ready.
back now.
I'm about to throw you a curveball. Although we are not responsible for other people, we are responsible for the things that come out of our mouths.
Right.
Um, like I said earlier, it's impact over intent. The biggest thing is you say they shouldn't be on this app. For some people, this is the only outlet that they have. By your definition, I shouldn't be on this app.
Mm.
I'm I'm
But
saying
but Reese, Reese,
out
it's
of
a gift.
protection, yeah,
But
out of protection. If you really can't handle this app, I would not recommend
yeah,
nobody that if this app damage you, I would not recommend nobody doing it. Just out of
It's
your
not
health,
a.
out of your safety, I would
It's
not
but
not
recommend it
about
Reese,
the
because
app damaging us.
the difference is you see how you dropped out of the box when things got heated, or you felt like I'm gonna assume, right? I don't know for sure. I'm gonna assume certain things that were said before triggered you, so you dropped out of the box, right? So you can be on this platform. It's not that you can't be on it, but you still need to know like this is not a safe space for me right now. I think it's very
Right.
misleading when people say, "Oh, this live is a safe space for these groups of people." These that's ridiculous. You can never make this a safe space because if you drop me out of this box, I have 16 other accounts that I could come back in and say some things that are triggering you.
Social fucking troll.
bada bing and bada
No,
bang.
exactly. So at the end of the day, like none of these platforms are safe spaces because as much as your mods could be awesome mods and snipe people out of here, listen, people are still going to come. I've
Uh
seen it
oh.
done,
Yeah, she's
especially in
right.
this
She's right.
live. People will come back like the same person talking about something. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. And I'm like, yo, we blocked you like 17 times. What's going on? Right.
And I
So
assure you,
like,
so you should know me. I live for it. I'm
right,
waiting on it.
right.
I'm waiting on it.
Absolutely.
You can come in here in a
I be
thousand,
at
and
the
I'm gonna
door.
catch
Like,
you at the
come get some.
door. I'm gonna catch you
so
at the
so like
door.
at the end of the day, that's what I mean by like you got to protect yourself first, right? We can't like that's also what I mean that when I say I'm not responsible for it, I'm not trying to
Oh,
say that I
Jesus
don't want to be
Christ. Like,
sensitive.
Jesus.
I don't
Why,
want to be
Kev? Why?
sensitive or I don't want to be considerate
Why?
to other people.
Kev,
Wait,
Why?
you
can I
ready to
finish,
No,
go on this
guys?
smoke
I'm
tonight?
sorry. Go ahead,
This
so
wee
far.
hour
But
in the
Kev
morning?
has
Empress, let
questions
me
he needs to
finish.
answer.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish. I don't when I say that I'm not responsible, it's not that I don't care or that I don't want to be sensitive or I don't want to pick my words so that I don't trigger people. It's just that like it doesn't matter what I do, somebody is still gonna feel some type of way. And we saw that example with the other lady that came in here and took what Kevin was saying a certain way. And she is valid in taking that because her experiences, what she's heard before, has her thinking that way. Right. So
Correct.
I get it. I'm not
Correct.
saying anybody is like, I'm not saying somebody is invalid in how they feel or how they think. It's just you got to protect yourself. I leave lives all the time where I'd be like, listen, I'm not trying to have this conversation.
Right.
I'm not. Or this is about to make me mad. Like, I'm going to leave. So I'm not trying to blame anybody. I just want you to put yourself first because these are not safe spaces. No matter what somebody's telling you, it's not safe.
Could I speak to that?
We
She's
agree.
absolutely right. I
Also,
like to.
can we agree that she did apologize because she misunderstood. So
Oh,
she was
yeah.
woman enough to also come and apologize to Kev that okay, I misunderstood what you said. She definitely apologized.
Yes. And we cleared it up. I was
I'm
sending
not
her
police
hearts and all
toning
that stuff. Yeah.
anybody. I'm not police toning anybody. I'm
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
completely healed, so it doesn't trigger. But I do recommend if it's triggering you too much that it's gonna affect your well being and your health and your mental health. By all means, please hit the X because I wouldn't want to see it take you somewhere that you don't
Right.
belong.
Right.
Right.
So I
Most
do
definitely.
recommend that, but I can't control people and the
Right.
choices that they make. I can't control that.
Yeah.
And that's
So
no
if you
different from
choose
me
to
trying to go in
stay,
a
I don't want you
Huh?
saying that you got triggered because you made a choice to stay when you knew it was affecting
Exactly.
your mental health.
Right.
Exactly.
That's
And
Exactly.
I'm
not a
and
that's not the host problem no more. That's now your
Not
problem.
now a you problem. Absolutely, sister. And I just want to say this. I have called my space a safe space. And trust me, I've offended people in my safe, so I will not call myself a safe space. Though it's a neutral space, I will never say that again because I, even in my own triggers and my own trauma, have traumatized other people on my life unintentionally. You
unintentionally,
understand what I'm
right.
saying? Like with my voice is very strong. I'm very like cut chaser. Let's get to the point. Sometimes, one time I was talking about one topic and literally Black Jesus brought this up, and it's the truth. I was talking about one thing and they came up and started literally talking about their dog. So when he makes that statement, it's actually has happened to me on my life. I'm like, okay, but I held space for the person's dog because I realized that dog meant everything to that person. But that's just me. Not everyone, has the same patience as I do. Not everyone has the same understanding. We are all different
Right.
people. We think
Exactly.
differently. None of us think the same, and we just got to be mindful of that. Please, 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 people who are traumatized, please be mindful. Check in with your body first of all before you come up on anyone's panel. How am I feeling? Am I able to have a conversation? Am I triggered about anybody? What's my perception of myself in the world today? You know what I'm saying? This is what I try to do. Um, I also would recommend, even for anybody, just a recommendation, take a social media fast, especially I call this trigger talk because we're going
Mm-hmm.
to come across so many different beautiful people, right? We're going to come across some people that are not so beautiful, right? And we get triggered daily. Our patience and tolerance, mercy and grace gets challenged every single day when we're on this app. I know mine does. So just for our own mental health, all of us, even people who think we're 100% healed and, nothing bothers me, even being susceptible to all these conversations, need a break. Take a fast, even if it's just a 24-hour social media fast. I do that. I do that with social media. I do that with sex. I do that with food. I take a fast. Some days I practice 100% silence. I'm not talking to nobody and nobody is talking to me. That's my fast. We have to be mindful of our individual mental health, as So said. I
Mm-hmm.
agree with her 100%. And I also understand where Reese Cup is coming from. And I see that she was trying to school people on certain
Educate.
verbiages.
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to get it, but at least if we're aware of it, right, and we are a host, then next time we know which verbiage we might remember which verbiage to use and not use. But it's a slippery scope because, like Soso said, people can get triggered over the smallest of things because we're so human, unique, and beautiful and complex. I land. I just want to say I love everybody.
Yeah.
I hope everyone is healing. I hope everyone is prosperous. I hope everyone is growing and has everything that they want in their life. I'm working on having everything I desire at 57 still. And the last thing, healing is not a destination. There's never there's a start, there's a middle, but there's never a complete finish and destination. You could say I'm 100% healed. There's different levels to healing, different layers. It's like an onion. The other day I realized I have a trigger that I thought I healed. That's
Mm-hmm.
just how some people, they're just more powerful at managing. They have their armor on because they've done so much work, so they're capable of hearing certain verbiages and what have you. Okay, babbling over. Thank you,
And
Kevin. If you,
I would say that's just like me. That's just like me going to and that's what I was saying. You can't check every last page. That's like me walking in, go driving or visiting a page, and it's just all white tea people talking about nigger,
now
nigger,
you
nigger,
know you're
nigger. They
not
just
going
all in
on
there
that
talking like they're not
page,
going in and just get mad and stuff. Like what?
right? Let me just
I
get
can
straight
dodge
into
that
that,
room. Just let me just
right?
swipe up and stuff. I'm not about to sit there and let them just keep saying the same thing that's triggering me because I know that's probably something that
There's
trigger a
that
lot of us
disease,
though.
though.
But
There's
that's the
that
only thing that probably would
disease.
trigger me now. They just over there racist in the mug or something like that. I can't do nothing about it. I gotta just leave that room. I gotta
Now
get up
that you
out of
made
here.
that point, I just have one last statement. I think there is that disease. Some people, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way. Some people are attracted to chaos and confusion, and they look to be triggered.
It's just
Yeah.
like a hyper vigilant thing that's set inside of them.
Wouldn't
If
that
I
be a
don't get
trauma
triggered, if I'm not a
response?
part of that could be a part of trauma too. If I'm not a part of some kind of chaos, confusion, and argument, I'm not whole. Let me go see what I can get into. There are folks like that. That's a
He's
very
not
valid
playing,
Yeah,
point.
dog.
I would say that like it's not that you reach a healed state, right? You reach a level of practice where you're constantly healing yourself, right? So right now I do 5 fasts on a 12-month schedule. Okay. So January right now I'm in a fast. So I haven't eaten in 5 days. So I'll do 10 days no food twice a year, once in January. It's the beginning of the year. That's why I'm in this fast right now. And then I do another fast in June. And so when I'm in this 10-day fast, I journal every morning. So I woke up this morning and I did a meditation. And then after my meditation, I did a fast. And so I'm actually going to be doing some videos on this today just to talk about the practice it is that I've developed for this. And I've been like this for the last 9 years. And I'm also in January, I'm in a sexual fast. So I do no, sex, no masturbation. I don't look at women's bodies. Avert my eyes from, their butts and all of that stuff. I don't look at anything at all that's sexual or do anything that's sexual. It's called sublimating your libido. And this is a very important practice for men because your libido and your ego, the a part of your personality that asserts your ego is tied to your libido as a man. And so one thing is it allows you to see women as non-sexual beings. It helps you to connect on a deeper level with the women in your life when you remove that aspect of your personality. The second thing it does is it helps you to be closer to other men because the part of you that competes against other men constantly, you're able to lay to rest so that you can, deepen that sense of brotherhood and fellowship, right? So this is something that I learned to do a long time ago, and I've been practicing now for almost a decade. I do OMAD, which is 1 meal a day. That's a fast I do. I do that once a year. So I do no food whatsoever, 23 hours a day of fasting, and I take all my meals in one day. And what I'll normally do during that period of time is I'll do raw vegan. So I do also the third fast I do is a raw vegan fast, so I do nothing but raw, uncooked food for a month. And there's different reasons why I do each one of these fasts, and I'll go into them on the video. But I'm 42 years old, and I can still do 10 backflips in a row and dunk a basketball, right? And the reason that my body stays in this type of shape, I believe, is because of fasting. And that is not a destination, it is a way to travel the road, right? And that's what Miss Cheryl was talking about is you having things that you're constantly doing to heal yourself. So I meditate twice a day, every morning and every night. I do a minimum of 20 minutes of meditation. Sometimes I meditate for up to 2 hours, right? But I've been meditating for now, over, 25 years, you know? So these are things that you have to do to work on yourself. To me, meditation is as important as sleep. So I don't miss a day to meditate any more than you would miss a day of sleep because it's as important a state of consciousness as sleep is, right? And these are practices that I've learned to help to keep me balanced because the version of me without all of this stuff is definitely a lesser version. It's a less patient version of me. It's a less understanding. It's a less insightful. It's a less intelligent, version of me. And then, I come on these lives and people are like, oh, well, you think you know everything or you're condescending or you da 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 da. But if you guys notice, you listen to me talk, like I'll say, hey, this is made out of 3 things. This is made out of 2 things. This happens because of this, that, and the third. Like, I don't have any ideas that I speak that I haven't thought about and tested like over and over and over again. So the things that I choose to speak on, the reason I speak on them is because I have developed an idea about it. I've tested that idea. I've argued that idea against myself. I've written that idea out. All of these things are written out. I have pages and pages and pages in my Google Docs going back like 10 years of all of these things that I talk about broken down into bullet points. Because for me, I'm thinking about this stuff. Like this fasted state that I'm in right now is great for do. And I'll land on this. I'll explain this and then I'll yield. Okay. So your body has like, think about it like you have like 100 points of energy to use, and when your your body metabolizing means your body is turning one thing into another so that you can stay alive. So when you breathe, it's metabolizing air, right? So that you can stay alive. When you eat, it's changing the structure of the food so that you can stay alive. So to metabolize something is just the process of staying alive. The hardest thing your body metabolizes is food. Okay. And out of 100 points of energy, your body spends like 60 of those points metabolizing food. Okay, it uses like 15 of that to run your brain. It uses like another 15 of that to heal your body, right? So when you remove food, now your body doesn't have to work so hard to metabolize it. So what happens to that 60 points of energy? Well, it drops down to like 25. And then the remaining 35 points of energy now go to healing and go to your brain. So your brain function increases, your level of clarity, your level of insight, your ability to concentrate, your ability to maintain concepts in your head, manipulate those ideas, to think more deeply, your recall increases, your ability to learn increases. So think of it like this. If I go to the gym, because I go to the gym every day except for the days that I fast, right? So when I'm fasting, you can't work out because it'll damage scar your muscle tissue. But if you when you work out, like I'll go to the gym and I'll lift anywhere from 50 to like 125,000 pounds, right? Depending on if I'm doing legs or chest or whatever. But I'm keeping track of how many reps, how much weight, this, that, and the other. And I go to the gym for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. So, and this is why I get up so early. This is why I'm up at like, 5 a.m. because I like to give myself all of this time before I get into work. I want to give the best version of myself to myself. And then I give everybody else the leftovers because I realize giving the best version of myself to myself makes my leftovers more potent than what you're going to give to the day when you just wake up and go to work. But that's a different story. So in that time, if I didn't work out, it would take me 8 months to lift 125,000 pounds worth of pencils and paper and taking the trash out. But in 2 hours, I do 8 months worth of lifting, right? So when you fast, it's the same way. It might take you 2 years to grow as much as you can grow in a 10-day fast if you know how to fast correctly, right? The mindset that you would have 2 years from now, you can get there in 10 days or 15 days of fasting, right? If you do it right and somebody's taught you how to fast appropriately. So it helps you to evolve your mental state, your mindset, right? In a very short period of time, right? So to me, people who claim that you're spiritual or whatever, if you don't do any fasting and you don't do any meditation, then saying that you're spiritual doesn't mean anything. It's all just a ritual to you. It's not actually growing you. You're not doing the spiritual work to develop yourself, right? And so this is one of the tools that I use. And I'm going to do a video on it actually today and like break down all of the stuff in this fast and why it is that I do it and what are the benefits of it. But this allows me to think about my own ideas at a high level. And that's why I journal, so that the stuff that occurs to me, I can question it, break it down. I sit in front of my computer, I look up my own ideas. I make sure that they make sense. I see if I can disprove them using data that I can find online. I talk to other people about it. A lot of folks, they've been taught, they haven't learned anything. Teaching is when you can regurgitate what somebody else told you. Learning is when you yourself have gone out, seek knowledge, had revelation, critically evaluated that information, tested it, and now you see that what it is that you've come up with is the best idea you could find pertaining to that. Learning is a totally different animal than being taught, right? Being taught is cool. It can help you along down a path. But the dangerous part of being taught is that if you accept people's ideas without testing them, and that's why I tell people when I come with data, statistics, and facts, I say, look it up. They say, well, give me your source. No, you go look it up. Look it up yourself so that the information is meaningful to you. you know.
Yeah.
But I land there. I was agreeing with Cheryl's point about healing, and then when she said fasting, I said, "Wow, look at the synchronicity, and that I'm in a state of fasting." And then she goes and she talks about that, you know.
Perfect timing. I show everything happened for a reason. Everybody's be like that sometimes.
Yeah. I Great mean,
Or
hey,
point. Let
Kevin,
me
did
not
you
say
have
that.
great
That might get
point? I
took out
love
of
it.
content.
Yeah. Kevin, did you have another topic?
I was just asking these people that's over here trying to get
Please
me to
get a
speak
topic.
so bad. What's the
Okay, because
topic
I
y'all
I
want me
have
to
a
talk about
question.
so bad? Maybe I'll be want to listen to people sometime. Man, I'm trying to come in here and learn.
But
Make it
the
all
question
straight.
that I was gonna ask is that, all that being said, how do you guys decompress? Because I know that we spend a lot of time on here, and I know that a lot of people, myself included, like we will be like on a computer working and all that stuff, and still will have lives on and still interact with people. So how do you guys decompress? Because I feel like TikTok is a lot sometimes.
It is.
Yeah.
So especially
So,
with all these conversations and different things like that. So I don't know, ladies, how do you guys decompress?
are you asking about recharging?
That too, yes.
Oh, what I do
Why
is
are
simply,
triggers so widespread now? Ooh.
I simply
Dr.
take a break, take a pause, go back into the self. Meditation is a beautiful thing. Sometimes this app can be addicting. I'll admit, like being on this app, I forgot my practices for a minute. So I had to take a little bit of a fast and get quiet and go inside myself. And I remember, oh, this is it, right? Meditation is beautiful. Just sitting quietly, doing something that you enjoy. Is it artwork? Everyone has a different way of recharging. Like I said, after being on this app, or if I spend some hours on this app, I spend time in silence. I'm not saying anything to anyone, and please, no one say anything to me. I even call my children ahead of time. I'm in a fast right now of silence for about however long I'm choosing to practice silence. So I'm not ignoring your phone calls. This is just where I'm at. If you listen to Black Jesus's voice, like I'm sitting here, and you could tell he's just so centered in himself, right? And it's because of the spiritual practice that he does, the fasting, the getting away from the fleshly and the worldly desires and needs that we have. Not that they're bad, but we want to, it's kind of like a sacrifice, right? I'm going to pull myself away from the things that I desire, so that when I do have these things, I'm doing them healthy and in moderation. And I could just sit here. I'm a sapiosexual, excuse me. And so
Whoa.
when Black Jesus, I like people who are intelligent, in other words,
No.
that feeds my spiritual soul. Sometimes it gets to my loin, sometimes it gets to my crown chakra. And I just like to sit. And if you notice, I could sit here and listen to hours for Black Jesus, because he makes a lot of sense. Right. But then there's times that he's human,
The rest
and
of us
he,
is dummies.
no, absolutely
No,
not. No, we all have,
I'm talking
no.
to
Every one of us has a unique intelligence. We just have to tap into what ours is, right? What brings us joy. And if we could find those things, and this is why sitting quiet is good, because it helps you understand, what do I enjoy? Yeah, so you yawn and you need some sleep. I enjoy quiet. I love the sounds of quiet, because then I can hear the other sounds, like the birds. And I don't mean this like facetious. Really mean it. Wow, listen to the sounds of the birds. Listen to the wind, right? Or if I'm outside, feel the breeze on my body. Feel the warmth of the sun on my face, right? This is, to me, is recharging and healing, to answer the question.
Okay.
So the
What about you
question I
guys?
think,
Everybody else? Did you guys want to share too, Empress or Reese? How
Well,
you
you know,
guys decompress?
I live for meditation. It's about 75% of my day.
Chris,
Got it. Reese, do you do anything special to decompress?
let me see if I can.
Um, yeah, but I can't say it on TikTok. Oh, okay. I'm picking it up. Next
Me
question.
myself, my left hand make me decompress. So I'm talking to art,
Kevin,
but no,
stop
I
it.
had to say
Where
that
the
because she
hell?
said
See,
that.
I clearly said things can't be said on TikTok, and here you go, you and your left
I can
hand.
say mine because I ain't
Nah,
making it.
nah, bruh, nah.
I'm just talking about tapping the screen. What are y'all talking about? What you mean? It's just
Get it
you
together.
know. But decompress. Okay, I'm gonna answer. I guess I answered to that. What I do is I use like I make content and stuff to decompress because I'm trying to say it so fast. I make content to decompress and all that stuff, and actually and just to see me, help other people, seeing people smile and all that stuff. That I'm not saying that I be having a lot though, because I ain't got that much. I be actually working on that on my own before I even get on this app. But yeah, that's what I do. Just come on here and get on live, meet new people, learn new stuff. So I guess that's my form of decompressing.
So meditation. I don't know if any of you guys. I know that a couple of you have meditated, but I'm or in have a practice of meditation. But in the chat, if you a very simple form of meditation you can practice. Right, you don't have to sit all funny or anything like that. I like to sit with my legs crossed. I put like two pillows underneath my butt. I rest my hands in my lap. Right, you want to have your head above your neck above your shoulders, and your shoulders above your hips, and keeping your spine in alignment is important. Right, and then when you do a meditation, this is a very simple technique. If you're not an experienced meditator, you can do this and it'll help you to decompress, and you only need to do it for like 10 minutes. Right, I always recommend meditating a minimum of 20 minutes, but if you're just starting, then the first thing that you want to learn, you want to learn it short so that you'll do it over and over again. Because if you're sitting there driving yourself crazy because you can't wait to get up, you won't do it again. So I recommend, if you're going to start meditating, just do 5 minutes. And what you're going to do in those 5 minutes is a relaxation drill. And what you do is you first you find your breath. So in your mind, you find your breathing. And to find your breathing, there's a couple of things you need to do first. With your eyes, you don't close them all the way, because if you do, your brain begins to release hormones that will put you into a sleep state, and you don't want to go to sleep. Your eyes are slits where you're just barely looking through your eyes. You touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. The reason you do that is because your tongue is always active. And if you don't put it to the roof of your mouth, you'll end up moving it around. And you don't want to move while you're meditating, because this first 5 minutes, you're just going to practice separating your mind from your body. And that sounds super spiritual, but it's very simple. You separate your mind from your body when you maintain a conscious mind, but you don't move your body at all. And so you're going to not move at all. The only movement that you're going to be able to do are two things. One, you can breathe, and two, you can swallow your own spit. That's it. Other than that, you're not gonna wiggle your toes, you're not gonna move your fingers, nothing. And so you do a check through your body while you sit. You start with your feet. You breathe in and out. You do 3 breaths for each part of your body. Your body is broken up into sections: feet, calf, thighs, hips, stomach, lower back, upper back, chest, shoulders, your biceps, forearms, hands. And so you go through each part of your body. You do 3 breaths for each one. You concentrate on relaxing each one as you breathe in, and then breathe out, relax and release. And you go through each part of your body like this. If you do this, what you'll realize is after 5 minutes, you'll lose track of how your body is situated, because it's so relaxed and you haven't moved it. And part of how your brain keeps up with your body is it keeps up with it through movement. Right, the kinetic movement of your body helps your brain to keep up with how your body is organized. That's why people move in their sleep. Right, their brain will automatically move their body so that their brain can keep up with how the body is organized. And also because that's part of how your blood is pumped through your body. It's not just your heart, it's also you moving your limbs is what pumps your blood through your body. But the point is if you do this and you practice it, you'll reach a state of mind where you're conscious, but you aren't very conscious of how your body is organized. And if you do this every day for 5 minutes, you'll realize that it'll give you a deeper, more clear state of consciousness. And then, I'm going to do videos on, this beginning part of meditation, so that if you want to get into a mindset where you can begin to relax yourself, it'll really help you to decompress. And the reason this is important is your brain when you sleep at night, your brain has alpha, beta, theta, gamma. These are all different brainwave patterns. And think of it like a washing machine. when you run your washing machine, it has like a stage where it's dumping all the detergent, a stage where it's rinsing the dishes, a stage where it's drying the dishes. When you sleep, your brain is washing away all of the chemicals that you experienced during the day, the hormones. And those hormones that you experience, cortisol, uh, the oxytocin, the love chemical, right? Your I'm not thinking. All of the different chemicals that you experience during the day, dopamine, all of these different things. Every emotion that you have has a corresponding hormone. Okay, so whenever you have an emotional response, your brain releases a chemical, and when you sleep, your brain washes that away. So when you don't get enough sleep, you are literally carrying stress chemicals from yesterday into today, and you keep building and building and building. It disrupts your organ function. This is why stress can make you sick, right? Because your body's not dumping these chemicals and stuff when you're not getting enough sleep, or you're so stressed that you're losing sleep. So when you go to sleep, your brain goes through these brainwave patterns and it dumps these chemicals. It washes them out of the body. And so meditation gives you access to these brainwave patterns so that you can dump extra chemicals out. And that's why it's so relaxing and so good for your brain and body, so that you can clean your chemical, emotional, hormonal palette and then refocus and reapproach and experience your day and your life. Right. And so that's why this stuff is so important for you to do. So doing this for 5 minutes will just help your brain to get to the state where you can begin to, depending on what you focus on, which I'll talk about more in the videos, it'll show you how to get into certain brainwave patterns so you can wash your brain, which will de-stress you. It'll release the stress of your life. I have a company. I got like over 50 employees. Like I live a very high stress, high intensity, high responsibility life. I'm doing that with 3 kids as a single dad on my own. So, and I work out and I got all of the stuff that I'm doing. Like if I don't run a tight ship, there's no way I can manage my life. And that for me starts with how I take care of myself. You cannot accomplish anything at a high level if you don't have ways that you are caring for yourself. You cannot. It is not possible.
And the proof is in the pudding, and just how you speak about your practice of Black Jesus. You can hear the calmness, the centeredness, the intelligence of being able to explain your practice. So it is a given for me. It's obvious that you practice what you preach based on your tone and your ability to put everything in chronological order and explain the details. That's what fascinates me about your intelligence. You're a fabulous speaker, and you bring a sense of peace right now to me, anyway. And I just learned a few things. Thank you.
Kevin, you were
So the
saying that there
question,
was a question.
yeah, I'm about to say it now. I gotta still highlight it right now. Dr. Ja came from Dr. Ja. Say, why are triggers so wide and spread now? I guess I'll do
Oh,
it first because I know everybody been waiting for me to talk again.
no, we
Uh,
weren't. Who was
I would
waiting for
have,
you to talk?
huh?
Let me mute.
It's my fans, they waited for me to talk down there. So I know. Why are triggers so widespread now? I would say, um, people don't take the time to work on themselves, so that's why they go to other areas to just get coddled, and because change is such a triggering word, which is that funny that's a triggering word, you know what I'm saying? But change is a triggering word. They don't want to do that stuff, so that's why what I'm saying, they would rather go to people that coddle them or tell them that you're good where you're at and all that stuff or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So they is and that I think we was mentioning that earlier, that people just would be addicted to them trigger or type situations and all that stuff. So that's why they get triggered so easy, because that's just a good and bad feeling at the same time. It's just like something that can just unleash out on somebody else. Like, you just said something about that. I couldn't wait. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yeah, it just so it's just, but
If I may,
Sorry, are you
it's a
saying,
three-letter
Kev, that
word, and it's
change
called
is triggering
ego.
for people?
It's
Wait,
called
say
wait,
it
ego.
again.
wait, wait, wait,
Is
wait.
it triggering for
Everybody's
people?
talking. What did you say,
Are you
Empress?
saying change is a trigger for some people?
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
yeah,
can agree to
most
that.
definitely.
I can definitely agree to that.
Yeah, most definitely.
And
Depending on
the ego
depending
doesn't
The
like
on the
ego.
change.
person.
The ego
And
doesn't like
it's funny because
change.
that's what I preach on every single time I'm on. It's either ego, emotional control, or pride, emotional control, and accountability. Them are three things I think everybody need in their life to even move forward in their life anyways. And that is exactly what that is, the ego, because they feel like they're good where they at anyways. They ain't gotta move up and I'm a grown person. You can't
Don't
tell me
tell me
what to
what
do
to
type
do.
stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yes.
all that stuff
Yes.
plays a thing. So that's why they gonna get triggered
I
because
think
you
that
going
Me
against something
too. Me
may
too. I
I
have a
may I
huge
give my
ego.
input on that?
yeah, yeah.
So I think
But
that
I'm
we've
sorry,
kind
so
of
what were you saying?
no, I was gonna say that I think that everyone and coming out of the conversation we just had, some of y'all might disagree, but I think that we've normalized trauma. I think trauma is a overused word. I don't think that every single thing is trauma because I don't associate like life experiences to be trauma, even though some of them can be traumatic, right? So I think that whenever something goes wrong in somebody's life, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I'm traumatized." And then the next step is, okay, well, I'm traumatized. So that means that all of these things that I'm doing is excused because I'm traumatized. So now there's a lack of accountability. And then it goes from puts people in a victim mindset. And therefore, every time anything is said, it's triggering. That's how I see it.
I agree with you,
I know I'm
sis.
not
Yeah.
I'm not
It's
saying
called
trauma's not
trauma
real.
bonding. Trauma
You're
bonding.
you're
Before y'all
absolutely
jump
correct.
me,
So
before y'all jump me, I'm not saying trauma is not
I
real.
wasn't
I
finna
know
jump
trauma
you.
is real. No, 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 not you, not you, not you. I'm just saying in general because I know there's 100 people in here.
right,
Yeah.
what you gotta say? They gonna put words in your
But,
mouth and everything.
I
I'm not
but
understand there's
saying
100
trauma,
people in
trauma
here.
is
You are
a
definitely enjoying the conversation. Please go ahead and tap this screen and share the live. Kev would most definitely appreciate it. Please tap the screen.
I've been up
yeah,
for how many hours? Hold up, 7. They there 8 hours now, man. Y'all better be tapping the mess out of it, man. Tap it
yeah.
like
all
y'all
right,
be
Trap.
doing
guys.
y'all girls.
Tap the
It's
screen.
it's
And with
ten
your left
twelve.
hand.
Let's do 3 minutes. Let's get to 30K or the comments are gonna go off. So if
There
you
you
want to keep
Yes,
go.
because I will
engaging,
shut the comments
let's
off.
yeah,
There you go,
let's ensure.
ladies.
Tap the
But
screen.
to finalize what I was saying, I'm not saying that trauma does not exist. I know that it does. I know that there are a lot of people that go through things. Even
What's
us
the
as
deal,
just like
Dwayne?
people
Good
of color
morning,
in general.
Dwayne.
There's
Grand
stuff.
Rising, sir. Grand
I
Rising, Dwayne.
I just want to say that not every single thing is trauma. It is overused.
Thank
It's
you.
become a buzzword, and I think it's actually desensitized us to people who are who are like experiencing traumatic things because it's so overused. So whenever somebody says they're in trauma, it's like okay, yeah, okay, you're just like whatever, right? We don't
Thank you,
even see
Dwayne.
it.
Appreciate you, sir.
We don't even see it in the same
Much
way
love.
as it
Oh,
should
thank
be.
you.
Thank you for the gifts.
So you
But
are
yeah,
100% correct. We are overusing this word called trauma, and it's like someone pointed out. It's a way to not be accountable and responsible, even for your own healing. So if you are traumatized and you keep running around here having a pattern that you're
Oh, good look.
traumatized, that means you are not connected to doing your healing work. You rather be bonded with your trauma versus going out and seeking that help because I've done it. That's why I can speak on it. I'm not saying this is everybody. You know, everybody's doing something to me. I have no choices in my life. You know, I don't know how to create my life as someone else's fault. Woo is me, woo is me. Pour me, pour me, pour me a drink. And this is how I became an alcoholic, right? And I had to do that work to get out of that woo is me state. Yes, there are things that happen to me unintentionally, but now that I'm using this unintentional thing that happened to me as a bond, and now I'm going to go out here and say, there's nothing, my power is gone. This person who DV'd me took my power away, and I'm going to keep allowing people to take my power away and say it's everyone else's fault instead of pausing, stopping, looking at my patterns. What do I need to disrupt? What am I causing intentionally? What's unintentionally, right? If we're continuously traumatized, guess who's the equal denominator? Me. It's me. That means I have to make self correction. So for people, the ego doesn't want to say I need self correction. The ego, it's easier. You know, we're lazy beings sometimes. We want a quick fix. So that quick fix for some people is it's someone else's fault.
But guess what happens in the end? You keep creating patterns that you don't desire and outcomes that you don't like, but it's someone else's fault. No, it's not. It's now, once you know something vicious happened to you, you are responsible for that healing. You are separate from that thing that happened to you, and you can be victorious, but you have to have the courage to face it, forgive it, and find a strategy to manage it. Otherwise, and I'm speaking about what I did to my life, you are robbing yourself from your present and future potential. Point blank, period.
That's perfectly said. Trauma is
Yay,
a
I'm learning.
yeah, that was
But
perfectly
we
stated.
definitely want to make sure
But
that we say that it's not going away, because you'll never forget it. It's all in how you heal yourself through this journey. The mindset is very powerful. The mind is just powerful, period. So if you can't tune in with your mind to be able to heal yourself, then you're going to have a long road of staying in a victim mindset. It's why meditation is very key to a lot of levels of life. Is when you're meditating, you're becoming one with yourself. You're becoming one with the highest of the highest to get the downloads and everything you need to move along in your journey, to be able to handle things and move accordingly. So the mind plays a big part. If you choose to be in a victim mindset, then you're stuck there. You have to be able to come out of it and move forward. So it's a way you do things and how you deliver it in order to reach the audience you need to reach.
that you when you
Preach.
trauma people say trauma and stuff all the time, and it is 100% a buzzword now. Trauma is a physiological event. Like whether you're experiencing physical trauma because somebody has hit you or you sustain some type of damage to yourself, or it's an emotional trauma where you are now doing a connection between a certain event or a certain stimuli and the
I'll be back,
release of
y'all.
cortisol in your system, which is the stress hormone. So when you
Go to bed.
experience
Go to
trauma,
bed.
calling everything trauma is not trauma, right? Everything that you don't like, everything that triggers you, everything that upsets you, you know what I'm saying? All of that is not trauma. Trauma is an actual physiological event where the bonding of a certain stimuli is being connected to the release of the stress hormone, cortisol, and a couple of other hormones. So a lot of people they do have trauma throughout their lives that they should work through, think their way through. I think Cheryl she gave a really great way of explaining it. She said you have to identify it, you have to forgive it, and then you have to disrupt the pattern, right? Well, that was what you said. Those were your three things. Yep. So and you guys should be listening, because Cheryl's somebody who's actively working on doing the work. So when she talks, she's not telling you, she's not freestyling. She's telling you something that she learned, that she knows that if you ask her 100 times over a year, she will give you the exact same three things each time that you ask her, because this is a formula that she's using to work through her daily experience, right? And that's a very different thing than somebody just getting up here and speaking from a stream of consciousness, right? Where they're not sharing something they actually learn. They're just talking about how they feel or how they think something works. So again, trauma is something that it is a physiological event, right? It is a action that your body is doing on a physiological level. It's not just because you're triggered, right? And then being aware of your triggers is very important. But I tell people, when I see folks who lose their temper and yell and scream and curse and they misbehave, right? They That's a reflection of you. That's not a reflection of the person who, antagonized you. It is a reflection of them to a degree, but you're also showing yourself. From a distance, and you see two people arguing, you can't tell which one's the fool. So when you sit up and you allow people access to you emotionally, right, which everybody does to a degree, the question is, do you have a practice and a mindset and an understanding of yourself where you know that it's wrong to do, right? But when you let people trigger you where you're going to explode or cut them off or you can't hear them because they're upsetting you, that's emotional immaturity. And so that's one of the things, like with guys, where we know that women are more emotional. We know that they get more easily emotionally triggered. And then you have all these women telling you to be emotionally intelligent while simultaneously losing their temper every time somebody says something they don't like. You have to understand how crazy that seems to most men, when a lot of guys, part of how they pride themselves on their self control, they demonstrate self control
is that when you say something they don't like, or you say something that pisses them off, they don't lose their shit. When you see guys who yell and lose their shit because you said something they don't like, I mean, you can't tell me you don't lose respect for them, right? Ladies, can you, when you see a guy come undone and he starts yelling and cutting off and name calling and going in, like, you can't tell me you don't lose respect for him, at least in that moment. So when you ladies do that, right, it's something where a guy's like, okay, this woman's out of control. You don't take the things the person is saying seriously when they lose their temper, right? And for me, I like effective communication. And one of the key components of effective communication is that you're focused more on the subject of what you're communicating than the emotion of it, right? When you're going off, you're telling everybody you don't really need to listen to anything that I'm saying right now because I'm in my feelings. So, you have a person who wants to be heard so bad that they communicate in a way that tells you to ignore everything that they're saying. Is what's happening when you lose your shit and go off on people. You invalidate your own ideas, you know? So the triggering, the being emotionally triggered and stuff like that, knowing that you're triggered and then having a process to bring yourself back to center so that you can continue in the conversation, or having the wisdom to remove yourself from the conversation so that you don't devalue, right? You don't devalue what it is that you have to say. Because it's better to not say it at all than to devalue it and show somebody an important idea or aspect of yourself, but show it to them in a context where it's meaningless to them. It would be better to not say anything at all, right? So when I see people lose their stuff while they're communicating, and I lose my stuff sometimes, right? I'm just, I've got some good tools to help me to work with this being that I am,
I
but
like
I'm the
Dr.
same
Job, man.
being. Yeah, I'm the same being all of you guys are, right? I'm horny and tired and lazy, and I get angry sometimes and aggressive and depressed and self-conscious. I pity myself sometimes. Every single thing that everybody else does, I'm doing it too. That's part of the normal human experience. The question is, do you have tools to help you to cope with that normal human experience so that you can get better outcomes? Right? So the trigger thing, just because somebody triggers you, and oh, this is a trigger for me, so you think that gives you the pass to misbehave, to yell, to scream, to curse, to insult, and all of that stuff. It doesn't. You're just lowering yourself and you're debasing your own ideas. That's all you're doing.
Hmm. So the question was, can triggers be removed? I I don't think so. Not me myself. I don't think once. And I seen he said the second one was he said because if you could start it, can you remove it too? I don't know. I think once you get it, it's like trying to remove a memory or something like that. I don't think that's even possible. I don't know. You can shift it or something like that, but I don't think you can remove it. That's just my opinion.
Trigger, the memory will reside, but you can remove the trigger.
You
If you
can't remove it. I don't think so.
if you do the proper work, you can remove the trigger, because what triggered you before, you have to heal from the trigger. So it can be removed, but it's in a timely manner. Everything is a process, and it comes accordingly as the process is designed. If you rush it, then the trigger will still remain. You have to do the work, which is a lot of hard work, but you have to do the work. But it can be removed. The memory will still reside.
So I just want to say, triggers are simply indications. I call them indication. It indicates that there's still a pain point that resides in myself. I'll use me.
Oh, real
And
quick,
so the more that for
quick,
me, what I look at
and
trigger,
real quick.
yes,
If you guys don't tap this screen, I'm going to shut the comments off. Continue, Cheryl.
yes. So now I look at my triggers as a form of practice, right? And trust me, I still get triggered. We all do. But it's how do we manage the trigger, right? And so for me, as things that trigger me before with the practice are triggering me less and less and less and less. Do they go away? No. But the impact of the trigger doesn't last as long. So a certain individual would trigger me and it would last me a whole week. It would cause me days I couldn't go into work. I would lay in my bed and cry. Why doesn't he love me? Poor me, and all this mess.
I look back at that and I literally laugh, right? Because I'm like, how in the world did I get myself in that space, right? So there was a part I couldn't look at that event in my life and laugh about it because it was painful for me to admit that I allowed someone to affect me so deeply that I couldn't get up and go to work and I would lose a day's pay over what, right? So as we practice, like the sister said, managing, it's always about management, right? It doesn't never go away, but it's being able to manage it. But there will come a point, I'm telling you, this time is a healer. People say this is like a cliche, a comment, but it really is true. And you build up armor, right, against this trigger, and you build up strength, and you build up courage, and you start to have a new outlook. Your perception starts to change because you've been able to get through this thing that happens unintentionally to you or that you intentionally created. And now you say, I'm a courageous and victorious person versus I am a victim. Now there's no more villains in the world because I know I create my life and I have the power of choice. I also look at my trauma as thank you trauma. Now this may trigger people. Thank you for showing me what I do not need or what I do need in my life. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have sat my depressed self down and self-reflected and found out how do I like to be loved, right? So I have gratitude for that experience versus poor me, poor me, poor me, because everything in life is about growth. It's teaching you more about who you are as a spiritual being. And I'll say this last thing. When we came here to this planet, we were innocent and then we began to become programmed. We were first spiritual beings before anything else. Then we came here on this human planet, and people started telling us, this is who you are, this is who you should operate as, this is your religion, right? And so when you sit down with yourself, you tap into your own spiritual self and you say, no, this is who I am. You may think this is who I should be, but this is actually who I am. And that's why I say every day on the end of my lives, practice your great I ams. They're unique to you, and there's no one else like you. We have to start loving ourselves. When we have good perceptions of ourselves, we see the world in a different light. We see other beautiful people. If I love me, if I know what love feels like, if I know what respect feels like, if I know what peace feels like, I'm able to project that into the world and attract that, and that comes back to me. It's really quite that simple, but it's not easy. And some days I still falter. So. We're human and we err, and it's okay. Have grace on yourself and grace and tolerance for everybody else. So saith the Lord.
So we
Yeah,
got
but you got to be doing the work though
You
too. You
got
know.
to do, you got to,
Yeah.
yes. Yes. I'm
You
not saying
can't just.
just sit and, oh, everything's going to be doing okay because, uh, uh, I don't know how to say, affirmations without actions is fruitless. You got
Yeah.
to
Like
practice it
the,
every
the
single day, every
like the
single day.
basis. The one of the primary tenets of Christianity is that we're born into sin, right? And I'm not going to go down the Christian rabbit hole
Please
because I
don't,
know
because I don't
it turns
believe that.
people off.
Please
Well,
don't.
it speaks to what you just said, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you
Spirit.
look at the fact that you were born, you said you're born as a spiritual being, right? And then you said that the world programs you, right? The sin is the sin of the world. The natural state of the world is that
right.
you are driven towards things that are, to a degree, there's an aspect of you as a human being that is driven towards things that are lower vibrational, right? At the same time, in Buddhism, they have a very similar idea. There's four noble truths in Buddhism, right? It's the basis of the Buddhist religion. And the first of the noble truths is that the whole world is in a state of suffering. That's the same thing as the Christian concept that you're born into sin. It's saying that you have a natural deficit that you have to seek to balance in your life, right? So that concept is used differently, right, in Christianity. But if you study it, it means the same thing, that you have a natural deficit that you have to be vigilant against. And this is why you have to have these practices of self-care and self-healing and checking yourself and working on your ego, to diminish its effect on your life. Because so, like, check this out. As a guy, right, my hormones, right, my testosterone tells me sex, 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 right? So this is something that's a natural state for me as a man.
So if I'm going to live a life worth living, then I can't use that as a basis for action. I have to have, they call it dick discipline. I have to have restraint over the being that I am that is sexual. I have to have a relationship of restraint with that. Because if you don't, then you can't have a family. A man who has no control over his penis is of no use to any woman that he loves,
Say it
right?
again.
And a woman is your connection to your children. So when a man has children, when he cheats on his wife, he cheats on his children, right? And when you're doing this to young people who are in a state of development, my kids, when you have children, I don't know how many people have children. They say that mother is the name for God on the lips of children. Children don't really have an understanding of God, right? Their God is their mom. She's the most perfect and most divine being. Their father is the most powerful being that they know. So for me, I'm, prior service military, martial arts, exercise, all this stuff. My kids think that I'm the strongest, smartest person that has ever lived. My 15-year-old, he just realized this year, we sat down and had a conversation, and he was able to impress upon me, like, okay, I see you're a human. You're a guy just like me doing the best that you can. And that was a moment for him, because to him, I'm the strongest, smartest, this, that, and the other, because he's my child. So he sees me in a different context. So when you're a child, when you're young, you're experiencing all of these, your natural state, especially when you first get all these chemicals, they're driving you towards a worse version of yourself. And then you're born in this state of natural deficit, in this state that is predisposed towards sin, where if you don't develop practices of restraint and an understanding of these aspects of yourself, then they lead you to low vibrational living. They lead you to a lower state of self-expression, right? They keep you from higher states of relating to other people, and relating with yourself, and connecting to the world around you, and all of the abundance that God is, and prosperity that God is really trying to give you, right? So that's what being born into sin means. It doesn't mean that you're a bad thing. It means that you are born in a state where you naturally have a deficit that you need to be trying to address, because your natural state is going to drive you towards lower things. And that's what the choice is. The free will is the choice that you have to not be like a dog or a ant that's just running through programming, right? The majority of the thinking that a human being does is automated. It's not something they actually have control over. They say that like less than 10% of your thoughts are actually thoughts that you are controlling. The rest of it is reactive. The rest of it is automated. But like 10% of your thinking is what you have control over. That small sliver of thinking is where your potential for the divine comes in, because you get to choose whether or not you're going to live your life in accordance with that lower vibrational animal being that we had to be for 100 million years to survive long enough to be able to build buildings, or if you're going to think about those higher things and exist in alignment with those higher ideas, so that you can be the being that God intended you to be, right? But you have this choice. So when you talk about you being born into sin, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about the natural deficit. And when it talks about free will, the Bible is talking about the fact that you have the ability to choose to exist in your lower nature, or to develop the higher nature and the higher state of consciousness and the higher being that God has has made you to be, giving you the potential to be. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense, and thank you, because originally I was triggered. I'm like, what do you mean I'm born into sin? I'm just this innocent baby that came in and all these people planted these things in me. But that makes absolute perfect sense. Thank you for having the patience
So hold up.
to
So I'm about to try
explain
to get the
that. I
tally
love
up.
that. That makes sense. Thank you.
Is I'm the only one that said that I don't think we can get over triggers? I
Yes,
think.
you were, sir.
I think I was on the okay.
No, I said that too. I don't think that you can get over it. I think that your response to it is you
Yeah,
could get
it's
better.
different. I believe
So
that.
that,
Yeah, I can believe that.
yeah,
But I don't
that
think you. I
that
don't
thing
think
that
that's.
whatever it is that triggered you or whatever it is you went through, you're always like, I think it was Empress that said it. You will always have that memory. So technically,
Yeah,
that
that's why I think
trigger,
it's a
quote
memory.
unquote,
Yeah.
Wait, Kevin. So technically, that trigger, like that quote unquote trigger, will always be there. It's just you have a better response to it. It doesn't affect you as much.
That's what I
We have the
believe. That's what I
ability
believe.
we have the
That's very
ability
true.
we have the ability through repetition to rewire the brain, though. Just like we can reshape the body, we can do the same thing with the brain, but our brain tells us we can't, right? So that's just my belief. I'm not going to push that on anybody. I noticed what triggered me so deeply before. I just laugh at it. Like there's
Yeah, you
something.
got a different response though. Now that's what it is. You shifted
I
the
get
response. That's what I
exactly.
believe. Yeah,
So
you can shift it, but
before, I used to think I had to accept this person yelling and screaming at me, and I would sit there and endure that because that's what my trauma told me. Now you get about 1 second of raising your voice to me, and click goes the phone. Now this person I don't talk to at all. You get zero uh, access to me because you're not respectful. So my core value is when you speak to me, because we had this issue between us before and you were abusive, you don't get to raise your voice at me because I know it's not coming from a genuine space of love. So click. I also had to go even further. Now you don't get zero conversation with me or zero access to me. Click, because now I'm creating my offense. If I keep going to a person who I know is not willing to do that work and respect what my triggers are, why am I still dealing with that person on any level? You don't even get to smell my crap, if you will. You get
eh,
zero
not the
access.
smell.
You don't get to smell my panties. You get zero access to me. Zero. And that's the kind of mentality we have to have. We have that courage. Yeah, you could think about it. You can have your memory of what I used to smell like, but you get zero access to me because you're disrespectful, you're abusive, you don't want to have
Yep.
emotional intelligence. Therefore, you can't teach me anything as a leader.
That's exactly how I feel.
I just thought
Just
about a
block him,
question now.
ignore him.
Oh,
Doesn't
oh,
mean I
I thought
don't love and forgive him, though. Doesn't
I was
mean
just about
he's a
to say I
bad
No,
thought about a
person.
question.
Yeah,
me
he's not a
personally.
bad person. I chose him. I chose to have that. No, no, no. Let me fix that up a little because it's the truth. He's on his own
I,
journey of spiritual growth. And
When
that's not
people,
for me to judge.
Cheryl,
But if I inject myself in his journey and it's harmful to me, then I'm creating my own offense, and that's me and not him. He's a human being working on himself.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay,
Everybody
you were
should be
so
talking about a
learning all
I
the
specific
was
time.
example, but I
Everybody
was
should
gonna
be
say
learning
in
all the time
general.
from everybody else. Oh, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I thought you were speaking in general, Cheryl, but you were speaking about your personal experience.
My
In
personal
general,
experience,
yeah.
yes.
Once
Let me
that
just say,
disrespect comes,
when I'm sharing, so people can kind of get to know me a little bit. If I sound like I'm generalizing or saying this is everybody, when I speak, I'm speaking about me sharing with you with the hopes that something that I say can be helpful to you. It's not me. I'm going to try to work on this, not telling people what they should be, what I think it is, but here's my story and let me share it to you. Grab the nuggets and throw out the rest. That's just me, and
oh
that's
no,
going to keep.
I was agreeing with how you
No, no,
said it. I was
no.
just saying
You're
you're
fine,
even better
sis.
than me because once ain't no I love you still or nothing. Once that no, you just blocked and that's what it is. There's nothing, there's no more feelings there. There's no more anything there. You just need to go about your way that way and I'm gonna go about my way that way.
I call it releasing it with love and hoping, and I even pray over those that hurt me, because obviously something attracted them to me. There was a growth experience that needed to happen, and that's why when Kevin said, and I hope we don't get re-triggered again, everything happens for a reason. Perhaps that was my spiritual assignment. Perhaps that was something that I needed to learn and grow from so that I can help other people or share with other people, right? That's just how I choose to look at it. Everything in my life did happen for a reason and it was
yeah,
purposeful,
me
and
too.
that includes pain.
That
Pain
make
has
me
become my purpose because
yeah,
now I want to advocate advocate for people's mental wellness, and I want to share my story, which is
yeah,
something I couldn't do before. And every time I share my painful story, I heal.
yeah.
I heal. That's just me.
That's how I fully recover from a lot of things. I just look at stuff and I just look at it that everything happened for a reason. I don't try, and that makes me, and I feel like because I believe in God. I say, God got something better for me, or He put me through this to see how I was gonna handle my life, how I was gonna grow out of it, and all that stuff. So that's what eased my life and made change within my life, anyways. But to the question I was about to ask, since people said that we can let go of triggers, so say you think you can what happen if you see your ex?
I see him. I say hello. If we
Would
we
something
say hello,
would
maybe I
something
don't.
inside you jump?
I'm sure my loin will say, I remember that was some good peen. I'm gonna be totally honest with you because it was,
Cheryl,
and that's what
not
led.
Cheryl.
No, no, hear my story because this
Some
will
good
help
pew
someone.
pew. You can't say it's like nothing.
Hear my story because this will help people. The peen is powerful. The loin is it's fleshly. It's powerful. We see we don't be honest about these things. So although I remember the abuse, the slaps, the chokes, the drags, the punches,
Mm.
the bruises, I'm human. I remember the peen and it was really good. And that peen is what kept me in that abusive relationship for so long. Oh, I can excuse this. I can excuse that. I hit my head on the headboard too many times with that
Oh,
good peen and lost my senses. So
mm.
now I know I practice the consequences. Like I like alcohol. Me and alcohol don't go good together. So I have to think about the consequences of if I drink, how am I going to behave? What could happen to me? The same thing if I go and get that good peen, because he blew my back out. I ain't gonna lie. But he was
Mm.
an abusive man emotionally and physically. So why would I go back to that? That peen now is toxic to me. That's poison. That's gonna have me making bad decisions. Stay away from it. Hi peen, bye peen, nice to see you. And I keep it pushing. That's it. I may not say nothing.
Yeah, I had a very tumultuous marriage myself. I got married in my mid 20s, and the reason that I married my wife, like to tell you guys, like a moment of honesty, I married my wife because she got pregnant. She was my girlfriend at the time. She's the only woman that I was dating, right? I did care for her. I felt like I loved her. I know now that it wasn't love at that point, but I did grow to love her in the marriage, and then that was very short lived. But the marriage lasted a decade. But I grew up with my dad not being the man he was supposed to be, and like a lot of young boys who are raised without their father's influence or instruction or guidance, I modeled myself after what I wanted, what I who I wanted my mother to be with, what type of man I wanted my mom to be with. So, or what type of man I felt she deserved. And this creates men who are the simps and the pander bears, right? I was very much a simp and a pander bear, because I just wanted, I felt like taking care of women was the right thing to do. And it is the right thing to do, but there's a way to do it, right? So, anyways, when she got pregnant, I married her 2 months later, and then we started our family together and we were together for a decade. And it was a very tumultuous relationship. And I'm very careful about how I talk about my ex-wife because she gave me three beautiful children, and I am so grateful for that because they're the most valuable people in my life and the greatest. I was talking to my daughter yesterday. Her and I went swimming. I had taken her to, she wanted to buy this mermaid tail online. And so now, it's winter here in Michigan, but there's, a gym that I've got a membership to, and we go there and she goes swimming. She puts on her mermaid tail, and it doesn't help her to swim. It actually makes her swim worse, but she wants to be a damn mermaid. So we're at the damn pool with the mermaid tail. So whatever. But we were talking yesterday, and, I was just talking to her about how important the relationship I had with her was. I was like, I told her, I was like, I'm so happy that, you and I get to spend time together the way that we do and that we talk the way that we do and that we're so open with each other. And I was like, you're so important to me because the relationship I have with you is one of the most fulfilling relationships I have in my life because of how great a person you are, you know and we sat and we had a conversation about, she's like, well, what if you could get 100, she's 9 years old, so she's like, what if you could get 100 billion trillion dollars, dad? you know would you want to have that, or would you, or would you then not want, could you let go? What if you never knew me? And she's going into all of this stuff, and I gave her ideas of serious consideration, what she was saying to me. And there isn't any amount of money or any amount of anything that I would take over the relationship that I have with my kids and the fact that they're in my life, and all of that stuff. But the relationship I had with my ex was totally tumultuous. It was filled with, aggression and violence and anger and all of that. And I'm not an aggressive, angry, or violent person. So I kind of just had become this whipping post in a relationship, where because I'm a big, strong guy, and I do not believe that men should use their physicality to penalize or control women. I am completely against on every level a man using his physicality to control or penalize women. So I don't believe in hitting women. I've never hit a woman. I've never anything. Like I just don't believe in it. I'm a big, strong man. I don't believe in putting my hands on women. I will get up and run. I've ran out of the room before because I'm not going to put myself in a position even where I have to defend myself against you, because you're going to get hurt even if I have to defend myself against you, because you're a woman. You're made out of bird bones, you know. So my point in saying all of this is I had to do a lot of work when I got out of my marriage to make sure that I didn't carry any of the trauma from that marriage into my next relationship, which, led me into therapy and helped me out tremendously, because I couldn't assign the bad behaviors of my ex-wife to all women. And that's what I was doing when I first got out of that marriage, was I was like, oh, this is just like my ex. So it was a trigger thing. But you can release it, because I'm going to tell you, like, I can stare my ex-wife in the face. We go to my son's wrestling events. We'll sit near each other, this, that, and the other. I am not upset with her, no matter what she says or how she behaves. It doesn't matter to me. Like, the opposite of love is not hate; it's indifference. And I'll always love my ex-wife, but she just doesn't have access to the part of me anymore where she can upset me. Like, she can't upset me. It's not even possible. You know. Do you get what I mean? So you can get over your triggers. You can get over people who trigger you, but there's a lot of work involved with that. And I was in a marriage with this woman for a decade. So this was a decade of BS out of her, and I was able to let it go. So you don't have to sit in your mess just because you made a mess or found a mess or somebody made a mess around you. You don't have to sit in it. You go to therapy, you develop a practice to help center and balance yourself and nourish yourself and heal yourself. And then you stay in your practice, you know?
Grand Rising
You
Mandy.
said, hey, you say you from Michigan, man? I know you was up here with me, man.
Where
Where you
you at?
at? Where you at in Michigan?
I live in
Well, what
West
city? I mean,
Bloomfield. I'm in West
oh, West Bloom.
Bloomfield.
Oh, you ain't that. Oh, you probably. Cause I'm in Detroit. You gotta be like, it's like probably an hour or
Why is
so. Not even
everybody
an
in
hour, like
Detroit?
45 minutes
No,
away from me.
All of
no,
y'all
no,
in
no, no. The D, man, check this out, bro. West Bloomfield, I hop on M10 and I'm in Detroit in 25 minutes, bro.
Oh, okay.
Where?
That's what I thought. I know that ain't that far. Cause I got a cousin that live out there. Yeah. Yup.
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't know
out.
you was
They
in
call
Michigan.
it.
I didn't watch
Yeah,
you
so
all this
you,
time. I didn't know you was in the same area as me. That's crazy.
yeah, hey, where are you at in Detroit? Are you on the east side, the west side,
I'm on the
southwest? Where?
west side. I'm on the west side. I'm on like Wyoming and Joy Road.
Bro, I grew up
Why?
on 6 Mile. I grew up on 6 Mile, Livernois.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You was in the hood for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so and that's a lot of, like, because I take the time to speak well, and I do a lot of reading and I work on how I talk, because I spent a lot of time in corporate America, right? Almost 2 decades. People think that I'm not from, like, some dude that, like, is from the suburbs, or you know what I'm saying? That's what they think.
Yeah,
But
that's that West Bloomfield that got you going.
hey,
Grand
bro.
Rising
Now it makes
Patricia.
sense.
Yeah, West Bloomfield, it's a nice area, man. Like, it's a beautiful area. Like, the school system is dope. That's why I'm out here. The taxes are high as hell, which is a gift and a curse. The property taxes are so high out here. It acts as a natural barrier where there's a certain class of people that are willing to pay five, six, $700 a month in property taxes. But most, and so you get you know, when you don't have the high taxes, you'll have people who can afford the homes where they're not going to add to the neighborhood. But my neighborhood, bro, like, my backyard is backed up to like 3 other backyards. And so here, let me show you guys. Here, I don't like showing too much about my position because, believe it or not, bro, like, I get threats from people and shit. I have people threaten me,
Oh yeah.
threaten to find me, to mess up my business, to try to mess up my life, all types of stuff because they
Yeah,
don't like
especially
the
don't want
stuff
to
I
show
say.
nobody near Detroit.
That's
Yeah.
I'm
so
gonna find. I'm
ridiculous.
gonna find you,
Imagine
Black
how
Jesus. I'm gonna find you and give you a big hug.
Yeah, that's the type of fighting I wish people would want to do, but they want to beat the fuck out of me.
I just want to
You
give
know,
you a big hug and say thank you for adding to our community and environment. Right?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're
do
Check
you
this
know
welcome.
how
out, Pat.
mad you gotta be to try to get out of your bed, your house, to go find somebody else just to harm them because you disagree with something they say online?
Yeah, that is
Well,
That
vicious,
sounds so
sis.
ridiculous.
So,
Yes.
so
Look at
this is
that
this
beautifulness.
is
Look at that.
yeah, this is my backyard. There's my car over
Beautiful.
there, and then so you see this backyard here for this neighbor, that one, and then that neighbor over there. All of them have kids. And so all three of our yards are backed up together. And man, we do cookouts and stuff in the
I
summer.
love it.
Everybody's kids come out and, we'll order pizzas and sit on each other's decks and, have margaritas and shit and sit up and smoke a joint and talk. And it's just families. It's all families, husbands and wives and families. And that's the environment my kids, this is what I'm paying for out here is and then I've got in the subdivision I live in, I've got 3 nature trails here, and I take my dog on a walk. We go out into the nature trails, and like Miss Cheryl said, I go out and I listen to the birds. That's what I do on my walks. I take my dog and I'm quiet and I just listen to all the birds in the trees and we go out. I've got this one place that I go to at night in the summers. It's filled up with fireflies and it's surrounded by trees. It's like in the middle of the woods, and there's this little nature trail there. And I go there and I sit, and all of the fireflies are going off, so it looks like the trees are twinkling, and it's beautiful, man. And I'll go out there and sit for like an hour, bro. Like my home and my space is peaceful, bro. I got bean bags in this room I'm in right now. I got what 1, 2, 3. I got 4 bean bags in this room because I teach my kids to meditate, and we all sit down and we meditate together. And we'll sit. I'll set a timer for 15 minutes. We'll do a meditation. We'll talk about what we think and stuff like that. Because you got to teach your kids how to deal with themselves. Because you're preparing them to be adults. At some point, they're gonna have to get up and leave your house, and whatever you have them practice, they'll have a choice between what they like and what you taught them. You don't get to control no people. Like children are their own people. That's one of the things I learned early is you don't get to control who your kids are going to be, what type of people, but you can teach them what you want them to learn. And then they're going to learn what they learn. And then when they hit a point, they might hit a point of contention in their life and they say, okay, well, here's what my dad would tell me to do. Right. Here's what I think I should do. And then they get to make a choice in between. The problem that people have is when they hit these different points in life, sex, drugs, this, that, blah, 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 and they don't know how to deal with it because they received no instruction on that this was going to happen or what to do in this type of situation, right? And that's what a lot of our young men, they're experiencing. They don't get any male mentorship or leadership. So the way that they're acting is let's say you got a bad example. The bad example didn't tell you how to handle it. It told you one of the multitude of ways to fail in handling it. So what a person will do is they'll say, well, I'm going to do the opposite. But the opposite of what? What aspect are you going to do the opposite of? So let's say that you saw your mom get beat by your dad. So then maybe you say, I'm going to do the opposite. But the opposite to you means I'm never going to get married, right? Or maybe the opposite means I'm never going to hit my wife. Or maybe the opposite means, I'm never going to get angry with my wife, which is unhealthy, right? Anger is a natural human emotion. How you process it, how you deal with it is one thing, but to
Yep.
pretend like you don't, and that's what I did, was I removed anger. I removed all of these different things, and it was unhealthy. It made me powder keg where I didn't explode, but I would break, after, when I had built up to a point where I couldn't take anymore, I broke because I didn't know how to emote. I didn't know how to express my feeling and deal with it and be realistic about what was actually happening for me. Instead, I pretended like it wasn't happening at all. Do you get what I mean? So my point is that your your kids are looking to you for you to teach them a way to be, so that they have a choice between the best ideas they can figure out and the best ideas that you taught them. And when you are raising a child, if you don't teach them your best ideas pertaining to dating, relationships, self-care, running a household. I got whiteboards all over my house, and I talk to my kids about responsibility. I was talking to my daughter the other day, and I was like, I'm going to start. She's 9, so I'm talking to her about finances now. I'm not putting the stress on her of bills, but I'm just explaining to her what types of things go into running a home. There's a light bill, there's a gas bill, you got internet, you got cable, you got your mortgage, your this or that, the blah, 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 blah. I'm just introducing her to these things so that she understands how the world works around her. And you start with the home. You put your house in order first. So you teach your kids first how to run a home. My 15-year-old, he can write out an entire budget for you. He'll write out a whole budget. He knows how all of that stuff works now. He understands how his credit works. He's got a savings account. He's got an investment account that he actively purchases investments in. And I check in with him. My nephew, my nephew is my real first son. My older brother had a child young, and he was in the military, and his wife was here. So from the age of 9 to 18, I raised his oldest son. And so I didn't, I was cutting my teeth in the world of finance. And so I taught him the best information I had at that time, which centered a lot on finance. Now, he makes $120,000 a year. He works for, a company that does a government contract, and he works in finance, you know, and so he does investing for like the whole family. Like everybody's got, this investment account that he runs for them, and he does investing for it. And he's teaching my son, how to be a better investor. Like all of this information, like kids can learn this stuff early. And if you don't teach them, then the odds of them learning it, the odds of them doing it, if you don't tell them that it has value and you don't tell them the basis of how it works, you don't get them to engage in it, it's very low. And they need these things to be successful. You can't be a successful man in America if you don't invest your money. If you don't have an investment account, everybody has the responsibility of retiring one day. One day you're going to be too old to work, and you're still going to have expenses. So you need to save money. And if you aren't saving any money, and part of that mechanism is investment, you have to invest. So you have to know the basics of it. You have to. So when should you learn it? You should learn it as early as possible. My son started when he was 13. I opened up an investment account for him at 13. you know so my point is you have to teach this stuff, and a lot of our young men, they're not getting any of this information at all. And then we're telling them that they need to tell women to submit and that they need to be leaders. How is a woman supposed to submit to a man who doesn't have the basic components of the life he needs to live in this country put together? He doesn't know how to run a home. He doesn't know how to plan for part of. So like when a man makes a marriage commitment, right? It's supposed to be 4 things, right? Protect, provide, provision for a lifetime, die for if necessary. So protect. So your job is to protect your family. The security of your family is your responsibility. It's nobody else's. So I'd say that these are the things you need to teach. A young man needs to know. He needs to be proficient in handling himself, right? Hand to hand. He needs to know how to use a knife, a gun, a rifle, and a shotgun. If he can't use those things, then when he says protect, he's just talking about a damn street fight, right? And that's not protection. That's like having a dog on a leash. So that's protect. Provision means to provide for now and for the future. It means your basic needs are covered for now and for the future. If you don't understand credit and you don't know anything about investing, how in the fuck are you going to plan for a woman's future? How can you cover her in the future when you don't know how to put any money into your future for you and your wife? How is that possible? It's not. So where do you get that information from? Your father is supposed to teach it to you. He's the one protecting, providing provision for your mother. Yeah, he's supposed to teach you that, right? So these are things where, young men are being tasked with this stuff if they want families and they want wives. And most of us, even if we do want to go through a period of time where we're having sex and being loosey goosey, we want to settle down at some point and have families. If you're gonna have a family, that the family is going to be best grown out of stability. And if you don't know the things to create stability and security, then how can you offer that to a woman? You can't. And so it's unfair to ask a woman to meet her obligation of submission when you don't have your shit. You don't know it. Right? Does that
Thank
make
you.
sense?
But
Yes,
what
and please,
everybody
thank
needs to
you,
know that
thank you for saying that.
we have
Thank you.
111 people in here, and we need you to go ahead and tap this screen to support and enjoy the conversation. If we can't get to 40K in the next 15 minutes, we will be shutting the comments off.
Ow,
Too late. I was
ow.
about to say, I already done put it down
They're
already.
off already. That's
Appreciate
right.
you.
Hold them
Well, I tried
accountable.
to help y'all out.
Hello. No looky loos. You got to tap the screen and
Hey,
show some love. You
hey,
can't just be here
Black Jesus.
looking
So
and listening.
it makes sense now why my fam used to live in my two cousins that moved to West Bloomfield. They used to live in Brightmoor. That makes sense why you said it's like a better living over there or something like that. That makes sense though. That's a
Yeah,
big change from Brightmoor.
yeah, you don't,
Oh,
well,
guys, we have a new guest. Hey, Sada.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good.
Welcome to
I
the live.
thank you. I wanted to add something. Another thing we should realize as when we're raising kids is that mostly kids don't listen to what you're telling them. They listen to what you do. They listen to your actions.
Practice what you preach.
So your actions will affect the children, because you can't tell a child that this is what has to be done and you're doing exactly the opposite of what you're saying. So in their subconscious mind, they won't be able to process that, you see. So I think it all runs down to, be first you begin by bettering yourself and being who you want your children to be before becoming a parent, before taking any step. And because when you're fixing yourself, that means that you'll attract a partner that is the best version of of themselves, because you two are in the best version of yourself, because we are told that you attract who you are, not who you think you are. So once you're attracting the good partner, that means that you two will be able to raise a good environment for your kids and be good examples for your kids. The kids use their eyes more, what they're seeing, the actions you're doing, and that is how they program their mind before getting to 7 years old, you see. So the issue about having kids is it's really more complex than we think, because it's not easy and it takes in a lot of work, and it's just scary if you look at it from other perspective, because most of us, like, we carry traumas and we are old enough and we still deal with our childhood traumas. So you can see how our actions can affect us in the long way, but all I say is our parents were doing what they thought was best for us. No parent wants to harm their kid. If my mom knew what she was doing could cause me all this trauma, she definitely wouldn't have done that. But she was doing what she thought was best for me, even if it had the negative impacts on me, but she was doing her best. And all that ever matters is that you're doing your best. Even when raising your kids, no matter how much you teach your kids, some of them may just end up doing things that you don't like, but you'll never regret doing your best, be it with kids, with life situations. As long as you're doing your best, everything gets easier, because you won't have room for regret. Regret only creeps in when you didn't do your best. You'll be like, I wish I did this. But once you
Mm.
did your best, you'll be at ease. It's
Mm-hmm.
much easier to deal with situations when you did your best.
Mm.
So it's not your fault that you had to go through trauma, but sitting in that trauma and doing nothing about it, and the worst you do is pass it over to your children, that is
Right.
upon you. It's not an easy process, but you can. it's definitely possible.
Very true.
Okay.
That's why I tell people make sure your day is better than yesterday.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Mm.
You got it.
Y'all believe in spanking your kids?
Mm. Mm.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Capital punishment
I
is
don't
one
agree.
of the aspects. It's one of the aspects of disciplining a child, but there's a wide distance between spanking and abuse. And then not only that, if spanking is the first tool that you use to discipline your child, then you are a lazy parent. You're
Mm.
lazy, lazy, lazy parent. If when your child upsets you, you swat them or you hit them or something like that. That is traumatic. It's a traumatic thing for your kid to do something and then to get swatted or slapped or popped or hit because they're doing something and they don't know, or maybe they think they're getting away with it or whatever, and then you surprise them and shock them and slap the shit out of them or hit them or anything like that. So there's a very big difference between spanking and hitting your kids when they upset you, or conditioning your kids to think that whenever they do something wrong, you're going to beat the hell out of them. There's a totally different, it's a, in the cosmos of all the different forms of different ways to discipline a child, spanking is one of them. And it is an effective tool, but I understand why people say you shouldn't spank. The reason I think that people say that isn't so much, it isn't just because it can be traumatic for the child, but it's because most parents, they themselves, can't, they don't do a good job using it as an effective tool. Instead,
Right.
they're doing it because they're upset. It's not to try to teach the child, and then you're overdoing it.
Right.
You're not using it effectively. So, to for me, my 15-year-old hasn't gotten his ass whipped in maybe 3 or 4 years, right? Um, my 13-year-old, I think it's probably been 3 years, and I don't think my daughter's gotten a spanking in maybe 4 years or more either. My kids can tell you each time that they have gotten a spanking. If I brought my kids here, they could be like, I've gotten this many spankings, because that's how often they got them, that they can remember every time it's ever happened, right? So if spanking is a tool like that, then spanking is fine. But if spanking is your primary method for disciplining your child, then you are a lazy parent. With me, we do, I give assignments, I give workout punishments, right? But no matter what, we sit down and we talk. I explain to them what the lesson is, why it is that they messed up, what a better behavior was, what they should have been looking for, what was wrong with their motivation, what was wrong with their thinking. We go and we break it down, and I make sure they understand it, because the goal isn't to punish them for wrongdoing. The goal is to teach them better thinking, better habits. That's a totally different animal than desiring to punish a child, or punishing a child. The goal is to, you're raising a person, and the person needs to be able to think their way through this shit when you're not around. And if you're not using their mistakes as an opportunity to explain where the better thinking is, and you're just beating your kids, then yeah, no spanking. You can't spank. Sorry. You
Yeah,
know?
I completely agree with that. I think what's lacking is the communication part, because and let me say this, effective communication, because talking at them is not really going to do anything. And a lot of parents I notice are very much, well, I'm the mama, so that's why I said it. That's what that means. I don't need to explain anything to you because you don't pay no bills in this house and blah 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 blah. I think that's problematic. There's a lady on here that I follow, and she posts conversations with her son, and he couldn't be more than like maybe 9 or 10 years old, and he is very articulate, like, because they talk about everything. I mean, he goes to as far as like, I didn't feel like I could tell you that because I thought you might get mad, or et cetera. So like they have a very open communication between the entire family, and I feel like that's how it should be. We need to get away as a community. I think that we need to get away from, oh, I said what I said and that's that.
I think
Mm-hmm.
kids are asking questions because I was one of those kids, right? And my parents, they were open and had conversations with me, but I know that not every kid has been, that fortunate. And I saw that when I went to school because teachers used to tell me, okay, you can only ask 3 questions in a class period. And like, how crazy is that to tell a child that is learning, that is in your class to learn? So I see parents doing this and it's just ridiculous. Like, you need to know how to communicate with your kids. You need to be open with them. Obviously, you can't share everything with them. You have to, censor certain things, but definitely explain things so they don't feel like they're being dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
I love everything I heard.
I
Of,
agree.
I just love it, especially
Guess who's coming back?
the
Hold up.
communicate the communication part I want to speak to, because that's very important, as Black Jesus said. If you didn't set the tone or set the rule for something that you want from your child, and then all of a sudden now you just come out of nowhere and spank the crap out of them, that's traumatizing. So you have to set that foundation, and then try other tech. I love his technique process. I heard him speak about it before. I wish I would have known it when I was raising my children. I made mistakes using what my mother said to me. It's because I said so. Children are very intelligent, more than we give them credit for, and they're right to ask, "But
Fact.
why? Why are you saying so, mom?" And so, in the older generation, that's a form of disrespect, right? But because I said so is not an answer. Because you said so, why? And it's okay for a parent to explain why. And then this teaches them, like, don't touch. Why shouldn't I touch the hot stove? Because you're going to get burned, right? And you can get severely burned. And then your skin may peel off. And now I'm going to have to run to the emergency room. And you're going to be in pain for, it gives them a chance to think about consequences of what they may want to do. And in Black Jesus's case, in the way that he does it, I would say corporal punishment is okay. The way he does it, because he's not doing it out of a way to his ego. Oh, you just didn't listen to me, so now I just want to whip your ass because you insulted me. No,
Right.
he's doing it as a form of protection, especially with girls too, but especially with our young men. We rather give the discipline early. We rather give the correction and communication, and so if it may be a corporal punishment, because we rather do that than see our black men behind bars. You understand what I'm saying? And that there's a big statistic of our young black men being behind bars. We don't want that for our children. So the discipline and the correction, communication, it definitely starts at home. I wish I would have known Black Jesus, like I said, when I was parenting in my younger state. I would have did a much better job. But overall, I want to boast a little. In spite of my lack of knowledge, my children have the basic foundation of how to act and not act. And every time I would meet people, they would tell me, "Oh, your children are so respectful. They have a great work ethic, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, whose child are you talking about? So I would say that because I'm like, what I go through at home is quite different. But I rather my children act up in my space and go out into the world with what I taught them and behave a certain way, because my space at home is safe. Out in the world is not so safe. Do something and break the law, and we know where our brown people are going. We are presumed guilty, right, until proven innocent, versus the other way around.
Right.
So
Yeah, like
that's
my
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 that's
son.
my babble on that.
Yeah, but like
300K, y'all.
people
Y'all can get the comments back on. Come on, let's get it. I mean, not 300K.
people
Oops.
when folks meet my kids, they always talk about how disciplined my kids are, right? Because like I live a very regimented life, right? And so my kids, they see like the young lady Sada was talking about. The example they get to draw from is my older brother is a Marine. He's, a very disciplined, very regimented man. My younger brother is, he's got a master's degree, he works for the government, he's a very disciplined, very regimented person. Like my younger brother, uh, fasts all year round, like 4 days a week. My younger brother is in a fasted state. He, eats one meal a day. When he eats, it's all very clean. Like we are very careful with the technology that the kids consume. Like we're very careful with all of this stuff. It's people. My point is that If you want to discipline your children, teach them to be disciplined. Don't beat them. Teach them to be disciplined. And the difficult part of that, like Saada was saying, is you have to set the example. So if you want disciplined kids, be a disciplined person and then teach them how to be disciplined. You don't beat them into discipline. Discipline is a practice of mind and action. It's not something that somebody does to avoid punishment. People don't become disciplined to avoid getting their ass kicked. People become disciplined because they understand discipline as a mechanism for accomplishment. And that if they want something out of life, they have to practice consistency, hard work, right? And they have to be able to keep promises to themselves. Those are the three elements of discipline for you to be able to accomplish anything. And if one of my kids right now was home, which they're not, they're over their mom's house right now. If that was the case, I could tell them. I say, what are the components of discipline? All three of them would tell you the same thing. You have to be able to, you have to be able to keep promises to yourself, and it's about consistency and hard work. Those are the three elements of discipline. We define these things in the home. So I'll give you an example. There's this girl. She's in love with my older son, right? They were friends through another friend. My son, he's 15. Him and I have an agreement. Girlfriends are useless because you're not going to have sex until you're 18. Girlfriends are useless at this age. They're just going to draw your attention away. Now, I can't tell you not to have girlfriends, right? You get to choose whatever relationships you want to have in your life, but this is why you shouldn't do it. This is what your father's thinking is. So he accepts that and he's like, yep, no girlfriends. So this girl, and, but they're still friends, right? And they've got a mutual friend, my son's best friend. And so they all go out to Erebus, which is this haunted house in Pontiac, right? This was during, Halloween this year. And the father of the girl picked up my son and his friend and his daughter to take them to the haunted house. And so I'd never met the dad before. Whenever I hand my kids off to somebody, I want to meet the parents, shake their hand, look them in the face, all of that. So, dad comes, picks them up, we shake hands, this, that, and the other, exchange. And he's a cop, and they go off to Erebus. So the guy calls me, and he's like, hey, I just really wanted to talk to you really quick. He's like, he starts talking about my son. And he's like, man, he's like this, he's like that, da 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 da. And this guy is a cop. And he's like, she's got this boyfriend right now, Omar. The dad's like, is your son dating anybody right now? I was like, no, he doesn't date anybody. He's like, I would feel much better, and I know she likes him. The dad is trying to negotiate his daughter to my son, you know? So like, and he was asking me, how did you, because we get along incredibly in my home. There's no yelling, there's no screaming, I don't have to, for me, if I tell one of my kids to do something, I'll ask them once. And then if they don't do it, which almost never happens, I ask them a question. I don't repeat myself in my home because the rule is dad doesn't repeat himself. I say, how many times does dad say something? And then they say one time and then they get up and do it. There's no yelling. There's no arguing. There's no fighting. There's no point. We all get along. Sometimes they argue amongst one another, and then we'll sit down and I'll sit at the whiteboard and we'll draw out their argument. Okay, you're saying this, you're saying that. And so my daughter now is this incredibly rational thinker where, like to listen to her talk, I'll have to record like a conversation between her and I to listen to a 9-year-old girl talk like this. She's so rational, it's in her approach to life and the way she sees things is so practical because in her mind, she's doing the whiteboard that we do to get through their arguments, right? Because when they're arguing, I don't care. I want to settle the problem, but more importantly, to settle the problem, I want to teach them how to think their way through conflict. Because your life, you're a human being. As a human being, we're social creatures. One of the most dominant aspects of a human life is relationship. So if you're bad at communication and you're bad at conflict resolution, right, and you don't have any emotional control, then you're bad at relationships. And if you're bad at relationships, you're bad at life. I don't care how good your job is. I don't care what you got going on. If you're bad at relationships, then you are experiencing a way less quality of life. The quality of the life you're living, if your relationships are bad, is infinitely worse than what it could be. So I focus on trying to teach them how to be good communicators, and that means they have to be able to think and see their way through their own heads. So each conflict in my home, every argument they have is they know we're going to the whiteboard so we can draw it out and talk it out and see what's rational and fair. And, how is it that we should have talked? We don't overtalk each other. We understand everybody had a different experience of what happened. So just because she is giving you a different explanation than what you felt happened doesn't mean you have the right to interrupt her, because her actions make sense in the context of her story. And you're also 100% going to get a chance to talk. So there's no reason to overtalk or yell or get upset, because you're going to get a chance to talk, and that your story gets to be different. So you don't have to correct hers. Right. And so learning to communicate this way, my house is so peaceful. It's so chill. So not only do my kids go out into the world and they behave this way, and the home, it's stable. It's an emotionally stable, peaceful, calm place.
I also do think that how we communicate also matters. You see, if maybe you found your child doing something wrong, instead of just being mad about it and now you're going, some people go for physical abuse and they're all mad. I think it's better when you sit your child down and you explain to them how what they're doing will affect them in the future. I really think proper communication is key, because look at it. If personally my mom tells me, if you, when she finds out maybe I was drinking alcohol, instead of her just becoming mad and she's getting all aggressive, it would come out better to me if she sits me down and she tells me, when you're taking alcohol, this could be the end result. So do you want that for yourself? So it's easier for someone not to do something when you're explaining to them in a way that you're not, it's not like when they're drinking alcohol they're doing wrong to you, but they're wronging themselves. And we should also not just listen to people, we should learn how to hear what they're saying, and not just listen so that you can answer them back or what. You're supposed to hear what maybe the child is saying and where they're coming from, and you realize why they did what they did, because how you choose to deal with conflicts shapes how the child will get used to receiving conflicts from other people, like when they are grown up. So if you're used to beating a child, that's why you find some people are comfortable in physically abusive relationships, because that's what they know should happen. That's what they are aware of, so they don't see it as something bad. So whatever you do with your children will affect them big time. So it's really, really critical for people to make their homes and themselves a very safe space for their kids. Yeah. And you also give your children things so that they don't go seek them out from other people, like the people who didn't get attention when they were kids, now they go getting into toxic relationship just because they need that attention. They don't care about everything else, the red flags, all they just need the attention. And that's why we get people who are not emotionally available. But if you give your children the attention they want, the affection and everything in between, you make it easy for them in their future lives and everything in between. So I really
Yeah.
do think that parenting is not something you just dive into. You're supposed to be prepared mentally, physically, emotionally, financially.
So Queen V said that, she says things over and over again in her home. She's like, oh Lord, I need to, instill that rule that you only say things once. So if you're going to only say things once in your home, then you have to make sure that you get your child's attention. You have to make sure that they understand what you said. And the way that you make sure somebody understood you is you get them to demonstrate understanding. Demonstrating understanding is an incredibly important part of communication. Communication isn't just talking. It's not just being able to put your ideas in order and convey them to another person. Sometimes people hear folks who are good talkers, but that doesn't mean they're good at communication. They're good at one aspect of communication, right? So I'm a good talker. I'm good at putting my thoughts in order and explaining them to other people, right? But then you also have to develop good listening. And good listening is your ability to stay focused on what the person is saying and to draw out from what they're saying what they intend for you to understand. So, have you ever been talking to somebody and then they come back with something that's related to what you're saying, but it isn't the point you were making, right? So, that person's a bad listener. That person's not good at listening, right? Or you might be bad at conveying, but most of the time it's that, a lot of people, this is what they call listening to respond. Listening to respond means that I picked up on something you said, right? It's related to some ideas I have, and I'm going to talk about my ideas without demonstrating any understanding about what you said. And this is the third aspect of communication. You got to be able to demonstrate understanding. And so that's where, after the person talks, instead of you responding, you say, okay, this is what I just heard you say. And so you'll hear often when I'm on lives and stuff, I'm going back and forth with somebody, I'll say, okay, this is what I think you just said. I invite you to correct me or clarify if I miss anything or if I mess something up. And now when they go, when I'm talking back to them, right, they have the invitation from me to say, no, that's not what I was saying. Right? Now, this is really important because a lot of times people are trying to win an argument rather than actually have a conversation. Conversation, to converse, is to convey between one another. To communicate means that you're commuting information. They're giving you information, you're getting information. You're giving information, they're getting information. The point of a conversation isn't to win an argument. It's not, how many times have you had a conversation with somebody and then they said, you know what, everything you said was right, everything I thought was wrong. Thank you for correcting me. How often does that happen? Right? Almost never. The point of communication isn't to be right. I learned this in 20 years of corporate sales. Okay? The point of communication is to be understood, not to be right. If the other person understands you and still thinks you're wrong, that's better than you guys not even understanding one another and having an argument about who's right. Nothing is accomplished from that. So if your goal isn't to try to convince the person they're wrong, your goal is to make sure they understand you and to make sure you understand them. Not to do that, you have to have a good faith position about the person you're talking to. If you think the person is trying to manipulate or disrespect you or whatever, then now all of a sudden you're going to fight against the understanding. But believe it or not, demonstrating understanding means that they have to define their premise. They have to define what it is exactly that you're saying. What do you want me to take from this? Now that they have to do that, if what they're saying isn't logical, if it isn't practical, if it doesn't make sense, then a lot of times, they defeat their own argument. Most of the time, I don't even have to defeat somebody else's argument. I let them talk. And then they say shit that disqualifies their own argument, right? But that only is going to happen if you're an active listener and you demonstrate understanding. Then you'll find you're only arguing against ideas that make sense. Because if you're saying, okay, hold on, but you have to be earnest in your attempt to give back their ideas without trying to make them look stupid. So you say, okay, so this is what I took from this. Is this what you're saying? Feel free to interrupt me and correct or clarify, or if I'm missing something, please let me know. And then once I gain agreement that what it is I just gave back to you is what you're saying, and you don't have anything else to add, then I break you down. Do you get what I mean? But if you're going to argue against somebody before you even understand them, then what are you even arguing against? If you don't know what they're talking about and you're just triggered, so they said something, it triggered you. They said the word submission, and now you're going to have an argument about submission. You don't even understand the point of what they were saying. Demonstrate understanding. And so when you're talking to your kids, this applies. Make sure that they understand what you're asking them to do. then you gain the right to only say it one time. Because you know they know what you're asking them for. There's no confusion. But if you're just yelling across the room or yelling across the house, I don't yell across the room or across the house unless I'm calling you to come to me. And then I'm going to tell you what it is that I want. I'm going to make sure you understand. And then I send you off to go and do it. And if you don't do it, that's why I can come back and say, how many times does dad say something? One time. I'm sorry, dad. I'll get up and I'll do it right now. I got distracted. That's what I hear if they don't do something I ask them to do. Dad, I got distracted. I forgot. I ran out of time. Something like that. But in terms of my kids disregarding something I ask, never happens. Never. Not once.
And I would say, I would add, Black Jesus, because you said what I wanted to say is that the repeat back is very important, and also the consistency. So, right, you never waver on what you expect from your children. You never waver on the consequences. So they always have a clear picture of what it is that you expect from them.
Yeah, she said the S word taps her lizard brain. Coco is gold. She says the S word taps her lizard brain. Yeah, but check this out. I bet you if we were to talk to Coco Gold and ask her what type of man she's looking for, she would describe a man who, in every aspect of him, wouldn't want anything, wouldn't desire a woman who would not yield to his authority, which is what submission is. And so this is something that a lot of times, like if you let you ladies talk, a lot of times I find that women are used to having conversations and being interrupted, not being understood. And so a lot of their ideas, they're not clear. They just have a general sense of how they want things to be, but don't know if it's practical, if it makes sense. So like without opening up the body count conversation, I'm just using it as an example, right? I hear women tell me all the time whenever I have this conversation, body count doesn't matter because um, it doesn't matter what I did in my past. And you as a man, you got community D. So you're gross. I wouldn't want a man with a high body count. Okay. All right. So you're saying that the man can't have a high body count. Okay. But then who you sleep with is nobody's business. So out the same mouth and out the same head and the same mind, you're saying your body count doesn't matter, but a man does. And then you're a feminist. So you believe men and women are equal. So you don't like the double standard, but you're creating a double standard by saying this because you're saying that you want the man's body count to matter. You don't want yours to matter, but you think you guys are equal. If you add all three of those things up, that makes no sense. If it's equal, that means you think that both it should be the same for both. But then you're saying yours doesn't matter, but his does. That doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. When you talk to most women, if you listen long enough, this is what they'll say. And they don't realize that what they're saying doesn't make any sense. And so while I'll go back into the argument, I say, okay, so let me get this straight. You're saying that you don't want a guy who's been run all around town. He's a fuck boy, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. Okay, got it. You're saying you want the right to be able to do whatever you want and nobody can judge you, right? She says, yes. Okay. So how are those equal between a man and a woman? Help me understand that. I'm having problems reconciling these two ideas you just said against one another. And you believe men and women are equal, right? Yes, I believe men are okay. So shouldn't it be the same for both? Yes, it should. Okay, then why are you purporting a different standard for the woman than you are for the man? It doesn't make sense. And if you talk to the vast majority of women who argue against body count mattering, this is one of their primary points. And it literally is illogical. Did I just
So
make
let me
sense?
ask
That
something.
makes perfect sense, Black Jesus. And I would say, I would add to this that if you choose a man of quality, a man who has respect for himself, he's going to have restraint over his loins. So you're not going to pick an F boy, right? So it's always about choice. Who do you want to compliment you? And we do have to understand that a man is different. Like you always say, this thing that makes me laugh. Some men will f a mud puddle, and there's some truth to that because the high testosterone levels, and that's why you practice sexual fast to keep yourself in restraint, right? To keep yourself making wise decisions and not allowing your loins to lead you. So it's about choosing a man of quality.
That's exactly right. Yeah, a man who
Hold up,
can't control
man.
himself.
Y'all taking too long, man. 50K, man. This is about to get shut off. Ain't no way this jump should be that slow.
Also, Kevin, if you have people in the queue, you could drop me.
No, I don't think I got nobody in there. Let me see.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, and I do think that body count is a double standard. But why? Why is it a double standard? The reason why is because women don't enforce it. Most women aren't going to pass on a man that they want because he has a past. But men who want wives will pass on a woman they want because she has a past. That's reality. That's not talking about how things should be, how they could be, what's right, what's wrong. It's just talking about how it is. Sky is blue, water's wet. Men don't typically want to marry women with a past. So it is a natural double standard, right? Because women don't disqualify guys. And so this argument that you're seeing unfold online is it's feminism. And feminism is when one of the primary aspects of feminism is where women say, as a woman, we are looking at this the right way, and men need to see it this way too. It negates the polarity of men and women, that we have different values, we want different things from one another, and that there are certain things that men look at very differently than women do. We don't think of it the same way you do, and we're not ever going to, because that's not how men are, right? So because of that, if you're a woman who's saying, well, body count doesn't matter, and you're arguing with a man against it, you could say body count doesn't matter for women. That makes perfect sense. It doesn't. No argument. You win. No argument. You win. For women, it does not matter for when it comes to the men that they deal with. I mean, it does matter to a degree. I'm sure if you had some dude that slept with hundreds of women or was a porn star, that would matter to you or whatever. But for most women, they aren't going to disqualify a guy who checks their other boxes because he slept with a whole bunch of girls. They really don't care like that. But what feminism does is it tries to tell men, well, you should think like this too. This is how you should think as a man, and you should apply the same principle I apply when I'm trying to find an intimate partner or find a husband to how you find a wife. And men want something different from women than women want from men. So it doesn't work when it goes the other way. So most men, they know that it does matter, and they apply that principle when it's a different. We want something different from one another. We're accomplishing two different things. When you find a husband, you're not accomplishing the same thing that I find when I find a wife. You're looking for protection, provision. You're looking for certain aspects in a man. When a man is looking for a wife, he's not looking for that shit out of her. So they're different. So even though we're all talking about the same elements, how they're organized in the hierarchy of importance is very different for a man than a woman. And body count is much higher in the hierarchy of importance to most men than it is to women, because we want something different from you. It doesn't make sense for us to use your thinking in looking for a mate. We're not women.
True.
It,
Look, I
it
think
really
the whole
is.
body count thing is like, mostly you can't expect, like, most people do have a past, and it's okay to have a past, because nobody will get into something that they think has a potential possibility of failing. No, we just go into things not knowing whether they'll fail or they'll be successful. But I really do think that when somebody gets to a certain number of body counts, now it becomes questionable, because one person, two people, it's okay. But if now you're telling me your body count is more than 5, I'd be curious to know why 5 people got to spend their time with you, share your energy, and connect with you on the deepest level, and 5 of them, the first one, the second one, the third one, or 7, they decide they don't want to fuck with you anymore. That's questionable. I'd want to know. But some numbers are just reasonable, but sometimes it's scary, because no man wants to have a woman who's been around so much. She doesn't look that valuable. And even for a woman, if you have a man that maybe in the area you're staying, he's been around with most of the women, he doesn't seem valuable in your eyes that much, because he's in everybody's between everybody's legs, and it's just crazy. So that's what I think.
So Coco says that the marriage isn't the goal anymore for so many women, and it isn't the status flex that it used to be. Yeah, it is. Like it's crazy to me. You know, a lot of times you talk to women, and one of the things that like they say one thing, but they'll do another altogether. So a woman will say, "Well, you know, I want a guy who's emotionally intelligent." You say, "Okay, cool." So then you say, "Okay, well, let's talk to you about your ex-boyfriends." And when you talk to them about their ex-boyfriends, none of them was emotionally intelligent. So you ask yourself, you say, okay, well, if this is so important to you, why have you not ever dated anybody that exhibited this principle? Well, because it's not really that important to you. You really want somebody who's tall and handsome and they know how to vibe and they got good D and they got their money together or whatever. Those are so guys, men are at in a place in the world where we have a different experience than you guys. And men have to be able to know what women really respond to. Because if you ask most women, they're going to give you a politically correct answer. They're going to tell you all of the emotional stuff and this, that, and the other. But then when you look at their dating history, you look at their boyfriends, none of that shit was there. So they tell you one thing and it's really something else, which is fine. Once you understand this principle is mostly true with most women most of the time until they get older, then you understand like, okay, well, she said that, but I know that's all BS. It's all bullshit. This is what they really want because these guys here have the most options with women. So you can say, oh, I want a man who's emotionally intelligent. Okay, how come the most emotionally intelligent men don't have the most access to women? If when you talk to women, all they talk about is emotional intelligence and listening and caring and this, that, and the other, why don't the most caring, emotionally intelligent men have the most options with women? Why is that the case? Ladies, anybody help me to understand?
Cause
Does
they
anybody
in the
want to
friend
answer
zone.
that?
Uh,
It's a whole bunch of bullshit. That's why. And so as a
Kev,
guy,
get it together over there, Kev. Get it together
yeah,
over there.
it's a whole bunch of bullshit. So that's why male mentorship is very important because men are going to speak to you about standards, accountability, structure. They're going to talk to you about reality. And women, they're going to talk to you about how things should. They're going to say it should be this way. And that's necessary. And you need that input from a woman, right? But that's not going to help you as much as a man if you don't understand that the sky is blue and water is wet. And a woman's going to tell you, well, you know, I saw the sky and one day it was pink. That's not going to help you. You need to know that the sky is blue, you know? So,
I have a defense for that is because women are insatiable, right? And we don't like to admit that. We see so many options. If you watch a woman shop, there's so many things that's available to us. We can't make up our darn mind, right? I'll speak for me. When I go into a store, my eyes are like, oh my God, look at this and look at that. And oh, I like this color. Look at these shoes. We have and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can get out of whack if we don't put it into check. We are definitely insatiable. And I want men to also understand this about a woman. Our sex drive is no different. I mean, it's different than yours in terms of how we're viewed in society if we act on our sexual appetite. But let's think about a woman. She can have multiple O's, right? Where a man may be able to have one and now he needs to roll over and go to sleep and have a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Where women, we can go on and on and on and on and on and on. We are insatiable, and this is why we have to be careful about how we move about the world. And for me, speaking to me, not lead with my loin, because I know I'm a highly sexual being still as a 57-year-old woman, mother of 5 grown children and 9 grandchildren. There is nothing wrong with my uh, part, if you will. So, but I have to keep that in check because I can make improper decisions if I lead with that area of my body. But men, don't get it twisted. You have testosterone. We have estrogen and progesterone, but the other word. And so we are
projection.
insatiable. Yes, that. Thank you, Mike
Yeah.
Jesus.
So here's the thing, though, Cheryl. Let me ask you a question. I want to ask the ladies this question since we got so many ladies up here. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes.
So
Dun
let's
dun
say
dun. Oh,
let yeah, let's say that you can have four guys all of them are great lovers, and you can have sex with 4 different guys that are all great lovers, okay? Or you can have one guy who's a great lover and he cares about you and loves you and you have a relationship with that one guy. So no relationship and 4 great lovers, or a relationship with one guy who's a great lover. Which one would you choose?
I want one guy in a relationship, and he's a quality man, a good man. I'm talking about the intangibles. He's a man of his word. His words match his actions. He's consistent in that. I want that. I don't need 4 guys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could probably do it because that's how insatiable a woman is, but that's not a good look. That's not what I want to do. It's too much energy for me because those 4 different guys are going to have all different kinds of expectations and personalities. One is enough. When you have one and you're equally yoked and he's able to please me both tangibly and intangibly, we are good. And I don't need a lot. I'm learning that the more I have, so the more things, I'm talking about things. Some women think about things. I need a man who's going to provide a lot of handbags and dresses and shoes for me and pay for my nails, my hair. I don't need that. I rather have communication with you. Sure, great sex, that works, but I want a healthy relationship above all. That means more to me. Sex can always be worked on. Like we can learn it, or we can learn tantra. We can, experiment with each other's bodies. I'd rather have one person that gets to know me than have 4 people that are just guessing. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Can I get you to answer that? Say that question one more time, please.
Would you rather, as a woman, have 4 guys who are great lovers but no relationship,
Hmm.
or a relationship with one guy who's a great lover?
Well, that's a no-brainer. I'd much rather have the one relation.
When did that ever change for you? Was there ever a point in the past for you ladies where you would have rather have 4 dudes in rotation rather than one dude that's a great lover that cares about you, that you have a relationship with?
No.
Not really.
I had 4
So,
friend zone relationships, and they each provided something different. So, in
yeah,
other
but
words, one
would you
was a
have
great
preferred that?
talker, one was a great spender. So I had those type of, but I was not intimate with all of them. It
Stop
wasn't a
telling their
nice. It
secrets.
wasn't a nice thing, and I would never do it again.
I need you to stop telling their secrets.
I'm telling secrets. Women have. Let me tell you something, and that's why they get mad at me, and I don't care because we have to be truthful. Truth is part of healing. Truth is love, right? Truth is actually being loving. I know we don't think so, but yeah, we will have men in rotation. We will have one who pays the bills, one who, is a great talker. We may have one who's a great lover, but for me, I've never had 4 lovers at once. If I have one good lover, that's my lover, and then the other ones are my providers and provisionary people. Sorry. Sorry, ladies. That's some of us.
I thought I was special, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, you're not. I'm sorry. And ladies,
I'm
neither
definitely
are
glad
we.
that you. I'm
Neither
definitely
are
glad
we.
that
We
you
are not
said
that
some
special
of
when a
them,
man is looking for a
because I haven't
quality
ever had a
woman.
man in rotation. I don't move that way because I feel like I'm not into putting people in categories to do certain things. That's not how it works. But that's just not how it works in my world. I can't speak for
For
others.
everybody. Right, sis. And I didn't mean to sound like I
You
was speaking for
an
everybody.
anonymity. I
But
can't
there
say that
are
word.
many who do.
I know, Kev. I hear this multiple times that I'm a unicorn. It's fine. I'm okay with it.
I love her. She's
I
like,
love
And
you
you
what
you
too.
about
can't
the
you
other
can't trigger
ladies?
me.
I really do think that when you're dealing with more than one person at a time, they make you feel more empty, not more complete.
Correct.
Completeness is not found in many people, but in
Right.
finding peace and harmony in one person. The more people you go, if you have 4 lovers and you're dealing with all of them, first it's so exhausting mentally and physically, mostly mentally. And when you're having intimacy with 4 different people at the same time, it's so draining. It will leave you feeling empty all the time. And when you're in a relationship with somebody, that means that you're emotionally connected, and if you're emotionally safe with them, then the intimacy hits different,
Wait,
rather
so
than when
th-
like you're involving many other people too.
Did that go over my head? Or
I
did you
mean,
do
not
that
only that,
before?
I'm not finna try to multitask four different men at. I'm not getting ready to do that. I'm not finna try and no.
Yeah,
Did,
committing to one is already tiresome. Then you go and add three more people. Come on.
did you?
Right.
Oh, you. Oh, I thought I was hearing you wrong. I thought it sounded like you tried it before. The way you were saying it, though, you was like it can be so
No.
draining.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and listen a little clearer, Kev.
I I'm
Like
trying
I
to make
said,
sure
there's a
that I try to
difference.
see his side. I said,
I want to put a disclaimer out here. There's a difference between sleeping with all four of these people and having different tasks for each of these people. This is how
oh yeah.
poly. This is poly. This exists. So it not only exists in the monogamous world, it exists in the poly world because the poly world says it's impossible. This is their thing for one person to be all things to one person, right? That's not necessarily true if you're willing to put in the work. So if you have a great lover, the other things can be worked out. You can work on your communication, right? You can work to earn more money, right? But you want to do this with the person, first of all, who complements your core values. One of mine is honesty. And one thing that I like about the poly world is they are honest with each other. Everybody knows about the other mate. Everybody knows what the other one brings to the table. They get together and what they call it, they build an empire, they build a kingdom, and they build a queendom. That's them. That's their how they like to do it. I respect it because it's an integrity. I can't do it. It's too many people involved. It's too much energy, right? That it doesn't work for me.
So
I
there
like
was a
one
reason
person.
that.
My mind is very narrow sometimes. I can only focus on one thing and one task at a time. That's just me. Other people can multitask and they can multitask with people. I can't.
So there is a reason I asked this question because, ladies, if let me ask you a question: do you think that men struggle with monogamy even if they have a woman that meets their sexual needs that they have a loving relationship with? Do you think it's still difficult for men to say no to other options?
I think they do struggle with it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So I say this
Truthfully, it
because it's a,
depends on that man's mindset and the
oh,
strength that he
True.
carries.
well, hold on. The strength means that he's strong enough to beat the struggle. But so I'm just asking. I'm not saying that he's cheating. I'm saying that he struggles with it. So do you think that is an intrinsic natural struggle for men, that like monogamy is an intrinsic natural struggle for men, even if you're meeting a man's needs? Have any of you ladies ever dated or have friends who have dated a man where, the guy and the girl loved each other, right? She was meeting all his needs and he still fucked up.
and he still cheated on. Yeah, well, men are very, very, very visual, right? That's just an automatic fact. I used to think when my husband looked at another woman, he didn't love me anymore. That was just my immature mindset. But it's not that he
Well,
didn't
it was
love
just
me.
you projecting. It was,
He's just visual. He sees a
yeah,
what, and then it's this adds to the how we dress thing. And this is why if all women walked around modest, it doesn't ain't going to stop a man because he's going to use his imagination too. I mean, dress doesn't always stop, but it does help to entice men, right? Because
yeah.
you got boobs out, you got butt out, you got legs and thighs showing. A man is going to look point blank, period. And this is why he struggles, with being having restraint. It doesn't
So
mean
so
he
my point.
can't, but it's definitely a struggle. And I feel sorry for you men today because even as a woman, I just admire beautiful people. No, I'm strictly ickly, put the D in front of it, but I can admire beautiful bodies. Women are gorgeous, right? That's why I don't have catty issues with women. I don't, in particularly. Sometimes women make me blush. I'm like, oh my God, look at all that butt, look at them boobs, like she is just banging. I blush as a grandmother. So I could just imagine what the men are going through when they see all this deliciousness exposed. Hello. And there's so
Yeah.
much of it today.
Yeah. So my point though is that the
Sadly, women
nature.
women are doing it too. Sadly, women obtain it as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
honey, I'm a looker too. I'm a looky loo. I love to look. Men are
Sadly,
gorgeous.
women
But for
cannot
I
me,
love women
hold
because
too.
I'm
themselves.
sapiosexual, what turns me on is a man who's intelligent. I get crown gasms. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why sometimes I put my head down when certain men are speaking, because granny parts go away from herself and they have their own mind. I'm just saying. I love
We
intelligent
Clean up
men.
on aisle three.
that part. Say that for the ones in the back, please.
Yeah.
Yes,
Um,
yes, sir.
so I asked these two questions to try to point at something. And the thing I'm pointing at is that male nature and female nature is different in this way. Right? Now, just because something is hard doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. So I tell men that that if you want a relationship where you have a submissive woman and you have a traditional household and you want to start a family with a woman, then your loyalty and integrity, especially as it pertains to sex, is important. But you also have to tell a man, like, hey, there's nothing wrong with you. This is a natural struggle. It's something that's hard to do, just like it's hard to go out and make money, like it's hard to be successful, and it's hard to be monogamous because your nature, there's nothing wrong with you. And you see a lot of the women in the comment section, if you go back through it, they were like, oh, that's because he's a hoe. That's because he's this. That's because no, it's not. It's because he's a man. And in a way that as a woman, if your needs are being met with a single man, you don't want four guys. The variety loses its appeal to you, right? With a man, that's not a natural
Well, we can
state.
say some women because some women can just see a man and that is a temptation for her, and she
Sure.
will do the same.
Yeah, sure. I obviously at the edges you're gonna find, different things, but in the mean, in the average, in general, if a woman's needs are being met by a man, sexually, emotionally, mentally, then she doesn't want to be around other guys, right? She doesn't want to have sex with other men, right? But a man is different. He can love a woman, she can meet all of her needs, and his desire for other women doesn't completely disappear because of that. He still has to struggle with that desire. And that's an important aspect for young men to know about themselves so that they can defeat it. You can't beat a problem that you won't admit exists, right? And oftentimes what women do, especially women who are raising young boys, is they set their sons up for failure because they teach them that there's something wrong with the fact that they desire women and this, that, and the other. Oh, you'd like this because you're horny or blah, 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 blah. So men don't understand that this is something that they have to learn to control. They learn that it's something that they should be ashamed of. They learn that it's something that's wrong with them. And so, because of that, they never learn where the gears and the steering wheel is, and they never learn to control it. And that's why you find oftentimes when you see these guys who have multiple kids by multiple women, the vast majority of the time, they were raised with no father around, right? They
Hey,
didn't
so
get any. Go ahead.
no, I was about to say I see why he set that up at the beginning. Now that makes sense though, because he asked the woman first if which one you will pick between one or four, and if you was already satisfied. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he set it up like that, because it's like it really, like, if you think about it, no woman, most of the women already said one in here, so you wouldn't think that a woman would, if they already good, the only time they probably would cheat is be if they not satisfied. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
they
I
would
doubt they're
prefer.
going to try to look for another man if they already satisfied. And that's why he's saying it's a difference between the women and the men and all that stuff.
Or
Yeah,
we do what they
Oh,
call emotional cheating. If the communication, I know, and people don't believe in this. I don't believe in emotional cheating. This is why I like to have sometimes male platonic friends. However, the platonic male friend has to also know this is my person. This is the person I'm committed to. He has to have a respect and a boundary with my, say, husband, or with, the man I'm in an exclusive relationship with. So I'm not just going to pick any willy nilly guy to be my friend. It's about respect. There's some things I may need to come to you to talk to you about. So maybe that man helps me get a better understanding of how a man thinks, to where I can't get through to my husband. But for the most part, I want to have that communication dialogue with my husband, or I'll go to my therapist, or I'll go to a coach, you know, because sometimes some men, when you're having problems inside your relationship and you go to them, they look at this as the space of opportunity. She's vulnerable. Let me see where I could get in. So we ladies have to be careful about that too. And we also have to be careful about what type of friends we choose as women, Because some women, especially single women, bitter women, oh, you should leave him, girl. He ain't crap. Get away from that. And let me tell you something. Some of these women, when you get away from the piece of crap that they say he is, they'll be the first one trying to get with him. Women love married men too, because they know this man has value. He has consistencies. He's a provider. So yeah, we're not exempt from doing some of the things that men do that we like to portray we don't do. We're just so innocent and virtuous and holier than thou. No, we're not. We're capable of doing some of the very same things. I'll say this. I won't say because people get upset when you speak, but I know
Yeah.
this to be true. I've been in a poly community, and we talk about all types of things openly and honestly. Women are just as capable as men for cheating, but it usually has something to do with some emotional need that's not being met
Yeah,
versus a
women cheat
Or
physical
because
need.
or
of,
or
yeah,
revenge or something just
women,
to get back or something like that. That's the only
Wait,
other
wait,
reason.
yeah,
wait.
Who's
women
that speaking?
typically.
Oh, that
Based
was Kevin. Oh, I'm sorry, that was
Yeah,
Kevin.
I was
Like,
saying
where'd
that's
that
just
voice
or
come from? I'm
revenge.
looking
They
for
would
another.
they would try to get
go
back like,
back
oh, he did it, so I'm
Oh,
gonna do it.
we
That's
will
another
do
reason
that
why.
too.
Yeah,
There,
that's the
there is
other
that
reason.
petty. There is
basically
that
you go back
petty, immature. But you
mothers
know
are
what? When that happens, they're only being used, because the man that you're cheating with, he don't give a crap about you. He's just like Black Jesus says, you're just a mud puddle. He just wants to stick it somewhere. And he ain't caring. So that revenge thing backfires. I did that one too. Grandma got a whole bunch of experience. Do the revenge thing if you want, and the only person you're getting back at is your damn self. You're damaging yourself. Work on. If this man is valuable and he stepped out once, I'm not saying a repeated offender, but if he made an error, sometimes we have to try to remove our ego from from the mistake. Right? Was this a moment of weakness, or is this a pattern with my husband? Sometimes people error, and they error for different reasons. Can it be forgiven? Is this time spent that we had? We have children. Do I want to drop all of my investments just because he had a moment of weakness? That's an individual choice based upon, the individual woman. So for me, I can say that I have forgiven it. My husband did have a moment of weakness. I knew that he didn't love me any less, value me less, or not love my children any less. He had a moment of weakness. Now, granted, there was some very tough talk with him. Do it again, and I'm gonna pull a Lorena Bobbitt on you. Just joking. Don't nobody do that. But y'all know what I'm saying. I wanted him to know there's gonna be severe consequences if he does it again. Now, here's another story I never brought out, or maybe I did and people remember it. Use it to attack me if you will. I cheated on my husband. Here's the difference when a woman cheats. Oh, I did. New story. Uh-oh, everybody get your tea out, start drinking, start attacking. Here we go. So I don't care. My truth sets me free. It grows me, it learns me. I want to go to heaven with a light heart and a
True.
pure heart. Okay, back to the story. I cheated on my husband. Unforgivable. He could not forgive it. So when some men deal with a woman cheating, it's quite differently. And here's why. Men don't love easily as women. That's a fact. Women think everything equals love. Or, a man, when another man entered his woman, he feels totally broken. And, because he put all this time, investment in years and energy and children and made provisions. Like I'm provided for my future now. I can sit on my brown behind because my husband left money behind for me based on the
You mean
fact that I
yellow?
was his wife. So even though I did cheat, he didn't take away the financial provision from me because he thought about that. But in terms of being connected to me again emotionally, it couldn't happen for him. So that's just my share. Do it with it what you will.
One of the things that is
Black
important,
Jesus,
like,
can I get you to go back to when you
absolutely.
said mothers are at fault for the reason men do a lot of things?
Okay, so I don't want to do a fault game right now because I feel like we're
I'm
doing
not doing
such
a
a good
fault
job
game. I'm trying to
communicating.
understand where you came
No,
from
I
when
don't.
you made the statement.
All right. A lot of times women are ill-equipped when raising young men for this aspect because they don't understand this part of male nature, right? It's a side of most men that is invisible to women, and if they see it, they are misunderstanding what they're seeing. They don't understand what they're seeing. So I'll give you an example. If you guys go back through the chat, you'll see Coco was gold, right? And Coco was gold. She's somebody who's commenting, and her and I've been doing a little chatting back and forth. And she says that the male perspective is useless to her, right? She doesn't need to understand how men think or how men see because it's useless to her as a woman. And so oftentimes you have women where the understanding that they do have of men is a bad faith understanding. Oh, well, he's horny because he's a dog, or he's horny. They want sex because they're hoes. Okay, but here's the truth. When women get into their 40s, you hear these women, they're called cougars, right? They get to an age where they just want to have lots and lots and lots of sex, right? And why is that? Well, part of it's hormonal. Your testosterone increases by about 10 to 15% when you go into your 40s. And at that time, you have the testosterone of about a 14-year-old boy, not even a grown man. Men have 20 times the amount of this shit in their body than you guys do. And when a woman gets more of it, they want to nail everything in sight. So women get the estrogen, progesterone. Estrogen, progesterone is there to help you to maintain your reproductive organs, but it also has a psychological effect on you as well. It pushes emotional volatility, anxiety, and depression. So women are more likely to experience emotional volatility because of this. So you'll have, as a guy, like I'll talk to Kevin real quick. Kevin, have you ever watched something on TV or something, and for some reason it almost made you feel like you could cry from it? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. And have you ever spontaneously felt like you could cry, like for no reason?
Yes, you have. Come on.
No, no,
No,
no. Think,
we was
think.
actually just talking about this earlier that I hardly cry stuff.
Come on.
I think recently as I start being more caring and loving people and all that stuff, I don't say cry, but I seen something that was sad though. But I don't know. Nah,
Yeah.
no, double
So
no.
so check this out. So ladies, this is I've asked him this for a reason because I knew that you were gonna think of it the way Queen V thought of it. Because women, they experience this shit almost daily, bro. On a daily basis, women experience and see things that make them have an emotional response where they feel like they could almost cry from it. And that's
Yes.
because of the estrogen and progesterone in their body. They don't understand that for us as men, we don't spontaneously feel that way over almost nothing ever. And we can watch something sad, and a lot of us, it doesn't make us feel that way. There are things that there's some guys who are more emotional than others. Guys, on average, are far less emotional than women are. Now, let's say that because of this emotional state of women, we men as a group said, you know what? It's not that women are more emotional than we are. It's that they're weak. Women are just weak and fucking crazy. Now
No.
that's unfair to do, but that's what you do to men
Women don't
who
accept.
are experiencing higher levels of libido because of their testosterone. And in the same way, you can't help it, ladies, when you feel more emotional, you can't help it. You can control it, right? You can control how you're going to act based off of it, right? You don't have to break down into tears and stuff. You can all of that stuff, but the feeling is there, and you have to deal with the fact that you naturally feel this way because of the hormones in your body. And for men, we have to deal with our libidos in a way that you ladies don't really understand because we have 20 times the amount of testosterone that you have. And this testosterone drives three things: it drives libido, it drives a desire to compete, and it drives aggression, male aggression. This is why, if you look at the most hyper violent people in the world, like 90% of them are men, right? You look at the guys who have killed the most people, who have done this, they're all men. Now, that isn't that the average man is this way, but it means that on average, people who are hyper violent or prone to hyper violence are almost always men because we have these hormones in our body and they help to drive our behaviors towards certain things. And sex is one of these things. So when you look at a man and you think, oh, he's horny, he's a hoe, he's this, he's that, all men feel the same way he feels inside. This is just a man who doesn't have any restraint. He doesn't know how to control it. The man who knows how to control it isn't less horny than the guy who's a hornball. He just the one guy just
Definitely.
does that make sense the way I'm explaining this to you ladies?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I love men for who they are. And I love being
No,
a
not
woman. And I
really.
love the fact that I cry. I think I cried here yesterday morning on Kevin's live. Like, I'll just cry.
Yeah.
Everyone on this panel was speaking and getting along so beautifully. That touched my heart as a woman. I'm like, look at us. Look at us up here speaking to each other with intelligence, giving examples, giving solutions. Look at this. Look at this black man speaking about see my beautiful
Mhm.
home. This is how I raised my child. That touches Granny's heart, and
Mhm.
I did tear up. I'll tear up at a love story when a
I have a
couple is breaking
story.
up.
So when
I
you
have
talked
I don't
cried.
about,
I don't
Hold on,
agree.
hold on. Let me finish.
I don't agree.
Last point. I have cried during lovemaking. Now ask me why. I don't know. My husband said to
I've
me,
never done
"Well,
that.
what did I do to you? What hurts? What's going on?" It's not that anything hurts. It's just that uh, sex for women, for me, draws an emotional response. The oxytocin is there. That wanting to connect is there. All of those needs for a woman, me, has been met, and so it's so beautiful. It just reduces me to tears, and I love it. I surrender. I love my emotions. I don't weaponize them. The only time I do judge my emotions is when I don't have them in check, and now I'm being aggressive and being in my masculine energy, uncultivated masculine energy, for which I have, and now I'm yelling and screaming because I don't have the restraint of emotional intelligence to bring it down a little bit and express myself in a more intelligent way. I love being a woman. I don't want to be a man. A man compliments me. He's beautiful, and I love you, men. And I'm glad that you are the way that you are. Period.
So when you're
I
dealing with these
really,
young boys, oh, you go ahead,
yeah.
Mama. I had a secondary follow up point, but you go first so you don't lose your idea. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I really love the way you put it that all men have the urge, but the only person who follows their urge blindly is an animal. And that's the man you want, a man that
The what? The
has these
edge?
urges,
The what?
but the urge to go to
Oh, the
the
urge.
I'm
Mhm.
referring this to being horny and everything. A
Mhm.
man who can control his desires is a powerful man, really
Mhm.
powerful.
You
Yeah.
took the
Exactly.
words out
So
of my
So
mouth because I was just getting ready to say that. When you're able, I'm teaching my sons to control themselves because if you go out here running rapidly, children are being made. So I need you to be able to control yourself and put the strength into place. So you're not out here making babies and you're not out here catching diseases. So I'm going to need you to control that urge and dial it down and stay focused and stay in a tunnel vision and don't be out here moving off of urges you have.
so what are you teaching them as a practice to control the urge?
I'm giving them what they need. I'm stemming with their mind. Is that you can always control this. If you feel an urge, address yourself. Communicate
What
with
is
yourself because there's every action comes with a reaction. So if you involve yourself off of an urge, then you're going to get a reaction for it, which means it could put you in a situation which could be harmful to a child that possibly could be made. And now you're not there to get the job done. So you're going to
right,
need to
but
So
communicate with yourself.
I
You're
but
going to need to take
but
time to
mhm.
control that urge because if you let that urge run rapid, children are being made and they're the ones who's being hurt. So it
Okay,
has
I
to be
agree
so
with
I
controlled.
those
So
think
things.
I
I think
have
his
to
point.
educate
But
my
it's
What I
also
sons
important
on
to
a
I
let
think
them
level.
know that that urge is
I have to
healthy. You know, like
yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not healthy. I'm
oftentimes we
also letting
shame
them know it's healthy,
ourselves.
but I'm also letting them know is to train themselves, to discipline themselves in
Right.
that manner. Is you need to control it. The
Right.
urge is
Yeah.
fine, but knowing how
The
to handle that
discipline.
That's
urge.
what Black
Yes.
Jesus
Yeah,
said.
so
He
I
agrees
think
with you.
Yes.
He
look,
agrees with you.
I think his
Right.
point was, which I get it, I get what y'all saying and stuff, but I think his point was saying that to tell a man to control that is the same way as saying telling a woman to control their tears, control them crying and stuff. That was his whole point. That was all it was. Both of them can get controlled, you know what I'm saying, but it's just he just saying in comparison, is as hard as it takes y'all to stop from crying, it's as hard as it takes him from stop them from controlling that urge. That was his whole point, I think.
Right.
Yeah, and so now
Right.
we got to talk about what's a practice. So I've got my son, I tell him, listen, okay, your libido energy is natural, okay? And you have to develop a relationship of control with it, okay? You wanting to pull your dick out by the root 3 or 4 times a day, right? You wanting to jerk off 2 or 3 times a day is natural as a young man,
Oh
okay?
my.
But that, yeah, you guys don't understand the male libido. You don't understand it's a beast inside of a man. You just look at it as, but for men, it's a very different thing. It's a constant urge and desire to have sex, to jerk off, to look at
It's a
women, to this,
beast.
that, and the
It's
other,
a
to
beast.
stop. It's an animal. Okay,
Yes.
so you have to learn how to put a leash around it, and you have to learn how to control it. So what I tell my son, and for you ladies who have sons, this will help. Okay, your libido energy is natural, okay? But that energy is creative energy. That's why it makes life if you put it into a woman. And that creative energy is necessary for you to do your homework on time, for you to keep your room clean, for you to work on your body, all the other things that you need to create through hard work and discipline in your life uses that same libido energy. So you have to manage it, right? You have to manage it. So if you jerk off twice in a day, then you're not going to do your homework when you're supposed to. You're not going to meet your obligations.
Gonna be
Okay?
lazy as fuck. Oh.
Right. So here's what I tell my son. You gotta 1 day on, 2 days off. So if you beat off, try to make sure you only do it once if you're gonna do it. Don't do it twice in a day, right? And then in addition to that, make sure that you take the next 2 days off,
Oh
right?
my
So
goodness.
this accepts the fact that he's got this energy. He needs to learn to disperse it. He needs to learn to handle it. He can't let it control him, right? Put a time limit on how long you're going to do it as well, so that you can get it, you do it, you knock it out, and then you keep going because you need to release. It's a pressure valve. You need to release it, right? But if you use it in beating off, then you don't use it in these other very important areas of your life. So, like I said, as a woman, you say, hey, here are the consequences. This is what's going to happen to you if you do it, blah, 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 blah. But in terms of an actual practice for managing his libido, you guys don't think of male libido this way because you don't have it. You don't understand what is inside of a man. In the same way that Queen V was shocked when she heard Kevin say, I almost never get the urge to cry over anything, no matter what's happening around me. That was shocking to her, right? So in the same way, this because she experiences a lot of that as a woman. Now there were women in the chat. They were like, well, I guess I'm like a man because I don't want to cry either. You, I get it, but we do. You have to look at whether or not what you're saying represents the majority of women or the majority of men. And if your individuality, right, the way that you're different is something that is not common, then it isn't a good counterpoint to bring up. Like, oh, 1% of women aren't this way. Well, we're talking about women and people in general. So for you ladies, you have to teach your sons if they don't have dads that can talk to them about this stuff. You have to teach your sons how to manage that energy because now, when it's managed, they develop a relationship of restraint with it. Now, when the opportunity comes for sex, they at least have a way to deal with it and say no, right? They have the ability to say no because they're managing their libido. But when you just
That's
tell
like
a
giving
man,
me
like,
like high blood
yeah,
pressure. Like I don't have a son, so I don't have to deal with that. But I can't imagine having, a little boy and having to have that conversation like, son, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
Let me tell you
Those are the
something. Let
put
me tell
10
you
days
something.
in between you masturbating, you know what I mean? Like that, oh my goodness.
I
And
have a
also
son.
yeah,
at the same time before you guys say something, it also makes me think about and realize how I need to tell my daughter because she's at an age now where she's having emotional outbursts and I don't understand them and then I do understand them like, how could you not understand this, right? She's
Hey,
she's a woman in the making,
Kev, let Nisha.
but
okay, I
basically
was about
like
to let
learn how
drop
to
two people.
control these, right? It's the same thing. Like we have these this is going to be a part of your life. You're going to have emotional outbursts, right? So I appreciate this conversation. Let me just say that and I'll mute.
Hey, I'm gonna
Let me
switch
say
yeah,
something.
Sadie and Queen V real quick. Oh, you can say something real quick, but I'm gonna switch y'all real quick. Y'all can request back up. It's just two people that's trying to come up real quick.
All right, I also wanted to say something, guys. It was very nice being on here. Thank you for having me here. You guys are amazing. The conversation are amazing. I have to attend something. Let me drop.
Oh yeah, for sure. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming in. Your contribution was very valuable. I appreciate you, sister. Thank you.
How did she come up with? Why I say she got 68 followers? How is that possible?
If you want to drop me too, I don't mind sharing.
She may
Oh,
be
let me
in
not say that.
country, and
I
then
don't
in
mind
certain
sharing my
countries they're not
space.
required to have 1,000 followers.
You said what happened?
In certain countries, they're
Oh,
not
okay.
required to have a
Yeah,
thousand followers.
right.
Okay, I got you. Hey, Queen, just request back up. I got you though. I just gotta let up two people.
Yeah. So this is an important. These are differences between men and women that used to be more practical information, but now this information is being lost. Women are not taught how to understand men. They're like Coco was gold, where they view men through shame. They view men in a negative manner, and because they don't understand a man's nature, they just look at it as something negative. And so because of that, you know, they have this bad faith assumption. They understand all things that our men struggle with as a bad faith assumption about men. Well, that's because men are dogs or men are hoes, or men are aggressive because they're evil. They just want to oppress things and da 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 da. No, the aggression, male aggression, when it's properly socialized, is protection. His ability to protect is because of his ability, his natural inclination towards aggression. A man who isn't dangerous at all, that's a weak man.
This
Being
is why
weak,
they tell athletes, excuse me, Black Jesus, I need to get this in
yeah,
because I'll forget. Granny has senility sometimes. So with men, when they are training for boxing or any kind of competitive sport, they are told to try to restrain from sex because it can drain that energy that they need to be aggressive, right?
Yes.
So
yeah,
when a man is not releasing himself and it starts to build up, one, he gets blue basketballs, and then two, he's very aggressive. So it's very important that, especially an athlete,
That's true.
like who's going to compete, they need to. And I even did this as a woman martial artist. I noticed if I had the O, I was less aggressive when it came time to me being in the dojo and sparring night. I would get my butt torn up. So, yeah.
And you're right.
yeah.
That's absolutely true. Because I'm an athlete, and when we train, we're told not to have sex, not to have that release because that takes away from the aggression. It takes away from a lot when you release. So I'm on the other end of that. I think it's a lack of discipline when you're beaten off every day, or if you actually give into your body's every urge. You have to be able to train your body. You have to bring it under subjection. So if you're beating off 2 or 3 times a day, you are depleting your energy. You're depleting a lot of things. There's actually a little mental illness that's tied into that as well.
Brother,
So
your voice is a little low. I
oh,
can hear you, but I have to kind of strain to listen to you, and I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm sorry. Did y'all not hear that? You guys hear
You
it?
just
I
kind of
heard you
sound
a little
like you're
bit.
very far away.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
sound
we heard
muffled.
you. It's just really quiet. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just have to change it.
But
I'm
we
gonna
heard
change it.
everything you said, though. What you said
Okay.
was, and so again, he said you have to have restraint. Why do you have to restrain it? Because the natural inclination to be this way is there. And so when you have men who are brought up, they aren't being taught by other men, they don't learn how to control this animal. And what happens to men who don't learn how to control this animal? They become hyper violent, they become hypersexual, or they're hypersexual, or they have no drive to accomplish anything. They're failure to launches. And the reason they're failure to launch is because they've never learned to counterbalance that natural energy so that they can compete, right? They don't know how to, they don't have any control over the aggression, so they become violent, right? They don't have any control over their libido, so they become hypersexual. And these are things that men need to teach to other men because our experience of these emotions or these drivers are so different than a woman's. It's so different. It's not even this. It's not close to being the same. And that's why when I hear women, they say, "Oh, well, women like sex too." Sure, you do. Yes, of course you do. But for totally different reasons, driven by totally different things.
And I want to speak to that. Black Jesus, allow me, love, no disrespect. For me as a woman, I'll speak for me. When I have the big O, I'm energized, right? When a man ejaculates, he becomes depleted of energy. All his proteins, vitamins, and everything is drained from his body. So
What?
when me and my husband would schedule our mattress mambo, we had to do this because we had 5 children. So we had to sneak in our pleasure, right? And so we usually chose Friday nights because we could stay up a little later. Kids don't have to go to school. We don't have to do homework, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so he would be knocked out. He was worthless, if you will. Sorry, man. This is just some man. Me, I would be up the next morning. I'm singing, I'm dancing, I'm pleasurable, I'm cooking pancakes, I'm cooking eggs and bacon. The kids are sitting down watching cartoons. Hi, kids. How I just love my kids so much more. So for women, when you see a woman singing and happy and smiling and saying, "Honey, can I get you a sandwich? Can I get you a drink?" You know you did your job, man. Pump your chest. Okay, you did a great job.
Good
That's
morning,
absolutely true.
everybody.
We give y'all our energy. That's where it comes
Um,
from.
Good morning, because
Hold on, I just
I'm
want to
calling
I
from
correct
just
that.
want to
college.
drop something real quick. Hold on,
Yes,
Cheryl,
ma'am.
real quick.
Yes.
I want everyone to take a clear right this moment. I need you guys to respect the host. I need you to respect the panel. I also need you to be respectful in the comments. If you cannot be that, I will remove you hotter than you got in here.
Ooh, that's a
Just
word.
make that clear.
And she
Thank
meant
you,
it
ma'am.
too. Oh, so I just wanted to respond to this. So yes, you give us your energy when your seed is released, but we remember, men. I said it before a little while ago. We are capable of having multiple O's. We are insatiable, so we have the energy, right? You dump your load in us, if you will. No disrespect, right? It's a seed. It's a seed. It's lots of seeds. It's lots of protein. In fact, sometimes I do this because if it's
Whoa,
healthy, if it's
Granny,
healthy,
playing.
yeah.
Okay, Granny.
Okay. So now, Granny
Granny,
speaks the
Granny,
truth. I'm so
Granny,
sorry,
Okay.
ladies.
oh, baby.
But we're our energy. We can go like if you wake up and we give you that sandwich and we built you up enough to where we're ready for another round easily. I just want you to know that.
So, as I listen in the comments, I can say that I respect the nature of this conversation being respectful, and I'm getting a lot out of it. Like Jesus, you said something, which was a talking point that I can take forward to use with my son, because it's one thing that I already knew. However, you gave me the proper words for it. Sexual energy is creative energy. And I heard Empress talking, and I was saying to Kev on another live about this. I teach my children, not just my son, that there are so many other ways that you can feel good. I think that things given to children too early, or given to humans, let's say, too early, will be a detriment to them. I do not teach them to self pleasure because kids do not have discipline. They have to learn discipline. So if I'm teaching my son to self pleasure, to gain
Facts.
discipline, that's going to backfire on me. I am raising 7 children, 3 boys and 4 girls. I cannot have my teenagers. Right now, I have what, 4 teenagers? Well, one of them out the house. So I have 3 left in the house. I can't have 4 teenagers masturbating in my house. That's just not gonna work. So what I do teach is that, yes, we teach about the difference between a man and a woman's body and the urges, right? But unless we are teaching discipline in other places, giving them that tool of self pleasure is not going to teach them discipline. I like the way the brother came up, Prince. He said that he's an athlete, and they teach them as athletes to withhold. Now, a person can withhold to play a sport, then they can withhold for other reasons, right?
Yep.
Other reasons
Yep.
that
Facts.
would be more
Absolutely.
precious and more, um, important to a human's life, right? Because when I was a kid, I dated an athlete, and it was very much that. But he was a lot disciplined in other areas, which, in respect to his mother, she taught him to be, right? I was also disciplined because I came from a highly religious background, and I knew that certain things was gonna get me homeless. I was in foster care. My foster mother didn't play. So if we give them another reason to abstain, I do believe that that would hold them out a little longer. And as they become, you know, young adults, 2021, 18 out of my house, they can learn to masturbate on their own, right? So here's the other part. This is the part that is a disconnect for me. Well, that I see this disconnect in our community, something that I don't hear said. And I know Empress is going to feel me on this. There is a disconnect between the man's seed and the man. I hear sister in the corner say, sometimes I rub it on my face because it's good. Everything that we are given in its natural state has several purposes, but there is no greater purpose for semen than making a child. We have to stop canceling out the fact that sex brings life, and we have to stop canceling out the true and ultimate value of a man's seed. So what I teach my sons is that you don't give yourself to any woman because you are putting your life in the hands of these women.
Bring it home, Niche.
I do point out how men and women are being raised by mothers who are unfit, because I think that men should take more possession over their seed. This is our life. This is our lineage. That is more important to me than playing a sport. And when I tell my son, because I've heard men say, well, we just gonna have sex and then we've decided we're going to get an abortion. I have to keep reminding these young men that you are killing your life form. You have the seed. See, men got egos. You gotta make them understand, right? That is your baby. That's not that woman's baby. We share genetics, but that's your child. People don't get a second chance, right? Men and women both. By whatever means we decide to abort these children, right? Sometimes we don't get a second chance. Those things do things to our bodies. So that cannot be a planned response for something that you two decided to do.
Out of
This
fun.
is the disconnect, right? This, because my son told me when he started, Mom, I'm sorry I messed up. We was just having fun. We were kids. I said, that is not an excuse. And I had to point out to him, now this is a time that I think is appropriate to point out to a child that your father is not in your life. What does that feel like? And I told him, I said, son, men and women meet at the hips every day. We meet at the hips every day, or we can agree when it comes to meeting at the hip. But what happens when the baby comes? Because you got to remind your children and you got to remind your son that once you give that woman that child, she gets to do what she wants with it. And sometimes a woman will say, oh, yeah, abortion is the best. Yeah, we're going to do that. And then some of them cannot complete the process for whatever reason, right? Then she
Right.
keeps the baby. Now what? There's a baby walking around that you don't want.
Because you weren't ready when the
And
ball
there's a
originally is in your hand first.
And you
You
don't
have to be able to
understand that
control yourself.
yes,
having
control.
Because if you
sex,
don't know how to control, then yes, you cannot get mad now because you now have placed the ball in her hand. Now she has the last say so now. So you
but
have to
here,
be able to console yourself in your urges. And we have to stop trying to make excuses and say, because this is why men do these things. No, you're going to have to be able to control this.
but here's the other part to it though.
Got to control it.
If
Mm,
if
And
God, the
true.
universe, the spirit that be wants a child, I think we know by now it's coming. There have been women who made abortion appointments and were not able to make them for whatever reason, right? Machines have broken. The abortions was unsuccessful. Pills have been unsuccessful. Every form has failed somebody, somewhere. So when you lay down to have sex, you are agreeing to have a child. That is the part we got to stop lying to these
Bring it
kids.
home, Niche.
Because I'm not going to lie to my son. I'm not going to tell him that it's okay to
Nor will
spread
I.
your seed and give that choice to another human, another child, another horny individual. You got to bring it home for them. Just like parents sit down and they teach their sons, if you play baseball for 15 years of your life, you may go to the you're gonna make it big time. You're gonna be in the NBA. Baby, you're gonna be a football player. If you just dedicate yourself, they want it. They want it so bad. It's their dream. They give up everything. They give up their whole childhood for it. Mama putting all her money to it. You mean to tell me we could be that intentional about a sport that may or may not ever happen? You know what I mean? Talented kids out here.
Thank you,
But what
honey.
I do know is that there are a lot of successful men, right, who are not running around with 15 babies, who are not running around with 3 and 4 baby mamas. You know why? The ability to discipline and focus. It
Yes,
started
ma'am.
early. That's
Absolutely.
why they wait until they get into the NBA and the NFL to have a million babies,
Hmm. That's
because
true.
now their
Discipline.
ego takes place and now they have access to women like never before. Now
Right.
they got money like Nick Cannon. Oh, I'm gonna just have all these, I'm gonna procreate. And then one gets sick and then one die and he say, oh shoot,
Well,
wait
this
a
is
minute.
why Black Jesus
Hold
speaks
on, real
through
quick,
his. Can I,
one quick,
go
real
ahead,
quick.
host? Yes, host.
I'm let me see. Got about 5 minutes, man. I'm about to call it. And if y'all ain't following, go ahead and follow and stuff, man. I'll probably try to be on later.
Okay,
I
I
gotta get
like
to the
to
Yeah, this is
switch.
speak to
good. Good
something.
conversation, man. Good
Yeah,
I
for
like
sure,
to
conversation.
man.
speak to something because the sister
Very
pointed.
much so. Great productive conversation.
Yes, very.
Absolutely.
Okay,
This
let
was
me just say
lovely.
this one more part.
Yes, ma'am.
Just financially taking care of a kid is not it. It is about the time that you pour into the child. And if men are not pouring into the child, then women have to be very, very creative in the way that we raise them. And if we're both in the same position, then we're both at the same disadvantage. And that is the part we can't forget. We can't keep pointing fingers for that reason right there. That's it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sister. Thank you for pulling me back, and because I was being a little jokeful, but when I was saying about the seed on my face, that's the seed that came from my husband. My husband and I have 5 children that we raised for 30 years. And in spite of some of our failures and problems inside the marriage, my husband was very responsible, as I am still responsible. He has since transitioned, and I'm still responsible in my grown children's life and my grandchildren's life. And so I wasn't saying a seed is just to be played with and wasted and put on my face. This was my husband's seed, a responsible man, a great father and a grandfather, and it's because of him, like I shared before, I get to sit on my behind, because after his transition he left the provision for me to do so. I'm speaking of as an adult. We were adults here, we're grown here, but I do understand what you're saying, because listening ears, young listening ears, could be affected by what I say. And so I don't think this is a joke. Men are a prize. They have something very valuable, the ability to help us with reproduction and bring about a child, right? And so, even though Black Jesus is speaking to his son very transparently about the pleasures of the loin, he also is teaching responsibility with that. He's teaching restraint. He's giving his son outlets to let out that sexual frustration. His son is also aware that the girls are going to flock to him because he's a good looking man and he's an athletic man. He also helped raise his nephew. And so he's just not out here willy nilly and telling men just to, yeah, your testosterone is very high and, you should take care of that. And you should pump this. That's not what he's saying when he said that. But when we try to hide the innate energy of human beings, which is sexual, we are sexual beings. We have to speak to our children transparently about that, because I'm going to tell you something. My 3-year-old grandson, who is now 7, very proudly came to me and said, "Look, Grandma, it's big." And so when he did that, that means he's aware of his sexual part. And so we had a conversation. I had a
I
conversation
disagree.
with him
Children
on,
are
let me
exploring.
finish. Let me finish.
We
I
become
listen to
sexual
you.
when we
We
get the
are
knowledge to what
You
sex
don't have
innately
to
is.
yell.
sexual
You don't
beings,
have
and
to yell.
believe it
Everything
or
on our
One
not,
body
moment.
grows.
we can believe
Idris,
it
let
or
her
not,
finish, and then you can
children are
reply.
very intelligent and they start early. Some children, not all. So you speak to them on their level of curiosity. So when he came to me and said, "Look, it's big," he's curious about something that's on his body. And I had a conversation with him, a very responsible conversation with him, is what I'm saying. So when we avoid and try to act like, "Oh my God, this doesn't exist and you shouldn't use it," this is when our kids go out here and act irresponsibly. That's all I wanted to say.
I have much respect for everybody on this panel. I sat and listened for a while. It was not to contend with anything that anybody said. I follow Black Jesus and I agree with almost 90% of what he says. I believe that what he's teaching is valuable. I've heard you speak as well. I believe that the things that you say is valuable, but in respect, when children explore their bodies, it's not from a sexual nature unless they've been exposed to a sexual nature. And that's just
Yeah,
what I
it's a
believe. Like I said, I've
recall,
been
y'all.
parenting for 20 years. None of my children, and
I
maybe this
said
is another conversation, but I respect your opinion.
no, I said it's a recall. I said I told if King come up, I said I stay up another hour.
Yeah, so children will explore, and when they
You dirty,
explore,
Kev. You
hold
dirty right
on,
now.
children will explore, and when they touch, they feel. So they feel this feels good. So this is why you have to have a conversation about what it is that they're feeling. If they didn't feel anything, they wouldn't keep doing it. So this is why you need to have that open. You have to be open about it, not weaponize it. Oh my God, this is a bad thing. You shouldn't feel this. Oh my God, you're gonna burn in hell. The touching your parts is against God's will. All these kind of things that we tell children. When we're so strict upon no, you shouldn't, that's when kids get, I'm telling you, because I raised 5 too. The more you say don't, the more they want to know and are curious about why you say and don't. You have to give them reasons and examples as what not to do, what not to do. Yes, this feeling is normal, it's beautiful, it's pleasurable, but you can't just be out here willy-nilly doing it all the time and to everybody. That's what I'm saying. Because if you
And
don't
I'm not
allow your children
demonizing.
to express themselves about what they're feeling, they feel it's wrong, and they're going to go get some advice from their peers, from TV, from everybody. We are the first teachers of our children. We can teach them about everything: their sexuality, their finances, their education, everything. We are the first teachers, and we cannot fall at the wayside, because look what's out here in teaching our children. Look at social media, look at TV, look what's on the news. We have to have this open dialogue, especially about our sexual desires. And we have to be honest about them, period.
Yeah,
Again,
there
I'm
are
not
certain.
demonizing anything. I'm saying that what has worked for me is not
Passionate,
introducing.
sis. I'm
No,
just
that's fine.
passionate. You
I'm
didn't
just
know,
saying
nobody did nothing wrong. I'm not
not
venting.
in,
I'm not triggered. I'm passionate because I see our family structures are falling at the wayside. Our family structures are in disarray. And so
right,
part
and
of it
mine
is
is not,
because
and
we
that's why I gave
don't
my piece.
Part of it is because we don't communicate with our children mostly about sexual desire and pleasure and
All I'm saying
responsibility
is
with that.
I don't
I
give
don't
my
think you ladies
children
are disagreeing
that
on
Okay,
anything.
wait,
information.
wait, wait, wait. It's Nisha's turn. Let's let Nisha go.
I was just saying I thought I was clear that I respected everybody's way of doing it, right? And I'm demonizing what's true about bodies. What I'm
You're
saying is
breaking
I
up a
am
little bit,
not
Nisha.
giving my child that option. I'm not what I'm saying is that I'm not giving my child or my children that option to relieve their sexual frustration. And I'm not demoning anybody else that is. I'm not demonizing anyone else that has or that is. And I just feel like your response was, kind of defensive to what you were saying. I didn't come up here to, denounce anybody else's opinion. I'm
Oh
just
no,
saying that
love, you're
Let her
it
good.
is
finish.
my
Let her
thought.
finish.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
is my thought that that is, similar to putting a gun in my children's hand and saying, "You're not gonna be disciplined with it." That's just my thought. That's my parenting style,
And
right? And
I
I'm not
agree.
I
offended by
respect
yours.
that, sister.
I'm the
I
same way. I
hundred
thought you was
percent.
about that,
We
Nisha.
are. I think we agree more than we understand. We agree. Forgive my passionate self. I'm very strong in my convictions about my belief system, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to denounce your way of doing things. That wasn't my intent. I just want us to know how important it is to have the open dialogue with our children. And I'm sure, and I love what you're doing. You're probably using what you call like diversion. And I think this Black Jesus does this too. Let's give our sons something else to put their energy into, like a sport. So I understand what you're saying, sister. And
Because I
we're
do
on the
want to
same
point
page.
out, yeah, we are. I do want to point out that you mentioned that you have a husband, and this was my whole point. Women out here having babies with no partner, we have to be creative. We have to be a little different the way we teach things. And I have found
Absolutely.
that that has worked for me, not having a partner and having multiple children. I might think differently if I just had one or two kids, or maybe I had a husband in the home to balance out, right? To help me, work that out with my son. But this is just my option, and it has worked for me 100%. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Yeah, I said the
that makes
same thing.
total
If I if
sense.
if I could teach my children, if I have children, whatever, whenever the chick come around, I was thinking about like teaching them abstinence too, though. If it work, it work. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, we was talking about this the other night, though. We were just saying that, like, but if they in the act already, that's when I try to teach them, be protection at least, you know what I'm saying, the protection and all that. But yeah, that's my thing, you know what I'm saying. Just because I like I said, I'm been celibate, and I realized that the problem in this world and all that stuff, and this sex thing that runs life, it creates relationships and break relationships. I realized that problem a long time ago, or a while ago, and all that stuff. And when the world is ran by sex and all that stuff, so yeah, if I can, I'm gonna try to teach both if I have whatever children, both sex and all that stuff. Let them know that at least wait till 18 or something like that, or wait till to get even in a relationship and all that. But I feel you on that. But if it work, it
I
work.
love the idea of abstinence as the first go to, right? But then we also have to think about what the polarity of that may be, and we have to speak. We don't have to. I chose to speak to that polarity. I don't agree with just going around giving your body to anybody, because something very valuable can be the outcome to that act, and we have to be wise about that because children are out here being hurt. Women are being hurt because someone's leaving the relationship and not being responsible for their children. A lot of things are the outcome when we're not responsible with our sexuality, for sure.
What happened, Kev? Where did Oh, there he goes. So we're gonna go ahead and let Basic say what he was just getting ready to say, and then King will speak. That way, we just keep it in rotation, and nobody's speaking over anyone.
Yeah, I'm so if a man doesn't release, a young man, if a boy doesn't release, then he'll release in his sleep, you know. It's a healthy thing for young men's for them to have a libido and for that libido to have expression. It's just not healthy for that to occur without understanding and restraint. Um, it starts at around 13, 14 years old. And this is why you'll find there are guys who enter the priesthood and stuff where they end up developing very weird sexual predilection. The reason why is because they're taught to not deal with this energy. And because it's there, it doesn't disappear. It'll change forms. It'll find another way to come out of you, right? And releasing your sleep and then in other things. But if it isn't expressed healthily, then it'll find another way to come out, and that may not be so healthy. And that's what I've seen. So we have to have healthy ways to release. Now, the sexual energy, right, doesn't have to only come from that bottom part of your body. Like I said, it's a creative energy as well. So being able to journal, being able to draw, sculpt, writing poetry, writing songs, or maybe, you're more of a technical person and you want to build things, but you have to have another way that this energy is released. And then still, you have to release the pressure valve because this is a hormonal thing for men. It's a question of discipline in terms of how you deal with it. But it's not a question of discipline that you're going to experience it. That you're going to experience a high libido as a man is not a question of discipline. How you handle that high libido is a question of discipline. But that you're a very, very sexual being as a man is hormonal. And to try to erase that out of a man is just like trying to stop a woman from being emotional. You're limiting a very important aspect of her femininity when you don't give a woman the ability to emote. So, like, I'll give you an example. If I'm going to have a tough conversation with a woman, my girlfriend or my wife or whatever, I let her know. I say, listen, I know this is tough. I know you're upset. I want you to know
you have I make space for you to be able to be emotional. Just don't be disrespectful, okay? And make sure that it isn't stopping the flow of the conversation. But if you need to get upset or if you need to release or whatever, feel free to do that. But don't disrespect me, and let's make sure the conversation stays productive. And in me doing that, what I realized is like female emotions a natural thing for them, right? So the best example I can give is one where I watched my sister-in-law. She cried about something that upset her, and then after she finished crying, she picked up, and did what she needed to do to correct the issue. The fact that women cry doesn't mean they're incapable. They just have this additional aspect to them that is very emotional. When they use that emotionality as a basis for action, that's when women get the thing where men are like, oh, you're irrational, or oh, the weaker vessel, blah, blah, blah. But if the woman can go through the emotion, experience the emotion, emote the emotion, release it, and then go back into the frame of mind that's going to allow her to practically deal with the problem, then the emotion is fine. But a lot of women are not taught to manage their emotion this way. They get upset and then they use that as a basis for speaking and action, etc. Removing the emotion from a woman, though, is not the answer. The woman has to learn how to experience the emotion, let it all out, and then get back into the frame of mind that's going to give her practical solutions and a practical approach to whatever problem is facing her. But if she uses the emotion as a basis to act, then this is a woman that's going to cause drama and stuff in her life. So for guys, you don't want to remove the libido. You don't want them to, discipline isn't them pretending or learning to act like it doesn't exist. It's learning how to manage it. I hope that makes sense the way I explained it.
Absolutely. That's understood.
That make a lot of sense, and that's funny because that's the reason why I preach that for even adults too, though. But that's all. It's all about emotional control, which was the third thing I was talking about. I preach on daily, like emotional control, ego, and accountability and stuff. And that is part of emotional control and all that. I believe if everybody find different ways to control their emotions, it would be we'd be smooth after that. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be letting our feelings override us and all type of stuff, or just all that, all our emotions and stuff. But that ego is the main thing before we can do anything.
So I
I
see
think
that we have some new people in here. So let me go ahead and say it again. Make sure that you're being respectful to the host, to the panel, and in the comments. If you disagree with something someone says, just type you disagree. Please don't let me catch you being disrespectful to anyone on the panel or the host. I will snatch you out of here very quickly. Just as fast as you came here, as fast as you will be out of here. Keep it to a minimum.
I think having children young for me, I've fumbled with the know-how. The one thing that I have concluded is that parenting is a tough job, not because it's so physically hard in the moment, but it takes time. It takes time, and I appreciate those sentiments, Black Jesus, because I got time. I dedicated my life to this. I got time. So I'm gonna take my time and teach these children, male and female, how to manage their emotions, how to, the best of my ability. And that's why I'm on this forum, to always pick up new ideas of how to have those conversations, because I do think it's possible. I think that a lot of our um, emotions, or, vices that we use now were not given to us as kids, because I abstained from sex for a long time, right? And I might have thought when I was growing up that I missed out on something, but I come to realize that I absolutely did not. It actually saved me from a lot of things. So I do understand, that there is a, sort of a balance, a yin and yang to these things, because we are dealing with nature and the way our bodies um, naturally work. But, if I can survive certain things that were just, completely, done out of neglect, things that were abusive, I feel like whatever it takes and whatever my kids believe about sex, if they can survive without having a bunch of babies or being irresponsible or getting STDs, they will also make it too. So I'll just err on the side of caution. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
That makes perfect sense. And it's a beautiful thing that how much responsibility you've taken in trying to deal with these, small nuanced, put parts of raising a child and your boys and stuff. I was raised by just my mom. And I had to go out and learn the man parts, in the world. I had to find mentors. I had to fail. I had to suffer. I had to pay the consequences and prices that were involved with certain types of choices, and then make sure that I didn't just divine what not to do, but what I actually should have done in that circumstance, what would have been the best movement, right? And so, as women, when you're tasked with raising boys, you can still help your son, to reach, a physical adulthood. But there was Keisha Kingley, she had asked me about failure to launch. And I think this ties in. So failure to launch is when a person reaches physical adulthood, or physical maturity, but they haven't reached adulthood, right? So an adult is a person that has taken on the responsibility of their own life. And for men, this is a little bit different than women, right? Women still need to be self sufficient and men need to be self sufficient, but a woman's self sufficiency has a different place and importance in the hierarchy of a woman than it does in a man. A man's self sufficiency literally is his value. It is his value. A man who is not self sufficient is of little or no value to anyone else, to men or to women. So a man who fails to launch, who reaches physical maturity without embracing the responsibility of adulthood, those men are that's what a failure to launch is. So there's three things that a man has to accept responsibility for. All people need to accept responsibility for them, but men in particular, this is very important. One is your own security. Two is your own happiness, right? Nobody else was put on this planet to make you happy. Not a woman, not your children. Nobody is here to serve you. You need to make sure that you are working to get and keep the things in your life that bring you fulfillment and happiness, right? And then third is you are responsible for the work that is necessary for you to cover the expense of your own life. So there's 8 major bills and 4 types of insurance a person needs to pay to be financially self-sufficient, right? You are responsible for doing whatever work is necessary for you to cover those expenses, not your mama, not the daddy, not the government, not your brothers, sisters, auntie, uncle, husband, or cousins, nobody. And this is your responsibility and yours alone, not your wives. And this is why the 50-50 man, I understand a woman who wants to contribute financially. I get that. And I don't shun those women. I don't think there's anything wrong with those women. But a man who expects and is counting on a woman to cover the expense or the expenses of his life, that is where I say, okay, hold on. We have a problem with the schema here, the thinking of this man. Okay. So that's one thing. Okay. Now, when it comes to taking on the responsibility of your own life, if you have not yet done that as a man, then you may have reached physical maturity, but you are not an adult yet. You can't take on the mantle of a man when you're counting on somebody else. Now, with women, it's different. A woman gets to share the responsibility of her security. It is her man's responsibility to make sure that she is safe. Now, she has a responsibility in her own safety and security as well. But primarily, it is her man who is to put his life ahead of hers if it comes time to pay the piper, right? If she finds a husband, then even her financial security. A man is meant, he is socialized, he is genetically, it's baked into the cake after 100 years of evolution into the reptile brain, right? For us to provide for women. A woman is supposed to, when she finds a husband, share that responsibility with the man. And then even her happiness. Women are more emotional, right? They need interaction. Human beings are social creatures, both men and women. Okay, men need interaction as well, but women are definitely the more social of the two beings when it comes to human beings. We are social creatures. And so a woman's happiness, a part of it is based off of the types of relationships that they have to a larger degree than men. Not that men are supposed to live on their own and be happy, but they're more prone to higher levels of solitude and happiness than women are. Right? So these are both of these things, all three are important for both men and women, but men, it ranks different in the space of hierarchy. So your failure to launch guys are men who have not taken on responsibility for their own happiness, security, and the expense of their own lives. And this is something that has to be taught to a man while he's young, so that when he gets older, he can step into his manhood. And that's why you have things like bar mitzvahs and stuff like that. Other cultures, races, religions, they have a ritual that tells a man, hey, after this point here, you have to put childish ways behind you. Your thinking has to change. Your responsibility to yourself and the world and other people is now different after this point. We have done the ritual, you have crossed the line. And we used to have, everybody used to have these crossing points for men and women so that they knew that now it's time for me to take on more responsibility into my own life. But we've gotten rid of these things, nowadays, and I think it's at a detriment to us. So it's a beautiful thing that you're here and you're learning and stuff like that, and you plan on taking these things back, and that you've taken so much responsibility in trying to raise good people to go out into the world and compete and participate. So that's a beautiful thing.
Black Jesus, I'd like to ask you a question as it pertains to daughters, right?
Real quick before you go,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
definitely King's up
Okay.
next. He's been patiently waiting, so let's let him at
Okay.
least
I'll
chime
hold
into
the.
the conversation.
Okay, I'll hold the question for after King. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I appreciate the answer. The conversation is bouncing around, so I want to let them finish. I'll chime in when necessary because I'll be honest with you. Me and Black Jesus have been in the same room, and him and I share very, very, very similar thoughts on all of these topics. So, I'm gonna just throw something in there real quick and say this right. We live in a community which has no standards of how we develop one another as young adults or kids. Everybody's basically doing their own thing, and everybody's entitled to doing that. But the challenge here is if I choose or elect to have one belief system as it pertains to my children developing as kids and young adults, then and you have a different one, when they're going to meet in the community society, you're going to have conflicting belief systems, which creates the chaos that we deal with most of the times. Young men have one philosophy, depending on who they're raised by, because raising a man takes a man. I believe in that, but that's not always feasible. But you also have women raising young men nowadays. I'm a very hands-on parent. Very. We did home births. That's how hands-on I am in my home. But one thing I will never attest is that I understand how it feels for my wife to carry a child, the emotional turmoil she goes through. I'm not going to do that. But today we have a lot of issues. We have a lot of women who are by decision, by choice, or by circumstance, are single mothers who are raising young men. And as much as she loves that young man, she does not always understand how his hormones make him think. And that goes back into the points we were made earlier is I give my son the best case scenario and the worst case scenarios. My son, just like Black Jesus, is an athlete, 16-year-old, 235 running back, plays football, very handsome, very smart. And I've had to do some very creative things to ensure that I didn't do what I call emasculation, is that making him deny what he's feeling on account of what I wanted, which teach him out of fear. I want him to have the best options. I don't want him to impregnate some young lady. I don't want him to get a disease. I don't want all of that, but I can't teach him out of fear. I have to teach him out of responsibility. And I spend a lot of time teaching my son out of responsibility and my daughters equally. And the only way to really ensure the best turnout for your kids is education. I don't know how versed most of you are in Sigmund Freud, right? Sigmund Freud had some very clear steps about sexuality and what it means. I think oftentimes when we talk about sexuality and sex, we always equate it with intercourse, which is not exactly the same thing. Intercourse is part of sexuality, the display of sexuality, but sexuality is all about your biology at the end of the day and how you display it. And the issues we have is many parents today are not educated on sexuality, but trying to teach their children sexuality. And that feeds in how they think, how they make decisions, how they have friendships, how they have relationships, how they even get a job in the future if people don't realize that. And it really takes these types of conversations for people to be open-minded and to allow them to absorb the views of others who have learned, some of us through trial and error, some through education, whatever the case may be. But nevertheless, it's important for us to have these conversations. I'm gonna step out the way and import as we go, but I'm not gonna get too deep because most of you have said this mystery. I heard you. I'm on board with that too. Black Jesus. So everybody's saying what I believe in, and I'm sitting back listening. Everybody's saying the same thing, but have different perspectives and definitions. And sometimes the passion sounds like people are arguing. Nobody's arguing here. We're just reasoning right now.
Absolutely. And that's what's making this conversation so great. Truthfully, it's really making the conversation great. It's allowing me to see basic and a little bit of a different shine of a light. So I'm seeing a little something, but I ain't fully won over, but we getting there.
Okay, can I ask Basic my question?
Absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't skip over him. He's kind of been sitting there for a while,
I
but
I appreciate you actually helping me learn how to host so no one gets left out, because there have been many times people on my panel have dropped off because they were unrecognized, if you will. And so, Black Jesus, when it comes to Benjamin, give me grandma a second, please, okay? I want to ask a question. So, um, with girls, right? We know men are the providers,
thank you for what.
protectors, provisionaries, but girls, we can't bank on the fact that they're always going to find a man to protect them and provide for them and make provision. And I think this is why today women find their education and being able to provide for themselves is very important. As we know, and this is why child support and HRA, food stamps and getting cash assistance and getting affordable housing is afforded to women, because some women have put themselves in a position where after divorce, they have no education, they have no ways of means of taking care of themselves. And so this is what is off balance. So what would you say to your young daughter? What should she be doing for herself as a young woman moving forward? I hope that made sense.
Yeah, like I think that we teach women independency, which is not what we should be teaching women, right? But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't teach women self-sufficiency. Being self-sufficient means that you know how to run a life. You understand your credit, you understand what bills go into running a home, you understand how to budget, you know what's reasonable for you to live within your means. You can put some money away and all of these different things. But for human beings, both men and women, we're best when we're partnered. We aren't meant to live alone. If you have a newborn baby and nobody picks that child up and gives it love and physical touch, the child will die. I mean, like we're made to be with one another. We're human beings are made to be together. And that's why I think, feminism and womanism is like satanic, because it literally teaches women the basic principle of it is supposed to be equality, but it teaches women that they don't need men, and we do need each other. We need men need women, and women do need men. So self-sufficiency is what you should be taught as a young girl, so that you understand how to run your own life. But it's important that, and this is one of the things that are so important about little girls having dads. So with my daughter, I'm a very dominant male personality, right? I have to be conscientious at times that I'm not too dominant, even on TikTok, because I will overtalk. I'll command, control an entire conversation, an entire room, and that's not what everybody else wants from me all the time. Most of the time, as a matter of fact, it's not what people want from me. It's not enjoyable for other people, and other people are not on TikTok so that they can hear me run my mouth. They've got their own ideas and they've got their own things that they want to contribute. And if I don't make space for them, then nobody's going to like to be around me, even if I'm right. It doesn't matter if I'm right. But my daughter is used to being around a dominant man who is a leader in the household. So she doesn't feel diminished by that, right? She knows how to exist in a space with a dominant male that she has to listen to and follow and all of these different things. She gets validation from me, and when I tell her, "Hey, good job, babe. Good, you did this right. Oh, I love the way you did this, babe. You're so smart." This, that, and the other. So all of these things are practices that when she gets a husband, she won't need to get attention from the village. She doesn't need to post a whole bunch of pictures online and get validation from random people. She can get all of her validation, and her desire for that can be met in a single dominant male figure, right? But if she doesn't have that, can she be happy on her own? Can she run her own life? Can she plan for
Black
her future?
Jesus, Black Jesus, love. I want to pull you back into the financial aspect, love. I hear what you're saying. You're making very good points. It is important that you don't get validations in the wrong way. What I'm saying is, Because this seems to be the anger that's coming from men. In the event that there is separation, divorce, men are angry because now the woman needs child support, right? And the men are angry about this, and they feel women are coming after them and bitter about child support. So if the woman is not able to provide in partnership with you, to meaning contribute to the bills, the financial responsibility of the family, she's just not that just being a housewife is not valid. That's the most underrated position in the world, a stay-at-home mom. She is very valuable to the family. I did it, and I don't see that as a subservient role, right? And so what I'm saying is this can actually be a benefit if a woman can contribute to the family, so our men are not stressed out about having to have a high income, having to do all the financial things for themselves. This also can contribute to a man's mental, health, right? Because men are very stressed out. They have to do this. They have to do that. They have to do this. They have to do that. So if a woman can be in partnership with you and contribute toward finances, I think that's a beautiful thing. However, what this whole independent thing for me, it doesn't mean if I'm contributing, which I did to my husband, it doesn't mean that now I'm better than him. Now I'm the man or I'm the leader. My husband was always the leader. I just was supportive and supplemented some income where he, if you will, fell short of. But that doesn't mean I degrade him as a husband or as a man. Economically, in today's society, things are ridiculously expensive, and a man needs the support of a woman and being able to contribute financially. And this is what I'm saying: we don't want to set our daughters up for just for and excuse the way I say it, for just being a housewife. I've already explained what the woman's role is, very valuable, but she needs to be able to contribute in the event that there's a split. She can have her own money, and then she's not in court being bitter saying, give me, give me, give me, because now she has a job, she has some money, she has a bank account, and she can separate from you more amicably. Help me with the word, that.
Yeah, amicably,
Yes.
amicably.
Thank
However,
you, love.
this, a lot of
Let's make sure that everybody is aware the comments are turned off until you can tap the screen to get us to 60. Please tap the screen, share the live. My apologies.
so
Go ahead.
no problem. So you look at this is an extreme example, but I think it kind of points at something, right? So you look at Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. He's still paying $200,000 a month in child support. So whether and Kim's got more money than he does right now after everything that's happened with him, right? So oftentimes, and you hear women say this, oh well, if he doesn't want to stay, then punish him financially. So I think a lot of men are upset, not because they have to
Bro,
provide for their families.
bro.
I do think that there are guys who are low level. They haven't accepted responsibility for providing for their families, or they get petty or childish. And when they get a divorce, they're like, well, I don't want to pay for her or those kids. I can't talk about men of low character like that, right? If we're making the base assumption that it's a decent man and a decent woman, that they're decent people, not great people, just good, not bad, right? But then I think that it's reasonable for a man to make sure that he is in some way, provisioning for a woman who has given him children. Now, the issue I think comes the courts put us at odds with one another. I think that's part of their game. They make a lot of money for doing that. So, as a woman, I think it's important for you to know how to run a life, right? Which is pay the 8 major bills and 4 types of insurance necessary for you to, make it to the end of life, right? And to be able to save for your own retirement. You need to understand how these things work so that you can do it self-sufficient from a position of self-sufficiency. But I believe that in the same way, part of your plan needs to be to make sure you can do that. Part of your plan also needs to be to make sure that you can partner. I don't think relationships are optional. I think we're being taught that they are, but I don't believe that they are. I think we all need somebody. We all need help. We're not supposed to be doing this alone. I run a business. My business has over 50 employees. My business is not a business without my 50 employees. I need those people. I need them. I need to make sure they're making enough to be able to cover their bills. When I have employees who underperform and are not making a lot of money, that's not just a concern to me because it affects my bottom line in terms of the P&L that I'm running for my company. It also matters to me because if their family's needs aren't being met, then that's going to further hurt their performance. And then they're going to eventually leave my company, and all the training and effort and energy and money and resources that I soaked into training them and getting them to a certain point, I'm going to lose all of that. So we need other people. And I think that it's dangerous to teach because women are being taught this, right? I think more so than men, that we don't need each other and that you need to be able to be on your own. So if you're a woman and you want to be a stay-at-home wife, then great. I had a stay-at-home wife for a decade, right? So I don't have any problems with that. I think what you do is incredibly important. I think men are able to accomplish so much more when they have a good woman that is helping them to supplement those other parts of his life that he doesn't have time to try to fill up and meet because he's so busy trying to be hyper successful, right? Or working very hard. That's all important. But then you need to make sure you're dealing with a man that understands that if you guys split up, he still has a responsibility in making sure that you're going to that you at least have a basis so that you can move your life forward. But I think a lot of women, they get comfortable with that and then
Kev, turn the comments on.
they want to live off of that instead of learning to manage their own lives. I don't think it's a
Right.
man's forever responsibility to provision for a woman that is no longer his wife. He doesn't
Okay.
have to care for her through to the end of life.
And
So
this is
3
why I want
years,
to pull you
5
back again.
years, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead. This is
Yeah,
why I want
3
to
years,
pull.
5 years of provision. Yeah,
Yes.
3 years, 5 years of provision. For me, when I divorced my ex-wife, it took me 3 years to get her to a position where she's now self-sufficient, right? So I fought tooth and nail to make sure I didn't have any alimony or any child support. I got my kids, and when I got custody of my kids, then I did 50-50 with her. But I wanted to be able to move from a position of power because I knew, no disrespect to my ex, she was petty and she would try to leverage the kids as a mechanism for control in a relationship. And I knew that if I had control, I wouldn't do that, that it would just be 50-50, even if her and I weren't getting along, right? And then I went
But
and
you, Black Jesus, you're a special kind of a breed, right? So we
well,
have.
men just have to be taught to think this way. Men just have to be taught to think this way. We have to mentor men to know what their responsibilities are as men. That's it. And if a guy knows, then he can choose not to do it, but he can't pretend like he didn't know any better if we taught him. And so men have to learn this stuff early that, hey, if you get a woman pregnant, then you have a responsibility to that child at the very least. And if you marry a woman, make children with her, and you divorce, then one of your new goals is to try to make a reasonable effort to help her to be self-sufficient because your children are 50% her. And if they're watching her live her life on her face, then they're going to think that that's okay for them too. And then they may duplicate her behavior. So if they see dad living on a house on a hill and mom's living in a hovel, then they might choose to be the hovel. So you're not just taking care of your wife, you're taking care of your children as well. So I got my ex-wife a job at a company that I, had a tremendous amount of pull at because I had spent a long time there. And then I talked to each one of her managers that she had and got her into a position where she was self-sufficient. And now she's self-sufficient. She makes $100,000 a year. I think she made like 115 last year, and she's straight. And she doesn't ask me for, well, she still asks me for shit, but she doesn't have to ask me for anything. She just asks for shit because she's an ex-wife, and that's what ex-wives do. They ask for money and shit, but whatever. But
And
she
this
doesn't
is why
need
Black
all the money
Jesus,
out of
Black
it.
Jesus, I think it's very important because I feel men are treated unfairly. I want you to know that in the court system, they really are, right? And look at Kanye West, since you brought these two people up, and it's deplorable to me that Kim Kardashian would be expecting any kind of financial gain, especially because she's able to provide that for herself triple times over. That's just a petty move, and I agree with you. However, You're right, a husband, and I like that you do this, but not all men do this because first of all, they're not like you at all. They don't have the income that you have. You know, you own a company, you have employment, you have people under you. You not only are responsible for your family at home, you're responsible for all these employees and what have you. There, most men are not in the position that you are, Black Jesus. I'm just sorry to say that, and so that's why women, when they're single, are waiting to choose a husband because a lot of men are not in this financial position in the event of a divorce. Because we have to think about that, right? We have to think about there could be a probability that we may split up in the future. And so, if you want me to stay at home and be a housewife, then you have to be able to cover all of those things, right? And then, in the event that we should divorce, and you know that I don't have any education, because we say women shouldn't get education, they should just focus on being a wife, then you had better be ready to take care of me like you did. But not all men think that way, right? In
Well,
modern day.
I don't think women should not get education. I just don't think they should prioritize education over family.
Oh, I
So every
agree with
woman,
you. I agree
yeah,
with you,
women
love.
need to be educated. Women, there's no intellectual difference that we've ever been able to prove between a woman and a man.
Thank
Women
you
and
for
men are
that.
equally intelligent. Women have
Right.
the ability to create and perform at the same level that any man does, period, and full stop. Okay. However, when it comes to what you're going to do with your life and your interpersonal relationships, you need to, as a woman, prioritize relationships earlier than men do because a man has to prioritize being able to become self sufficient and then demonstrate it over time. So, as a guy, I tell men that once you reach a level of self sufficiency, you have to maintain it for 3 to 5 years because being financially stable, right, meaning you can cover the expense of your own life, that isn't security. Security is when you've done it over time, and not only have you been able to cover the expense of your own life, but you also have been able to put aside money for your future.
For your
Okay.
future,
So,
absolutely.
yeah. And so women shouldn't be selecting men who aren't actively doing this or haven't already demonstrated it. And I tell women that if a guy doesn't have 3 years of stability, then he can't be your husband.
Well, so Black Jesus, can we understand that you are really a sweetheart? I don't know if you know this. Women are not meeting men like you, and then I don't mean this to disrespect to other men. You know, a lot of men don't have your potential, your ability, your financial senses, and what have you. Yet they expect wives. So I don't want you to work, but I want you to live with me in poverty. And then if we break up, don't dare come ask me for anything, even though I said you shouldn't have a job outside of the home or have a skill. And then they get upset when the women are going to court and say, "Well, you wanted me to be the housewife. You didn't want me to work. You didn't want me that." Because there are men like this. There are men like this. We cannot ignore this dynamic.
Sure,
So,
sure.
so what you
Very
want,
facts. Facts.
and that's all I want. And I'm not going to beat it up because Black Jesus, you know
No,
what I'm
well,
saying.
I'm
No,
saying
it's
so.
true. I think it's something that needs to be acknowledged, Cheryl. I agree.
Yeah, so the thing is that so there are men where a man, first off, a man doesn't need to be rich. Like I didn't start out making,
Right.
hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I started out at the bottom, and my ex-wife was a stay-at-home wife, even when I made $40,000 for 12 hours a day of work for a year. And then the next year, because of the career field I was in, I made almost 100 grand, and the next year 150, then over 200, then over 300. Then, my best years were in the 400 range when I was in the corporate world. But that was work, and I had to move up that scale. And so my point in saying this is that ladies, those men are going to a lot of the things, and this is why I talk to women about their mindsets and the things that they say. You say you don't deal with these men. I say a lot of ladies don't realize it, but they exclude themselves from these types of men. They exclude themselves from these types of men because they have mindsets that are abhorrent, that detract, that repel these types of men. So I'm a guy where I believe that a woman should have virtue. So if you're a woman and you say, "Hey, body count doesn't matter," and patriarchy and toxic masculinity, all of this stuff, a guy who's working hard all day doesn't want to come home and deconstruct institutional racism with you. He's not going to argue these things with you. You're just not, that man is going to put you in one or two boxes, sex only or avoid. So a lot of you ladies, you're getting, you get attention from these types of men too, but can you recognize them? And is your behavior attractive to them? And if it isn't a concession you're willing to make, right, then, you can't complain about the type of men that you have access to when you don't care about the values of the type of men you want.
Can I just say that what I hear you saying, Black Jesus, is that you are supporting your daughter. You are showing her the proper relationship between her and a dominant figure and where it belongs in her life. You are um, teaching her skills and abilities like self sufficiency. You are allowing her enough room to have a quality of life of her own so that she's not out here looking for a man to create and provide one for her. And all of that's without dictating how much she should make, right? And for her, right? Giving her the tools, like you said, budgeting, this many bills, this many insurances. Um, that is what I'm talking about, right? For men and women, specifically women, because we know that women, and we said this the other night, we know that women have sex to keep a man's attention, to get what they think that they have to offer that they don't have themselves. So I completely appreciate, that's that aspect of parenting. Um, that is a beautiful thing. That is the vision that I've always wanted for my kids, but it didn't work out. So that's why I said we have to be a little bit more creative, as single mothers out here, which is why I think it is so important to push that narrative, not even a narrative, to push the value of a man's seed, so that they can come back to us, so they can come back to their seed, thus eventually coming back to the woman, because it just seems as though they have thrown the seed out with the value of sex as well. So um, I have taken notes, and I sincerely appreciate your breakdown on these things. Like I said, it gives me more talking points because, again, I do believe that I have erred, in some ways on the side of not knowing how. But this is my true and honest intention as a parent, with the responsibility that I have, right? Because then this is where accountability comes in, right? I had seven, I intend to raise seven, right? I don't give myself those excuses. This is what I have to do, right? Because I don't want to be the grandma saying, I got all these babies and they got babies, and and I'm not saying that this will totally not happen, but whatever my kids' choices will be, I know that I've done my job. So I'm a drop. I appreciate the conversation. I'll be in the comments, tapping the likes. Um, Empress, you're doing a great job. Thanks for the space, Kev. Thank you, everyone.
It was great talking to you, love. If you have questions with your boys, I'm gonna follow you so that you can follow me, and then you can communicate with me directly if you have questions and stuff pertaining to your boys, because I feel like you're trying to work through some of the spaces that you're having as they're stepping into their manhood. And maybe I might be able to say something that's valuable to you that could be a tool for you to use. So I appreciate you coming up. It was great chatting with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been following you for the whole month. I've been on TikTok. Good stuff. I appreciate that extension, though. I really do. I will keep that in mind. Have a blessed day, everyone.
Thank you, sister. I'm also going to drop as well. Um, thank you, Empress, for moderating. I'm learning a lot about proper communication, waiting my turn. Black Jesus, as always, brother, I love you so much. There's so much wisdom and intelligence in you, and love and respect, and you're very valuable to our TikTok community. And I love when I see you on the panel. I also learn from you every time, and I'm glad to see women. You're growing on women. I'm so happy to see that, because you really are very valuable. That's always what I wanted to point out on my panel. And what I hope for us men and women is we could just come together and find a way to get along better and respect each other more. So I think we're on our way. I see potential for us. And thank you, Kevin. Kevin, are you there, my love? Where are you, Kev? Thank you for hosting, Kevin. And remember to get some rest, love, and get some liquids in you. All right, everybody. Peace and blessings. Thank you.
See you
Bye,
later,
girls.
Michelle. I
See you
Somebody's
later,
appreciate
alarm
you,
love.
is
baby.
going off.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah.
What's good? Man. Yo.
What's up, brother? Yeah, I think it's important for us to have these conversations and try to come from a position of good faith. And I think that was the difference today. If
Yes.
we have these conversations in good faith, that I'm not trying to minimize or diminish or take advantage of you, and you're not trying to minimize or disrespect or diminish me, then we can look at each other's perspectives. We don't have to agree on everything, and we can eat the meat and spit out the bone, figure out
Right.
what's
Exactly.
useful, what's not useful.
I appreciate that because a lot of times I feel as though we're having conversations where obviously we are all sensitive to things. Women are more sensitive, as has been discussed, right? I mean, to say that we are not sensitive to the things that are being said to and or about us is oblivious. So when we're having these dialogues, it's important to acknowledge that. And I appreciate the way that this conversation has taken place because I think that you've done that. You know, like you've you have a way, and as I think everybody in this conversation has been able to say, this is what we need to pay attention to. We understand, women, that you are emotional. We understand, men, that like you are hypersexual. These are things that we as individuals need to learn how to control. We as parents need to learn how to teach our children to control that because that's a part of our lives as adults. That's the first time I've heard that. And I think that was really a great dialogue to have because you always hear people saying what's wrong with this group of people, what's wrong with that group of people, this is why we're going across seas, this is why we're, but to finally discuss, let's teach our children how to control their emotions, let's teach our men how to control their libido. It's powerful. And I think it's my first time hearing it today.
Try to make content like this for men, and on my YouTube channel I have conversations with guys where I'm trying to explain to them like, hey, there isn't something wrong with you, there's something wrong with how you're handling this aspect of yourself. And this is a tool. If you learn how to use it correctly, then it's going to benefit you. But if you don't know how to use it correctly, then it's dangerous. It's just like if you had a gun in the house, right? Like a gun is a tool. It's a tool that you use to protect yourself. It helps to secure your home. But if you just left it out and you got children laying around, now all of a sudden, you're going to experience tragedy. Like you have to respect this thing, and
Mm-hmm.
you have to understand it. You have to respect your libido. You have to understand what it's saying to you, why it's this way. And that doesn't give men an excuse. And this is something oftentimes when I had these conversations, women are like, oh, well, you're excusing men cheating. Like, no, I'm not. I'm saying it's harder for a man to control this aspect of himself, but a
Mm-hmm.
man's life should be him accomplishing hard things.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
He has to pick up the task
it
of
depends on
doing
what they
them.
want, a
Mm-hmm.
man or what a woman wants. But that's a good thing to go for. It's gives you discipline, and if you enjoy what you're doing, I think it's great. And I think you have a lot of positive and strong things to offer. That people would pay to learn in a seminar. So I appreciate that people get to see that there's more than just a couple of men in their life who understand and care about their kids. So thank you, brother. That was cool, and
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, and I'll tell you this as well. Like, ladies, like, your emotionality is important. It's valuable to men. I'm sure you guys have been on panels where you see men talking about data statistics numbers. We're generalizing things, right? We're looking at things in large chunks, right? You've seen guys do this before. And then what does the woman do? She says, well, what about this?
She
What
gets
about that?
defensive.
I don't
Right.
think that's
Right.
fair. I
Okay,
think
good.
women and men all approach it differently. Women are more capable men. They can do everything a man can do and more. And what we have to do is we have to like find, people we can, vibe with, and we want to know each other. We want to be partners with them. And I like traditional gender roles, but it's a woman's choice, and I don't want to insult her by by saying it right away before like she isn't capable, because we appreciate you, women. We appreciate you and your strength, but you women are so powerful. You have so many other things that you can do, and we can take care of some of these things for you, make it easier for you. So yeah, I mean, and it's up to you. If you give us that opportunity, but it takes a man, and men love women and they respect them. And I just want to say this is a great panel, guys.
I think that like more
Just
as a
want to make
difficult
sure that everybody
conversation.
is aware when you join in on the panel. If one person is speaking, please allow them to complete what they're saying before you respond. So just remember, Martin, Basic was
I'm,
speaking. Allow him to finish before you speak.
of course. I just wanted to say that, and you guys, I appreciate you all.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah,
bro.
I wanted to. So the reason I was bringing up that men talk in generalities and in large chunks, and then women talk a lot of times, you'll notice they speak in the anecdotal. So this is a feminine lens to view the world. The women look at the world and they say, "Well, what about this? What about that? What about two-legged? What, right?" That's the way the woman thinks. This is a benefit to a man when a man and woman know how to move together in polarity. Okay. So when a man accepts this nature of a woman and a woman accepts this nature of a man, and they take it in good faith from one another, then the man will come up with the plan. Hey, we should do this because 60% of the time this, 80% of the time that, blah, 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 blah. And then the woman says, okay, I accept that. But what about these 10 things here you didn't think about? And now the man says, oh man, I didn't think about these 10 things. You're right. Okay, well, I can't do anything about these five, but these five we might be able to do something about. But these two here, had you not brought them up, the entire plan would have fell apart. So
That
the
sounds
one,
very complicated.
That's right. You should recognize her.
yeah, well, it's not. It's that women, you guys look for the anecdotal. You look at the holes in the net, and the man looks at the net. And because you look at the holes and the man sees the net, when you add them together, you get this divine state of mind, this divine state of cooperation that allows you to see things at a higher level. If you can accept what the man's saying, the man is trained to accept what the woman's saying. They fit together. The woman sees all the small little anecdotal stuff, and the man sees the big picture. And instead of arguing about, hey, women need to see this from the big picture, and then women saying, well, you need to look at the intersectionality. You have to appreciate both sides because when you put them together, you get better coverage and you get a more successful plan with a higher rate of success. But you can't do that if I want you to be a man and think like a man, or you need me to be like a woman and think like a woman. I need to be able to understand the feminine so that I can make use of it in the same way you need to understand the masculine so you can make use of it. Then it's a divine connection to polarity as opposed to two competing forces.
I,
Does that
I
make
I
sense?
understand where you're coming from too, and you're
That
using
does
this
make
as an
sense.
example to how a man and woman, and that's what everybody wants, is to work together. And I get it's an example, but we just have to make it clear that men and women have different talents in different situations, and we have to give them, women credit for not having any specific talents. That it's just an appreciation of women, and to respect them as human beings, man. And I think it's awesome what you said, and I just want to add that.
I feel like the difficulty sometimes comes in before you merge with the other person, meaning you're getting to know a man, and you're still a single individual navigating life, whether you're a single mom or maybe you're not. It's obviously not obviously, but I think it's easier. I can't help but say obviously again if you don't have a child because you're out there looking for your mate, right? It becomes more difficult if you have been entwined with another person and you have a child, and here you are looking for a mate, and you have a whole little world that you're taking care of. So you can't, and I feel like we had this conversation yesterday to some extent. You can't just walk around allowing yourself to be involved easily with someone else. So I hear what you're saying when you're like, oh well, men see the net and women see the holes in the net, and I completely agree with that. But when you're on your own, you have to be seeing the net and the holes in the net and the people that are trying to come and steal your net. Like, it's just a whole nother game when you're trying to navigate yourself in this world of a lot
Right.
of bad people, quite
Now
frankly.
Toxicity.
you go ahead, Marty.
Well, what I was going to say is, I think if you're going to get in a relationship or you're going to marry somebody, you don't want to just like throw her out in the street and make her a financial prisoner. I want her to have the option to have the door open. I want her to know why she's here. And the thing is, I don't want her to feel like I'm trying to trap her or manipulate her, because I'm not. If you love somebody, you love a woman, you want her to know that she's there because you love her and she loves you, and you don't want a misunderstanding about that. So I think now I would probably have an exit strategy. I think it's fair.
Okay, so I understand what you just said about not financially trapping a woman. I would say to you, Queen, pertaining to the point you were making. Um, so that is assuming that if you're by yourself, you need to be independent. And independent means that you're going to cover all the bases on your own. But I would argue that whether you're partnered or not, you're not an independent being. If a man were to look at a task without the female perspective, he's going to come up with the incomplete answer because she sees the holes in his net. If a woman were to approach an issue without the perspective of a man, then the opposite is true. And so, like, you look at vetting a man for a potential, husband. Women are not made to vet men on their own. Like, the mechanism that is replete throughout society, time, culture, religion, is that the man is brought in front of the other men of her family, her father, her brothers, or all of them together. And then those men make a determination about the character of that man to make sure that he's going to be a fit partner for their daughter, for their sister, right? And so that is because you weren't made to do that on your own. Some of the things that, as human beings, that are definite parts of our lives, that all of us need, all bridges that we need to cross, a lot of these bridges you weren't made to cross alone. You were made to do it with another person. And the tools that you need to accomplish some of the tasks that you have as a woman are in another person's toolbox.
But what about when
I
when
don't.
when that's not when that's not available? Like,
When
so
that's not
my dad is dead. I do have
right.
a brother, but so here I am, a single mom. What about what then?
Right. Then it's a
It's
much
just
more
too late.
difficult task. And then you have to develop men. You have to develop some relationships with some men who have a non-sexual interest in you, who have the ability to vet character or to have the ability to fulfill the task, that are willing to help you. And that becomes more difficult. And
That's
that's an
very difficult.
unfair part of life. But it's still if this is a task that you mean to accomplish and you want to know how to best accomplish that task, if you end up losing that father figure, or he wasn't there because your mom had baby by an irresponsible man, or your father, left. He was a man who tried to step into the role and he failed and he left. Then the task is still in front of you. There are guaranteed parts of life, right? As human
Mhm.
beings, your the first thing, like, there are these deaths. Everybody experiences these certain deaths in their life, right? If you're a human being and you live from one end of life to the other, then you experience these certain deaths. Almost everybody, they get to lose a pet. That's normally their first introduction to death.
Mhm.
Their second introduction to death is their grandparents. Their
Mhm.
third introduction to death is their parents. And then they begin to lose the people around them finally when they get to the end of life, the brothers, sisters, and their friends, right?
If I
So
may,
these are
guys.
guaranteed obstacles that you're supposed to traverse throughout your life if you live from one end of life to the other. These are guaranteed tragedy that you experience. Okay.
Mhm.
So there are certain parts of your
Well,
life that are guaranteed. And if these parts of your life are guaranteed and they are meant to be handled within a team, with a dad and a mom, or with a father, or with, then that's why we are social beings. We aren't meant to traverse the distance of our life from one end to the other without each other. Does that make sense?
It
it makes
does. I
sense.
just think that we so often do.
Yeah, but we are capable. That happens a lot. You're right, Queen. The thing is, like when I was talking about it, usually a man convinces a woman to enter that domestic role. And I was speaking specifically about that. If you ask a woman to be in that role, maybe she's more educated than you, and she agrees to that, you have a responsibility not to make her a financial prisoner or not to throw her out on the street, man. And the thing is, what you're describing is accurate, I think, in certain situations, but it's linear. Because there are a lot of different ways that things are approached or they happen, and yours is applicable if there's an agreement and you rely on that agreement after a while. But there are different ways to approach it, and that's one of them. That's true. But a woman and a man can make it on their own. But I mean, it's not better not to. I agree. I like that role, but I would do it exactly how you do it. But I like the role of traditional gender roles, and I want to be there for her. And there are things she's going to be there for me for. But there might be things that she's specially talented in that I don't know about, man. And I don't want to say because she's a woman, she's gonna be talented in certain things, and I don't want to be disappointed in her, and I don't want to have false expectations. And I want to respect her intelligence as a human being.
And I think that's great. I think what we need to talk about some more sometimes is how we conduct ourselves before we find our person, right? Because before you find the man that you choose to submit to and give yourself to, how do we navigate these waters, right? Because we are out here, whether you be single and young or whether you be older with a child. If you want to find your forever person, that's part of life. So like we talk so much about, oh, women, you don't want to submit, or oh, men, you want to do this and that and that. Okay, but a lot of our life is before we find that person. So it's like dealing with meeting individuals like, oh, this person's interested or I'm interested in you. No, you're not the one. Thank you. Next, right? Like we need to talk more about that experience because that's our life before we find our husbands and our wives. No?
She me no hype, she must think say me tough. But she take man, she must think a
Ooh.
job.
Yeah, so this is these components and pieces of our lives that you're talking about, right? Everybody's life is happening in different stages, right? So when a young woman is, coming into her own, you're talking about how should she be socialized to look at her life and what type of things should she be focused on? What are her responsibilities to herself before she gets married, right? And one of the things that is a woman's responsibility to herself, and this is where we might get into a point of contention, is she has to be developing restraint and control and discernment as it pertains to who she gives access to her body.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important because for women, sex is great and it's fun and it feels good, but all the breading around that experience can be incredibly traumatic for a woman, right? And to go out into the world and to experience the trauma of random sex and all the breading that comes along with it is it puts you in a mental and psychological and spiritual disposition that makes it more difficult for you to trust and connect
Mm-hmm.
with the right type of man when you come across him, or to even recognize the right type of men,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so that's why a lot of men who are dads, you have to ask yourself, what are dads saying? Like men who are active fathers in the life of their children. When we have these conversations, oftentimes online, you'll hear people talking to other people about what kids should do. But when you ask dads what they think girls should be doing versus men who are out here sliding and screwing, then you get two very different answers. The guys who are out here sliding and screwing will tell you that body count doesn't matter. But when you talk to men who are fathers, or you talk to
Mm-hmm.
men who want to be husbands, those men give you very different answers because the value of a woman is very different to them, right? They don't see women as just sex. They see women also in addition to sex, right? Not they don't not see women as sex, but in addition to sex, they see them as mothers and wives and daughters. And so, what
Mm-hmm.
type of advice does a man give when he sees women as mothers, wives, and daughters as well? Well, he sees those women, he tells those women that, hey, it matters who you allow to have access to your body, right? And so, when you have women who argue against these ideas, they say, oh, well, you're trying to control in this patriarchy and purity culture and little d energy and all of this stuff. These are women typically who are not used to being viewed as a mother, as a wife, or as a daughter because they didn't have a man in their life that ever put them in that position really, where they got to live their life in that role as a mother, right, to a husband, to a father, or as a wife to a husband, or as a daughter to a father. And that's why when I hear women push back against some of these concepts that, should be pretty commonplace, but they're not, I say to myself, okay, she probably hasn't spent much time being treated as a daughter by a man, or she hasn't spent very much time being treated as a wife by a husband. And that's why she doesn't know that this is me giving her value, not me trying to control her. Saying that your access to your body should be limited to somebody who is willing to give a commitment to you that they would die for you, right? If a man isn't willing to give you that, then he doesn't deserve you. That's how valuable you are. You hear a lot of women, they take that, they're like, oh, you're trying to control female sexuality because you want to do this, you want to do that. No, 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 no. I
Mm-hmm.
want you to be able to, if you want to be married, I want you to find the best man you can. And by the best man, I mean a man of character who is willing to die to protect you, and who loves you with all his heart and wants to have a family with you, right?
And I think that like sometimes the delivery is so
I got
important. And
10
I know
minutes.
that that's feminine, but when I say feminine, like I know people are probably like, "Oh my goodness, you're being sensitive." But there's something that you said earlier. I think it was you, like Jesus. You said something like, when we tell women that their body is worth everything, and whatever you said, it just like gave me goosebumps. And I was like, why don't you guys say that more? Instead of saying like, I don't know how to explain it, but whatever you said just made me feel like that is more persuasive than the message that is being put out, right? You said something to the effect of like your bodies are so valuable, they're worth so much, and if you guys would only understand that, as opposed to you guys are out there just throwing it away and it just like you said, we are emotional. So if we feel criticized, we respond appropriately, right? I mean, um, and I've said this before, and I've been met with the response of, be grow up. You're a woman. If people are not behaving a certain way, we're going to tell you that you're not behaving a certain way. But I can tell you that we as women.
I just scrolled up by mistake. My bad, y'all. I scrolled out by mistake. Listen, listen.
That's because it was time for you to take your behind
I
to
was
bed.
trying to comment. I was trying to comment back on on midnight and stuff. I
No,
just
Queen, you
scrolled
weren't
out.
talking too much. Kev just needs to go to bed. He's been up 8+ hours now. He's sleepy.
Yeah, I'm about to get off about 8 minutes, so I'm about to let everybody get their last word. Gabe in here now. What was missing? Oh, I thought they were all girls.
What's going down, everybody?
Hey, Gabe.
I'm
What's
finally
the
off
deal, Gabe?
punishment.
Right.
Man, you've
Hey,
been on it for a
oh,
long
finally.
time.
Yes. So I didn't get to hear the whole conversation.
And it's
Black
finna come to
Jesus.
an end in 8 minutes, sir.
All right, Black Jesus. Every time I hear you speak, bruh, it's always truth to power.
Thanks, man. I
Leave it
appreciate
at that.
that. Thank you, man.
But
What happened to Queen? You still in here, man? I don't know if you left.
Yes, I
I
just
see
seen her.
she was in the middle of speaking. I know. Man, I was trying to answer midnight and I can't end up swiping up by mistake. I don't know how that happened.
I'm getting a lot of
it
feedback.
happens. It happens all the time now. TikTok's been doing weird stuff.
What's up, Evolver, man? Welcome to the live.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know.
It's echoing.
Yeah.
All right, you probably gotta drop and come back down or come back up again.
Um,
Dang, man. I feel like I just messed up her train of thought. I know. I don't know if she come back. I'm gonna let her back up.
okay. Hello. I just want to say I do not understand this idea that women don't get this body count
Oh shit.
being detestable to men. In,
Oh,
in my opinion, it ought to be detestable to women for safety reasons. I mean, that's the connect for me, is that it is unsafe to be out here sharing your body,
who if we I am so sorry. If we
all
ain't had
over the
this
place.
topic in the last 7 hours, I'm about
Yeah,
to
we
go
did talk
crazy with
about this
this
though.
body count.
Actually, this actually how it started then.
Exactly. And here we go
I just
again.
don't understand. Women cannot do what men do.
Yeah. But hey, we got like 5 minutes. I'm gonna try to set this back up, and we might if you come back in later, because I only got 5 minutes trying to get everybody last minute talk. We can talk about this not then, but we talked about it earlier. You probably missed out, so just follow me, and we'll bring it back up, man. We got you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I just say one thing before we
Yeah,
end?
for sure, for
I
sure.
wanted to piggyback off of what Black Jesus said, and I'm not gonna give too much back, but um what he said about women don't spend enough time being uh daughters to fathers. That's so true. And I never thought I would agree with you. Sorry. I never thought I would agree with him. But that 100% resonated. And like as a young woman, um I can definitely like say that a lot of our women, we go out searching for that, like that void, and it will 100% lead to making the wrong decisions and not thinking them through. So, that's all I wanted to say was I can definitely see that. I would love to like have a conversation about that, Kev, like one day, because I think that's a lot. That's a big issue in our community. Like,
Yeah, for
huge.
sure, man. We gonna talk about it all, man. We trying to find solutions and stuff. Like I said, it's all the main thing I only ask people is to listen without your feelings, man, so we can actually understand each other. That's the only thing I ask. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, for me, what made me realize that was myself, because I grew up without a dad that was involved. And, when I had a son and, I was like, hey, I'm going to make sure that I'm the best dad I can be, for my son. So, all of my free time when I wasn't working, I spent it with my children. If my children were conscious, no matter how tired I was, then I made sure I was conscious so that I could interact with them and all of that stuff. And then you watch them develop and you say, damn, look how much important stuff they're getting, how much of their mind and the psychology of themselves and that mental schema, the schematics of their mind is being built from this time that we spend with one another. And then you imagine yourself, you say, holy shit, I didn't get any of this. How deficient must I be or must I have been, right? For me to miss out on all of these types of interactions. Look how good he feels when I compliment him. Look how good he feels when I validate him. Look how good he feels when I spend this time with him or if I give him this attention. Look how much he gets out of me being his father and loving on him and him sitting on my lap or falling asleep on my chest, or getting a rough house with me, or us sitting down and me walking him through things, him helping me to build shit in a garage or work in the lawn or work on the yard, or helping me to change my oil. Look how much he gets out of this. Holy shit, I didn't get any of this. Wow. And then it made me realize I'm talking to women who never spent any time as daughters. Holy shit. And my daughter, she crawls in the bed with me in the morning sometimes, and then, gets an extra 10 minutes of sleep, or I get extra 10 minutes of sleep. She'll come in the middle of the night and crawl in my bed, or she just wants to sit on my lap sometimes, or she wants to crawl on my back sometimes, or she wants to, I'll be laying watching a movie and she lays on my back, like completely on my back where I'm her bed. She rides on my shoulders all the time. I still pick her up and carry her even though she's 9 years old sometimes. Like every single night before my daughter goes to sleep, when she's at my house, which she's on, we do 1 week on, 1 week off now with me and my ex. And what I do is I put on a song. I put on Heat Wave, Always and Forever. You guys know that song?
That girl
Always and
Coco has not
forever.
agreed with you, not yet. All
Yeah,
live. I noticed that. She gonna go
That's not true.
everything.
That's not
yeah,
true. She has agreed with him. It's just some
I'm
things
just
she
every
hasn't.
time I see
yeah.
her comment, it's always she like actually
No,
my dad was in my life. It was a 10 out.
no, that's not true because she's agreed
Yeah,
with some things he said, and then there's some things she did.
Oh well, I'm just
yeah.
literally every time
I've
I
seen her
see
give.
her, I ain't see her
His,
agree not one time on anything.
Yeah, Coco be coming at me, but she has given me some kudos here and there. So her and I, yeah, you don't have to agree with everything I say. As
Yeah,
long as we both respecting each other, then
that's
we
all,
can
and that's what I
we
be
can
asking for.
be a little
Respect.
adversarial with one another. That's fine. But so I listen to that song with my daughter, and I pick her up, and
Taking it against me. What?
we like kind of I dance with her, and she lays her head on my shoulder, and we listen to the song, and I lay her down in the bed and I kiss her goodnight. All of this stuff is time she gets to spend as a daughter. We made steak the other day together. She wanted to make steak. And so I helped her make a steak for herself, and she was at the stove and we cooked. All of this stuff is time she gets to spend as a daughter. And a lot of the women we're talking to, they never got any of that time with their dad where they get to paint their dad's nails or put makeup on his face, or have him sit up and lay on the floor and do a coloring book with her. Or me and my daughter just did this project together where I buy projects for her and I to do together. So like we just bought this big old heart that we decorated and put LEDs on and stuff like that, and we did that together while we watched her favorite cartoon. Like there's so many things that she gets from that are building her mental schema, her emotional self, her psychological or spiritual self, that a lot of our women never got from a dad. And then when they hear me tell them, hey, no, this is wrong, don't do this, they have no frame of reference to accept that information. None. I'm giving them something where they don't even have a table to put it on. They don't have a table or chairs or anything in that room where there's supposed to be a whole set for you to have a dinner. There's nothing in there but a floor and some walls, and a ceiling, because they missed all of that shit. And the stuff that was supposed to go in that room is all trauma and baggage and bullshit and bad faith. And, so that's one of the reasons that I try to talk to women, but I am a human being, and sometimes I get upset and frustrated and stuff like that. And so I'll remove myself from certain conversations, or sometimes I might be a little bit harsh. But the way that I see a lot of our women is this way. We have these incredibly important missing pieces that they need for the information that I'm giving them to even make sense in the first place. Because I
very,
talk to, go ahead, ma'am.
very true. And it also goes the opposite direction too. It needs to be given on both ends because there are some men that did grow up without their fathers that don't have the keys that they need to do correctly either. So it's kind of a two-way street.
Oh yeah, 100%. I talk to men all the time. And that's I mentioned that earlier. If you remember in the live, you're telling men that they need to lead, and just like you're
He did start off with
Yeah,
that.
you're telling women they need to submit, but you're telling men they need to lead, and they don't. They need to protect. They don't know anything about protecting a home, themselves, a woman. You're telling them they need to provide. They don't know how to cover the expense of their own life. They don't know how to plan for their future. So, giving them these important tasks, giving them these incredibly important tasks, and they have absolutely no basis to understand how to do any of these things because they didn't have a father tell them, "Hey, this is your responsibility, and this is how you do it. This way, not that way." You know. So
All right.
Agree. I agree. I definitely agree. I just feel when we are having these discussions, both parties need to be addressed. Let's just, I find it that we get into a lot of these and it's just on one individual. It probably would easen up so much of the frustration if both parties was being adjust. Ugh, oh my God, it's just not
Address.
coming out.
I
And
know
that's
what you're
because
Yeah, you
saying.
sleepy with
that's
me
because
too.
I'm tired. Kev didn't
You
have me
been in
up
here
in
all the
here
time with me, and you
all this
sleepy
time
too.
of just making me beer. And I'm just saying, I'm tired too. I'm just saying,
Yeah, for sure.
both parties need to be looked at when we're having these discussions.
No,
It needs to
absolutely.
be said that way because if we just point the finger on one direction, then it's going to always bring a lot of controversy. So it's easier to just make sure that we are adjusting both sides, so that way the conversation will run smoothly.
Yeah, that's what Coco was saying is that a lot of times we have these rooms and it's one-sided, you know. And I'll say this and then I'll let go because I know the host is trying to end the live. Okay, so
I'm getting
if
some
we
barbecue at your crib too. Now I know you near me. It's over now. Like that.
Hey, yo, man, I'll be down to connect if you want to at some point, man. I'll grab a bite or maybe we can go and grab a lunch somewhere or something like that. I'll
Hey,
be down to
for,
connect. I'm
for sure, brother.
But what I was saying is that I remember with my ex would be like, you know what, you never think you're wrong about anything, and I was like, and this was something she started with, and then in therapy she realized like, holy shit, he admits he's wrong all the time. The problem was for her was when she was wrong, she didn't admit it. When I was wrong, if she pointed out something I did wrong, I said, "Oh, you know what? You're right. I did that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That's not where I was coming from. Please accept my apology. I'll do this next time." And so when it was time for me to talk about my issue, I accepted accountability, apologized, and so it was over. It was over in 10 seconds. But when it came to hers, she was triggered. Her feelings were hurt. She felt like she was being criticized. This, that, and yes, she wanted to defend herself. So we get into these conversations where we end up talking more about her shit when it could have just been a 5 minute conversation because I accepted my shit in 2.5 minutes. You accept yours in 2.5 minutes. Then we talk about what to do about it and we move on. But if you aren't willing to admit that your problem is a problem, now all of a sudden the conversation is about you. So if I can admit that, hey, they're irresponsible men and these guys exist, they lie, they cheat, they steal, they have multiple kids, they hide them. And ladies, you have the very difficult task of making sure you avoid these men, right? Because these are bad guys. So now, boom, I've accepted that there are bad men. Okay. But then when I say there are bad women, and then you say, well, no, they aren't. The guys are like this, the guys are like that, blah, 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 blah. Now all of a sudden we're having a conversation about female accountability instead of just being able to move on where you admit that there are women who don't do what they're supposed to do. I admit that there are men who do with not doing what they're supposed to do, and then we talk about solutions. We don't ever get there because a woman's like, nope, hold on, men do this and men do that and blah 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 blah, because it's triggering to get that criticism, especially if you're somebody where you fall into one of the boxes that we're criticizing, right? And so that's why I think the conversation seems one-sided. And so maybe the onus is on the men to show some leadership and to make sure that they make more a point out of what the guys are doing so that the females can not females, so the women can accept their accountability piece better so they don't feel like it's a one-sided attack. Maybe that's something that men can learn to do better to make these conversations go more smoothly and then be more productive. But I think that's why a lot of them appear and feel one sided because I do see your point in that.
What you got
Beautiful.
for us?
I know you're trying to end your live, and I thank you for allowing me to come up. So I just want to say hello to you, host Black
What's up?
Jesus. What's up, yo? Um, Empress, hello, darling. Black Jesus, I got a question for you. I've heard you in
Hello.
lives. I've listened to you. I love how eloquent you speak, and how calm you speak, and the passion you have for brothers, the way a lot of us sisters have for each other when we want to hold each other down without putting us down. I recognize it, I see it, and I thank you for that. And you're consistent throughout as long as I've been listening to you. My question is, I've just been listening to you now. Have you had any male examples in your life out at all, outside of your dad not being in your life?
Yeah, yeah. So there was a guy in my neighborhood, and his name, well, I won't say his name because I mean, but he was a guy who was a married man who had two children, and he had two nephews too that he took on the responsibility of raising. And his wife was not, she wasn't a nice lady, but he was a good, hardworking man. And whether he was loyal or not, I don't know, but I believe that he was a loyal man, right? Because he was very high on morals, principles, values. And so he saw me. I had two brothers. So he saw me with my mom with three boys, right? And us, we were good kids. We were all athletes, and he just took an interest in us. And, I could go over to his house anytime I wanted to, sit down, talk. He would give me haircuts. He'd take me to basketball games with him and his kids. We'd go to the gym, and hoop. And, he taught me, how to swim, like, and I remember I became, I grew up, lost contact with him, went to the military, all of that stuff. And then, came out, went to the corporate world, made something out of myself. And then I saw one of his nephews online, reached out to him and was like, "Hey, I lost Jay's number. Can you hook me up with Jay's number?" I called him and I'm like, "Jay, man, I just want you to know how important you were, man. And I just want to thank you. And if you ever need anything, and if your sons ever need anything, I don't give a damn what it is. You call me, you let me know, give me an opportunity to be there for you." And Jay really set me on a path of, by saying this to me. And he said to me, he said, "Man, I appreciate that, but I don't want shit from you." He said, "Here's what I do want." He said, "If you get an opportunity, pay it forward." He's like, "If you see somebody and they need some help, you see a young man and he needs some help, help.
Yeah.
Don't pass the opportunity, help." And so now I've got like, 30 young men that, I'm in touch with, that I mentor, that, are from as young as 16 to, 35, that I talk to. They got my number. I go back and forth with them. I answer questions, help them with finances, all different types of stuff. I got a buddy of mine that I was just talking to where I was like, I reached out to him because I'm like, "You're bullshit and it's time to marry your girl. You've been with her for 3 years. You went against my advice. You guys have a child. She's a good girl. You're bullshitting. You need to marry her." And he's like, "You're right. I'm going to marry her." And this was just last week, you know? So like that, I had influences like that. My grandfather, he was married for 60 years. He was a hell of a man. He was an incredible man, a man of integrity and honor with character. My grandmother was happy and in love with him. I watched him provide for a woman and love her until the day that he died. So the examples that I have, these were the men that I had as examples. But when I grew up and I was out in the world and being an adult male, like I had to find more mentors because, my grandfather passed away. And then when I went off into the service, I lost contact with Jay. And, I was this young guy that didn't have all the information I needed. And I was lucky I found more mentors, but I knew that I had a deficit, fortunately. I knew that I didn't know what I needed to know, that what I knew wasn't good enough to get me where I wanted to be ultimately. So I looked for men who were willing to help me, you
Yes.
know,
And
and I found other guys who were willing to point me in the right direction.
I want to commend you. Um, that little tidbit of information that you shared earlier about not having your father in your life, I wanted to ask that question specifically because you don't, and excuse me for judging, you don't come off like you did not have a father in your life. You come off like you had a father in your life from the day you were born. And I have to give you your props for not making excuses for him not to be there, but you sought out what you needed and you got it from wherever it came from. And women and men, we do not need to make excuses about what we lack, because there's a whole world that could give it to us probably better than what we would have had. And I'm going to just share a tiny example of my story, if it's okay. My father wasn't in my life from birth, and I met him for the first time, got to see him and touch him for the first time when I was 30. I'm 41 now. The male example I had in my life was my grandfather, my mother's father. To me today, he is the greatest man walking. When I met my father, I felt like I had answered prayers. Oh my gosh, I know him. I got to touch him before he died. And I got 11 years with him because he just passed last year. And I got to meet him. I got to have an argument with him. I got to have a disagreement with him. And I got to go tell my grandfather, thank you for being the example in my life. I will never tell my father this, but my grandfather deserved this. If my father would have raised me, I probably would have been worse off than I am now. It's not taken away from fathers. I'm not doing that. But what the purpose of me saying that is, I feel the creator, or whatever you believe in, God, whatever you believe in, puts things and people in your life where you may think you lack, and you have the opportunity to gain, and sometimes gain better than what you would have had. And I really feel that's what happened to you, Black Jesus. You've gotten better than probably what you would have had your father been in your life. And it shows, it reflects, and you are going to be a blessing to a lot of men if they hear you and if they listen. And the same for women. Women, let me tell y'all something. If we just listen to this man for a second without feelings, I disagree with some of his things too. I ain't saying I'm over here advocating for Mr. Black Jesus. There's some things I disagree with, but all around he's a good man. All around he's coming from a reality and a factual place. And women, if we just listen and not rebuttal so quick, there are things that we can learn about men that we don't understand, that he is freely giving. Freely giving. I'm a barber. I get to hear a lot of great men speak. And Black Jesus, you up there with them. And again, women, if we just listen without rebuttal, without trying to find out, oh, you're wrong here, you're wrong there. He might be wrong in little pieces here and there, but the overall, there's something that we could gain from it. He's doing a good work. Brothers like you, they're doing good works. Keep it up. I just want to give you your accolades, sir.
I appreciate it, love. I really do. I'm thinking about doing a live after this, but I gotta shower, I got some laundry to do, and I gotta make a run. So it'll probably be in about an hour. So if you guys do want to hop on and you look for my live, then we can keep chatting if you guys want. Sunday's a free day for me, so I'm open to chat if you guys are down for
I'm probably going to be watching my Eagles play later on. It's playoff
it.
time. I'll try to catch it on commercials or something.
I appreciate you, man. Hey, Kev, man, thank you for letting me talk. I know I'm a talkative guy and I be running my
Oh
mouth, man.
no,
So
shoot!
I
I'm trying to
appreciate you
learn
letting
from
me
you.
go.
I've been following you for a minute. I'll be trying to learn from what you know how to put stuff the right way. Because I'm trying to make sure I can. Because like I said, I be listening to certain stuff, but hey, I just be listening though, just trying to learn something.
I appreciate it, man. I really do. And Empress, you did an incredible job moderating this conversation.
Oh
I
yeah,
might
man.
need
I
to
thank
make
her a
her a
lot, man.
moderator. Oh man, she don't play, bro.
She don't play, man. I
I
like that.
just I
She
just don't like seeing both sides fighting. So I tend to, even in my life, it's I don't do it. Don't come in my life picking sides. I don't like it because it really hurts my feelings. I really don't like seeing my kind fighting back and forth. I really feel like we can have a civilized conversation versus fighting back and forth. So I tend to
Follow Miss Empress.
not tap into those type of rhetoric. So I can say just a little bit of you, just a little have rubbed off a little bit. So it's working a little bit, a little bit. We gonna get there though.
uh-uh. What?
So I can
I
say
don't
that
know if
I
she's
appreciate the
sleepy. I don't know if
conversation.
she's sleepy saying
No,
that.
no, I am tired. I am tired, but
I'm talking. We'll see when she got some nice rest.
when I say that I see truth, and I'm gonna speak on it, I won't deny it.
Effort.
And
Yeah, I know
I
for
feel this
sure.
conversation, as he led this conversation, was great. It was a learning experience for everyone. If
Mm.
conversations can always be that way, then we can grow bigger than this. We can elevate here. So I have to be honest there. So I throw kudos when it's needed, and I'm throwing him his kudos. Chill out, Kev. I did good tonight.
Yeah, you
As
most
many
definitely
times
did
this
good. You
numbers
been
went
up.
up.
That's crazy though. I love that support right there. You been up since I've been. I was waiting for you to. I thought you was gonna go to bed. You still up with me. That's some good stuff.
It's
You
Sunday.
most
It's a free
definitely.
day for me,
You
so
took
I'm okay.
the platinum moderator of my other year for me right now. 'Cause I
Stop
don't
it.
think nobody did that.
No, the conversation was
I
great.
appreciate.
So
I
anytime a
appreciate. I
conversation is
appreciate
great,
it.
I'm always tuned in.
Mm-hmm. For sure, man. That's good.
And I
That's
appreciate
all I ask.
everybody
Everybody
tapping in. I
listening to
appreciate
each
it
other's
being
side.
respectful. It's been respectful. I might have had to say a couple times. They try to come for him a few times. I had to, you know, have to throw it out there. Is keep it respectful to everybody. If you disagree,
Mm-hmm.
then just say you disagree. You don't have to be
Just disagree,
disrespectful.
right? Ain't gotta be disrespectful. Hey, Hormiga, I'm listening to you. I'm listening today. If Kana was in here, I'm gonna listen to her today with that go to bed. Yes, for sure.
Yes, it
But I'm
is
gonna
time
try to
for
get
you
a
to go to
few
bed.
hours. I'll be back on though, cause I'm just, I'm keeping my grind. So I said I was gonna grind heavy this year though, for real. That's what I'm gonna do. And we've been meeting a lot of people lately. I ain't gonna even lie. Like, remember last live before this, we was meeting dudes that got talent and stuff, making Legos. People, man, hey, we gonna get some stuff going for sure.
Kev, hit the button to end the live. Dang.
Oh.
Peace, y'all.
All right,
Bye,
y'all, man.
everyone. It's
Thanks for
been a pleasure.
everything,
Thank you for
man.
stopping through.
Every
Yep.
time, brother. Peace.
Yep. If y'all, I'm gonna give y'all a second. I see 78 people in here. I need y'all to follow. If y'all, I'm gonna give you about 10 seconds to follow, and then I'm about to hit the button.
Oh my. Go to bed, Kev.
Oh yeah, I will. I'm about to slam my head in this, and
The
my bed
seconds
right
is
next
up.
to
Hit the
me.
button. Good night, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate it. Great
All right.
conversation. Where is that stupid little X button? Why is not? Mm. I know I'm sleepy now.
Still with
I don't even see the little X to drop down.
80 people, man. Follow, follow, follow. If you ain't following, I'm gonna be on later, man. If y'all trying to tune in, man. I said 10 seconds. Another 10 seconds.
Kev, please drop me out the box. The X is not popping up.
I got you.
He says you gotta stay. I should have kept real with you. Stuck in. Or maybe you got something for me real quick.
What's good?
What up?
I know you want to end the live, but I know you ain't going. You're not gonna end the live without me at least saying what's up to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. You already know, right? Got to.
Hey, your lives are going where they're supposed to go. Be fair, be impartial, and be unbiased.
hmm
One bit of advice, real quick. Obviously, we have to mention both sides before we have a conversation because we want to avoid a certain group getting their feelings hurt. So let's keep it human, so we don't have to address men and women. It's the human thing that
Okay.
we need to do.
Yeah,
You're
got
doing good, my brother. I'm proud of you. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying?
for sure, man.
You had some good people in there, but I'm not gonna hold you. Go to bed.
All right, all right, man. I'll be on. Like I said, give me a couple hours. I'll be on.
Do your thing, bro. Love you, bro. Keep doing what you do.
Yep, for sure, man.
All right, man.